In the vast emptiness of his subconscious, a voice echoes, "You are an existence from another world." Consciousness slams back into his body. Lee Sung-min snaps his eyes open, finding himself in a strange, tranquil village nestled among lush green mountains. A stranger stands before him, scratching his head awkwardly. Where should I even begin? I know you are confused, but please, calm down and listen. Sung-min frantically checks his own body, only for the man, Min-jun, to bark at him. I said calm down. Why are you stripping all of a sudden? Min-jun explains with a serious tone. This world is called Eria. It is a land of swordsmanship, magic, and countless demons. Here, everyone must fight to survive. It is a realm of ambition, constantly summoning otherworldly beings from every dimension. And this is where all the summoned ones start. He gestures to the ancient town spreading out before them. Xenaviss, the town of beginnings. Min-jun probes curiously. Have you ever learned martial arts or magic before? Sung-min shakes his head in confusion. Never. What even is that? The man sneers internally. So, a no-class holder. Just a designation, nothing more. Min-jun's tone turns cold. Follow me. I will explain on the way. What is your name? Lee Sung-min. The man repeats it. Sung-min, right, I can't just leave you here. You must be starving. Let's eat while we talk. I will tell you everything about the world of Eria. A seemingly warm atmosphere surrounds them. Sung-min whispers, "Thank you." Min-jun waves it off politely. "It is nothing." Seeing the boy's thirst, he hands over a water bottle. "Here, drink this." Sung-min takes it gratefully. "Thank you so much." But Min-jun cuts him off. No need for thanks. Before the sentence ends, Sung-min chugs it down. He swishes the water around his mouth. The moment Min-jun turns his back, Sung-min spits the entire mouthful directly into the man's face. Min-jun screams in agony, "Arg my eyes, you bastard! What are you doing?" Sung-min drops the innocent act instantly. Pretending to be naive is exhausting. This is paralysis poison from the specter spirit, isn't it? He spits the remaining residue onto the ground. Colorless and tasteless, but that foul stench is unmistakable. It swells the tongue on contact. But if it hits the eyes, the swelling is far worse. He dumps the remaining water onto the screaming man. You lure in innocent newbies just to sell them off as slaves, don't you? Min-jun flails blindly. How you bastard. Aren't you a new summon? Sung-min grabs him, lifting him effortlessly. No, I was just summoned. I am a no-class. He drops the man and immediately delivers a crushing kick to his gut. Sung-min eyes the dagger peeking from the man's pocket. His voice turns icy. However, I also have 13 years of survival experience in this hellhole. Faster than sight, he snatches the blade and raises it high. Sung-min glares down with cold, dead eyes. Don't you know the first rule of Eria? Never trust anyone easily? The blade descends. Blood sprays into the air. He sneers. What a trash world. Looking at the system reward, disappointment washes over him. 100,000 Eria gold and a single dagger. That is it. Despite the complaint, his hands move quickly to loot the corpse. Better than nothing, I suppose. He checks his physique, squeezing his arms. No internal energy, no muscle mass. I have truly returned back to being a 13-year-old boy. The exact moment I was first summoned. His mind drifts to the catalyst of this miracle. It must be because of that item. Memories flood back like a tidal wave. Lee Sung-min, 27 years old, a C-rank mercenary, a summon with a pathetic existence, scraping by just to survive another day in Eria. Zero talent, no background, no matter how hard he struggled. The peak was a distant dream he could never touch. Desperate to escape his suffocating reality, he grabbed a 1 in a million chance. He discovered an uncharted dungeon. After paying a price in blood and tears, Sung-min found a treasure chest. He opened it, trembling with infinite hope. But inside, only a single, nondescript stone. He carried it blindly, having no idea of its true power. It activated the regression stone. Time reversal 13 years. Sung-min muses. I saw that system message right before I died. The legendary regression stone, an item that defies the laws of time. His heart pounds in his chest. So, what about my stats? He snaps open the status window. Name Lee Sung-min, class none, skills none. Rage bubbles up. Nothing changed. My stats are exactly the same as the first time I came to Eria. What is the point of regressing? He calms himself. Wait, I still have my memories. 13 years of future knowledge. And as a no class, there are special paths I can take. With a plan in mind, he arrives at a secluded building, the Bone Setting Institute. Sungmin recalls the hierarchy of this world. Countless types of beings are summoned to Eria. There are mages wielding magic and martial artists with supreme techniques. But the vast majority, they are like him. The no-class commoners. Simply put, they are blank sheets of paper. They can learn anything and possess special growth bonuses. It sounds promising on the surface, but in reality, they are nothing more than bottom feeders in the brutal ecosystem of Eria. Without power, he was nothing. In the unforgiving world of Eria, a man without skills was just a walking corpse waiting to happen. He was a no-class wretch, a bottom-feeding C-rank mercenary. For 13 long years, he had swallowed insults and lived a life of utter misery. In the end, death claimed him. A pathetic end to a pathetic existence, devoid of a single glory, yet in the void. Hyoyu offered him a lifeline. "Do you want me to reconstruct your bones?" Lee Sung-min nodded without hesitation. This time, failure was not an option. He would claw his way to absolute power, no matter the cost. Stepping out of the clinic, the system notifications flashed before his eyes. "You have acquired the low-rank martial bone. You have acquired the true heaven cultivation method." A smirk tugged at his lips. Perfect. He had already secured 2 of the 3 fateful opportunities available in Xenaviss 13 years ago to rewrite his wretched destiny. The martial bone was the foundation, a skeletal structure capable of absorbing martial arts. He remembered clearly in this timeline. An acupuncturist named Hyoyu could create an artificial martial bone. It was a procedure of agonizing pain, yet it cost him nothing. The doctor did it for mere publicity. This was his first golden ticket. The requirements were strict. One had to be a no-class with 0 skills. In his past life, he had foolishly learned a trash skill before discovering this secret, locking him out of destiny forever. But in this second life, he played his cards perfectly. The low-rank martial bone was the ideal canvas for his growth. With this, his cultivation speed would dwarf that of a normal human. Lee Sung-min gazed at his new body. Sadly, the brilliant doctor would soon perish in an accident, meaning few others would ever grasp this miracle. Now, armed with the martial bone and the growth bonuses of a no-class, his ascent to power would be swift and brutal. The second opportunity lay in the manual he just acquired, the True Heaven Cultivation Method. It was a technique to gather internal energy, the very bedrock of power. Cultivation methods were ranked by how stable the energy was and how fast it could be accumulated. Lee Sung-min racked his brain, recalling the exact location of the hidden treasure. In his previous life, he had settled for a mediocre second-rate technique, but he knew a secret. A legendary first-rate manual was gathering dust in an old library in Xenaviss. The ignorant owner had no idea of its worth, tossing it into the bargain bin for a pittance, for a measly 40,000 Eria. The True Heaven Cultivation Method was his. Just one day after being summoned, he had already seized 2 of the 3 miracles he missed in his past life. The third and final opportunity was the grand prize of a tournament held at the Great Coliseum, scheduled for exactly 1 year from now. Lee Sung-min strategized as he walked. The competition standards were low, restricted exclusively to the no-class rabble. For the next year, Xenaviss would be his training ground. He needed to hone his skills to perfection, but survival cost money. He needed at least 30,000 Eria a day just for lodging, to fund his life and sharpen his blade. There was only one path: monster hunting. His train of thought halted as he arrived at Han's shop. The old man scowled, eyes narrowing. "What do you want, kid?" "Here to buy." Lee Sung-min crouched down, examining the wares. Han nodded toward a piece of metal. "That shield suits a rookie like you. Belonged to an adventurer about your build. He is dead now, of course. Go ahead, pick your poison." Ignoring the shield, Lee Sung-min pointed decisively at a worn coat, a sturdy spear, and a set of throwing knives. "I want these." He plastered a naive, innocent look on his face. Han eyed him skeptically. "I am selling, but can you pay?" Lee Sung-min beamed excitedly. "I have 60,000 Eria. Han waved him off instantly. "Get lost, brat. That lot costs 300,000. Stop blocking my actual customers." Lee Sung-min did not budge. "Can I buy on credit?" Han's expression darkened. "Leave before I beat you out the door." He hesitated, then pointed to his own outfit. Then, "Surely these clothes are worth something. How much would you give me?" It was a gamble using logic from his past life. These fabrics were high-quality materials from another dimension. Someone, somewhere, would pay a fortune for them. If Han sold them to the right buyer, 300,000 was pocket change. Just as Lee Sung-min thought he had hooked the merchant, a loud, booming laugh erupted. Han cackled, shaking his head. Look at you acting all innocent 1 second, and now looking like your world is ending. The old man leaned in. You are a no class. Are you not? You look green. Trying to make me pity you, so I will drop the price. Lee Sung-min did not flinch. If that works, then yes. Han laughed until tears gathered in his eyes. You shameless little rascal. Unexpectedly, Han waved his hand dismissively. Fine, take it on credit. I do not want your filthy rags anyway. His tone shifted, half joking, half serious. I like seeing rats struggle against despair. Even if you are a no class, try not to die a dog's death out there. Who knows, you might even become a regular. Just make sure you come back and pay me the 240,000 you owe. Thank you. Lee Sung-min grasped the gear aside with gratitude. Finally fully equipped, he marched toward the hunting grounds. Running his hands over the leather, he knew the truth. In this hellhole, survival often came down to a single layer of armor. Even thin protection was better than skin. He had to take the risk. A deal like this would not come twice. This second life was starting with incredible luck. Yet, Eria was not a land of charity. Was the old man grooming him just to stab him in the back later? Paranoia was a survival trait here. Regardless, he had to stay sharp. Lee Sung-min ventured deeper into the wilderness, reaching a secluded area void of other souls. Standing in the hunting grounds, memories of 13 years ago flooded back. He compared that trembling, cowardly boy of the past to the man he was now. The game had changed. Lee Sung-min laughed bitterly at himself. Back then, he was nothing but a pathetic wretch. Sudden chimes broke his trance, pulling his mind back to reality. The system notifications cascaded before his eyes. You have regained the light footwork technique. You have regained the iron bone strengthening art. You have regained the stone palm. You have regained the soul-chasing spear. He hunted relentlessly until the crimson sun began to dip below the horizon. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps tore through the wind, rushing toward him. Lee Sung-min locked eyes with the monster. The beast spun around, startled, only to find him charging forward, the soul-chasing spear poised for the kill. Before the creature could even flinch, the spear tip pierced straight through its throat. The sheer momentum dragged its body backward in a gruesome straight line. Lee Sung-min dropped to one knee, breath hitching. Only after confirming the life had faded from the monster did he allow himself a moment of relief. Sharp pain suddenly exploded in his hand. He looked down to see a massive, angry burn mark searing deep into his skin. He finally recalled the fatal flaw. The one-hit kill technique was meant for the left hand. Using it barehanded meant paying a price in flesh. He clicked his tongue. Whatever. A man without scars demands no respect from the world. He clenched his injured fist, determination burning in his eyes. Even if this regression turns out to be futile, a new journey has already begun. There is no turning back. Lee Sung-min finally gathered the necessary materials. By the time he returned to the inn, the sky was pitch black. Jack greeted him with a warm, friendly smile. Welcome back, Sung-min. You have returned? Lee Sung-min approached the counter, a heavy cloth sack resting in his grip. Yes, Jack. Here's the payment for today's stay. The old man looked curious. What do you have in there? He slammed the heavy bag onto the table as usual. As if it were nothing. Jack eyed the bag. His interest piqued. Fine, but tell me, where did you acquire a dimensional pocket like that? That item cost at least 1.5 million. Lee Sung-min answered with a straight face. A merchant took pity on me and sold it for a bargain. Jack eagerly rummaged through the loot. Really, you have quite the knack for business. Let me see what we have here. Fairy teeth and monster fluids. After a moment of calculation, the innkeeper made his offer. With this haul, I can let you stay for another 2 days. If you sold this to the Mages Guild, they would not give you nearly this much. He counted the items again and nodded in satisfaction. It is enough. Honestly, I find you truly astonishing. Lee Sung-min paused in his tracks. Astonishing regarding what exactly? Jack reminisced. I am thinking back to a few days ago. You arrived as a jobless kid and made a crazy proposal to my tavern. You asked if you could pay for your room using items dropped from monsters. I honestly thought you would die within a day. Yet, here we are 2 weeks later. You return every single day with a mountain of spoils. Jack could not hide his admiration. You are amazing. Truly amazing. Is this what they call natural-born talent? An ordinary jobless person could never achieve what you have done. Jack laughed heartily. With talent like that, you could become a famous mercenary, right? Then he realized the boy was walking away. Lee Sungmin, where are you going? We are still talking. Lee Sungmin climbed the stairs without looking back, leaving only cold words behind. I am going to rest. Remembering Jack's praise, he clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Talent. That word did not belong to him. He was truly useless. After suffering endless trauma, his previous life had ended miserably as a third-rate, C-rank mercenary. He checked his status window again. Lee Sungmin, jobless, trait low-rank martial artist. Skills 4-star, soul-chasing spear, 2-star light footwork, 2-star blood iron, exterior reinforcement, 2-star stone palm. He stared blankly. These were the martial arts he had painstakingly learned in his past life. Well, thanks to the trait of Eria, he could relearn other arts simply by recalling their mechanics. Reclaiming them was easy, but Lee Sungmin frowned. They were merely second-rate techniques. He calculated grimly, no matter how hard he trained in these arts, he would never be able to carve out his own legendary path. His gaze locked onto the data. 2-star stone palm, 2-star heavenly breathing technique. He could only hope to eventually learn a first-rate cultivation method like the heavenly breathing art. Lee Sungmin slowly sat down, but a breathing technique is just a breathing technique. Surely, it has its limits. He closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. He needed to learn stronger martial arts. The next day, a voice called out to him. Sungmin. Lula looked at him with worry. Are you planning to go into the forest again? She nagged. Why do you always hunt in the forest? You never know when you might die out there, Lee Sungmin replied coldly. Because here, I am an outsider from another world. If I want to survive, I have no choice but to hunt monsters for money. Unexpectedly, Lula stepped right in front of him, speaking softly. Are you stupid? Even if you are an otherworlder, why not find a different job? Why not work here at our inn? My father seems to like you a lot anyway. Lee Sungmin shook his head instantly. No, I do not know how to cook or clean. Lula tried to reason with him. I do not understand. Instead of risking your life, you could live safely while you learn. Working at the inn would be better for you. Lee Sungmin did not answer. He turned and walked away. I will return in the evening. His dismissal left Lula shouting angrily after him. Hey, Lee Sungmin recalled the memories of his past life. A bitter wave of hatred surged within him. I lived my entire life being exploited by others. I was nothing more than a tool, but a cold light of determination flashed in his eyes. I will not live like that again. This time, I will seize everything I ever desired. I will do whatever it takes to make it reality. My second life will be legendary compared to the trash of my past. A clear bell chimed in the wind. Lee Sungmin had arrived at the center of town. He looked up at the sky. The noon bell signaled the summoning. The dimension gate opened, instantly capturing his attention. A figure named Hoon stepped out of the spatial vortex. Sungmin silently analyzed the newcomer. Is that kid a martial artist? He looks to be my age. Sungmin sighed. The boy looked completely lost. It was inevitable. If he showed that much confusion, the vultures would circle him immediately. Right on cue, two thugs approached Hoon with a water bottle. Look at them, trying to drink this scam on a newbie. Sungmin hesitated. Should he step in or walk away? After a moment of internal war, he turned his head. Not my problem. He turned to leave. But thud, he slammed into a wall of muscle. Sungmin rubbed his dizzy head. My apologies. He looked up and froze. It was an old acquaintance, Min-un. The thug smirked, killing intent leaking from his eyes. I think you just broke my collarbone, brat. Before Sungmin could speak, a fist smashed into his face. Bam! His body flew backward 10 meters. The crowd gasped, forming a tight circle. Min-un waved his hands with a fake, saintly smile. Oh, relax everyone. This guy is my comrade. This idiot broke my bone. See, I'm just teaching him a lesson on how to pay for damages. I hope everyone just ignores us. The crowd, sensing trouble, understood the assignment. They scattered silently. Ji-hoon shouted from a distance, Big brother, what's happening over there? Min-un laughed loudly. He broke my collarbone, so I'm gonna break his skeleton. Sungmin grit his teeth and stepped back. Are they in the same gang? Just my luck. And that clumsy punch? It was definitely a martial art technique. That bastard. Ji-hoon's voice echoed again. Wait, wasn't it your ribs that hurt? Big brother? Min-un stepped forward with a sinister grin. Is that so? Then I'll just break both of his legs. Sungmin's instincts screamed alarm. This guy, he's a third-rate warrior. One could determine a warrior's rank just by looking at their movement. Third-rate was the lowest tier. Even with minimal skill, anyone could reach it eventually. But I'm a case of reverse evolution. I haven't even reached third-rate yet. Damn it, this is dangerous. He calculated the odds. I can't take him down alone. With the cruelty of the people in Xenaviss, no one would lift a finger to save him. Sungmin shouted desperately at Hoon. Hey, don't drink that. It's paralysis poison. Hoon froze, his eyes locking onto Sungmin. Sungmin grit his teeth and prayed. He's too young, so I can't expect much help, but he looks like he's from the Murim world. Maybe he can do something. Hoon immediately poured the entire bottle onto the ground. On the other side, Min-un was already in front of him, whispering a threat. With a pretty face like that, you're doing something very stupid. You're perfect merchandise for the nobles with exotic tastes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Min-un's leg whipped out in a lethal kick. Sungmin panicked. I can't let it end like this, not by a scumbag like him. Faster than thought, he activated the light step technique. He dodged to the side, leaving the thug striking air. Next came the counter, iron skin technique. His elbow slammed sideways into Min-un's ribs like a hammer. The gang members screamed in panic. Big brother, but Sungmin didn't stop. Stone-crushing palm blows rained down like a storm. Min-un was pushed back, but the thug just laughed. I guess you learned some tricks, huh? Min-un stood up, not a single scratch on him. But that didn't hurt at all. Sungmin trembled. Damn it, his body is hard as rock. He must have mastered an external hardening art. With the weight and muscle strength of a child, my martial arts can't pierce his defense. Suddenly, Sung-hyun waved his hand from the back. Hey, I don't care how bad the Xenaviss guards are. If we make a mess, they will come, Ji-hoon replied. Got it. Let's finish this quickly. Sungmin was gasping for air, exhausted. Meanwhile, Hoon watched on, completely calm. Seeing Min-un closing in, Sungmin made a decision. Bare hands won't work. I can't win like this. I need my spear. As he drew the weapon from his back, a voice spoke right beside him. Hoon was standing inches away. What did you say earlier? Say it again. The distance was so close that Sungmin froze in shock. He looked frantically between the boy and the incoming punch. What? Wait, just a second. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyan's hand flickered, a gentle touch that carried the weight of a mountain. He uttered just one word, pathetic, with a single casual palm strike. He launched the thug high into the air. Weiji Hoyan scoffed, his eyes cold as ice. Trash like you dares to strike me, you do not know your place. Witnessing Min-un crash violently into his lackeys behind him, Lee Sungmin stood frozen in absolute shock. What in the world did this kid just do? That was a palm strike infused with genuine internal energy. That level of power. It is far beyond a second-rate or even a first-rate warrior. Scanning the boy's slender figure, Lee Sungmin analyzed frantically. He is a peak master. Wait, hold on. He is the same age as me. Yet a peak master and summoned at the same time? That should be impossible. Weiji Hoyan spoke softly, breaking the trance. I do not know where this place is. Can you explain it to me? Lee Sungmin's mind raced back to the legends. The demonic cult. They were the symbol of the unorthodox factions, worshippers of absolute power. The strongest among them stands at the apex as the heavenly demon, and the child of that monster is known as the young master, an otherworlder who descended into this realm. The small celestial demon, Weiji Hoyan. From childhood, he mastered the peak realm, earning the terrifying title of Small Heaven. He came to Eria as an otherworlder and instantly became a legend across the continent. He was the same age and summoned at the exact same moment as Lee Sungmin. Yet the gap between them was so vast that Sungmin could not even dare to look up at him. Sungmin's eyes widened. That was Weiji Hoyan. The boy in front of him introduced himself with a terrifyingly polite smile. I am Weiji Hoyan. I am 13 years old. Lee Sungmin felt dizzy. Realizing this monster was currently standing in his small room, he stammered, his voice trembling. I am Lee Sungmin. I am 14. Terror gripped his heart. This monster was a year younger than him. Weiji Hoyan chuckled softly. I see. Lee Sungmin, you told me something very interesting. This world, Eria. You said it is completely different from my world, correct? The boy mused thoughtfully. There is no demonic cult here. Lee Sungmin nodded vigorously. That is correct. Clear laughter rang out like bells. I understand. I understand now. He asked again, eyes sharp. Lee Sungmin, back at the square. What did you shout at me? Lee Sungmin hesitated, sweating. I said do not drink the water. It contains a paralysis poison, I think. Weiji Hoyan laughed louder. This bastard is truly arrogant. How did you dare speak to me so rudely back then? The question made Lee Sungmin stiffen with mortal fear. He bowed his head deeply, his voice full of reverence. I apologize. I did not know you were the young master. I did not intend to be so disrespectful. Internally, he cursed his luck. Damn it all. I cannot believe I am bowing my head to a 13-year-old kid. Weiji Hoyan stopped laughing. He stared at Sungmin for a long moment, his eyes gleaming with amusement, before pointing a finger at him. Earlier, I saw you use martial arts. Lee Sungmin flinched. Yes. The boy's voice turned mocking. Your martial arts are absolute trash, and the way you use them is clumsy beyond belief. In which world did you learn such garbage techniques? Sungmin forced a stiff, painful smile. I think I understand what you mean, my lord. But before he could finish, Weiji Hoyan stepped forward with genuine intensity. I will teach you martial arts. The room instantly plunged into a suffocating silence. Lee Sungmin froze, his throat tight. Weiji Hoyan continued, his tone filled with absolute certainty. If I teach you myself, no matter how clumsy you are, you will improve. Lee Sungmin finally regained his senses. His voice shook uncontrollably. You will teach me martial arts. Weiji Hoyan pointed at him again. Correct, but I require one thing. I have a condition. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin broke out in a cold sweat. What condition? Weiji Hoyan suddenly flashed a bright, innocent smile, offering a deal that shattered all expectations. Become my friend. That single sentence sent Sungmin reeling from shock to disbelief. A young, childish voice echoed from the past. Father, little Hoyan spoke innocently. I want to have a friend. The man's voice turned stern. A friend. Where did you learn such a word? Hoyan excitedly showed his father the book. From this book I just read. It says that if I have a friend, I can overcome any difficulty in this world. The man replied slowly. That is not wrong, assuming you were just a normal person. Suddenly, the heavenly demon roared with terrifying strictness. But you are the one who will succeed me and rule over the demons. Once you walk the path of the supreme ruler, you have no need for friends. If you understand my words, then go train harder. The sudden rebuke made little Hoyan jump in fright. I understand, father. Terrified, the child turned and ran away. The heavenly demon watched his child's small retreating figure, lost in thought for a long time. Even though I said that, how shameful. The heavenly demon let out a quiet sigh. During combat practice, most of the captured humans were useless, but there were about 50 of them, and all 50 were slaughtered by a 10-year-old child. Even though the boy was his own flesh and blood, the skill he possessed was truly terrifying. The man frowned, deep in thought. It is just a bit unfortunate. Back in the present, Weiji Hoyan looked at Sungmin with sincere eyes. Please, become my friend. Born as the heir to the demonic cult, he was raised with the weight of the world on his shoulders. The heavenly demon was always strict. Sit cross-legged. Yes, young master. Grueling training sessions had defined his life since he was a toddler. Because of that, Weiji Hoyan never had time to make a single friend. Lee Sungmin pointed at himself, dumbfounded. A friend, why? Why me? Weiji Hoyan asked, with innocent eyes. Aren't people of the same age supposed to be friends? There was no logical argument against her claim, so the deal was struck. Then it is settled. She peered happily into his eyes. From this day forth, Lee Sungmin, you are my friend, and... On the surface, he forced a stiff smile, but deep inside, Lee Sungmin's soul was crumbling. A 27-year-old man, now forced into a friendship pact with a 13-year-old child. Her voice cut through his internal misery. I have kept my promise regarding the martial arts training. Therefore, I shall teach you the Amethyst Cloud Art. The Amethyst Cloud Art was a unique technique from an unorthodox sect, infamous for turning the user's internal energy into a brilliant violet hue. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin's insecurity flared. The amethyst cloud art. He thought to himself, I should only be learning the heavenly demon's arts. Yet she offers me this, but Hoyan focused on something else entirely. Why are you still using honorifics? She stepped closer, her face looming large in his vision. Did you not agree to speak casually, like a true friend? Her overwhelming aura crushed his resistance, forcing an automatic reply. Yes. Seeing his obedience, her mood instantly brightened. She spoke with brutal honesty. The heavenly demon art I practice is reserved strictly for the sect leader and the blood heir. That is why I cannot teach it to you. However, you will not regret learning the amethyst cloud art. It is a technique of exceptional quality. She looked at him, eyes filled with expectation. What do you say? The scene shifted to the hunting grounds. Lee Sung-min touched the old scar on his face. It has already been a month since that day. By a twist of fate, he had been training in the amethyst cloud art under her guidance for 4 weeks. With more time, he knew he could become even stronger. Now, piles of monster corpses lay scattered around his feet. Lee Sung-min wiped the blood from his cheek. Deep in thought, his martial arts level hovered between third-rate and second-rate, compared to his previous life. This was already a legendary rate of growth. Yet, he imagined Hoyan appearing, her mocking laughter ringing in his ears. Is this all you can do, even with my teaching? You truly have no talent. Lee Sung-min grit his teeth, shaking the phantom voice away. Shut up. But in that instant, his senses screamed of a new presence. Should I collect the loot from the kill? His pupils constricted violently. He leaped into the air just as a massive shadow crashed down. A giant monster emerged. He landed softly, gripping his spear tight. Lee Sung-min's mind raced. What is this? If I had been careless, I would be dead. He stared down the ferocious beast, his heart pounding against his ribs. An ogre. His eyes darted around, scanning the perimeter. His intuition told him it was alone. But could he be sure? Confirming the solitude of the beast, he wasted no time. He unleashed the amethyst cloud art, driving a palm strike straight into its chest. The ogre took heavy damage, blood spraying the air crimson. Seizing the opening, Lee Sung-min delivered the fatal blow right then and there. Pride swelled within his chest. Killing an ogre is no longer a challenge for me. But the phantom voice of Hoyan returned to tease him. Are you proud just because you killed a single ogre? His blood boiled in annoyance. Quiet. He knelt to inspect the corpse. Doubt crept into his mind. Ogres do not inhabit this region, so where did this one come from? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. You have impressive skills for one so young. Warrior. Seeing a man approaching, Lee Sung-min immediately raised his guard. He demanded, Who are you? The man clasped his hands politely. Apologies for the intrusion. I am Yoon Har-young. In the Central District, I was known as the Destroyer Orchid Sword. Lee Sung-min noticed the sword hanging at the man's waist and kept his guard up. What do you want from me? Yoon Har-young looked slightly awkward. About that. He pointed to the dead monster. I am here because of matters concerning the ogres. Eventually, Lee Sung-min returned to the town alongside the stranger. Sang Ryong looked him up and down, shock evident in his voice. Isn't he too young? Yoon Har-young immediately interjected with praise. I witnessed his combat with my own eyes. He may be young, but his skills are formidable. He will be a great asset to us. Wang Pei spoke in a low, gravelly tone. If warrior Yoon vouches for him, then so be it. I am the Black Feather Dagger, Wang Pei. A woman then cut in. Woman. I am Renia. I studied magic at the Velis Academy. She looked him in the eye. Do you know anything about the job you are about to accept? Lee Sung-min hesitated. Yes, a little. Seeing his confusion, Renia explained. Recently, a horde of demons has been constructing a new ogre village in this sector. There have been numerous reports of attacks on nearby settlements. They are even staging marching slaughters. Yoon Har-young took over the explanation. Therefore, the Mercenary Guild has posted a bounty of 20 million arrows for anyone who can wipe out the ogre village. If we include the loot, the total profit will be around 35 million arrows. Lee Sung-min asked the crucial question. How do we split the reward? Yoon Har-young replied instantly. We divide the money equally among all members. He fell silent, calculating. That means I would receive about 7 million arrows. A mission of this scale rarely appears. The problem is, can I trust these strangers? Looking at Yoon Har-young's smiling face, anxiety gnawed at him, but thinking of the massive payout, he made his choice. All right, I will join. Hearing this, Yoon Har-young embraced him with excitement. You have made the right choice, warrior. Things would go so much smoother if you were here, but remembering how coldly I was cast aside, I suppose I should thank you for the harsh lesson. Har-young's gaze shifted to the two figures across from us. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Those two just stubborn fools with no class to speak of. Hey, warrior, you from a martial arts sect? Lee Sung-min answered with a nonchalant shrug, something like that. Meanwhile, Renia flashed a friendly, fake smile at the porters. Could you run to the nearby market and grab some apples? The two kind-hearted souls nodded, completely oblivious. Har-young offered a quick explanation. They carry the heavy supply bags for the expedition. The leftovers are their payment. Watching their backs disappear into the distance, Har-young waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry about them. We're heading deep into the forest. Lee Sung-min cut to the chase. How many ogres are infested in that village? Sang Riang replied with cold calculation. About 50, but we only need to slaughter 30 of them. He smirked confidently. Nothing we can't handle them. Ogres are brainless beasts, slow and stupid. We just need to rush in, wipe them out, and secure the loot. What's the play? Sung-min asked. Eyes on the path ahead. Har-young immediately laid out the formation. 2 squads, you, me, and the little hero on point. The heavy hitters, Wangpei and Crania, take the rear. Our mission is simple, lure the ogres out of their nest. Then we split them up and crush them. Renia began channeling her mana. I'll use wind magic to disperse our scent. Ogres are fiercely territorial monsters. One whiff of human flesh, and they'll come charging out in a frenzy. Sang Ryan continued, sharpening his blade. We hide and ambush the moment they exit the perimeter. The mage will be ready to rain down hellfire. The little hero and I will pop the fireworks to draw out the stragglers. That's how we divide the herd and slaughter them piecemeal. Simple enough, right? Lee Sung-min assessed the plan silently. It sounded decent on paper. Traps would be safer, of course. But with this skeleton crew, that wasn't an option. Har-young interrupted his thoughts. We're entering the danger zone. The ogre territory is just ahead. His voice dropped to a tactical hush. Split up now, stay sharp, and try not to die. Har-young led Lee Sung-min and Brass away according to the plan. Seeing Brass gasping for air like a dying fish, Sung-min felt a pang of pity. They had been marching for half a day. For a person with no class or stamina, this was torture. Looking at the exhausted old man, Lee Sung-min saw the shadow of his own powerless past. What is your name? He asked abruptly. Brass looked up, sweat blinding his eyes. Are you talking to me, sir? He managed to wheeze out. I'm Brass. Lee Sung-min stopped and turned to face him. Listen closely, Brass. When the ogres swarm us, I cannot guarantee your safety. Make your choice now. Run or keep following? He glanced at Har-young's back. Because that guy, he won't lift a finger to save you. He probably isn't even listening to us right now. The sun beat down mercilessly. Brass's legs gave out. I'm too tired to run. Lee Sung-min understood the grim reality. Of course he couldn't run. The mercenary guild's penalty for desertion was a fate worse than death. Sung-min knew that better than anyone. He had done what he could. Then brace yourself. Your survival is in your own hands. Suddenly, Har-young called out, Hey, little hero target in sight. He grinned, pointing ahead. Luck is on our side. We dodged every patrol on the way here. See that wooden barricade between the trees? That's the nest. Time to light the fireworks and wake the beasts. Lee Sung-min grabbed his arm instantly. Wait. He crouched down, reaching for his waist. Har-young watched, intrigued. His eyes widened with greed. A spatial bag at your age. That's a fortune hanging off your belt. Where did a kid like you buy that? Sung-min deflected smoothly. Just got lucky, I guess. Har-young stared, calculating the value. I see. But what are you pulling out? Sung-min poured water onto the dirt, mixing a thick sludge. If we cover ourselves in this mud, it masks the human scent. Har-young realized the genius of it immediately. A brilliant tactic. You've got survival instincts way beyond your years, little hero. Lee Sung-min was already rolling in the filth. My master taught me well. Har-young smirked, his tone dripping with false praise. Sounds like a legendary teacher. Sung-min stood up, now a figure of mud and grit. Sure is. You should do the same, Sir Hero. Har-young didn't argue, dropping to the ground to copy the technique. That's when Brass spoke up. Do I need to? Lee Sungmin cut him off. We're out of mud here. I'll find another spot for you. But the signal flare shrieked into the sky. The village erupted in roars as the ogres caught the scent. Haryong turned, a twisted grin spreading across his face. I just had a brilliant idea, little hero. Before Sungmin could react, the trap was sprung. Why don't we let the baggage carrier take point? His voice turned malicious. Think about it. If we send the stubborn one in first to draw the aggro, it'll be much easier for us to strike from the shadows, right? Brass went pale, terror stealing his voice. He stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Sir, please, I'll die. Haryong stepped closer, his eyes void of mercy. Relax, old man. You won't die immediately. His voice dropped to a sinister whisper. But if you refuse to move, I might just kill you myself. Seeing Brass tremble in terror, he burst into manic laughter. Relax, old man. You know I'm just joking, right? Suddenly, Lee Sungmin stood up. Haryong raised an eyebrow. What are you doing, warrior? Sungmin's voice was cold as steel. I'll take point, unless you have a problem with that. Haryong calculated for a split second, then nodded. Of course not. Be my guest. Sungmin did a quick count. 13 dungeon ghouls lured out. One was already skewered on his spear. He swept his weapon in a lethal arc, blood sprayed across the air. Make that 12. Another ghoul was reduced to unrecognizable meat. 11 left. He attacked without mercy, but his mind raced with doubt. Can I really do this? No. Do I have to do this? His gaze flickered to Brass, who stood frozen in fear. There was no logical reason to save him. Was it useless pity, or perhaps just simple sympathy? They weren't friends. They had no bond. Yet, he had helped Brass escape. A simple, bitter truth connected them. They were both classless, the lowest of the low in this world. Sweat dripped down his back as he faced the horde. He charged forward with reckless bravery. Magic is power. Is that the rule? No. He knew better. He knew. The world ran on ugly, simple rules. He recalled the harsh words Wee Ji-hoon had drilled into him. No matter how many times I teach you, it's useless, isn't it? You really are a fool. Zero talent, no intelligence. I'll teach you one thing, so burn it into your thick skull. Just remember how to hold the spear. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, the memory fueling his strike. Stab from a distance, he told himself. I will become stronger. With a roar, he unleashed the 3-stage soul spear. The spearhead tore through the wind. Striking the ghouls with lightning speed, he was a one-man army, mowing them down as he advanced. Bodies piled up as he fought his way toward Brass. The old porter was on the ground, trembling as a ghoul lunged at him. Brass squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death, but when he opened them, the ghoul was impaled. Lee Sungmin stood before him, gasping for breath. With Haryong's help, the rest were slaughtered. Silence returned to the forest. Haryong sliced the ear off a fallen corpse. Haryong tallied the kill count. That makes 13. We got a good haul today, thanks to you, kid. I've collected the ears for proof of the quest. The other group should be done by now too. He stuffed the bloody trophies into a sack and carelessly tossed it to Brass. Hey, porter guard that with your life. The old man bowed his head. Yes, sir. Haryong clapped his hands. Time to regroup with the others. Lee Sungmin nodded and followed. As they passed, a trembling voice reached his ears. Thank you. Brass whispered it before hurrying after Haryong. Lee Sungmin paused for a heartbeat, watching the old man's back disappear into the shadows. Night had begun to fall. Sangryong sat on a rock, whining like a child. What is taking them so long? They should have been here ages ago. Seeing the trio emerge, he shouted, Oh, finally! Did you guys handle everything on your end? We finished ages ago. Look at you, covered in dirt. Must have been a struggle. Huh. His tone dripped with disdain. Ugly and weak. Haryong chuckled softly. Struggle. Thanks to our little warrior here. It was an easy game. Haryong's eyes darted to Wang Pei. His voice turned cold. Actually, the real problem starts now. Lee Sungmin's expression darkened instantly. In a flash, a dagger pierced Renia's chest. Her eyes went wide with shock. Death came so fast she couldn't even scream. The killer was Wang Pai Sangryong, frozen terror. Unaware that Haryong had already drawn his sword behind him, Haryong slashed down to execute him, but Lee Sungmin's spear blocked the blow. Haryong snarled, Don't interfere. A sudden memory crashed into Lee Sungmin's mind. He had seen this kind of betrayal before. Hey, useless trash, move it. You want to get paid? Then drag your feet faster. The sun beat down mercilessly in that memory. He had been just like Brass back then, a porter carrying heavy luggage, obeying orders in silence. But that day, a crowd had gathered at the plaza. Someone shouted, "Haven't you seen this before? It's an execution." An execution? He had been curious. The procession stopped. A man watched from afar with a mocking grin. "That guy is tough. Rumor has it he's a mercenary from the Murim. He slaughtered his entire team to hog the quest reward. Bad luck he got caught. Now he dies." Past life, Lee Sung-min had stared at the prisoner. Is that so? And that prisoner was the very man standing before him now. Hye-ryong. Back in the present, Hye-ryong smirked. "You surprise me, little brother. Your reflexes are unnatural. It's almost like you knew exactly what was going to happen." Hye-ryong had no idea. Of course he knew. He had watched this man face execution in his past life. Even though it happened 13 years ago, he remembered it as clearly as if it were yesterday. Hye-ryong gritted his teeth, his arrogance flaring. "It matters not. I watched you slaughter those dungeon ghouls. Your skills might exceed your age, but against a master like me, you are nothing." With a roar, he charged, blade hungry for blood. Lee Sung-min's eyes narrowed, analyzing every twitch of muscle. This man was a second-rate warrior, a deadly opponent for someone merely bordering on that rank like himself. Yet, he could see the path. Judging by that stance, he's preparing a diagonal slash perfect. I will exploit the reach of my spear to crush that opening. The spear tip exploded forward. A burst of pressure blasted Hye-ryong backward. Lee Sung-min tightened his grip, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Now, tell me again. Who is not skilled enough? I clawed through hell in my past life, and in this one, I was forged by the minor heavenly demon herself. Did you really think I would be easy prey?" Hye-ryong screamed in fury, his pride wounded. "Impressive trick, but is that all you have? What else can a brat do against?" The words died in his throat, replaced by a spray of dark blood. Terror seized him as he clutched his own neck. What was happening across from him? Lee Sung-min's smirk turned icy. "It is poison, you moron. I mixed a slow-acting toxin into the mud earlier. Since it did not enter your bloodstream directly, it will not kill you. Yet, however, look at your hands trembling. Do you really think you can block an attack from someone weaker than you in that state?" Without waiting for an answer, he launched himself forward. "How does it feel? Oh, great martial arts master." Abruptly, Lee Sung-min froze. Hye-ryong had grabbed Brass, pressing cold steel against the porter's throat. "Don't move, you brat. One step closer, and this pathetic porter will never see tomorrow's sunrise." The bandit sneered, his mind racing. This kid seemed to care about the luggage carrier. That weakness meant he would hesitate. He would try to save him. "As long as I have this hostage, he dares not attack." Conversely, Lee Sung-min was screaming internally. Is this guy brain dead? Does he actually think a hostage situation works on a mercenary? He took a deliberate step forward. Hye-ryong's eyes widened in panic. "Hey, I warned you not to move." A storm of thoughts raged in Lee Sung-min's mind. He had lived as a ruthless mercenary for decades in his past life. The only reason he helped Brass was because he saw a reflection of his own pathetic past in the man. He glanced at Hye-ryong, who was unraveling into madness. "Focus," he scolded himself. "Stop overthinking and look at reality. Continuous combat has drained my stamina to the limit. Normally, I could spear him through the heart before he twitched. But in this exhausted state, impossible. If I try to speed blitz him, I will be the one getting countered." He glanced aside. Sang-ryong was locked in combat with Wang Pei. I cannot rely on help, and I do not know how long the poison will last. I must reserve strength in case Sang-ryong falls. Lee Sung-min hardened his resolve. There was no time to waste. He had no other choice. Suddenly, Brass smiled a pained, bitter expression. The porter slammed his body backward with suicidal force. Hye-ryong staggered, his balance broken. Brass tackled him, gripping the blade with his bare hands to keep it from his neck. Lee Sung-min's eyes widened in horror, but the strength difference was too great. Hye-ryong pinned the old man to the dirt instantly. "You filthy worm, a lowly porter dares to rebel," screaming in rage. Hye-ryong drove his sword deep into Brass's ribs. He twisted the blade. "I told you to stay still when I spoke." His words were cut short by a shadow looming over him. Lee Sung-min stood there, his face darker than the abyss itself. Terror washed over Hye-ryong. "Wait, warrior. Please listen to me." The spear plunged down without mercy, silencing him forever. Nearby, the sounds of battle ceased as Sang-ryong finished off Wang Pei. Sang-ryong turned to look at his companion. In that moment, A heavy gloom seemed to swallow Lee Sung-min. No one could see the cracks forming in his heart. Looking at Brass's motionless body, grief pierced his soul. He had tried to change fate, but in the end, he had only rewritten the method of the execution. We delivered the heads of Hyo Ryung and Wang Pei to the mercenary guild. Sang Ryung and I split the 35 million bounty, along with the loot we scavenged. Hoyan's eyes lit up the moment Lee Sung-min walked in. "Oh, you have returned," she asked, her voice tinged with genuine curiosity. "You are back late today, aren't you?" Lee Sung-min replied with a weary sigh. "Yeah, I need the money." Too exhausted to change, he collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind drifted back to the bloody scene. If I had just a little more stamina, if I were just a bit faster, Brass would not have had to die. Damn it. I swore I would not live a life full of regrets this time around. "You killed someone, didn't you?" The sudden question made him freeze. Hoyan looked down at him from the bunk above. "How did you know?" She tapped her nose lightly. "I can smell the blood clinging to you." Lee Sung-min remained silent for a long moment before finally opening up. "It was a second-rate warrior. He tried to kill me, but I managed to turn the tables." Hoyan narrowed her eyes. "You are hiding something, aren't you?" Her gaze pierced right through him. "Exactly what are you keeping from me?" Lee Sung-min shot up from the bed, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Hoyan, what are you talking about? Why would I hide anything? Is it so strange that a nobody like me defeated a second-rate warrior?" Hoyan waved her hand dismissively. "No. Since you learned my secret arts, victory is certainly within the realm of possibility." She looked him in the eye, her expression serious. "You are special." Slowly, she began to recount her own experiences. "When I was wandering the streets, I tried very hard to understand this world. I witnessed many things. I observed the wretched lives of those without a class, the jobless ones who struggle at the bottom." Recalling the man scavenging scraps from the trash, she continued, voice dripping with cold reality. "Most of them are destitute, which makes sense. Humans don't hesitate to crush a bug beneath their heel. Yet, those same humans freeze when asked to slaughter a small animal." Hoon straightened her posture, her gaze locking onto Lee Sung-min like a predator trapping its prey. "But you were different. On your very first day, the day you were summoned, you marched straight into the forest to hunt monsters." Lee Sung-min furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance. "Is that so strange? If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have survived the night." Hoon countered sharply. "Logically, yes, but consider the other jobless ones. Do you think they abstained because they were unaware of the danger? No. They understood the risks perfectly. They simply couldn't prioritize their survival enough to take a life with their own hands. Even ignoring the classless status, could a 14-year-old boy truly commit such calculated violence on his first day?" He deflected. "I just adapt quickly, that's all." Hoon chuckled darkly. "You're skilled at dodging questions, but that won't work. Let me hit you with point number 2. Lee Sung-min looked up, tension rising. "There's more." Hoon's next words struck his core. "You have absolutely zero talent. If I taught you 10 concepts, you'd barely grasp 3 or 4. Am I wrong?" Seeing his sullen expression, she snapped, "Focus here. Don't look away. Here's the anomaly. You've only held a spear for 2 months, yet your technique is terrifyingly precise. So a novice with your terrible aptitude should be stumbling over their own feet. Yet you make 0 rookie mistakes. How does a person with no natural gift master martial arts at that speed in just 60 days? Hoon leaned in, her voice demanding. "Who? Are you really?" Lee Sung-min shot to his feet, his aura darkening. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Hoon's voice turned to ice. "Friend, listen closely. I absolutely loathe being deceived." Silence choked the room as they stared each other down, neither willing to blink. Lee Sung-min's mind raced. Everyone has a secret they must protect. This wasn't about identifying an enemy anymore. "Is that what friendship means to you?" Hoon pondered for a moment before nodding, accepting his resistance. "Fine. Everyone is entitled to at least one secret. Even I have one." She proposed a deal, her eyes gleaming. "If you tell me your secret, I will reveal mine." Lee Sung-min shook his head instantly. "No, I don't need to know. I'm good." But she wouldn't let up. "You're missing a golden opportunity. How about this to sweeten the pot? My secret, plus a peerless martial arts manual, spear techniques or movement arts, take your pick." Lee Sung-min sighed. "Even if you teach me, I lack the talent and internal energy to use it properly." Hoon crossed her arms. Then her eyes lit up with a crazy idea. Then take this offer, I will gift you 20% of my internal energy. Lee Sung-min froze, then lunged forward in shock. Why would you do that? Hoon replied calmly. Curiosity. You are my only friend. I want to know everything about you, shadows and all. Her eyes shone with sincerity. Is that not enough reason? Lee Sung-min remained silent for a long time before whispering. Just promise me one thing. Hoon asked. Name it. If I tell you the truth, promise you won't kill me. Hoon agreed immediately. Isn't that obvious? Why on earth would I want to kill my own friend? She scratched her head. Since we're trading truths, I'll go first. I am a woman. Hoon yanked her hair tie loose, letting long, silky locks cascade down her shoulders. Lee Sung-min's eyes bulged, his mind reeling. This was beyond his wildest guesses. Hoon spoke casually. Why so surprised my father forced this role on me for the sake of the sect? Only a male can inherit the position of demonic cult leader. He wanted me to walk this path, so I have lived my entire life disguised as a boy. Seeing Lee Sung-min paralyzed by the revelation, she continued, I've lived this life for so long that no one suspects a thing. That is my secret. Now it's your turn. Lee Sung-min raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Give me a moment to process this. He stammered. Starting tomorrow, we should probably sleep in separate rooms. Hoon blinked innocently. Why? Lee Sung-min took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage. I am a regressor. Hoon's pupils contracted. She shouted, Stop spouting nonsense. They argued back and forth through the night. Finally, Hoon sat back, thoughtful. So, you claim you died and returned to the past. It sounds insane, yet I believe you. It explains every oddity about your behavior. In the Central Zone, such a thing is impossible, but in this strange world, perhaps the rules of reality are different. But tell me, she asked, why did you think I would kill you over that? Lee Sung-min spoke slowly. Physically, I am 14, but mentally, I am 27. Aren't you upset I deceived you into thinking we were the same age? Hoon shrugged nonchalantly. So what? She looked him dead in the eye. Think about it. The person who approached you, promised to teach you, and called you friend, was me. You didn't deceive me. In reality, you were just trying to meet my expectations. Therefore, I have no reason to take your life, nor is there any cause to sever the bond we share. Her words struck him like a physical blow, freezing Lee Sung-min in place. Her voice rang with crystal clarity in the silence. We have stood side by side for 2 whole months. In that time, I have already accepted you as my companion. She offered a gentle, disarming smile. To me, that is the very definition of friendship. Is that not enough for you? A profound wave of emotion crashed over Lee Sung-min. He bit his lip, his voice trembling. Thank you. For the first time since his regression, tears broke free from his eyes. Thank you. Hoon. To pull the atmosphere back from the brink of sorrow, Hoon spoke up. However, I must admit a slight disappointment. You have lived 2 lives and hold years of experience, yet your level remains so stagnant. I have a mountain of questions for you, but for now, she waved her hand dismissively. We shall put those aside. She suddenly stood up, her eyes blazing with excitement. From this moment on, I will transfer my internal chi to you. According to ancient texts, internal chi is the life force accumulated within a martial artist's body. When harnessed, it grants power that defies the laws of nature. There are precious few ways to increase this energy outside of grueling, decades-long cultivation techniques. A martial artist spends a lifetime refining and hoarding this power. For Hoon to willingly gift her own cultivation to him was a miracle beyond comprehension. Her voice turned serious. Your meridians are clogged and narrow. Transferring chi is already dangerous. She sighed, scanning his condition. And your body is filled with accumulated impurities. After checking his muscles and bones, Hoon gave a stark warning. 14 years old is late to begin the path of martial arts, but no matter. I will now transfer 20% of my energy to you. How much of that 20% you retain depends entirely on your will. Use the Purple Cloud secret art. Without waiting for a reply, Hoon slammed her palm against his back. Lee Sung-min grit his teeth as a numbing shockwave hit him. A moment later, he felt it, a torrential river of power surging through his veins like liquid lightning. Voices dripping with exhaustion, Hoon asked, how does it feel? Lee Sung-min. But his mind was entirely consumed by the violent transformation within. Lee Sung-min was thunderstruck. This immense power is only 20% of her strength. This single amount exceeds everything I accumulated in my entire previous life. Hoon pressed on. How much did you keep? Lee Sungmin made a rough calculation. About half, perhaps. Hoon nodded in approval. Half. Do not feel discouraged. The rest of the energy was sacrificed to blast open your blocked meridians. If you continue to circulate the purple cloud secret art, that power will become truly yours. As the final word left her lips, her body went limp. Lee Sungmin spun around in panic. Hoon. He stared at her collapsed form on the ground, fear gripping his heart. Are you all right? She waved him off weakly. Stop making a fuss. I am merely exhausted. He quickly moved to support her, helping her to the bed to rest. After a heavy silence, Lee Sungmin asked in a low voice, Why? Why would you sacrifice so much for someone like me? Her answer remained unchanged. Because we are friends. Do not burden yourself with guilt. I asked for nothing in return. I did this solely for my own satisfaction. She whispered to herself, Yes. Self-satisfaction. Suddenly, Hoon raised her voice again. Did I not promise to teach you a martial art? I will transmit a spear technique suitable for you. Lee Sungmin stood frozen, stunned by her generosity. You intend to help me even further, she pondered for a moment. The Nine Heavens absolute spear, used by the Spear King a century ago, seems appropriate. However, with your current talent, mastering the original is impossible. I will modify and lower its complexity to suit your capacity. Seeing the conflict on his face, Hoon scolded him. How many times must I repeat myself, do not feel sorry. This is for my own pleasure. She looked at him, her gaze softening. For the very first friend I have ever made, after 13 years, I cannot simply let you die a meaningless death like in your past life. Her words formed a lump in Lee Sungmin's throat. He whispered her name. Thank you. Before he could finish, her hand flew out, smacking him. Do not bow your head in gratitude between friends. He rubbed his stinging cheek, his voice shaking. What if I just bow a little bit? Hoon grabbed the back of his neck, her tone domineering. I dislike it. She pulled him down to lie beside her. Instead of such useless gestures, I desire something far more interesting. He stammered. Interesting. Like what? She stared directly into his eyes, her expression mesmerizing. Tell me the story of your past life. That is right. What kind of person was I in your previous timeline? Lee Sungmin strained his memory. What kind of person were you? He thought for a long moment before answering. I was too busy struggling to survive, so I only knew of you through rumors. But I heard that you stood at the apex of Eria, ruling with overwhelming power. She giggled, delighted. Is that so? I did quite well then, as expected of me. He continued his recollection, and after you were summoned, you left the city within a month. You vanished for 3 years. Hoon guessed immediately. I likely spent those 3 years traveling. Lee Sungmin looked curious. Traveling? She nodded. What I crave most is freedom. Being in the demonic cult means freedom only within the cage of the cult leader's control. She pointed at him, a bright smile on her face. That is why, when I was summoned to this world, I was truly happy to meet a friend like you. Before he could ask more, she continued rapidly. I will leave in 1 month. I intend to enjoy this world and its freedom. After I teach you the Nine Heavens absolute spear for a month, I will depart to roam the world, just as I did before. But what about you? She tilted her head, locking eyes with him. Lee Sungmin, in this life, what kind of existence do you wish to carve out for yourself? The sudden question plunges him into deep contemplation. What kind of life does he truly desire? Memories of humiliation, despair, and the shattered pieces of his past flood back. He whispers, a life better than the last. Hoyan rests her chin on her hand, unimpressed. That sounds incredibly vague, does it not? Instead of something so abstract, do you have a concrete goal? Lee Sungmin hesitates, his mind a blank slate. I do not know. She decides to give him space. Think about it, and tell me when you find the answer. Suddenly, she bolts upright, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Actually, tell me about your past life first. Spill it. Lee Sungmin scratches his ear, flustered. Honestly, there is not much to tell. But Hoyan cuts him off before he can deflect. I would not be surprised if you were a scoundrel, she teases, while he fumes at the insult. His inner thoughts drift darker. He spent nearly his entire previous existence rotting in the city of Xenaviss. Did he have anyone to call a friend back then? The answer is a bitter silence. No, not a single soul. Just as he is Hoyan's first friend, she is the first meaningful connection he has ever made. The night stretches on, filled with endless, trivial stories until dawn breaks. Time flows like water. 1 month later, Hoyan's voice cuts through the air. All right, Lee Sung-min. She beckons him closer. Show me how much you have learned in 30 days. Lee Sung-min's heart tightens. He knows the time for farewell is drawing near. After this final spar, Hoyan will leave him. Determination ignites in his eyes, and he roars. Then I will fight you with everything I have. She smirks, pointing a finger at him. Obviously. Did you honestly think you could survive fighting me half-heartedly with your current level? Her words strike a nerve. Lee Sung-min bellows a war cry and charges straight at the absolute master. Hoyan raises 2 fingers. I will give you a 20-move head start. That means you can unleash 20 techniques before I strike back. Lee Sung-min grips his spear tight, accelerating instantly. 20 moves. Which technique should I open with? He recalls her advice. The Nine Skies spear technique suits him best. Specifically, the variant she dubbed the Nine Skies Spear Lee Sung-min style. At the time, he questioned the bizarre naming sense, but she had replied smugly, I modified it specifically for you, so it must bear your name, right? He had vehemently protested the embarrassing title that night, yet in the end, he learned every single move. His mind races with calculations. The Nine Skies Spear art can be fused with the soul chasing technique. Should I open with this? He activates the soul chasing art. The spear tip glows with an ominous purple light, tearing through the wind as it flies toward Hoyan. Just as it reaches her, she casually flicks it aside with her bare hand. She counts calmly. 1. He instantly rotates the shaft for a second strike. Hoyan sways out of the way, her movements fluid and elusive as flowing water. His gaze darkens with focus. He screams, Nine Skies, Spear Lee Sung-min style, first form soul chasing death point. Immediately, he transitions. Second form splitting light spear. 2 explosive attacks burst forth, yet Hoyan effortlessly evades every single thrust. Her voice cuts through the chaos, serious and instructive. Compared to when you were a novice, your spear arts now possess proper blocking, trapping, and piercing mechanics. For the block, the spear tip rotates outward to redirect the opponent's force. For the trap, spin the tip inward and press down instantly to lock their weapon. She grabs his spear mid-motion, demonstrating the mechanics herself, and the pierce is simply to impale the enemy. These are the absolute basics of spearmanship. Have you been wielding a spear all this time without understanding the fundamentals? Lee Sung-min gasps for air. I only taught myself. Hoyan nods, then practice diligently every single day until these moves become second nature. Understood, it is all thanks to your guidance. Lee Sung-min launches another barrage of attacks. She raises her voice. 3. Are you still not using your back muscles? Combine the spear tip's momentum with a driving push. He instantly corrects his posture, driving the spear forward with full body weight. Hoyan nods approvingly. 7. That was slightly better. He grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Is the gap between us truly this vast, even after reaching second-rate warrior status thanks to her shared internal energy? She still blocks everything with just her right hand. Looking at Hoyan's confident stance, shrouded in intimidating demonic aura, he can only marvel. This is the presence of a true transcendent master. Seeing him hesitate, she steps forward. Why that look on your face? Are you giving up already? Suddenly, Lee Sung-min asks, do you think this attack will work? Before the words fully leave his mouth, he swings the spear, thrusting decisively. As Hoyan counts, he spins the weapon, chaining technique after technique in a relentless flow. 19. She summons her own weapon to counter. Now, show me the final strike. 20. She freezes. The tip of Lee Sung-min's spear is millimeters from her eye. A proud smirk tugs at her lips. But the moment the spear is about to make contact, her figure vanishes into thin air. Lee Sung-min stands stunned. Hoyan materializes behind him, hand clamped firmly on his spear shaft. The match is over. He lowers his head, utterly defeated. I lost. She pats his shoulder warmly. You did very well. Lee Sung-min shakes his head. Nonsense. You blocked every single strike using only your right hand. She beams a genuine smile. Do not sell yourself short. Setting aside the internal energy, I am certain of one thing: you were born to walk the path of the spear. A single sentence sent a shockwave through Lee Sung-min. You couldn't land a hit, but you sensed my presence just now, didn't you? To perceive the invisible. That is a talent in itself. You have a gift. One day, that instinct will become your deadliest weapon. She crossed her arms, eyes gleaming with anticipation. I look forward to seeing you in 10 years. 10 years, Hoyan rubbed her chin, deep in thought. That sounds right, Sungmin. This spar was easy, perhaps too easy. But I am truly satisfied. You desperately applied every technique I taught you. That final strike was magnificent. So, let's make a pact for 10 years from now. Her tone shifted to genuine care. Last month, I asked about your life's goal, remember. Have you decided yet? Lee Sungmin shook his head, his expression grim. No, I still haven't found an answer. Suddenly, Hoyan thumped her chest confidently. If that's the case, then make me your goal. Lee Sungmin clenched his fists. Hoyan continued, oblivious to his darkening mood. A human needs a destination. Without one, you are just a shipwreck drifting endlessly at sea. She urged him on. Become strong. Strong enough to defeat me in 10 years. He whispered, his voice trembling. That is impossible. Hoyan leaned in. What did you say? Suddenly, Lee Sungmin shouted, his frustration exploding. Making you my goal doesn't mean I can ever be like you. Stop speaking of impossibilities. I can't do it. I'm not a genius like you. You have intellect, talent, and resources. You only need a few elixirs to ascend. You have no idea how suffocating the wall between us really is. He looked at Hoyan with broken eyes. It is completely impossible for me. Our starting lines were different from the very beginning. Hoyan's expression turned cold. There it is again, that disgusting inferiority complex. Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. I hate this side of you. That self-pity from your past life chained you down before. It is not a virtue. He gritted his teeth, spitting out every word. You foolish genius. I have nothing. I was summoned here empty-handed, with zero talent. I once fought for my life against a boar while stuck in the mud, just to survive another day. I lived a lowly, pathetic life, only to die a dog's death. Hoyan's fury erupted, cutting him off. But now you are learning the secret arts. You became a second-rate warrior in just 3 months. That proves your second chance is real. She tried to reason with him. But look at you now. All you hold on to is the ghost of your past failures. You don't even have the courage to set a goal. You won't even allow yourself to try. Are you saying you won't look at the tree just because you think you can't climb it? You have a second life. Damn it. This time, Lee Sungmin snapped. Shut your mouth. Hoyan froze. Are you angry? Lee Sungmin glared back. Yes, I am furious. He let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Unbelievable. I'm being lectured by a 13-year-old brat. Fine. If you want it that badly, I will make you my target. My martial arts will exist solely to reach your level. 10 years from now, I swear I will drive my spear straight through your heart. Hoyan waved her hands in panic. Hey, no, that would actually kill me. You shouldn't do that to a friend. Her sudden shift to innocence snapped him back to reality. A friend. Oh. Lee Sungmin blinked, the adrenaline fading. Right. Hoyan simply meant a sparring match. Realizing how casually she spoke of such a heavy promise, his eyes went wide. Shame washed over him, and he awkwardly scratched his head for his rudeness. Hoyan smiled gently. If you're going to be this shy about it, why get so angry in the first place? Her voice rang out, clear and decisive. Then it settled. She stepped forward, sealing the 10-year pact. I eagerly await our battle. Seeing him freeze up again, she smirked. Don't tell me you're scared, Lee Sungmin stammered. I was just startled because you got too close. What is a kid like you talking about? Seeing his embarrassed reaction only made her want to tease him more. Oh, I know. A 27-year-old man feeling awkward around a child? How scandalous. She pressed her nose against his cheek, making him flush red. You're too close. Too close! Hoyan giggled mischievously. You treat me like a kid now, right? Fine. In 10 years, I'll return as a bewitching beauty. You'll be speechless. I won't let you say I'm too small ever again. After his duel with Hoyan, Lee Sungmin solidified 3 major goals. First, survival. Second, seizing every opportunity using his memories of the future. He thought back to that moment, just before Hoyan departed, when they made their oath. I will see you in 10 years. Lee Sungmin nodded without hesitation. Agreed. 10 years. In that instant, his third goal was etched into his soul. Hoyan turned back one last time. Don't you dare die. And he had replied with conviction, I won't. With that final vow, they walked their separate paths. From that day forward, every step Lee Sungmin took carried the weight of a single name, Weiji Hoyan. Lee Sungmin recalled the treasures he had missed in his past life. He had already secured the martial bone and the heavenly breathing technique from Xenaviss. At long last, the day of the no-class tournament had arrived. Lee Sung-min stepped into the arena, his presence silent yet heavy. Xenaviss was famous for its battles, but this specific tournament was unique, a brutal proving ground reserved solely for those with no class and no future. 10 months had passed since Hoyan left him behind. A challenger named Dong-hyun stepped up, sneering at Sung-min's youth. What is a brat doing in a place like this? The fool continued to taunt him, arrogance dripping from every word. I am a third-rate warrior, kid. You better forfeit before you get hurt. Lee Sung-min didn't waste his breath on words. With a single fluid motion, he struck, ending the fight in the blink of an eye. Over the past months, Sung-min's martial arts had evolved into the realm of the first rate. To him, crushing these small fry amateurs was as easy as flipping his hand. The prize for the victor was legendary a spirit elixir, capable of permanently boosting one's internal energy. Naturally, Lee Sung-min claimed the prize, yet, even after absorbing the elixir and Hoyan's lingering power, he felt a void. It was not enough. Staring at the empty vial in his hand, a realization hit him. He had squeezed every drop of opportunity from Xenaviss. There was nothing left for him here. His final stop was the market. He approached the familiar stall with a smile, surprising the old merchant. Hans, you little rascal, I heard you swept the tournament. Congratulations. Hans beamed. Sung-min bowed respectfully. Thank you, uncle. Hans gestured to his wares, eyes twinkling. So, what are you buying today? But Sung-min shook his head slowly. I didn't come to buy. I came to say goodbye. The merchant paused, his smile softening into a knowing look. I see. He patted Sung-min's shoulder with genuine warmth. So the no-class brat has finally graduated from Xenaviss. Huh. I'm actually quite moved. Sung-min smiled back at the old man. It's all thanks to your help, uncle. Hans offered one last piece of wisdom. You'll survive out there. Remember, no matter where you go, the quick-witted ones always outlive the strong, just like me. Suddenly, Hans extended his hand, revealing a small, worn leather pouch. He shoved it toward the boy. Take it. It's a spatial bag. It's second-hand and a bit beat up, but it holds 1.5 times more than your current one. It will serve you well. Lee Sung-min was stunned. Why? Why are you giving me this? Hans just forced the bag into his hands and turned away to hide his expression. Just take it. It was a gift to me once, and it's practically falling apart. I wouldn't get more than a few coppers for it anyway. Hans sat back down in his stall, his voice thick with emotion masked by humor. Call it a farewell present. If you feel guilty, then become famous, legendary. Then come back and pay me 100 times its value and tell the world that the great merchant Hans helped you when you were a nobody. The sincerity in the old man's voice pierced Sung-min's heart. He fought back tears, his throat tight. Thank you for everything. Back at the inn, the atmosphere was heavy. The sound of Sung-min's footsteps on the creaking wooden floor made Lula jump. Lee Sung-min, she asked, voice trembling. Are you leaving? Sung-min scratched his head. Awkward. How did you know? Lula exploded in anger. You idiot, you cleaned your room. Even a fool would realize what that means. Her anger quickly melted into sorrow. Why did you clean it? That's my job. Sung-min nodded gently. I know. I just wanted to help. Lula looked down, kicking at the floorboards. I knew this would happen. People summoned from other worlds always leave Xenaviss eventually. There was no point in lying. Yes, Sung-min admitted softly. I have to go. Lula went silent for a moment. Really? Well, I hope you don't die miserably in a ditch somewhere. Before he could respond, she spun around and bolted, sobbing uncontrollably. She vanished before he could even comfort her. Jack, the innkeeper, walked in just then. Both men stared at the spot where Lula had disappeared. Please, forgive her. Jack sighed. She is still young and doesn't know how to handle goodbyes. Sung-min nodded understandingly. Of course, I understand. Jack looked at the boy with admiration. You're younger than her, yet you act like an old soul. How do you do it? The innkeeper then held out a heavy, folded garment. He placed it gently in Sung-min's hands. The boy looked down in surprise. What is this? Jack smiled proudly. It's the travel cloak I wore in my prime. It might look rough, but it has magic woven into it for temperature control and protection. And Sung-min held the fabric reverently. This was a precious gift. Thank you, Uncle Jack. I don't know what to say. It's a bit big for you now, Jack advised. so get it tailored at the next town. He pulled the boy into a tight hug, eyes shining with trust. You will do great things. You are the finest no-class warrior I have ever hosted. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes, but he forced a bright smile. Stay safe out there, kid. After bidding farewell to Jack, Lee Sung-min began his long trek out of the town that had been his home. Suddenly, he froze. A voice was screaming his name from behind. He turned to see Lula sprinting toward him, clutching her knees, gasping for air. Her hair was a mess, and tears stained her cheeks. She looked up, eyes red and swollen. Hey, she shouted, her voice shaking. I take it back. Sung-min tilted his head, confused. Take what back? Lula wiped her face aggressively. What I said earlier about you dying miserably. She choked out a sob. Don't die. Sung-min couldn't help but ask. Did you run all this way just to tell me that? Lula avoided his gaze, shouting her final wish to the wind. If you're going to leave, then live. Live a long life. Don't you dare die. And if it gets too hard, just come back here. Sung-min smiled. A true, warm smile. He nodded. All right, I promise. Thank you, Lula. Lula lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I know this sounds strange, but somewhere along the way, I could not take my eyes off you. She gripped her skirt until her knuckles turned white, pouring her heart out. I do not understand why myself, just that, in certain fleeting moments, I realized I had started to fall for you. Lee Sung-min stared at her, stunned into silence. Finally, he found his voice. I see. I am sorry. Lula accepted the rejection with a brave smile. Just promise me one thing. Do not die. He stepped closer, his voice soft but ironclad. I will never die. I promise. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Okay. Lee Sung-min spoke with absolute sincerity. Goodbye. Goodbye, And with those words, the last thread binding him to this place was severed. As he walked away, his mind drifted to the past. In his previous life, escaping the city of Xenaviss took 3 long years. This time, he had done it in a single year. Even though he possessed no memories of his previous childhood, this second chance had gifted him countless precious moments he would never forget. He glanced back at the fading silhouette of the town. Would he ever return? The warning echoed in his ears like a curse. Do not die. I will never die. The first person he sought out after leaving the city gates was Theon. The old man looked at him coldly. It has been ages since I saw a martial artist this young. Welcome to Mount Mush. Which shackles of damnation do you wish to accept? Lee Sung-min looked Theon dead in the eye, his mind racing. To survive what was coming, he needed power. He needed to transcend his limits. The memory of that conversation in the room replayed in his mind. Wiji Hoyan had asked him, where shall we meet in 10 years? I do not know the geography of this world well. You decide. Lee Sung-min had hesitated before answering. If that is the case, let us meet in Behenger. Back in reality, he did the mental math. 9 years remained until their promised duel. Where should he go now? There was no need to rush to Behenger yet. He analyzed his options. He could become a mercenary again, but that would only mean repeating the mediocre life of his past self. No. This time, he needed dedicated time to forge himself into a weapon. Suddenly, a name sparked in his mind. Mount Mush, the domain of the god of tribulations, responsible for overseeing all trials and suffering. On Mount Mush, the territory of a god, one could accept shackles on their body and senses. Training under these curses was hundreds of times more effective than normal cultivation. Based on his calculations, the legendary mountain was close. He could feel it. Let's do this. And so, Lee Sung-min set foot on the mountain of the god of suffering. Returning to the present, he had arrived at Mount Mush and was already deep in training under the monk's curses. He had accepted 2 specific shackles. The first was weight. Simply put, gravity itself had turned against him. Everything felt impossibly heavy, his own limbs, his equipment, even the air around him. Even his spatial bag felt like a boulder. But the second shackle? Lee Sung-min grimaced, struggling to swallow a simple piece of bread. He ate with trembling hands, as if consuming poison. Suddenly, his senses screamed. Something was wrong. He retched violently. To his horror, A swarm of writhing insects spilled from his mouth instead of crumbs. The second shackle was taste denial. Hallucinations of creeping horrors assaulted him. His vision spun. This was the most brutal curse of all. It did not just remove taste, it twisted reality. Everything he ate tasted like rot, like filth, like death. It was not just the flavor, the texture was a nightmare. He could feel the phantom legs of bugs scurrying inside his mouth as he chewed the bread. Lee Sung-min collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. At this rate, I will starve before I get stronger, he thought. He had never imagined the suffering would be this visceral. Consciousness began to fade. Should I give up? Staring at the indifferent blue sky, he questioned his sanity. Do I really need to do this? Even if I go to Behenger now, I could easily become a B-rank mercenary eventually. Wouldn't that be enough? Isn't that already better than my trash previous life? The seductive whisper of mediocrity filled his mind. I should not be too greedy. But then, Hoyan's face flashed in his mind. His eyes snapped open. Lee Sung-min scrambled up, grabbed the half-eaten bread, and shoved it into his mouth. He chewed frantically, swallowing the bugs and the horror hole. He gulped down water, forcing his breathing to stabilize. Night was falling. The lonely cry of a bird echoed through the silent forest. Bring it on, he thought. Damn this bloody mountain. Suddenly, he heard Hoyan's voice right next to his ear. You weak human. Lee Sung-min spun around in shock. There was no one there. A week had passed like this. Nearby, a deer pricked its ears, checking for predators. Seeing nothing dangerous, it returned to grazing. Lee Sung-min saw his chance. He launched himself forward. The deer froze as he charged. It blinked its large, innocent eyes. That split second of hesitation, that momentary distraction by its cuteness cost him everything. The animal only needed that single beat. It bolted into the brush, leaving him clutching empty air, fuming with frustration as it vanished. He sat down, defeated. Despair washed over him. For a whole week, he had survived on nothing but bread and water. His body was screaming for protein. The reality of the mountain set in. Here, you had to provide everything for yourself: clothing, food, shelter, all while crippled by the shackles. This was the true nature of Mush's tribulation. The environment was merciless. The temperature swung violently between scorching days and freezing nights. The beasts were unnaturally fast and strong. Because of the weight shackle, he was too slow to hunt, and because of the taste shackle, even if he caught something, eating it would be torture. I have survived in this hellhole for a week now. My body feels absolutely revolting, coated in layers of filth and exhaustion. My original plan was to train here for at least 2 years, but with my pathetic stamina, even increased efficiency is meaningless. Staying here is just a waste of time. A pebble rolls to his feet, breaking his concentration. Lee Sung-min looks up instantly. A silhouette stands before him, a girl waving her hand. Instincts scream danger. He shifts into a defensive stance. Who is this? Lee Sung-min's mind races, analyzing the threat. A woman here. Then he remembers the iron law of Mount Mush. Practitioners are forbidden from harming one another. The tension leaves his shoulders. He asks again, who are you? Baek Sogo points to the seal on her neck and makes a sharp X with her hands. He realizes immediately, a restriction on your voice. You cannot speak. She nods, confirming his guess. Suddenly, her arm blurs. She hurls a massive deer carcass toward him. He jumps back in shock, recognizing the beast he saw earlier. He points at the offering, confused. Is this for me? Baek Sogo grabs a twig and carves into the earth. I have been watching you for days. Continue like this, and you will die. That is why I'm helping. They communicate through the common written characters, but Lee Sung-min remains skeptical. I appreciate the help, he says cautiously, but what do you want in return? She scribbles a quick reply. I want nothing from you. He blinks. Then, why? Baek Sogo points to herself with a proud, chin-up expression. Because I am a good person. Lee Sung-min stares, bewildered. A mysterious woman appears from nowhere, saves him from starvation, and simply claims she is a saint. Whenever death looms, she appears to save him. But when he finally learns her name, shock paralyzes him. That short white hair. Her name is Baek Sogo. Memories flood his mind, information etched deep within his soul from his previous life. He knows that name. She is a legend. Lightning Baek Sogo, a martial artist whose movement techniques were as swift as a flash of lightning. But meeting a future legend isn't what shakes him to his core. The true reason for his horror is a prophecy he cannot forget. Baek Sogo is destined to die. It will happen 8 years from now. Her life will be extinguished by the hands of the minor heavenly demon, Hoyan. Right now, they stand within the strict confines of Mount Mush. Every 6 months, the practitioners trapped here are cursed with new restrictions. The burden grows heavier with time, but the one absolute rule remains: no practitioner may raise a hand against another. He leans back against a boulder, silence enveloping him. His mind churns, trying to recall the specific events surrounding her tragic death. Was it an incident in the dungeon? He is lost in thought until he notices her face inches from his, staring intensely. Lee Sung-min jumps, slamming his head against the stone. When did you get here, Beck? Sogo traces her finger on the rock, her expression innocent. Just checking on you. His eyes widen in disbelief. Cold sweat trickles down his back. She isn't using a tool, she is carving solid stone with her bare fingertip. She calmly adds, I thought you might be hungry again. Lee Sung-min suppresses his awe and clears his throat. Thank you. But with your level of martial arts, he asks, can you not use sound transmission, even if your voice is sealed? Beck Sogo shakes her head with a pitiable expression. No, my restriction forbids sound transmission as well. Suddenly, he notices something unnatural about her posture. Curiosity wins out. What about your arm? She glances at her limb indifferently. Restriction on the left arm, she writes. It has been 6 months, so a new curse was added. I cannot feel or move my left hand at all. Is your restriction related to taste and weight? She asks. Lee Sung-min sighs, his body feeling like lead. Yes. Sympathy softens her gaze. She understands the torture of losing basic senses. That must be incredibly difficult for you. To have the joy of eating stolen? She looks genuinely sad. He laughs dryly. Unable to complain to someone with a paralyzed arm, he quickly changes the subject. Do you know what restrictions the other practitioners have? Baek Sogo tilts her head. Are you curious about the others? When he nods, a bright smile breaks across her face. She stands abruptly. All right, I will introduce you to them. Follow me. Lee Sung-min beams. I would really appreciate. He blinks. The space in front of him is empty. Her speed is godlike. How is he supposed to keep up? Fortunately, her conscience brings her back a moment later. I forgot regarding your weight restriction. She looks at him, realizing his predicament. Even without the curse, he knows he could never match her pace. Unexpectedly, she offers a piece of wisdom. If your body is heavy, focus on your lightness art. It will serve you better than your spear techniques right now. Lee Sung-min struggles to his feet. You watch me train then. Could you teach me your footwork? Baek Sogo politely but firmly refuses. I may be kind, but I cannot give away the secret arts I rely on to survive. He smiles bitterly at his own audacity. I was only joking, he mutters. Before he can finish, the world spins. She hoists him onto her shoulder like a sack of rice. You are too slow, she signals. I will carry you. Panic explodes on his face. Wait, hold on. Baek Sogo ignores his protests. Hold tight. The atmosphere warps around them. An overwhelming force crushes him, and suddenly, the world falls silent, until a voice dripping with disdain pierced Lee Sung-min's ears. What is this, just a little mute girl? The stranger spoke to Baek Sogo with utter rudeness. Is she mute, and who is this brat? In response, she silently introduced Lee Sung-min. He is a new practitioner. But before Sung-min could react, he gagged and covered his nose. The stench was ungodly. The figure standing before him was caked in filth and reeked of rotting decay. Lee Sung-min assumed this was a beggar, but he was wrong. This was Scarlet, the future Archmage, currently cursed with a ban on bathing or changing clothes. Beside her stood an old man, his body a tapestry of jagged scars, a battle maniac who lived for the thrill of the duel. This was Dobi Jun, the future demon sword, suffering a penalty that sealed both his eyes. Baek Sogo quickly briefed Sung-min on these terrifying titans. Only 4 of us remain after 6 months of hell. She conveyed. Baek Sogo, the future divine lightning, bore the heaviest burden. Her left eye, left hand, and voice were all sealed. Sung-min's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared at them. What kind of monstrous lineup was this? These were the legends who would one day shake the world with their names alone. A cold shiver of realization raced down his spine. Although they were currently nobodies, they would soon carve their reputations across the entire realm of Eria. Scarlet shot him an arrogant glare, her voice dripping with mockery. Hey brat, what is your penalty? Still holding your nose because you cannot handle the smell. My penalties are increased weight and loss of taste, he replied. Confusion flashed across her face. You have not been here for 6 months, yet you already carry 2 curses. You took 2 penalties right from the start. That is absolute madness. You will not survive long. Dubijun cut in, rejecting her scorn. Scarlet, leave him be. The boy climbed this mountain to forge his strength. His reasons are clear. He seeks to shatter his own limits at any cost. Is that not right, boy? Despite the defense, the old man's grin sent a wave of terror through Sungmin. Ah, yes, that is correct. Scarlet rolled her eyes in pure disgust. Old man, you are creeping us all out, she snapped. Yet, the aura radiating from the veteran warrior was undeniably formidable. Countless trash gather on this mountain, Du Bijun mused, but only 4 of us have endured the hell of breaking our limits for over half a year. Let us see how long your resolve holds. I will be watching you closely, kid. Sungmin nodded, unsure how else to respond. Very well. Scarlet immediately turned her venom toward Baek-Sogo. Hey, little mute, you must be thrilled. You finally found another lunatic who started with 2 penalties just like you. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. Baek-Sogo also started with double penalties. She seemed uninterested in the conversation, gesturing that it was time to leave. We have met. Let us return. Sungmin blinked, confused. Wait a second. There are only 3 of you here. Did you not say 4 people have survived for 6 months? There is one more, Du Beijun warned, his voice dropping an octave. But take my advice, do not seek out Flam. Sungmin subconsciously muttered the name, Flam. Even the battle-crazed old man seemed wary of him. He was too dangerous. Even Scarlet, who usually never shut her mouth, remained silent in grim agreement. Their fear only fed the demon of curiosity growing within Lee Sungmin. 1 month later, amidst the silence of the dream forest, Sungmin swung his spear with relentless dedication. He analyzed his condition. As he grew accustomed to the mountain, the penalties evolved. His body felt like lead, and the food tasted like absolute poison. Yet, pride swelled in his chest. I am getting stronger. After 4 months of hellish training, his purple cloud art had reached the 3rd star. For someone with his low-grade bone structure, this growth speed was nothing short of a miracle. ///3. Strikes scarred the tree bark in an instant. Sungmin's movements were now cleaner, sharper, and deadlier. He told himself again, this mountain is a living hell, but every drop of sweat is worth the price. By day, I practiced the 9 heaven spear technique. By night, I cultivate the purple cloud art. The weight on his limbs was crushing, and the hunger was maddening. But he wasted not a single second. With every step, his bones felt on the verge of snapping, and his muscles screamed in agony. Yet, he swung the spear again. Sungmin gritted his teeth. I must endure. This is the path I chose. He paused to assess his physical limits one more time. My body has bulked up. These clothes no longer fit. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Impressive. Sungmin froze mid-step. And you actually have quite a talent for this spear. Instinct took over as he spun around. A young man sat casually on a boulder, looking down at him. I have not seen you around before. Pleased to meet you. This is the first time I have met someone my age. The stranger smiled. I am Flam. The name struck Sungmin like a thunderbolt. Sungmin's face went rigid with tension. Flam, however, remained completely relaxed. What is your name? The warnings from the others echoed in his mind. Scarlet's voice resurfaced from memory. Have you ever met a true genius? A monster for whom hard work is irrelevant. Someone who surpasses everyone else as easily as breathing. Even Baek-Sogo had warned him with rare seriousness. Do not meet Flam. Looking at him will only fill you with despair. But destiny was cruel. The monster, Flam, was right in front of him. Seeing Sungmin stiffen with fear, a playful spark lit up Flam's eyes. I merely asked for your name. Why are you trembling? He forced his voice to remain steady. I am Lee Sungmin. Frame smiled, his heterochromatic eyes dancing with amusement. I assume you have heard the rumors about me. Why not come say hello? I am in desperate need of a friend my own age. Sungmin turned his back sharply, heeding the warning to stay indifferent. Apologies, but I must train. Frame's face fell into a pout. Training. Is it? Though Sungmin walked away, his mind raced with bitter thoughts. You are an absurdity. I have spent an entire year watching a true monster at work. It turns out you are not afraid. You simply believe I am not worth your precious time. Freyam's voice chased after him. Who exactly do you plan to train with? Sungmin retorted, his tone dripping with venom. Can you not guess? With this spear, obviously. His voice died in his throat. The weight in his hand had vanished into thin air. Following his instincts, he spun around. There it was, resting casually in Freyam's grip. A spear. This is my first time holding one. Freyam tilted his head, a gentle smile masking a provocative glare. Sungmin froze in place. The reality struck Sungmin like a warhammer. For a martial artist, having one's weapon stolen was the ultimate humiliation. Yet, before rage could ignite, confusion took hold. A question loomed larger than his shattered pride. How was that even possible? Freyam feigned innocence perfectly. Why the shock? I only borrowed what you were holding. I will return it after I test it out. Do not lose your temper. His expression shifted, radiating a dangerous intelligence. Can I mimic your move? Let me see. Was it like this? In mere seconds, Freyam conquered the Nine Heavens' absolute spear. He executed Sungmin's second form with terrifying ease. Freyam's mind replayed the past with crystal clarity. He visualized Sungmin slicing an ancient tree into 3 pieces just moments ago. Back in reality, Freyam launched into the air. He replicated the slashes perfectly, but enhanced them with the split-light pursuit technique. The ancient tree disintegrated. The strike was sharper, deadlier. He didn't stop at one. Freyam leveled the entire forest in front of him. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. That spear art, it is quite exquisite. Sungmin's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with horror. He used a technique he had only seen once. He not only copied it, he evolved it. Could even Weijihun perform such a miracle? The word escaped Sungmin's lips involuntarily. Amazing. Freyam turned away, hiding a sinister smirk that betrayed his age. But when he faced Sungmin, he squinted in a fake, cheerful grin. Right, I am better than you, aren't I? The words made Sungmin's face burn. Freyam puffed out his chest, arrogance dripping from every syllable. Honestly, I fail to understand why you people torture yourselves with training. No matter how much effort you pour in, I catch up simply by watching. He paused. Do you know why? Why can't others do what I do? Why do they struggle so desperately when they will never reach my level? Freyam's cavalier attitude stabbed Sungmin's heart. Hatred twisted Sungmin's features. Freyam stepped closer, feigning hurt. Master Dokbi, Beksogo, and that smelly demon. Every time I ask them, they get angry and chase me away. Swordsmanship, footwork, magic. I can mimic them all with a glance. Why is the world like this? The innocence on his face shook the very foundation of Sungmin's worldview. The other martial artists here are rare talents, but some geniuses exist only to make those talents look like commoners. How should I define such a creature? I felt the gap with Weijihun, certainly, but even he never flaunted his gift. This brat, however, he knows exactly how monstrous he appears to mortals, and he revels in it. Freyam chirped up again. By the way, what is your restriction? He whispered incessantly in Sungmin's ear. I figured out your restriction, so I will tell you mine. Come on, share. Aren't you curious I have 4 of them? Sungmin finally snapped. I do not care. Is your restriction a ban on humility? Freyam laughed, raising the spear and chasing after him. Lee Sungmin. Come take your spear back. Sungmin spun on his heel, his eyes bulging with an explosion of rage. I don't need it. Get lost. Stay away from me. Seeing the violent reaction, Freyam burst into laughter. How strange. I haven't done anything wrong. Why the hostility? Perhaps you should stop wasting time and descend the mountain. With your level, you could make a decent living down there. Sungmin couldn't hold back. He threw a punch straight at that smiling face. However, the restriction force field halted the physical impact. Freyam, knowing the rules by heart, stood calmly in place. Did you forget violence is forbidden on this mountain? With a flick of his fingers, he pushed aside Sungmin's rigid arm and, you are too weak. What exactly did you hope to achieve with such a pathetic punch? Flam didn't just speak, he moved with terrifying grace, twisting Sungmin's wrist downward until the joint screamed. Are you holding back, Sungmin, or are you just hiding behind the safety regulations to avoid getting hurt? It must be exhausting, Flam sneered, living a life where you have to carefully choose when you're allowed to be angry. With a dismissive shove, Flam returned the spear to its owner. He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. I know you're lurking there, listening. Show yourself. Beksogo realized her stealth had been shattered. Flam shrugged, a playful yet cruel grin dancing on his lips. Don't look at me with those scary eyes. Sister, I was just returning his weapon. Besides, He attacked first. Listen, Sungmin, the spear technique you used, it's a magnificent martial art, top tier, but you are completely unworthy of wielding it. Every word Flam spoke was a dagger to the heart. The higher the rank of the martial art, the harder it is to master. It demands genius. With your trash tier talent, I doubt you'll ever reach the 6-star realm, but I'll let you in on a little secret. And Flam pointed toward the peaks. In this mountain, the harsher the restriction you place on yourself, the greater the blessing from Mush, the goddess of trials. Push yourself to the absolute brink. Torture your limits. That is the only way you'll evolve. Do you understand if you truly crave power? Before Flam could finish his toxic sermon, Baek Sogo rushed in and clamped a hand over his mouth. She grabbed him by the hair, furious that Sungmin was hearing such dangerous advice. Flam got the message. He stuck out his tongue playfully, treating the violence like a joke. But the damage was done. Sungmin gritted his teeth and bolted, sprinting into the forest. Baek Sogo tried to call out, but the mountain's restriction choked her words, silencing her instantly. She coughed helplessly. Watching his figure disappear, Sungmin ran, but he couldn't outrun the word that echoed in his skull, talent. He bit his lips so hard that blood trickled down his chin. Flam's words weren't just an insult, they were a dark suggestion implanted in his mind. He stopped deep in the woods and screamed, "Mush!" It wasn't enough. He threw his head back, chest heaving, and roared with every ounce of his soul, "Goddess Mush!" A chilling, otherworldly voice whispered from behind him, "Speak, human." Sungmin gripped his bleeding spear, his knuckles white, his resolve harder than steel. "I want to add a restriction." Instantly, the sunlight vanished. The forest was swallowed by a surreal, dreamlike darkness. The sudden shift in reality made Sungmin's eyes water. His throat was dry as dust. Where am I? A few paces away floated a small figure, hair so long it trailed on the invisible floor. A mischievous smile curled on her lips. "This is my domain. A pleasure to meet you. Human, I am Mush." Sungmin wiped the blood and tears from his face. His mind raced. He was standing before a deity. He stammered, You are Mush." The goddess floated in the air, kicking her legs like a bored child. "You screamed my name like you were calling a dog. I didn't feel very respected, so let's skip the pleasantries." "So," she hummed, "you wish to add another restriction?" Sungmin nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Mush's starry eyes scanned him, weighing the invisible chains already binding his soul. "The scent of gravity on you is heavy." She smirked. "You can barely handle the 2 restrictions you already have, and yet you want to pile on more?" Sungmin hesitated for a fraction of a second, then answered, "I can do it." Mush's voice dropped, filled with hidden meaning. "Is that so? Is this bravery coming from the fact that you have already returned from the grave?" Sungmin froze. He stared into her eyes, which swirled with galaxies. How do you know that?" Mush smiled. "The eyes of a god see through all causality. Every mortal is destined to die at a fixed moment from the second they are born. To go against that flow is to defy the very laws of the universe. Those who break the barriers of fate are usually called transcendents. But you are no transcendent, yet you have shattered the law of causality. Even though you died, you rewound time and returned to the past." Her words struck him like a hammer. The secret he held closest was laid bare. Does breaking the law of causality harm me?" he asked. Mush flipped upside down in the air, playful yet terrifying. "All existence is cause and effect. That is nature, but for some reason, you defy death. Your soul has accumulated massive, terrible karma. However, it will not touch you while you draw breath in this life. But the moment you die, you will suffer in agony for hundreds of millions of hours. That is the price for cheating the universe." Sungmin swallowed hard, his throat clicking in the silence. He narrowed his eyes, weighing his soul against his ambition. His decision was made. "I don't care," he declared. "If the pain only comes after I die, then I accept it." Much later, Baek Sogo finally found him. Sungmin was slumped against a tree, shivering violently. Did you add a restriction?" she guessed. His voice trembled in sync with his shaking body. I think I made you worry." Baek Sogo frowned, a mix of anger and concern tightening her face, but the anger quickly dissolved into a helpless sigh. "What restriction did you choose?" When she heard his answer, a cold shiver ran down her spine. Warmth. and dreams. She lost her composure, screaming at him, "Are you insane? Restrictions on senses and abstract concepts are the most brutal punishments imaginable." Sungmin knew. He had known from the start. He whispered to himself, "That is exactly why." The restriction of warmth meant eternal winter. No matter how close he sat to a fire, a bone-deep chill would never leave him. But the restriction of dreams? That was a nightmare far worse than death. Memories of Earth flood back to him, his parents, the crippling fears of his childhood, and that deep-seated anxiety. Because of the curse, these memories manifest in their most twisted forms, shattering Lee Sungmin's dreams. Sleep is no longer a sanctuary for rest. The curse denies Lee Sungmin even a moment of peace. Baek Sogo watches in silence, her small mouth twitching before she swallows back a curse word. Lunatic. Yet, she cannot help but step closer and ask, "What were you thinking, taking such a reckless risk? At your age, reaching this level is impressive. You will soon..." Lee Sungmin cuts her off cold. "I don't have it." His vague words leave Baek Sogo stunned. Lee Sungmin looks up with lifeless, unfreezing eyes. "Talent? I simply do not possess it." Hearing this, Baek Sogo finally glimpses the darkness hidden within him. It makes sense. His martial arts are excellent for his age, but his progress is agonizingly slow compared to the elixirs and curses he has consumed. The cruel disparity between resources and results. The undeniable truth is that he lacks the gift. Who exactly is this man? Lee Sungmin suddenly feels the urge to confide. "I have a goal, but with my meager talent, it is nearly impossible to reach." He speaks while cold sweat drips down his face, yet his gaze remains razor sharp. "I didn't do this out of anger after meeting From. He simply showed me what I must do. To stand shoulder to shoulder with those born with extraordinary gifts, I must commit extraordinary acts." The atmosphere grows heavy. Baek Sogo stands silently, watching him for a long time, her eyes soften with understanding. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin bites his lip, his resolve hardening into steel. A small smile blooms on Baek Sogo's lips. She crouches down to look directly into Lee Sungmin's face. "Seems you're aiming for the stars," Baek Sogo teases, sticking out her tongue playfully. "I think I understand how you feel. My goal is to become the strongest in this world." The tension evaporates instantly, and Lee Sungmin returns to his usual self. Baek Sogo excitedly brings up the past. "Didn't you ask me to teach you a movement technique before?" He slowly stands up, confessing awkwardly, "I was only joking back then." Baek Sogo's expression turns serious. "I will teach you." Lee Sungmin gasps in pure shock. "Huh." Baek Sogo stops talking and produces an old, weathered book. This is a secret manual, the Shadowless Spirit Step. This martial art is both a movement technique and a secret art. This is everything I have learned about movement. Its name is the Shadowless Spirit Step. Lee Sungmin immediately opens it. His eyes go wide with disbelief. This technique is on the same legendary tier as the Violet Mist art and the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. Because of its immense value, Lee Sungmin is even more confused. "Why would you give this to me?" Baek Sogo replies nonchalantly, "I don't know. If you die, then you die. But I don't think you are the type to ever give up. From now on, call me Senior Sister." She says this and flops down right next to him. Is it sympathy? Seeing Lee Sungmin's dumbfounded expression, she bursts into laughter. Her giggles reveal she is teasing him again. Baek Sogo amusedly finishes her thought. Because I'm a kind person." He grumbles, annoyed. "What are you talking about? Seriously?" After that day, Lee Sungmin adds a new skill to his arsenal. System alert. You have learned the Shadowless Spirit Step. Status window Lee Sungmin. Classless. Low rank traits. Skills. Violet Mist. Art 3-star. Nine Heavens. Absolute Spear. Lee Sungmin style. 2-star. Iron Skin, Strengthening 8-star, Light Footwork 6-star, and Shadowless Spirit Step 1-star. Suddenly, the past plays like a rewinding film in his mind. The days when Hoyan tutored him, day and night. He did nothing but drill the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear until it became instinct. First form, soul-chasing spear. Hoyan didn't even blink. She watched with a critical eye before raising a hand to block the strike with effortless grace. Lee Sungmin gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. He switched tactics, pulling the weapon back and driving his knee towards her torso. Useless. He drew the spear again, channeling his energy. Nine Heavens, Absolute Spear, Lee Sungmin style. Fifth form, Fatal Lightning. Hoyan stood perfectly still, straight as a rod. letting her opponent exhaust himself with futile attacks. She only needed to flash forward once. In an instant, she crushed both of Lee Sungmin's arms like dry twigs. While he stared blankly at his severed limbs, Hoyan spoke with chilling indifference. "I am disappointed in you, Lee Sungmin. Is this all you have achieved after 10 years of hellish training? Teaching you martial arts was my greatest mistake. It seems 10 years of hope and effort have been utterly wasted." Her command was cold and cruel. "You have no need for this anymore. I am leaving, and I am taking back everything I gave you." Hoyan's palm opened, striking Lee Sungmin's lower abdomen. Her red eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I have destroyed your Dantian. You will never practice martial arts again. Farewell, Lee Sungmin." He panicked, reaching out desperately to catch her fading silhouette. "Wait, Hoyan." His body felt like a pile of loosely glued rubble. A single touch would shatter him completely. Lee Sungmin screamed in agony. "Stop! I can still keep going." Hoyan, the demon of his past, vanished. He snaps back to reality. Lee Sungmin is gasping for air, trembling with terror. He bolts upright, clutching his chest as a groan escapes his lips. He tries to steady his mind, looking at his trembling palms to reassure himself. A dream. It was just a dream. His breathing slowly returns to a normal rhythm, and he lets out a long sigh of relief. Thank God. Scarlet materialized behind him, a mischievous grin plastered on her face. "So, who's the cutie?" She wouldn't let it go. Startled, he whipped his head around to face her. "Is she your girlfriend? Not bad. Is she a kid too? Rumors say you've been slapped with 2 more penalties." "Come on, spill it." As Scarlet leaned in, a foul stench assaulted Seongmin's senses. It was unbearable. Ignoring personal space, she forced his eyelids open to inspect him. "You really took the dream penalty. You're insane." Seongmin struggled to keep his composure, his eyes stinging and watering from her horrific body odor. Oblivious to his suffering, Scarlet exhaled right into his face. "I heard you accepted the warmth restriction too. You only picked the hardest paths to walk. You'll be dead soon." Finally reaching his limit, Seongmin jerked back and retched violently, startling Scarlet. "What's wrong with you? All of a sudden, are you sick?" The demon sword, Doko, arrived just in time. "It is because you are standing too close." "That's absurd. I only came here to help him." She pouted, but even the legendary swordsman seemed terrified of the stench radiating from her. "Don't turn your face this way." Seongmin watched them bicker, bewildered, the future Archmage Scarlet and the demon sword Doko right in front of him. Seongmin stumbled to his feet. "Sorry, my body's weak right now. Why are you two here?" Scarlet suddenly remembered her purpose, her face lighting up. "We came to help. Bogo kept begging us." She glared at the mute girl who was pinching her nose. "Hey, if you want my help, take your hand off your nose." Hearing this, emotion welled up in Seongmin's chest. "Seen your sister?" Scarlet's voice cut through his thoughts, brimming with excitement. "That's why I went out and bought these." She snapped her fingers, revealing 4 magical scrolls. "Us otherworlders can learn magic. With these scrolls, the process is incredibly convenient. First, let's start with this spell." After Scarlet finished dumping a mountain of magical theory on him, it was the swordsman's turn. Dako stepped forward, his massive frame imposing, sword in hand. "I do not know if you can handle the training today." Though his body swayed, Seongmin gritted his teeth. "I will do my best." They bowed, observing the etiquette of the duel. Seongmin etched this moment into his soul. "Scarlet taught me 4 types of magic." Seongmin began to activate them one by one. The first spell, Mind Cleansing. It purified a spirit stained by endless nightmares. The darkness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp, lucid gaze. Immediately, he cast the next spell on his body. The second spell was simple augmentation, strength, and speed. With a burst of power, Seongmin hefted his spear and lunged forward. It was the only way to counter the weight penalty. But as the sky turned a pale gold, he collapsed into the dirt, gasping for air. Defeat. The third spell, Stamina Recovery. Thanks to this, Seongmin managed to force his broken body into a sitting position. It restored physical energy, but abusing it drained one's life force. Push it too far, and death was certain. But to survive this hellish training, I have no choice. Doko looked down at him, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. In the end, you could not last 100 seconds against this blind old man. Seongmin clenched his jaw. Next time, I will do better. Suddenly, a violent tremor seized him. His body went rigid as ice. Doko noticed the convulsion immediately. Is it the warmth restriction? The old master's fingers moved like lightning, scanning Seongmin's body to diagnose the condition. He struck specific pressure points with surgical precision. Instantly, the stagnant blood began to surge through Seongmin's veins again. Dako withdrew his hand as the shivering ceased. Do you feel better? Seongmin bowed his head deeply. Yes, thank you. Demon Sword Dako Tao manipulated my pressure points to accelerate my metabolism. It's the only way to withstand the freezing cold of the penalty. His job done. The old master turned to leave. I am going. Take care of yourself. It is hard to find a sparring partner on this mountain. Seongmin maintained his respect until the end. Thank you. He let out a long, shaky breath, steadying his core. If not for their help, I would have died long ago. The world fell into a strange, peaceful silence. He lay back against the earth, lost in thought. Since my regression, so many people have stepped up to help me. The more he remembered, the more uneasy he felt. He bolted upright, a realization striking him like a thunderclap. Wait, is this even possible? It's unnatural. Everyone has been far too friendly to me since I returned. Eria was never a place of kindness. This is completely different from my previous life. A chill ran down his spine. What the hell is going on? Elsewhere, Scarlet emerged from the forest, her voice cutting the air. She knew exactly who was approaching. Old man Dako. What is it, little girl? She glared at him. Old man, the moment we leave this mountain, I'm going to incinerate you. How can you be so cruel just because I haven't bathed in a few days? You're coming back from training the brat, aren't you? He nodded, offering rare praise. He is slow, but he is improving, step by step. Scarlet smirked. You're awfully dedicated to him, aren't you? For an old monster who only cared about martial arts, this was unnatural. I was asked to help, was I not? He countered calmly. And you? You went through the trouble of crafting magic scrolls just because you were asked. What are you getting at? The smirk vanished from her lips. She stared daggers at Doko, the air between them growing heavy. Scarlet hesitated for a long moment, struggling to find the words. I don't know why, but when I saw him, I just couldn't bring myself to abandon him. While the two conversed in the corner, a chilling phenomenon unfolded nearby. Seongmin's entire body was engulfed in a pitch-black aura, radiating a heavy, ominous energy. After a moment of confusion, his expression shifted to one of carefree optimism. Don't overthink it, he told himself. In this life, I'm just riding a wave of pure luck. Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed. 6 months later, a dense purple mist still shrouded the mountain peak where Seongmin continued his solitary cultivation. His hands, clad in those familiar gray-blue gauntlets, trembled violently. It was a shaking born of exhaustion, a daily ritual for his overworked muscles. Seongmin trained like a man possessed. His breath came in ragged, heavy gasps, the sound of a warrior pushing his body beyond its absolute limit. Today's session finally broke him. Seongmin collapsed to his knees, slamming his hands against the earth as he hyperventilated, his lungs screaming for air. Head bowed, sweat poured from him like rain, soaking the ground. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. His hair was a disheveled mess, but beneath it, his eyes burned with an unyielding, ferocious light. Just like their first encounter, Flam appeared out of thin air. Greetings, little larva. 6 months ago, I bet you wouldn't last. Yet here you are, a whole year later. Flam watched him with that deceptively innocent expression. Receiving no answer, the prodigy stepped closer, invading Seongmin's personal space. Huh, are you giving me the cold shoulder because it's been a while? Why aren't you saying anything? Realization dawned on Flam's face. Ah, you took the silence restriction after passing the 6-month mark. You really picked the easiest one, didn't you? I guess there isn't much to talk about in the mountains anyway. Flam continued to chatter, filling the silence with an endless stream of words. I thought you'd pick a challenging restriction, but it seems you don't have the guts. Flam's motor mouth snapped shut instantly as Seongmin's spear slashed through the air without warning. Flam's eyes widened in brief surprise before shifting to cold analysis. Look at this. He's a completely different person from 6 months ago. His parries, blocks, and thrusts, they're clean. It seems the Lightfoot techniques he learned from Bogo have been integrated perfectly. Flam observed the synergy of movement with a critical eye. Rubbing his chin, Flam offered a mocking compliment. I suppose even a larva can get somewhere if it crawls desperately enough. But tell me. Flam's voice dropped. Is this really the extent of your power after accepting 5 restrictions? Despite the barrage of questions and taunts, Sungmin remained stone-faced, refusing to spare Flam even a single glance. The smile vanished from Flam's face. He stared wide-eyed at that cold, retreating back. When Sungmin brought his spear down for another strike, Flam's hand shot out and caught the shaft effortlessly. Flam's expression darkened, his aura turning threatening. "Why are you ignoring me? Don't use the restriction as an excuse. I can read your lips perfectly fine," Sungmin finally responded, his chest heaving between words. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Sungmin asked. Flam's eyes flashed with a terrifying malice. "That attitude won't work on me. I am allowed to look down on you," Flam declared arrogantly. "But you are not allowed to look down on me." Sungmin smirked, enjoying the provocation. "And what will you do about it? Try to kill me? Weren't you the one who lectured me about the rule against violence?" The moment the words left Sungmin's mouth, Flam used Sungmin's own spear to deliver a brutal blow to his stomach. Sungmin sprawled onto the dirt. Flam clapped his hands in delight, laughing cruelly. "How pathetic are you crawling on the ground because you really are a larva?" Sungmin struggled to his feet, pain sharpening his mind. "I see. So, indirect damage is a loophole in the rules. Is it? Look at you. You can't even do this, can you?" A soft blue light began to emanate from the spear tip in Flam's hand. Sungmin froze, mesmerized. Sword Chi. The mark of a true master. The ability to infuse internal energy into a weapon, amplifying its destructive power to legendary heights. Flam tossed the spear aside and asked loudly, "How long will it take you to achieve this? 5 years, 10 years? No." Flam answered his own question with brutal honesty. "You probably won't achieve it until the day you die." Despite his young age, his words carried the weight of a cruel reality. "Isn't this world unfair? You have to work until your bones break just to reach the starting line, while I can reach the finish line with ease." Flam leaned in, his voice a whisper of temptation. "Even knowing your effort is meaningless, will you still continue?" Sungmin didn't argue. He didn't get angry. He simply replied with a flat, "Yeah." Flam's jaw dropped, annoyed by the lack of reaction. "If I accept that I'm talentless, I'll never escape despair," Sungmin confessed. "Thanks for coming. I was actually getting bored of training alone. To you, my effort looks meaningless, but I can try in ways that geniuses like you will never understand." "It doesn't matter how long it takes," Sungmin declared, his voice steady. "I will keep crawling forward, slowly, just like a larva." Suddenly, his aura shifted completely. "So keep being arrogant, because one day I will drive my spear right through that confident body of yours." Sungmin raised his hand, pointing a trembling but determined finger directly at Flam's face. Empowered by his resolve, his spear, now laced with faint energy, pierced deep into the ironwood tree effortlessly. Flam huffed, noticing the internal energy within Sungmin had turned a dark, ominous shade. Flam's tone shifted, a hint of genuine interest appearing. "If you can stab like that, then I actually look forward to that day. The day you finally give up and cry. That is," Sungmin shot back instantly. "Keep dreaming." Time marched on relentlessly. Another month passed. Lee Sungmin had now been a practitioner for exactly 1 year. The system interface materialized, demanding he choose a new restriction. Without a second of hesitation, Sungmin declared his choice clearly, sense of hearing. He had chosen one of the most difficult paths possible. Lee Sungmin's ears were besieged by a cacophony of eldritch horrors, a sound so maddening it threatened to shatter his sanity. The crushing weight of the 6 restrictions pressed down on him. Though death breathed down his neck every single day, he never stopped swinging his spear. The routine had become agonizingly monotonous: parry, thrust, block, and finally, the finishing stab. He unleashed the 9 Heavens absolute spear technique, combined with the phantom-like movements of the shadowless spirit walk, clashing fiercely against Dobajun, who had inherited Bogo's martial arts. Scarlet, unimpressed, barely gained anything from the exchange. She simply arched an eyebrow, her voice dripping with indifference. "What exactly do you expect me to do about it?" Yet, as Lee Sungmin's power grew, a terrible price was exacted. His body felt like lead. Food turned to ash in his mouth, and his nightmares morphed into violent storms. Bone-deep chills and maddening whispers plagued him without end. However, there was a twisted comfort in this suffering. It drowned out the incessant pestering from Flam, who occasionally drifted by to torment him. Watching the figure ramble on, Sungmin merely stared with a blank expression, his mind numb. What on earth is he babbling about now? And so, advancing at the agonizingly slow pace of a larva, Lee Sungmin continued to evolve. Suddenly, swish, he was ripped from reality and thrown into that familiar, mystical dimension. He whispered into the void, "The realm of mercy. Why summon me now? I still have time before I need to accept a new restriction." The entity slowly turned its gaze upon him. "Congratulations, Practitioner Lee Sungmin. You have successfully overcome my trial." Panic flashed across Sungmin's face. "A trial? What do you mean?" Suddenly, the divine form of mercy shimmered and twisted, transforming into Flam, who replied with a voice dripping in mockery. "It is exactly as you see. Mercy did not become Flam. Rather, your own mind summoned this avatar into existence." So Flam's voice rang out with absolute clarity. To put it simply, the very existence of Flam was the trial itself. "Do you understand now?" Sungmin nodded slowly, swallowing the lump of doubt in his throat. So, that was the truth. Bogo, Scarlet, and Dubijan geniuses who had trained on this mountain for over half a year. Every single one of them had descended as a powerhouse, carving out legendary reputations across the vast lands of Eria. Yet, he had never heard a whisper of the name Flam. It was impossible. Someone with such monstrous talent could not remain anonymous in this world, and Sungmin refused to waste time guessing and cut straight to the heart of the matter. He had always suspected something was off, that Flam never truly existed. The illusion hovered closer, confirming his suspicion. "Correct. I used my overwhelming, unreachable talent as a psychological wall, a trial designed to drown practitioners in absolute despair." Bogo, Scarlet, Dubijun. Even those hailed as prodigies looked upon me and felt their spirits crumble under the weight of inferiority. They all turned their backs and fled. But you, who possesses no talent whatsoever, did not run. Instead, you made me your target to surpass. Furthermore, you willingly threw yourself into a trial far more grueling than any other. It was a reckless, nearly suicidal path, yet I failed to break your spirit." Flam and Mercy, two faces of the same coin, gazed at him with a strange sense of anticipation. "I find your recklessness amusing. Faced with this surreal entity, half divine and half illusion." Sungmin remained stoic, offering no reaction. Mercy moved to conclude their encounter, his voice taking on a solemn tone. "It is finished. Do not reveal the truth of Flam to the other practitioners, or you shall taste the wrath of a god. Now, will you continue your training on this mountain?" Sungmin's answer was instant and razor sharp. "Of course." Mercy closed his eyes, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "Very well. The reward for overcoming my trial shall be granted the moment you descend from this mountain. But consider this proposal: if you surrender your soul to me, I will grant you power that you could not achieve even with 100 years of training. A soul as twisted and distorted as yours, it carries a high price." Sungmin stuck out his tongue in defiance. "I don't need your damn trades," Mercy smirked, amused by the rejection. "Then you shall continue to crawl through the mud, training endlessly like a worm." Sungmin froze, his nerves momentarily paralyzed. He loathed the word effort. He despised the unfair reality that everyone began at different starting lines. No matter how desperately he struggled, catching up to true geniuses felt impossible. Yet, being a genius did not mean one was exempt from effort. What he hated most were those who erased the gap between success and failure by simply claiming the loser didn't try hard enough. And yet, a part of him starved for that very word effort, because in his past life, he had used defeatism as a shield, hiding behind it without ever truly giving his all. Suddenly, a seemingly random question shifted the current of his thoughts. "How have you been living lately?" Sungmin thought back to his fateful encounters. He could no longer use his humble beginnings as a crutch to limp through life. His sanctuary of excuses had been destroyed. Now, there was no path left but the one leading straight ahead. For the first time, Lee Sungmin was truly fighting, struggling with every ounce of his being until the bitter end. Slowly, he began to embrace the concept of effort. Mercy turned his back to the boy. Speaking into the air, "I am merely talking to myself now. There are no coincidences in the world of Eria. The law of causality is absolute. Every event is born from a reason. Why did Eria summon travelers from other dimensions? Why grant them skills and advantages? For what purpose? Sungmin stood rooted to the spot, bewildered. What is he talking about? He claims to be muttering to himself, but those words are clearly directed at me. It means he is forbidden from telling me this truth directly, yet he is desperate to pass the message on. But why? Mercy fell into a heavy silence, and anxiety churned in Sungmin's gut. The deity had finally unveiled the most critical piece of the puzzle. If you have returned, it means a calamity is approaching, and destiny requires you to be there when it strikes. If you return, you must be prepared to prove yourself worthy of this second chance. Above him, the stars connected in a dazzling constellation, illuminating the abyss of the night sky. Mush exhaled a breath of sheer relief, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. All right, that is settled then. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fury. He snapped his hand up, blocking an invisible force with desperate intensity. Stop. This is my domain. Back down unless you wish to be obliterated. Despite the warning, the entity behind the dimensional glass retreated obediently, and the cracks in the barrier sealed shut. Sungmin stood there, completely bewildered, unable to comprehend the cosmic battle that had just occurred. A moment later, Mush remembered his existence. Go back now. I do not imagine you have time to waste. Do you? Go and finish your hellish training. With a wave of his hand, he instantly cast Sungmin back into the pitch-black void. The god's hand trembled. A seed of doubt began to grow within his mind. Wait, can he actually stop that destiny? Days later, the sixth restriction was chosen. The sense of smell. It was a nightmare. The stench rising from Scarlet's unwashed hair assaulted Sungmin's nose like a physical blow. Oblivious to his suffering, she glared at him and screamed, "What are you looking at, you bastard? Do you want to die?" As Sungmin suffered in silence, a gentle voice floated through the air. He immediately regretted choosing the sense of smell. Turning around, he saw Baek Sogo approaching. He called out by reflex. The senior sister slowly explained the situation to her confused junior. The harder the restriction, the greater the power gained. Aside from the nausea that made him vomit multiple times, Sungmin forced himself to endure. I'm quite all right. Baek Sogo's new restrictions were taste and hearing. She had lost nearly all her senses to the pain. Compared to her previous trials, this was a living hell. Baek Sogo looked at him with dark circles under her eyes, her gaze filled with sympathy. Now Sungmin understood the agony she had survived. Sealing one's senses was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He let out a dry, hollow laugh. Baek Sogo continued, I have something to tell you. She straightened her back, her voice dropping to a serious tone. I will be leaving this mountain soon. Fearing Sungmin wouldn't believe her, she held his gaze intentionally. Sungmin took a moment to process the shock. In truth, Baek Sogo hadn't suffered as much as him, simply because she was a true genius of the martial arts. He looked at her. She had been on this mountain for 2 years. I am sure she achieved her goal, Sungmin asked slowly. So, you are really going? Baek Sogo nodded. Yes. She paused. What about you? Sungmin answered honestly. I will stay here a little longer. She looked dejected. Is she disappointed? Despite the awkwardness, Sungmin took the initiative. Will we be able to meet again? Baek Sogo didn't hesitate. She emphasized the word, yes. I will definitely meet you again. Her gloomy face instantly brightened with a soft smile. She studied Sungmin's face intently. It has been a year since we first met. The boy from back then has grown as tall as me. If I leave now, he might die. She knew that he would keep accepting deadly restrictions while pushing his body beyond its limits. I haven't finished teaching him the shadowless spirit technique yet. Perhaps if I stayed just a bit longer. As if reading her inner conflict, Sungmin raised his head and declared with confidence, I will be fine. Thanks to you, I was able to survive this long. I can carry the burden alone now. You have your own path to walk, right? I cannot make you stay just for my sake. Thank you, senior sister. If not for you, I would be dead by now. Baek Sogo beamed with a radiant smile. Suddenly, she stepped forward, pulled Sungmin into a tight embrace, and gently patted his head. It was his first time being this close to a woman. His eyes bulged in shock, and his cheeks burned a deep crimson. His heart hammered against his ribs before finally calming down. Sungmin rested his head on her shoulder and stood still. Around them, the field of purple flowers breathed life into the desolate mountain landscape. After several minutes of silence, Baek Sogo gently pulled away. She gave him one last word of encouragement. You will do well. You are the most resilient person I have ever met. he asked innocently. What do you mean by that? Baek Sogo clarified her thought. You do not despair. Sungmin immediately denied it. That is not true. I have despaired over and over again. I just forced myself to stand back up. Baek Sogo's expression didn't change. Then that makes you even more amazing. I gave up on facing Hoyan after I met him. She slowly used a title of affection she reserved only for Sungmin. Junior brother? Her final instruction came with a blindingly bright smile. Do not die. Sungmin affirmed it instantly. I will never die. Just like that, Baek Sogo was gone. Du Bijun and Scarlet also descended the mountain. Everyone Sungmin knew had left him behind. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of solitude. He remembered how guarded he was in his past life, never trusting a single soul. But now, Sungmin knew that humans could not survive alone. Without them, he would have perished long ago. The moment of isolation made him look up at the sky, but he was not sorrowful. He smiled, accepting it. Something had fundamentally shifted within his heart. The invisible wall had collapsed. In that moment, there was no foul smell, no crushing weight, and no noise. A sensation of absolute freedom rushed past him, yet it felt like it would last for an eternity. The scenery looked different for some reason. Yes, when he changed, the world changed with him. Summer had arrived, and the cicadas began to cry. 7 years from now, Baeko is destined to encounter the monster, Ji-hoon, deep within that dungeon, and in that darkness, he will be slaughtered by his hand. Lee Sungmin ignited a burning desire, transforming gratitude into a singular, vital objective. He would save Baeko, he would rewrite that fate. Thus, he pushed his body to the brink, training day and night without pause. Today, his focus locked onto a single cicada, the spear thrust forward, lethal and fast, yet it stopped agonizingly short. A mere 1 millimeter gap separated steel from life. The moment Lee Sungmin loosened his grip, the insect flapped its wings and vanished, to sing for a brief summer. A cicada larva endures 10 years of darkness beneath the earth, but Lee Sungmin only had 7. Doubt crept into his mind. In 7 years, how much stronger could he truly become? Would it be enough to defy destiny? No. He had to make it enough. Even as his martial arts prowess climbed steadily day by day, he knew the harsh truth. It was still far too weak. Hunger for power consumed him, driving the intensity higher with every sunrise. He sacrificed sleep, using those precious hours to swing his spear until his muscles screamed. Then came the next restriction. His mind drifted back to a conversation with Doko, the secret to moving freely, even when your eyes cannot see. There is no great secret. You simply sharpen the senses that remain. You memorize the world around you until it is etched into your soul. Those words became his new directive. He imposed the ban on his own vision. Instantly, the world plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. In the void, the only lifeline Lee Sungmin could grasp was his sense of touch. A week of stumbling passed before he could finally move, inch by painstaking inch. The only thing greeting him in that abyss was a cacophony of deafening noise, assaulting his heightened ears. Eventually, the chaotic wall of sound morphed into the rhythmic, maddening cry of cicadas. Wrapped in that ceaseless drone of insects, Lee Sungmin lost all concept of passing time. He simply swung his spear, again and again. His body began to execute martial arts on instinct, bypassing thought. In that darkness, he began to see himself as nothing more than a larva waiting to emerge. But what does a larva truly desire? Did he wish to become a cicada, to crawl up from the dirt, scream his existence to the world for a fleeting moment, and then wither away? No, that was not his path. What did he truly wish to become? Why was he given this second chance at life? Why did he return? The seasons turned without his witnessing. He could only feel the shift in the wind's temperature as it brushed against his skin. Yet, Lee Sungmin's routine remained brokenly simple. He swung his spear into the void. As the seasons cycled, the darkness ceased to be an enemy and became his world. More time slipped away like sand. Finally, Lee Sungmin stepped back into the mystical dimension, calling out the name of the ruler who presided over this realm. Mush appeared, eyes widening. The frail boy of the past was gone. Standing there was a man with a towering physique and a voice deep with maturity. He requested to end the trial. Mush summoned a soft purple light, washing it over Lee Sungmin's battered form. The young man opened his palm, staring at it in quiet contemplation. Mush tilted her head and asked, "How does it feel to regain your senses after enduring the void for so long?" He replied, voice hushed, "It brings me joy. I can see again. I no longer smell the rot, nor do I hear the maddening noise. My body feels incredibly light, and the bone-deep cold, it has finally vanished. This is what freedom feels like." Noticing Mush tilting her head in deep thought, Lee Sungmin asked, "Is something wrong?" The god smiled brightly. "I am simply debating. I do not know what reward would be fitting for you. But first, let me offer you my acknowledgement. 3 years. You spent 3 entire years on this mountain. You endured every restriction I placed upon you, and you did it magnificently. Many challengers accept these restrictions out of sheer enthusiasm, but typically they forfeit or die very quickly. Only rarely does a practitioner like you appear. It pleases me greatly. I wish to grant you something truly valuable. So, I will ask, what is it that you desire?" Lee Sungmin's eyes burned with intensity. He asked with naked greed, "Can you make me a martial arts genius?" Mush let out a scornful laugh. "I cannot do that. Such a feat is beyond my power." Lee Sungmin fell into silent calculation. He analyzed his options cold-heartedly. "I cannot achieve my goal with a mediocre reward. I am running out of time. I must become stronger. Yet I do not know what ingredients I am missing to reach that height." He looked up. "Can you simply give me what I need?" Mush froze for a moment, then a mischievous grin curled her lips. "In that case, what you lack is time. Is it not? I can grant you that." The absolute certainty in her voice left Lee Sungmin stunned. "What?" Mush offered no further explanation. "Go to the realm of Denier and show him this badge." A name he had never heard. Lee Sungmin muttered it under his breath. "Denier!" Mush explained casually. "He is the god of time, and he will present you with a trial. I will warn you now, compared to him, my trials are mercifully humane, because of your nature. However, I suspect you might actually enjoy his suffering. Just like here, what you gain depends entirely on you, and naturally, it will be incredibly dangerous." Lee Sungmin showed no hint of fear. Instead, his lips curved into an excited grin. "That is exactly what I wanted." Mush raised her glowing fingertips. "That concludes the reward for overcoming the trial of Flam. Now, I will grant you the second reward, a gift for your 3 years of relentless effort." Lee Sungmin was stunned by the god's willingness to give. "You are surprisingly generous." Mush spoke as if it were the most obvious truth in the world. Gods are not stingy beings. The gifts were not over yet. "Your second reward is an invitation. I offer you membership to the mysterious organization, Eria." A figure of refined elegance bowed low, his voice dripping with professional courtesy. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Neville, a broker for the organization known as Eria." Turning to the deity beside him, Neville asked, "Lord Mercy, is this the candidate you wish to recommend for membership?" Mercy gave a curt, silent nod. "Understood," Neville replied, though his tone turned apologetic. "However, with all due respect, I fear this human lacks the necessary qualifications to join our ranks." Mercy scoffed instantly. "What, open your eyes and look again." Neville paused, scrutinizing the young man, before bowing his head in sudden realization. "Heavens. My humblest apologies upon deeper inspection. I see his qualifications are undeniable. I was foolish to judge him solely by his low martial rank." Lee Sungmin grit his teeth, his pride stung by the broker's initial dismissal. "Excuse me," he snapped. "With my skills at this age, I'd be treated like royalty anywhere else in the world. Yet you say I'm lacking. Just what kind of mighty organization are you running here?" Neville's smile remained unfazed. "Eria is no mere guild. We are an intermediary service dedicated to fulfilling our clients' deepest desires. Commissions, auctions, intelligence. We provide it all." Sungmin's curiosity was instantly piqued at the mention of auctions. "Do you sell elixirs, martial arts manuals?" Neville snapped his fingers. "Naturally." A holographic interface materialized, displaying a treasure trove of items. Sungmin's jaw dropped. "Impossible. You're selling the Shaolin Great Recovery Pill, but the price is astronomical. And is that the legendary Plum Blossom sword art of the Wudang sect?" Neville maintained his graceful posture. "This is merely a glimpse of what Eria has to offer. We deal in a vast array of rare artifacts. I see our collection has caught your eye." Sungmin glanced up at the god. "Are you a member too?" Mercy shrugged. "Of course, I use their services frequently." Sungmin's mind raced. An intermediary group that counts a literal god among its clients. Just who the hell are these people? Neville extended a hand, sensing the shift in the air. So, have you made your decision? Lee Sung-min, will you join Erebrissa? Sung-min clicked his tongue. He had absolutely nothing left to lose. Fine, he declared without hesitation. I'll join. Before the words fully left his lips, Neville produced a contract out of thin air. Sign here, please, and a fingerprint right there, the broker instructed smoothly, guiding him through the process. Excellent. You are now officially a member of Erebrissa. We will contact you when business arises. But Neville wasn't finished. He snapped his fingers again. And one final courtesy. In a blink, Sung-min's tattered rags and messy hair vanished, replaced by a sleek turtleneck and a sharp, clean cut. A small grooming service. Neville beamed. Mercy nodded approvingly. Much better. I hated that mop on your head. You looked like a cheap copy of me. Formalities complete. Neville bowed once more. I shall take my leave now. Summon me if you have need. He vanished into thin air. Mercy turned to Sung-min. So, how do you find the gift? Do you like it? Sung-min nodded earnestly. I do, thank you. Mercy chuckled softly. Still speaking so bluntly to a god, you should be ecstatic. Joining Erebrissa is a miracle few mortals achieve. You should be celebrating. Now, where's your path leading you? Sung-min didn't hesitate. I'm heading to Bahanger. Mercy paused, an unreadable expression crossing his face. Do as you wish, but never forget what I told you about my conversation with myself. Sung-min turned to leave, the god's cryptic warning echoing in his mind. Regression always has a reason. There are no coincidences in the world of Eria. That was what she had said. But what did it mean? He thought back to the strange twists of his past life. Meeting with Hoyan, receiving help from Beg Sogo. Were those truly just random chance? If not, then who is pulling the strings? He shook his head violently. Enough. Thinking about it will only drive me mad. 3 years had passed since then. 3 years of hellish training on the mountain, pushing him to the peak realm. Descending the peaks, he slaughtered a pack of monsters as a warm-up, retracting his spear with fluid grace. My body's only 18, he muttered. To the outside world, reaching the peak realm at this age would make me a genius. But I know the truth. This isn't talent. It's the result of borrowed gifts and sheer desperation. He looked ahead. I still have a long way to go. I will cross paths with those fated figures again. And when I do, I must be strong enough to stand beside them. He picked up the pace, his resolve hardening into steel. Destination Bahanger. Objective, become a mercenary. A confident smirk played on his lips. Bahanger was where the legend would truly begin. Rumors spoke of the magic armor Daphnet, hidden within a dark wizard's dungeon nearby. A C-rank mercenary is destined to find it, and its power is absolute. Even second or third rate C-rank mercenaries could transcend their limits and become peak realm masters in a heartbeat. A fire ignited in Sung-min's chest. If a peak realm master claimed that armor, they wouldn't just be strong, they would become a supreme martial master. As the campfire crackled, he chewed on his rations. Part of him wanted to train longer at Mount Hua, but destiny wasn't patient. He couldn't let this golden chance slip through his fingers. The clock was ticking. Within 6 months, the Dark Mage's dungeon would be completely wiped off the map. Until that day came, he had to bide his time in Bahir. He needed to grind, evolve into a mercenary, and join the raid team. The Bahir Mercenary Guild buzzed with noise, but one voice cut through the din. "Excuse me, you want to become a mercenary?" asked Baron, the bartender, wiping a glass. His eyes narrowed, scanning the boy with suspicion. "Why are you telling a bartender like me, kid?" Seeing the burning desperation in Sung-min's eyes, he sighed and pointed a thumb upward. "If you want to sign up, go to the second floor. The receptionist is up there. I'm swamped." A burly, middle-aged man nearby burst into raucous laughter, his muscles bulging. "Bwahaha, since when do little brats dream of dying as mercenaries? Look at those rags. You look like a refugee from another world. Go scrub some dishes in the back, boy." The brute kept yapping, oblivious to the object vanishing from his hand. He blinked, staring at his empty fist. Where the hell is my fork? In the blink of an eye, the utensil was already spinning in Sung-min's grip. Baron's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He exhaled sharply, his demeanor shifting instantly. "That movement. Your control over sword chi is exquisite." Are you a peak realm martial artist? Baron's voice dropped to a respectful whisper. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Please, take a seat. The murmurs in the guild died instantly. All eyes locked onto the boy. Sword Chi. Did he just say Sword Chi? Is that kid really a master? Sungmin and Baron sat face to face, the air thick with tension. The bartender dropped the act. As the true power behind the guild, he spoke first. It is an honor. I am Baron, a mage and the guild master of the Behair branch. Bartending is just a hobby of mine, he added with a grin. Sungmin remained stoic. I know. That's exactly why I approached you. This wasn't just any guild. In his past life, this was where his journey as a mercenary had truly begun. Looking around, ghosts of his past superimposed over the present faces. When Sungmin remained silent, Baron cleared his throat and continued. Normally, if a peak realm master knocks on our door, we hand them an S-rank badge without hesitation. But look at you. You're young, untested, and fresh off the mountain. How can we verify your true combat experience? We need warriors, not just martial artists. I need to see what you can do. You understand, right? Baron rambled. But Sungmin's reply was razor sharp. Yes. Unfazed by the cold response, Baron pulled a stack of yellow parchment from his coat. Very well. I have the perfect mission for you. I'll be assigning an S-rank mercenary to shadow you, just in case. It's a simple job, but if you complete it, I will personally certify you as an S-rank mercenary. Does that sound fair? This time, the agreement was sealed. Sungmin's new life began the very next dawn. Deep in the forest, silence was broken by a rough voice. You don't talk much, do you? Are you always this mute? Sungmin had no interest in small talk. He kept walking, his eyes scanning the trees. Yeah, I guess. Years of isolation on Mount Hua had dulled his social skills, and he felt a twinge of annoyance at himself. His companion grinned, flashing his teeth. Man, you are one boring kid. When you snatched that fork back at the guild, I thought you had a sense of humor. If you're this stiff, how do you expect to get the ladies? Sungmin didn't react, his face a mask of indifference. Yet, that cold silence only seemed to amplify his sharp, handsome features. Lute scoffed, secretly admitting the kid had a blinding aura about him. Well, whatever. With a face like that, I guess you'll be popular anyway. This chatterbox was Lute, an S-rank veteran of the guild. In his past life, Sungmin had never spoken to him, but the name was legendary. Now, by a twist of fate, Lute was the partner assigned to judge his worth. Perhaps he was trying to mentor the rookie, but mostly, Lute just loved the sound of his own voice. So, got any questions for the pro? A meaningful smirk played on Lute's rugged face. Tell me, kid, have you ever fought an ogre? Sungmin stopped dead, his muscles tensing. Not yet. The ogre, the apex predator of this region, a monster with skin as hard as steel and natural resistance to magic. Their mission was suicide for most hunt down and kill one of these beasts. One had been spotted terrorizing the nearby village. The request was simple elimination. Lute marched ahead, waving a hand dismissively. Relax. 2 S-ranks are more than enough to turn an ogre into mincemeat. But as they trekked deeper, Lute's confidence wavered. This doesn't feel right, Lute muttered, scanning the canopy. This forest. It's too small for an ogre territory. Sungmin frowned. What do you mean? Lute gestured around them. Think about it. An ogre stands at least 3 meters tall. The big ones hit 5. Beasts that size possess a bottomless hunger. There isn't enough game in these woods to sustain a monster like that for a week, let alone establish a territory. Suddenly, Sungmin's expression darkened. The air turned cold. Wait, Lute. The veteran stopped, annoyed. What is I? He followed the boy's gaze. At their feet lay a scene from a nightmare. The mangled carcass of a deer floated in a pool of crimson sludge. Lute gagged, covering his nose. Gods! That smell. Is that what's left of a deer? Lee Sungmin hesitated, his answer uncertain. Lud crouched low, his eyes narrowing as he inspected the scene with lethal precision. To tear a living being apart with such savagery. Only an ogre possesses this kind of brute strength. Lee Sungmin sensed the anomaly instantly. There were no bite marks, no signs of feeding. Lud's voice trembled slightly. Exactly. Something is terribly wrong here. And there's no waste. Do these ogres not digest their food? Before the question could land, the earth beneath them began to quake violently. Lee Sung-min and Lud froze. From the dark tree line opposite them, a massive presence was charging straight for the clearing. Instinct took over. Steel flashed as both warriors drew their weapons, exchanging a single, knowing glance. Lee Sung-min took point, his spear leveled, while Lud followed with his blade drawn. One of them dug his heels in, ready to launch. The ogre emerged, a titan twice the size of Lud's worst nightmares. Just the looming shadow of the beast forced them to skid to a halt. Panic seized Lud's heart. He screamed in pure terror. "Hey, this is completely different from the intel we got. Run. We stand no chance against a monster like this." As the dust settled, the horror revealed itself. Massive muscles rippling with unnatural power, razor-sharp claws. Lud stammered a warning. Its flesh was a patchwork of horror, held together by crude iron stitches. The ogre launched itself into the air, ready to crush them both. It was a behemoth, 4 or 5 times their size. Lud finally found his voice, screaming the name of their doom. A chimera ogre. Lee Sung-min's blood ran cold. A chimera, a magical abomination engineered to be the ultimate apex predator. The natural limits of biology were shattered, twisted by artificial fusion to create something unholy. Even a chimera made from a lowly F-rank goblin possessed danger levels of B rank or higher. Their potential for destruction was immeasurable. Lee Sung-min's mind raced. If this thing was made from an ogre, even an S-rank mercenary would struggle to survive. Cold sweat drenched them both. The chimera ogre effortlessly uprooted a massive tree, glared down with contempt, and swung the timber like a club. Lee Sung-min stared blankly at the descending annihilation. Lud's desperate scream finally snapped him back to reality. He watched the massive hand closing in, waiting for the perfect split second. He dodged to the side. Shadowless spirit steps, first form, traceless step. Lud gasped, witnessing the boy vanish and reappear, escaping the chimera's strike with godlike speed. Even Lee Sung-min was shocked. Was I always this fast? Then it hit him. This wasn't the heavy atmosphere of Mount Mercy. The crushing weight that usually bound him was gone. He faced the chimera ogre, but the beast had no intention of mercy, launching another devastating strike. He leaped, running up the monster's arm, shadowless spirit steps, second form shadow dance. Using the beast's own limb as a launch pad, he soared high, 9 heavens, supreme spear, first form. He unleashed the soul-chasing death spear grip tightening. He rained a torrent of heavy blows down upon the chimera ogre. It was like striking iron. The beast's hide remained pristine. It simply growled, locking its murderous gaze on him. Watching from a distance, Lud felt a knot of dread. Even a direct hit with spear chi didn't leave a scratch. He cursed inwardly. The guild offered the reward of a normal ogre for this monstrosity. It wasn't worth it. But retreat was no longer an option. He had to fight, or they would both die. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min's voice echoed directly in his mind. "Stay back. You don't need to interfere." Lud looked up, realized it was sound transmission. "Are you insane? That is a chimera ogre." Lee Sung-min's reply was calm. "I know." Lud panicked. "You don't know shit. Didn't you say you've never fought an ogre before? Your attacks aren't even scratching it. It doesn't feel pain. This thing is stronger than a twin-headed ogre that puts its danger level above S-rank." Lee Sung-min remained resolute. "I know." Yet, a strange confidence surged within him. Why did he feel like he could win? A fire of determination roared to life in his chest. Lee Sung-min struck 9 heaven supreme spear, second form lightning division. Power exploded. The spear point descended like a thunderbolt, forcing the behemoth to stagger back. Smoke rose from scorched wounds on the chimera's hide, yet it stood firm as a mountain. Lud screamed in despair. "No, it's too tough. We can't penetrate its defense." Terror chilled Lud to the bone. Even if he joined the fray now, it would change nothing. He looked at Lee Sung-min, fighting with unwavering resolve, and felt a pang of awe. Suddenly, the chimera's eyes darted left, a fatal distraction. Lee Sung-min had already anticipated the move, shifting his spear to the right in a blur of motion. Using the beast's body for leverage, he vaulted into the air. A cold smirk touched his lips. "Let's see if your eyes are as tough as your skin." With every ounce of his strength, he drove the spear straight into the chimera ogre's eye. Lud watched, breath caught in his throat. Finally, he understood Lee Sung-min's strategy: blind the beast, create an opening, and strike the only weak point that mattered. As his feet touched the ground, light as a feather, Lee Sung-min didn't waste a second. He dashed forward, swapping weapons with a speed that blurred the air. Watching from the sidelines, Lloyd felt a shiver of shock run down his spine. How could someone so young possess such lethal mastery? But the situation was dire. Lee Sung-min stood beneath the towering shadow of the Chimera Ogre. His spear had snapped like a twig. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forcing his will to hold. At least a piece of the spear is still stuck in him, he told himself. I just need to keep moving. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min sensed a shift in the air. Something was wrong. The Chimera Ogre was changing. The eye he had just pierced was vibrating violently. Then, right before his eyes, flesh knit together. The wound vanished as if it had never existed. He froze, his mind racing. It healed itself. Lloyd snapped out of his daze, his voice cracking with panic. Lee Sung-min, that thing isn't just an ogre, it's a chimera fused with a troll. It has the regeneration of a troll, Lloyd screamed. Surface wounds won't do a thing. You can't kill it like that. Hearing those words didn't break Lee Sung-min. It hardened him. His killing intent sharpened into a blade of pure steel. If normal attacks don't work, he thought, then what must I do? The Chimera Ogre lunged, a mountain of muscle crashing down. Lloyd screamed his name in despair, but inside Lee Sung-min, a frantic, maddening determination exploded. Memories of Baek Sogo flashed through his mind, awakening his spirit. There were things he still had to do. Looking at the ferocious beast before him, he made a vow to his own soul. I cannot die here. With a roar of exertion, Lee Sung-min raised his spear high, refusing to bow to this hellish place. Wiji Hoyan's voice echoed in his memory. The 3 basic techniques of the spear. From now on, repeat these every single day until they become part of your soul. Lee Sung-min's eyes trembled, focusing on that single lesson. He stood his ground as the Chimera Ogre charged like a runaway train. Wiji Hoyan, I did exactly what you said, again and again. As the monster's massive finger descended, Lee Sung-min moved. His spear tip touched the beast, and instantly, energy spiraled into a ring of light. Now, let's see the fruits of that hellish training. Technique, Lan. The unfurling. He spun the spear outward, deflecting the force while launching his own assault. The impact stopped the Chimera Ogre dead in its tracks. The beast looked down, confused by the wound blooming on its chest, but in that split second, Lee Sung-min was already moving, his spear thrusting forward. The monster tried to counter, but it was too slow. For a moment, man and beast were equal, but a cold, sharp light flashed in the depths of Lee Sung-min's eyes. Technique. Gnaw the entanglement. He spun the spear inward, coiling around the enemy's attack like a viper. Once again, steel met flesh. The Chimera Ogre's arm was twisted violently. Following the torque of the spear, Lloyd watched, jaw dropped in disbelief. The monster was losing the upper hand. Lee Sung-min flicked his wrist. Snap. His target wasn't the chest, but the knee. Thought became action instantly. He drove the spear forward, burying it deep, then twisted it ruthlessly. The Chimera Ogre threw its head back and howled in agony. Lee Sung-min ripped the weapon free and backstepped. It worked, he noted coldly. The joints are weak. Losing its balance, the massive beast crashed to the ground. For the first time, fear flickered in the Chimera Ogre's pupils. Desperate, it swiped wildly with its claws. Lee Sung-min weaved through the attack with minimal movement. He frowned, annoyed. You bastard, how long does it take you to heal a shattered bone? He scoffed. Doesn't matter. Again he drove his weapon through the other knee, this time. Lee Sung-min snapped the spear shaft, leaving the blade buried deep inside the bone. His mind calculated the battle like a machine. Before it heals, I just have to overwhelm it. And with the spearhead stuck in the bone, that wound won't close. Lee Sung-min glared at the creature. That's right, isn't it? Momentum on his side. He drove his next attack straight into the monster's right shoulder. He drew yet another spear from his inventory. Now both legs and the right arm are useless. With the target immobilized, the kill should be easy. Yet, tension still coiled in Lee Sung-min's gut. Again, he told himself. The combo unleashed. 9 heavens, supreme spear. Second form, thunder split. The Chimera Ogre stumbled back, roaring, trying to counter with its last good arm. Claws raked the air, aiming to crush him. Lee Sung-min didn't flinch. He met the attack head on. It's slow, he realized. No. Is it that I've become faster the weight? It's gone. Suddenly, the sound of cicadas filled his ears. Lee Sung-min's brow furrowed as his body moved like water. The cicadas. The noise I heard on the mountain of training. I don't want to become a cicada. I was a pupa on that mountain, but I didn't endure all that cold and darkness just to emerge as something fleeting like a cicada. If not that, then what do I want to be? I don't know yet, but a mere cicada won't satisfy me. I refuse to have regrets. I had enough of those in my past life. I still can't see what's waiting for me at the end of this road, but I will prepare, and I will walk to the very end. Lloyd stared, mouth agape, as Lee Sung-min slammed his spear into the ground, gasping for air. Lloyd looked from the corpse of the Chimera ogre to the boy, stammering. What on earth are you? Lee Sung-min snapped out of his trance, his expression softening. He looked up at the sky, his hands calloused and scarred from endless effort. Let's see. A faint smile touched his lips. At least, he whispered to himself, I'm not a larva anymore. Lloyd stood frozen, processing the cryptic words. Then, a grin broke across Lloyd's face. He laughed aloud. What are you talking about? You really are an interesting kid. Lee Sung-min glanced at a dead cicada on the ground. The noise in his head had stopped. He felt lighter. Meanwhile, Baron arrived, staring at the scene in total shock. Lloyd pointed at the carcass, bragging loudly about the feat. Baron assessed the situation internally. Taking down a Chimera ogre? That's equivalent to double S-rank skill, but there's no precedent for a rookie getting that rank. Lee Sung-min nodded slightly, understanding the politics. If that's the case, S-rank is fine. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever fits the rules. Lee Sung-min's mind raced with calculations, tallying the spoils from the Chimera ogre hunt. The base reward sat at 27 million Eris, minus the standard 10% guild fee. Now clutching the S-rank mercenary badge, electricity crackled through his thoughts. He pondered his next move on this chessboard of destiny. The Chimera ogre's corpse had been surrendered to the mercenary guild for research. For this, Ruth bowed low, offering the 20 million Eris bonus with both hands trembling in reverence. Naturally, you should take it all, Ruth insisted, his voice thick with humility. I merely watched. I contributed nothing to that calamity. Sung-min nodded, accepting the tribute. Thank you. That makes 47 million Eris total. With a calm demeanor, he turned to leave, his fingers dancing over the cold metal of a coin as he walked. 47 million. The number felt surreal, a weightless fortune in his palm. Memories of his past life clawed at him, a life where he traded blood and soul for a measly 1 million, or even 120,000. He pocketed the coin, the weight of his new reality settling in. What could truly change with this wealth? How should he wield this power? His gaze hardened as the plan crystallized. Without hesitation, Sung-min pulled his trusty spear from his dimensional pocket. Meanwhile, in a shadow chamber elsewhere, Guildmaster Baron crossed his arms, his voice echoing with skepticism. So, what's the verdict? Ruth replied instantly. More than just okay, sir. Ruth tapped his temple meaningfully. Seeing is believing. Words cannot capture that monster's essence. Baron nodded solemnly and began the memory transfer spell. Ruth's memories flooded Baron's mind. The Guildmaster gasped, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Confirmed. This isn't just S-rank power. Ruth, standing nearby, grumbled his vindication. I told you, we should have just slapped the double S rank on him immediately. Why do we hesitate? Baron rubbed his chin, still reeling from the vision. I will petition the higher-ups. This isn't a decision I can make alone. To think. From a jobless nobody to a supreme master in just 4 years. While the guild masters questioned reality, Sung-min stood alone in a quiet alley. He knew exactly what he needed. Neville, he whispered. The shadows beneath him writhed and boiled, and the butler emerged from the darkness. Neville bowed with practiced elegance. It is a pleasure to see you, Lord Lee Sung-min. How may this humble servant assist you? Sung-min's mind drifted back to the spear in his hand. He analyzed it with a warrior's critical eye. He held no sentimental attachment to the weapon. In his philosophy, a spear was just a tool to stab and swing. Until now, any steel would suffice. But the duel with the ogre had shifted his perspective. With a superior weapon, that beast would have fallen in half the time. He couldn't risk death simply because his gear was inferior. I need a weapon, Sung-min declared, his voice firm. A truly high-grade weapon. Neville's eyes glinted with professional curiosity. Do you prefer a purchase or a custom commission? And what is your projected budget? Sung-min answered without missing a beat. 47 million Eris, custom made. Neville's smile didn't waver, but his tone cooled slightly. That budget is not particularly spacious, is it? Sungmin frowned, offended. 47 million is a fortune. Neville sighed softly, preparing to educate his client. The blacksmiths of Erebrissa are the apex of the industry. Their craft is legendary. Therefore, their prices are astronomical. However, Neville added smoothly, if you pledge your soul as collateral, Lord Lee Sungmin, we could secure a substantial loan, low interest. Of course. Sungmin cut him off instantly. Forget it. No loans. Can I at least see the merchandise first? Neville gestured toward a shimmering menu in the air. Actually, there is a master available for a private consultation right now. Would you like to meet them immediately? I'll leave it to you. Neville snapped his fingers, and reality tore open. A beam of light carved a portal directly in front of Sungmin. Neville sank back into the shadows. I shall excuse myself for a moment. Sungmin nodded. Understood. He stared at the rift, tearing space itself. Just a broker. Yet he wields this level of power. What kind of organization is Erebrissa truly? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through his awe. What are you looking at? It's a boy. A figure stood there. I am Xenaviss. You might not see much looking at me, but you should know the name. Well, aren't you coming in? Don't just stand there like a statue. The speaker's appearance caught Sungmin completely off guard. It was a young girl, no, a child. Shaking off the surprise, he stepped through the spatial gate. I am Lee Sungmin. I wish to commission a spear. Xenaviss looked him up and down. Do you have a specific design in mind? Sungmin produced his current weapon. Something with this form would be ideal. She scrutinized the blade, humming thoughtfully. The classic central plane style. Show me your technique, she demanded. Demonstrate how you wield it. Sungmin hesitated. In the martial world, revealing one's arts to a stranger was a supreme taboo. Seeing his reluctance, Xenaviss rolled her eyes and explained with dry practicality. I need to see how you move to balance the weight and flow. Every martial art is different. Without seeing the details, I can't forge a weapon that fits your soul. So, you want to watch my secret techniques and build based on that? Sungmin asked, still skeptical. Xenaviss nodded, her expression shifting. Listen, boy. I am 400 years old. I prefer hammers to swords. And I've been dedicated to this craft for 350 of those years. I started differently from the so-called geniuses who were born with a hammer in hand. Her confession struck a chord deep within Sungmin. But, she continued with fierce pride, I have lived as a blacksmith for 3.5 centuries. I am confident that I am second to none. Sungmin stood frozen. Her words echoed the memories of his own struggle and the face of his mentor, Hoyan. We started from different places. A faint smile touched his lips. She is just like me, he thought. Xenaviss, noticing his staring, suddenly flushed with embarrassment. I don't know why I'm babbling to a kid today. If you don't like it, get out. Go commission those hacks at the Waff clan. Sungmin didn't hesitate, his voice firm with resolve. I will prove it to you right now. My martial arts. Watch closely. Xenaviss raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his boldness. You switch gears quickly, don't you? Most people would just harbor suspicion and walk away. As he smiled and began to explain, she scoffed lightly, mentioning her 350 years of dedication. A heavy silence fell between them, filled with unspoken respect. Finally, Xenaviss burst into laughter, breaking the tension. Aren't you a little too trusting? Sungmin seized the moment to respond. That's a first. No one has ever told me I'm resting before. Xenaviss grinned, turning her back to him as she walked away, tossing a comment over her shoulder. You've got a silver tongue, kid. In truth, Xenaviss was fighting back a wide grin, literally using her hand to drag the corners of her mouth down to maintain her cool, intimidating facade. She glanced back, her eyes gleaming. I like you. You've got guts. I prefer fair trades, but this time, I'll forge something far more valuable than the gold you paid. You might just become a regular customer of mine. Sungmin recalled Xenaviss's parting words. It will take some time to finish. Just wait patiently. Now, alone, he threw himself into his training. His mind raced as he moved. The battle with the Chimera Ogre. That was my first true death match against a peak-level monster. I learned so much. But realizing it isn't enough, I need to make that power my own. Sungmin reflected on the past. My eye for danger is decent, But this sensation, this is what they call true talent. Compared to the true geniuses, what I have is the sixth sense. My 5 basic senses are finally returning to me. After my senses were sealed during the mountain training, everything has converted into pure instinct and skill. I felt it during the fight with the ogre. The energy flowed through my body unconsciously. That had to be the awakening of the sixth sense. It is a terrifying power, but relying on it blindly is a death sentence. The mountain training sharpened my intuition and sixth sense, but my other senses haven't experienced a breakthrough yet. Sight, touch, smell, taste, hearing. I must resolve this imbalance between my physical senses and my sixth sense immediately. If I fail to harmonize them now, I may never return to my original path of growth later. As dusk settled over the mercenary guild, Baron looked at him with a serious expression. "What brings you here? Surely you aren't taking another mission already?" Sungmin replied calmly, his voice steady. "No, I'm here to ask about the Chimera Ogre's corpse. What happened to it?" Baron poured a drink, nodding as if he expected the question. "Caught your attention too. It makes sense. A chimera doesn't just appear, someone created it. Investigating it alone is impossible. So we are collaborating with the Magic Guild to uncover the truth." Sungmin slipped into deep thought. "In my past life, the Chimera Ogre was never discovered. Either no one took the quest, or whoever did was slaughtered by it. Judging by the current situation, it seems that within half a year, the master of this hellish creation will be revealed. Or perhaps, that very person summoned the Chimera in my previous life as well. If I can kill the creator, I might be able to rewrite the future. I need to see the body." They arrived at the Hebron Guild together. A voice called out to greet them. "A pleasure to meet you." Sungmin froze, surprised by the man's appearance. The man turned, offering a polite smile. "The Dark Mage, Kim Jong-hyun. I am Kim Jong-hyun. You seem surprised." "I was just examining the Chimera's corpse." Sungmin composed himself, replying slowly. "I am Lee Sungmin, the one who killed the Chimera." Jong-hyun tilted his head. "Are you Korean?" "Even if we are both Korean, the odds of us being in the same dimension are low. Tell me, did gates appear in your world?" Sungmin frowned, confused by the terminology. "Gates? What are you talking about?" Jong-hyun began to explain, his eyes narrowing. "Portals that connect dimensions, leading to an invasion of monsters." "Ah, I see. You come from a different dimension than I do. Still, it is good to meet you. It has been a long time since I met a fellow Korean. It's genuinely pleasing. Though, that's not the only reason I'm happy," Sungmin asked warily. "What do you mean by that?" Jong-hyun waved his hand with a bright smile. "Nothing. But why are you here?" Sungmin frowned. "I wanted to see the Chimera's body. The future has shifted onto a completely different track. I need to gather information to anticipate the enemy's next move." Jong-hyun spoke again, his tone turning mysterious. "You should tell me what you discovered, since it was already dead. Drawing conclusions is difficult." "This Chimera, it was bombarded with high-level magic. The Dark Mage who created this is no ordinary spellcaster. He is at the level of a Grand Mage. And look at the stitching. He starved it just to test its capabilities." Sungmin realized the horror of it. "So that's why. It didn't eat its prey. It tore them apart and left them there." Jong-hyun continued his analysis. "That seems to be the case, since we share the same goal of finding this mage. We need to see what kind of twisted scheme requires experiments this cruel. Though, I assume you aren't interested in the magical theory?" Sungmin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp with suspicion. "Don't play games with me. That wasn't what you were about to say. You aren't smiling because of that?" Dong-hyun shrugged, his voice chillingly indifferent. "Nothing special, just that your law of causality, it's completely twisted." The word struck Sungmin like a physical blow. "Wait." Sungmin's voice dropped low. "Are you telling me you knew this all along? You were testing me?" "It was beyond my expectations," Dong-hyun admitted. "A black mage can see the very essence of a soul. Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I would have gone insane long ago, or simply died." "Do you truly understand what that means?" Sungmin stepped back, instinct screaming danger. "It means eternal suffering awaits you after death. No rest, just pain." Dong-hyun nodded slowly. "That's the gist of it, but it makes me wonder, why is your fate so grotesquely distorted? Care to enlighten me?" Sungmin's guard went up instantly. Why should I give me one good reason to trust you? Why trust me? Donghyun smiled, the expression of a merchant closing a deal. Because I can tell you a secret, something you have absolutely no clue about. How about a mana oath? I swear upon my magic, whatever you tell me leaves this room only when I'm a corpse. Absolute secrecy. Sungmin paused, caught off guard by the offer. His mind raced. I'm flying blind regarding my own condition. A mana oath makes this safe. It was a gamble, but a necessary one. I traveled back in time. Donghyun tilted his head, unimpressed. So, you returned from the abyss of death. He sighed. That explains it. That's exactly why your causality is a mess. Life and death are absolute laws. Break them, and the universe demands a terrifying price. Retribution is inevitable. But you only know the surface level. Donghyun leaned in, his eyes gleaming. Let me reveal the real horror. You aren't just twisted. It's not just your fate that's broken. The very space around you is warping. As the truth landed, the blood drained from Sungmin's face. Donghyun observed him coldly, then shook his head slowly. No, I can't do it. I can't speak any further. Sungmin gritted his teeth, stepping forward. What do you mean? The answer was simple and terrifying. If I say it, I die. Fear flickered in Donghyun's eyes as his body began to tremble. Sungmin could see the genuine terror. Listen carefully. Your life. It doesn't belong to you. Before Sungmin could process the bombshell, he was ushered out. Come back later, and I'm sorry. That's all I can risk saying right now. I need to clear my head. Sungmin walked in a daze, his mind a chaotic storm. What the hell did that mean? Donghyun's earlier warning echoed in his ears. Stop! This is my domain, back off unless you want us both to perish. The mystery only deepened. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Sungmin turned around. Scarlet was there, beaming at him with a radiant smile. Well, if it isn't the brat from the mountain. Long time no see, you've sprouted up like a weed. Sungmin stared blankly. Do I know you? That was the wrong answer. Rage flared in her eyes. You forgot me. I am the great Scarlet Lear, the one who taught you the basics of magic. How dare you? Sungmin searched his memories. The Scarlet he knew looked different. Wait, was she affected by the forbidden aging curse? Silence stretched between them. Don't you dare lie to me. Wham! Her fist connected squarely with his jaw. The pain was an instant memory trigger. Sungmin rubbed his cheek. It really has been a while, Lady Scarlet. She smirked, satisfied. Right? Good to see you alive. So, did you become a mage? Sungmin shook his head. No, just handling some personal business. And Scarlet's eyes narrowed as she glanced at the door behind him. What business? Don't tell me. It involves that lunatic, Kim Donghyun. Sungmin blinked in surprise. You know him. Scarlet lost her composure entirely. Know him, all black mages are twisted, but he is a special breed of psychopath. He's completely lost his mind. Do yourself a favor, stay away from him. Handle your business, but watch your back. He's dangerous. Sungmin bowed slightly. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Her expression softened into a genuine smile. Whatever. I'm just glad to run into you. I've got places to be today, but swing by later. Don't be a stranger. My lab is on the 3rd floor. I've got some premium tea waiting if you get bored. Come visit him. Sungmin stood rooted to the spot, waving mechanically as she left. First the black mage, now Scarlet. It felt surreal. Why is everyone treating me with such strange goodwill? Is there something written on my face? Or is it something else entirely? The corridor fell silent again. Sungmin frowned. I just don't know. My mind is too cluttered. Fate. Death. Distortions. It's too much. He shook his head. Focus on the mission. One step at a time. Quest Two-Headed Troll Subjugation. Difficulty 2 stars. Reward 50 million As he approached the gathering point, a familiar figure waved. Hey, we meet again. It was Lute. Sungmin recognized him immediately. Right. He was part of the raid team during the last troll hunt. Lute puffed out his chest. Watch closely. I'm going to show everyone my true power this time. Sungmin nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm counting on you. Another connection forged. If this second life had taught him anything, it was this: no human is an island. He couldn't survive this world alone. I used to push everyone away, building walls around my soul. But Lude, he was different. A companion worth keeping by my side. Traveling together for so long did something unexpected. It finally brought a flicker of warmth to my cold, battle-scarred heart. 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye. A heavy pouch hit the table. This commission took a toll on you. Your share is 50 million. Sungmin offered a faint, satisfied smile. Thanks. Lude snatched his share instantly. Drinks on me. Let's get wasted. But the broker, Baron, had a different look in his eyes. Someone requested a meeting with you, Baron announced. Sungmin paused. Who? Lude groaned. Forget them. The tavern is calling. Baron dropped the name like a bomb. The guild master of the Iron Mercenaries. John. The air in the room froze instantly. You know him, don't you? Baron asked. Sungmin's mind raced. Know him in this world? You would have to be dead not to know him. The Iron Mercenary Guild, a massive organization commanding over 100 elite warriors. One of the 3 legendary SS rankers in Behenger. The master of the 100-step divine fist. The man I worshipped in my past life. Out of countless heroes, he was the one I aspired to be. Thick smoke curled around a rugged face as the legend spoke. Pleasure to meet you. Lee Sung-min, right? Jan's voice was gravel and authority. I heard you started as a no class, just like me. That connection meant everything. Like me, he had nothing. Yet he defied fate to become an absolute master. Standing right there was the very pinnacle of strength I had chased for so long. Jan studied him closely. 18 years old. In a no class. He shook his head in disbelief. This world chews up people like us and spits them out. Yet here you are, standing tall among the strong. You have a gift, kid, but let's cut the chase. I want you in the Iron Mercenaries. Taking down that chimera ogre that wasn't luck. Your reputation is already spreading like wildfire. Join me. I'll give you SS rank immediately. Hell, I'll even make you the Vice Guildmaster. Sungmin stood frozen, overwhelmed. Jan smirked and pulled something from his coat. Take a look at this before you decide. It was a small, unassuming pill. The Lesser Restoration Pill, Jan declared proudly. I assume you know its value. A sacred elixir from the Shaolin Temple itself. Consuming this would grant a massive surge of internal energy instantly. It's yours, Jan said softly. Just agree to a few minor conditions. Sungmin narrowed his eyes. What conditions? A piece of parchment slid across the table. Just sign this contract. Sungmin picked it up, his eyes scanning the fine print. Absolute obedience to my commands, Jan said with a smile. Simple, isn't it? The contract carries heavy penalties for betrayal, but in exchange, this elixir will push your martial arts to a realm you've only dreamed of. Do we have a deal? Jan pressed, his presence dominating the room. Say the word. It was the golden ticket for any mercenary in this city. Lude leaned in, anxiety written on his face. Well, what are you gonna do? Sungmin's voice was ice cold. I refuse. I will never sign a slave contract, no matter the price. Lude let out a breath he'd been holding. Good. Smart choice. Honestly, I'd rather flee the city than serve a tyrant. Sungmin looked at his friend in shock. Is it that bad? Bad, Lude scoffed. Staying here now might just get us killed. Jan is a petty king who tolerates no defiance. He's obsessed with control. If he can't own you, he destroys you. Every A-ranker in his guild is a puppet on strings. Those who refuse to dance, they disappear. He is pure evil. Back when I was rising through the ranks, I turned him down too. And the consequence, he sabotaged every single job I took. The Iron Guild owns this city's underworld. We need to leave. Go to another city. Get stronger. Reach S-rank. Only then can we survive against an SS-rank monster like him. Sungmin fell into deep silence. The hero of his past life was nothing more than a villain in disguise. The image of his idol shattered, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. But Lude tugged at his sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. How about we head to Mount Hua, Lude suggested. But suddenly, a hushed whisper from the next table caught their attention. Did you hear? They finally found it. The hidden dungeon of the Dark Mage. The creator of the Chimera Ogre. A raid team is already forming. And the main force, it's the Iron Mercenaries. Scene shift. Inside a dimly lit warehouse, a gruff voice echoed. Took a hell of a lot longer than I expected, Sungmin noticed the tension in Silus's shoulders. Don't worry about the delay, he reassured her. She didn't stop working as she replied. I decided to tweak the design halfway through. That's why it's late. She tossed a weapon toward him. Pure mithril core, coated in reinforced black steel. It drinks up mana like water. Channeling your sword aura through this will feel effortless. Well, how does it feel? Suddenly, Neville stepped out of the shadows, a pleased look on his face. Sungmin shot him a sharp glance. What is it now? What impossible? Neville merely smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The materials required to forge this spear. They cost a king's ransom. Although Lee Sungmin had poured every coin he earned into upgrading his weapon, the truth was harsh. The cost of the raw materials alone had swallowed his entire fortune. To be blunt, this masterpiece was practically a gift. It makes sense, though I can somewhat understand it, Neville continued. Lee Sungmin, you possess a strange, magnetic pull, a mysterious charisma that compels everyone around you to lend a hand. I assure you, I mean no offense by that, so please, put your mind at ease. Listen to me ramble on. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply call my name. Those words froze Sungmin in his tracks. His expression went blank, eyes losing focus. It wasn't that he felt insulted by the misunderstanding. No. Neville's casual remark struck a nerve. It confirmed the dark suspicion that had been gnawing at him for some time. He first felt that strange dissonance back on Mount Mush. At the time, he brushed it off as sheer luck. But what if, just what if I possess some hidden privilege, if I have a passive ability to charm others effortlessly, then were all the bonds I forged nothing but a lie. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Lee Sungmin, where have you been? Lude appeared out of nowhere, but Lude's cheerfulness vanished instantly. He stared, dumbfounded, at Sungmin's face, which was pale as a ghost. Sungmin's mind raced. If my theory is true, even my friendship with this brat is. Before he could finish, Lude threw an arm around his shoulder. What's this? Why the long face? Are you that nervous about the dungeon raid? I told you not to sweat it. I'm coming with you, aren't I? Sungmin's pupils trembled, his soul seemingly drifting away at those words. The dungeon raid. Well, it was happening. The future timeline had shifted, just as he feared. Because he slew the Chimera Ogre. The guild had begun hunting the warlock sooner, 3 months earlier than in his past life. The butterfly effect was in full motion. Suddenly, a heavy presence approached from behind. So, you showed up? The voice dripped with sarcasm. With the rising star joining us, this raid should be a walk in the park, eh? Sungmin recognized him instantly, a veteran of the Behanger Mercenary Guild. In his previous life, the Behanger Guild missed this raid due to a distant expedition. But now, with the timeline accelerated by 3 months, they were here. John sneered, turning his gaze to the spirit user. Lude, you're dragging along too long time no see. Still breathing, I assume. Lude bowed his head politely. Yes, it has been a while. John patted Lude's head with blatant disrespect. You better watch yourself in there. Dungeons are treacherous places. His voice dropped to a whisper. You never know when or how you might die. Sungmin caught the murderous threat instantly, his eyes narrowing into a glare. The veterans laughed as they walked away. Lude, trembling with suppressed rage, pointed at their retreating backs. Did you hear that? Lude hissed. He basically said if I mess up, he'll kill me himself. Sungmin remained silent, lost in the gravity of the situation. Why did he join this dangerous raid? It all came down to his curse. His absolute trash tier talent. 6-star, Art Violet Mist, Divine Skill, 6-star weapon, Art 9 Heavens, Infinity Spear, 5-star movement, Shadowless Soul Escape. Impressive names, yet 3 months after descending the mountain, he hadn't improved by a single inch. To transcend his limits to rise from a third-rate martial artist to the apex, he desperately needed the Depnir magic armor. Lude continued his tirade, oblivious to Sungmin's inner turmoil. Whatever we have other teammates, they wouldn't let him get away with murder. Don't worry too much. Sungmin, this raid party is huge. He was right. The subjugation squad consisted of 27 warriors. The lineup from the Behanger mercenaries was formidable. 1 SS rank, 4 S ranks, 12 A ranks, even the guildmaster, Baron, had stepped onto the battlefield. Professionals of that caliber wouldn't act recklessly. Lude gripped his blade, his expression darkening with rare seriousness. "I've got your back, Lee Sung-min. Anyone tries anything funny, my spirit swordsmanship will take their heads off." Sung-min couldn't help but smile at the clumsy determination in front of him. In truth, Lude had no reason to join this death march. He was here for one reason only, because he was worried about Sung-min. A wave of gratitude washed over him, especially knowing how much Lude despised the Behendra Guild. For a second, Sung-min's resolve wavered, but he crushed the doubt instantly. At that moment, Guildmaster Baron's voice boomed like thunder. "Listen up, is everyone prepped? The Behendra mercenaries will now breach the Warlock's dungeon. We walk into the unknown, but fear nothing. We are the elite, the pride of Behendra." Sung-min and Lude watched in silence, the tension palpable. Baron's rugged face twisted into a fierce grin. "Keep your wits sharp as long as we stay focused. Nothing in that hole can stop us. Now, let's go claim our fortune." At his command, the expedition force marched into the darkness. Every raid needs a vanguard. Moving silently into the abyss was Jung Cheon, an A-rank mercenary and master of external arts, his body tempered to be as hard as granite. But in the face of true horror, training meant nothing. Slash! In an instant, his iron-hard body was sliced apart like soft tofu, his remains crashing into the teammate behind him. Young Cheon's severed head still bore a final, terrified grimace. The mercenary froze, pupils shaking as blood splattered his face. Screams erupted, echoing through the illuminated cavern. Baron spun around, his eyes widening in pure shock. Monsters swarmed from the shadows, surrounding them on all sides. It was going to be a long, bloody night. Light flooded the cavern, revealing a nightmare of gnashing teeth and claws. Panic erupted as screams tore through the air. John clenched his fist, his voice dripping with menace. From the very beginning, this raid was a descent into hell. A towering beast loomed over him, but John moved faster than sight. With a single strike, his fist obliterated the creature's torso. Sung-min watched in disbelief. The 100-step divine fist. John scoffed, wiping blood from his hand. "Filthy insects. Do not underestimate me." Sung-min analyzed the situation with cold logic. He is too strong. If we fight amongst ourselves now, survival becomes impossible. He silenced his doubts and swiftly executed a monster lunging for his throat. Yet, beneath his calm facade, panic began to take root in Sung-min's heart. This made no sense. In his past life, this dungeon was an empty husk. There were certainly no chimera monstrosities guarding it. The presence of these beasts meant only one thing. The dungeon master is currently inside. A cold chill ran down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Corpses of their allies littered the ground like broken dolls. John's voice cut through the carnage. "The casualties are catastrophic. Can we even continue like this?" Baron narrowed his eyes. "Strange. Your mercenary squad remains untouched." John smirked, arrogance radiating from him. "Naturally, my boys simply have superior skills." Lut, nursing a grievous wound, glared from the sidelines. Rage boiled within him. That bastard John was only protecting his own mercenaries. Despite the overwhelming odds, John held the line with ease. It was undeniably impressive power, but his selfishness made him utterly detestable. Sung-min ran the numbers. Even A-rank hunter Jong Misin was struggling. Only 1 hour into the raid, and 11 members of the conquest team were already dead. Among the survivors, the reality was grim. Only a single A-rank player remained, who was not part of John's mercenary group. Lut dragged his blood-soaked body forward. "Greetings, my lady. The immediate danger has passed, so please, be at ease." He turned to Sung-min, his expression shrinking into gloom. "Hey, Sung-min. Why does she look at me with such terror?" Myun's voice shrilled with hysteria. "Guildmaster, look at this madness! What is it?" Her finger trembled as she pointed. "The damage. The conquest team is nearly wiped out." Baron looked down at her, his eyes void of warmth. He sighed heavily. "I apologize, but even I cannot prevent the inevitable flow of death. I have no face left to show our fallen comrades. However, all triple S rank main forces are still breathing. Conquering this dungeon is still within our grasp." Her eyes widened in sheer horror at his callousness. "But I'm only an A rank player," she cried. Baron shrugged indifferently. "If you lack confidence, turn back. Though I cannot guarantee you will survive the return journey alone." Miyun glanced behind her into the encroaching darkness. Trembling, Baron softened his tone slightly. Come, stick close to me. The remnants of the team pushed deeper into the cave's maw. Sio's voice rang out sharp and clear. Stay alert. Ujin frowned, suspicion clouding his gaze. Those monsters? Were they just stalling for time? Yang Jae looked equally baffled. Does the dungeon master know we are here? Did he flee? Whispers spread through the ranks. It makes sense. The sheer number of chimeras was abnormal. Using full force to buy time for an escape. It is a logical strategy. Baron cut them off instantly. Hold your tongues. Do not get complacent based on unverified guesses. Sio nodded quickly. Yes, sir, understood. Wait. What lies ahead? A structure loomed in the gloom. A door. He cast a detection spell. His voice calm. No traps detected. It is merely a door. Sungmin watched with intensity. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a massive library hidden within. Sio took point, scanning the room. It appears empty, just rows of ancient shelves gathering dust. Baron issued his command. No traps here either. The area is vast, so split up and investigate. Sungmin froze, a memory striking him like lightning. Hansu's drunken words echoed in his mind. I tell you, I just rested my hand on some books. Suddenly, a hidden door clicked open. That's how I scored that rare loot. Lut had rolled his eyes back then. He always spouts nonsense when he's wasted. But the details matched perfectly. Hours of walking, a sudden door, and a grand library inside. Sungmin narrowed his eyes. Could it be true? He approached the bookshelf, his heart pounding. Click. A mechanism engaged, revealing a dark staircase leading down. He peered into the abyss, certainty filling his mind. The records of the magic armor are down there. Suddenly, a voice sent ice through his veins. What is this, a secret passage? John stepped from the shadows. What are you hunting for? You have a sharp nose for treasure. Sungmin kept his voice steady. Nothing. I simply stumbled upon this path by accident. John smiled. A predator looking at prey. Relax. I really do like you. You know, without warning, he launched a lethal punch straight at Sungmin's head. Sungmin weaved past the blow instantly. John's eyes lit up with twisted delight. You dodged Ha now. I desire your potential even more. That is exactly why I cannot leave you down here. I must eliminate you now. A talent like yours. And one day, you might actually surpass me. Baron has been led away by my men. There is no one left to save you. No one to stand in my way. Suddenly, Lut's voice roared from behind. There is a witness right here. John glanced back, annoyed. Lut, my subordinates were supposed to seal the entrance. Lut raised his weapon, energy crackling around him. Soul sword technique. John nodded slowly. I see. Lut spat on the ground. I knew it. You looked at us like a tiger eyeing a meal. Now you finally show your true colors. Sungmin looked at him in shock. Lut, how did you... If you die, he'll kill me next to silence the witness, Lut shouted. John sighed and grabbed Lut effortlessly. With a cruel laugh, he hurled Lut into the dark pit. John cracked his neck, his aura exploding outwards. So be it. Do you two insects really think you can defeat me? Sungmin's eyes narrowed, calculating the odds with cold precision. Victory here was nearly impossible, but if I coordinate with the other players, he thought, the probability of survival might just tip in our favor. A plan formed instantly. He dove, snatching Ruth's collar just as the man stumbled toward the descent. Panic flashed in Ruth's eyes. What the hell are you doing? We're going down, Sungmin commanded, dragging him along. Ruth sputtered, confused. Why there? Sungmin kept his counsel. If I can equip the magic armor, he thought, my base stats will skyrocket. If I secure that artifact, my chances of winning don't just increase, they dominate. They skidded to a halt in the cavernous basement. Sungmin's eyes went wide. There it was. Ruth grinned, relief washing over him as he raised his sword to guard their rear. Found it, I've got your back. But Ruth's relief was his undoing. He looked up just as a shadow descended. A single, devastating punch obliterated him instantly, leaving the attacker's fist dripping with fresh crimson. Sungmin froze in horror as the assailant withdrew his hand from Ruth's chest. The man, John, kicked the corpse aside like trash. Not bad, he sneered. To think you actually landed a scratch on me. Sungmin stared at his fallen companion, the brutal reality sinking in. His expression darkened, shadowing his eyes in pure malice. Memories of their shared laughter flashed through his mind, now replaced by the image of Ruth's cold, lifeless body. A roar of raw fury tore from Sungmin's throat. John merely watched, his eyes filled with arrogance. "What gonna cry?" John scoffed. "You should know the price of being a jobless loser in this hellhole. Weakness is a sin. Power's the only law. Trust is for fools. That piece of garbage rotting there, give it time. And he would have stabbed you in the back anyway." John slammed a kick into Sungmin's legs, sending him sprawling. "Am I right?" He raised a fist wreathed in killing intent. "Why am I wasting breath on you, Die?" A sonic boom echoed as John's fist connected, launching Sungmin into the stone wall with bone-shattering force. John stalked forward, smirking. "Oh, you blocked that. Your gear must be decent." He punted Sungmin in the face, his voice dripping with superiority. "Let me see that." He snatched Sungmin's weapon, weighing it in his hand. Lighter than I expected. Is this pure mithril? He failed to notice the blood soaking into the gem on the magic armor. Suddenly, the weapon pulsed with blinding light. The ancient armor materialized, fusing onto Sungmin's body piece by piece. John leaped back, startled. What the hell? Is that decorative armor actually absorbing into the kid? Is it magic armor? Sungmin's silhouette warped and expanded, a terrifying aura of dark mana erupting from his core. John's composure cracked. What is this energy? I don't recognize it, but my instincts are screaming danger. Sungmin's face was a mask of shadows as consciousness returned. They stood eye to eye. John threw a testing punch, shouting his demand. "Answer me. What was that black aura? Why did it disappear? Bring it out again." "I thought you unlocked a legendary artifact or something," John spat. Sungmin blinked, confusion piercing his rage. "Wait, did I? What is going on? My mana and strength." "Nothing has changed." John saw the hesitation and scoffed. "Whatever. You were barely dodging before. Just die already." Sungmin grit his teeth, the frustration boiling over. Damn it all. The sight of Ruth's lonely corpse fueled a fresh wave of hatred. Damn it, as John's fist flew toward him, a new presence interjected. Prescan stepped out from the shadows. "Using martial arts' impressive quality," the stranger mused. "Though as a substitute, it has a fatal flaw." Ignoring the words, John shifted his aim and punched the newcomer. John grinned maniacally. "Still trying to fight? I like the spirit. But the laws of karma and soul have already been twisted here." Sungmin froze. His sixth sense, honed through countless battles, was screaming at a deafening volume. "Run." The stranger spoke, voice booming. "A perfect sacrifice, but do not trifle with the dark mage." Suddenly, Baron and Wujin crashed down from above. We heard a massive crash. What's happening? Baron's eyes darted to the stranger, and his blood ran cold. Wait. A dark mage? Is that the dungeon master? Preskin raised a finger. Baron screamed, lungs bursting. "Rick, it's a trap. Everyone, run." A beam of pitch black magic tore through the air toward him. Preskin lowered his hand, calm as a still lake. The escape route was sealed. Panic erupted. "Baron is down. The path is blocked. Run." The mage's voice echoed, chilling and absolute. "Did you truly think you reached this depth by your own skill? You are here because I allowed it." Before they could react, mystical chains erupted from the ground, binding Sungmin and Jian tight. "My mood is excellent today," Prescan declared. "To think I've captured a sacrifice far superior to that failed chimera. The moment of my ascension is at hand. My wish shall finally be granted." The entity known as Rick Preskin smiled. The battle was over before it began. Wu Jin and the squad charged in a desperate last stand. Prescan merely flicked his wrist. Dark magic surged, obliterating dozens of double S-rank mercenaries in a heartbeat. Baron, a grand mage in his own right, was bisected instantly, his remains scattering across the dungeon floor. Even the arrogant John was subdued like a child. Sungmin's mind raced as chaos consumed the room. Why is this happening to me? I thought this life would be different. I thought I had shed my skin, that I was no longer a worthless insect. Memory swirled as he gazed at Ruth's cold body. The bitter taste of regret filled his mouth. I was wrong. I'm still just a worm awaiting the boot. Consciousness returned slowly. Sungmin gasped, realizing he was suspended in midair. Prescon's voice drifted from the shadows. "Ah, the guest of honor awakens. Welcome to my personal workshop." Sungmin thrashed against his bonds. "Save your strength." Preskin advised coldly. Those chains are not made of metal you can break. Preskin studied him with a twisted smile, his voice dropping to a whisper. This may sound peculiar to a mortal, but my desire is to become a woman. The female form is divine. It possesses the one power that we alchemists chase for eternity but can never replicate. The power of creation itself. That became my sole obsession. I did everything imaginable to transform into a woman, yet I failed every time. Despair consumed me. I turned to the forbidden arts, trading my flesh and soul for eternal life. I believed that with infinite time, I would eventually find the answer, and at long last, I have found my solution. Even if I cannot birth life myself, I will engineer it. That is my ultimate desire. To create life from nothing. Lee Sung-min's face went pale as the madness in those words sank in. The monster stepped closer, his voice rising in triumph. Today is truly a blessed day. To think the one with such terrible karma I met in the past was a monster I couldn't dare to touch then. But if I use a wretch like you, someone drowning in bad karma as a sacrifice, I might finally reach my dream. The Lich grabbed Sung-min's face, his mouth moving in a rapid, grotesque chant. Sung-min's eyes widened, terror seizing his heart. Preskin looked less like a mage and more like a blood-soaked demon. The incantation stabbed into Sung-min's mind like needles, dragging them both into a twisted dimension. Sung-min gritted his teeth against the agony. Preskin roared to the void. I offer this sacrifice to you. Sung-min gasped for air, panic overwhelming him. Suddenly, a gigantic eye opened in the darkness, staring directly at him. It spoke. Preskin froze, his confidence shattering. Wait, what is this? Hold on. This cannot be real. How? How is the voice answering him? Preskin panicked as the impossible happened. The dimension began to collapse. The crushing pressure vanished, leaving Sung-min gasping on the floor. The Lich muttered in disbelief. Hey, did it just reject the sacrifice? Rage exploded in Preskin's eyes. He throttled Sung-min, screaming. Who are you? Why did the Demon King reject you? A soul with karma as filthy as yours should be the perfect offering. So why? Why were you refused? Sung-min was bewildered. How should I know? The Lich's voice turned shrill. What kind of monster are you? I'll rip the answers from your memories myself. Show me everything. Blood poured from Sung-min's eyes as his mind was invaded, but when he snapped awake, the Lich was gone. Lee Sung-min let out a breath, relieved to be alive. But peace was short-lived. He was plunged into a pitch-black void. A screeching noise tore through his ears, threatening to shred his sanity. Faces flashed before him. Preskon's grinning visage appeared, vivid and mocking. Sung-min ground his teeth in agony. The image of death. The death of Lu played on a loop in his mind. His body felt like a cicada shedding its shell. A grotesque creature tore through his back, crawling out of his very flesh. The hallucination shattered. The sound of the cicada vanished. He had defeated the Chimera Ogre. He could move again. Lee Sung-min stood up, alone in the dark dungeon. He survived not because of his past life's experience, but because of the sheer will of a third-rate mercenary. A man who had to fight for survival every single second of his previous life. And because of the promise he made to his friend. His friends had left him with one order: don't die. He muttered firmly to the darkness, I will not die. He was used to this hell. Usually, he would only regress to the past. Regret, humiliation, and torment were luxuries he only felt after coming back to life. Suddenly, a voice echoed directly inside his skull. I do not know who you are, but can you hear me? Sung-min blinked, confused. Telepathy, he whispered back cautiously. Who are you? Why are you speaking to me like this? The voice replied instantly. I am Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master. I am currently far below you. Like a stone rippling a still lake, memories from his past life surfaced. Sung-min thought to himself, Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master. In my past life, he suddenly vanished. It seems this dungeon was where he met his end. Sung-min asked, What do you want? Lloyd pleaded. I need your help. I am critically injured and cannot move. Please, save me from this place. Sung-min's voice hardened. What happened to the Lich? Lloyd replied softly. The Lich, you mean Preskin. He fled. Sung-min narrowed his eyes. You mean it's safe down there? The mage sounded confident. The enemies have all escaped. Sung-min remained skeptical. How do I know you're telling the truth? The Tower Master immediately swore an oath. I swear on my mana, if I am lying, may I lose my magic, but if you save me, I will reward you handsomely. Sungmin paused for a few seconds, calculating. Fine, he whispered. He stepped into the dark cavern. Lloyd called out, Thank fortune you arrived in time. I am Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master. I tried to reach out the moment I heard a disturbance in the dungeon. I am truly lucky. Sungmin scanned the area, noting the devastation of a massive battle. Suddenly, his body froze. The blood in his veins turned to ice. He stared at a corpse on the ground. Lloyd, what happened here? The mage dismissed it quickly. That doesn't matter right now. Hurry and help me. I will explain the details later. Sungmin looked up and sighed deeply. What do you need me to do? Lloyd pointed forward urgently. Get me out of this dungeon. Following the finger, Sungmin saw a black heart, still beating ominously. Lloyd commanded, Destroy that thing. Sungmin approached, confused. A heart. What the hell is this? Lloyd sounded flustered. I don't know either. It was created by Preskin. It is extremely dangerous. I must destroy it. Sungmin raised his weapon, his voice low. Understood. His spear thrust straight into the black heart, but a barrier instantly blocked the impact. The heart seemed to possess a will of its own. It lunged, swallowing Sungmin whole. He was dragged inside in an instant. Sungmin fell through a strange, alien dimension. The magic on his spear still hummed with power. But then, he froze. The black heart had quietly taken root within his chest. Unknown to him, you have obtained the black heart. Hours later, Preskin jolts awake, drenched in a cold sweat of panic. Rick Preskin stumbles backward, desperate to escape the memory of that monster. Terror grips him completely. What in the world was that entity saw? The spell Preskin used on Sungmin was designed to shatter the target's mind instantly. Yet, impossibly, the dark magic rebounded back onto the caster. His mind races with confusion. Why did only the memory-reading spell recoil on him? None of his other dark arts had ever failed him like this before. Even the Demon King refused to accept the boy as a sacrifice. Damn it, the mental backlash is too severe. My mana is critically depleted. Preskin spots the mercenary corpses littered across the ground. The black heart within him pulses with anticipation. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he approaches. I have no choice. I will have to consume you lot to replenish my magic. Jun lies paralyzed, eyes rolling back, as the old mage's voice rings out with desperate hunger. Stop. Their pleas go unheard as their bodies wither into dry husks. Stop. Preskin drops the two shriveled corpses, letting out a satisfied sigh. That feels much better. His gaze shifts to the corner, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How cute. You think pretending to sleep will save you? John bites his lip, stifling a scream of terror. Preskin hoists him into the air by his neck. Oh, you broke free from my binding spell already? What a sturdy specimen. John trembles in his grip. Are you going to turn me into a husk like them? Preskin chuckles darkly. No. You seem useful. So I will keep you alive for now. Your soul might serve a higher purpose. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air. Serve what purpose? What are you planning now? Still obsessed with that disgusting research? Are we? Preskin freezes in absolute terror. Lloyd, the mage's voice booms. It has been 10 years. I have finally found you. Preskin scrambles backward, putting distance between them. You persistent leech. Are you still chasing me? Lloyd smirks, scanning his enemy. Indeed, but you look terrible. Suffering from a heavy injury, perhaps. Perfect timing. This makes things easier. First, I will crush your physical body, and then I will take my time searching for it. The life vessel, it is the treasure containing Rick's very soul. As long as it remains safe, death cannot touch him. John rushes toward his savior, eyes wide with hope. Lloyd, the master of the Gold Tower, are you really the legendary archmage? Please, let me fight alongside you. I want to lend whatever strength I have to aid you. Lloyd's expression remains cold. Apologies, but with your pathetic level, you would be useless. Stop loitering and go hide somewhere. Preskin spirals into absolute panic. Good heavens, what is wrong with today? First rejected by the Demon King, and now this monster arrives at my doorstep. His mind flashes to his two remaining black hearts. He grits his teeth. There is no other choice. It is far from perfect, but it will have to do. Dark magic explodes around him. Lloyd steps back, alarmed. What is this energy? What abomination have you created? Preskin laughs maniacally. Surprised, this is the culmination of my desires, the ultimate result of all my research. The ultimate existence. Prescan's body suddenly detonates. From the gore, a naked figure emerges. Lloyd stares, frozen in disbelief. Aina rises from the ashes. Prescan speaks with grave seriousness. Both her heart and body are incomplete. However, I still possess one final heart. I will use this imperfect masterpiece to survive this crisis. The remaining heart will be used later to perfect her. Lloyd roars in fury. You vile creature, I will destroy you right here and now. Mana condenses into a massive dragon at Lloyd's command. Prescan barks an order instantly. Kill him! Slaughter him now! Lloyd hurls the mana dragon forward. Aina stands motionless. As the magic strikes her, it simply shatters into nothingness. Lloyd gasps in shock. She dispelled my magic without even chanting. Prescan grins triumphantly. Excellent. Suddenly, the girl speaks. Prescan nods eagerly. Yes, look at me. I am your father. Aina whispers softly. I am hungry. So hungry. A beam of power shoots straight at Jian. His body goes rigid. Blood begins to seep from the center of his chest. Just like that, the captain of the Beer mercenaries, the city's strongest warrior, could not offer a single second of resistance. The girl tore his heart out, killing him instantly. What followed was a scene of absolute madness. The sound of Aina frantically chewing flesh makes Lloyd's face drain of color. Prescan bursts into maniacal laughter. As he looks at Aina, one word echoes in his mind. Monster. Lloyd grits his teeth, steeling his resolve. Back in the present, Lloyd finishes his recounting of the battle that raged on. That witch and Prescan absorbed every spell I threw at them. Eventually, I could no longer hold my ground. I had to flee. Critically injured and drained of mana, I had no choice but to abandon the Black Heart and go into hiding. That is the truth of what happened. Once again, I owe you my life. I apologize for passing out immediately after entrusting everything to you. He recalls the dark artifact. Lloyd softens his tone. But more than that, thank you for destroying that abominable Black Heart. Sungmin replies calmly, I just did what had to be done. But internally, panic screams in his mind. What the hell is actually inside my body right now? Lloyd straightens up, his voice projecting authority. I will grant you any one thing you desire, provided it is within my power. Sungmin thinks, this feels like a meaningless test from the Archmage. However, he decides to play his cards carefully. There is nothing I need at the moment. I will save this favor for later. Sungmin looks at the Archmage, hiding his own confusion. If that monster knew I had devoured the Black Heart, he would have slaughtered me on the spot. Prescan, the master of the Dark Magic Tower, a warlock sentenced to death for violating the ultimate taboo. And his executioner, none other than the Gold Magic Tower Master, Loin. After a decade-long manhunt, Prescan finally fell into their trap. In my past life, this ambush happened months later, and he met his end rotting in a desolate cave. But history had changed. Because of my regression, a man destined for the grave was now walking the earth. Lee Sung-min's gaze grew cold, shadows veiling his eyes. The image of Ruth flashed through his mind. A cruel trade-off. Someone destined to live had died in the warlock's place. The cicada's cry pierced the air, mocking him. I've been a frog in the well for far too long, he thought bitterly. In my own tiny world, I deluded myself into feeling special, but to the true powerhouses, I was just another weak monster. Easily crushed, easily forgotten. The sky I looked up at with such awe. It was just the mouth of the well. The real heavens were vast, terrifying, and infinitely out of reach. Lee Sung-min lowered his head, lost in thought. A question gnawed at him. Just what level of power has Wu Hun reached by now? I have to accept the brutal truth. I am nothing but a larva. Didn't I learn this lesson back at Mount Mush? But I will not break. I won't despair over what I lack. Even if I have to crawl through the dirt, I will inch forward until I evolve into a butterfly. Lost in his resolve, he walked down the desolate path. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from behind him. Lee Sung-min, to think our paths would cross in a place like this. Kim Jong-hyun smiled, his tone light and cheerful. I heard most of the raid party was wiped out. Yet here you are, returning without a scratch. Sung-min turned to face him. Kim Jong-hyun's eyes scanned him, stopping at his chest. That armor? It's a rare masterpiece. Do you mind if I take a look? Sung-min nodded. Go ahead, Sung-min replied. I have questions for you anyway. Jong-hyun examined the piece as he answered. Question 1. What is this armor? This isn't just armor, it is a forced contract tool, a conduit meant to bind the wearer to a transcendent being, like a demon king. Sungmin froze. What? Jong Hyun continued, his voice terrifyingly calm. This is demon armor. It bypasses formal rituals to force a slave contract onto the user. Sungmin's brow furrowed in confusion. A slave contract? Think of it like this, Jong Hyun explained casually. Take a third-rate martial artist with hidden potential. If he dons this armor, that potential is forcibly awakened, turning him into a supreme master. But there is a price. Upon death, his soul is forfeit, eternally claimed by the Demon King. It happens whether the user wants it or not. Sungmin lowered his voice. But nothing happened when I put it on. Jong Hyun wiped the mana signature from the armor with a playful grin. Then there are only two possibilities. First, you simply have zero potential to awaken. Or second, you are already contracted to an entity far more powerful than the creator of this armor. He paused, his eyes gleaming. I'd wager on the latter. Do you have any idea who that might be? Sungmin asked, confused. Why would the Fear Demon King reject me? Kim Jong-hyun pointed at him, his expression unreadable. If the contract failed, then you're safe. You can use the armor without consequence. It's etched with powerful defensive spells. After all, as he spoke, the demon armor detached from Sungmin's body, shrinking down into a simple bracelet. Convenient, isn't it? Wear it like an accessory. When battle starts, just channel your mana or inner force into it, and it will instantly revert to full armor. Sungmin pressed on. Question 2. Preskin tried to offer me as a vessel for the Fear Demon King. Jong Hyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Fear Demon King, a transcendent being of the highest order. A monster that can shatter the minds of lesser beings just by locking eyes with them, drowning them in absolute terror. Yet, you maintained your sanity in his presence. Either your will is iron, or a being of that caliber acknowledged you. Do you see where this is going? Silence stretched between them. Sungmin asked the impossible, are you saying, my soul exists on a higher plane than the Fear Demon King? Jong Hyun chuckled softly. I cannot answer that. I have a feeling that if I speak the truth, I might face divine retribution. Sungmin felt his blood run cold. He swallowed hard. Question 3. I absorbed something monstrous. The Black Heart, Jong Hyun guessed. Preskin's creation. I can't be certain. I don't detect its energy on you. However, Preskin spent his life researching the ultimate life form. If that heart was his masterpiece, absorbing it would grant you power in a completely different dimension than that toy armor. I apologize, but that is the limit of my knowledge. However, the gods might have the answer you seek. He gave Sungmin a pointed look. If you want the truth, go to the city of Dreamo. Seek out Denir, the god of time. The god of time? Sungmin wondered if a deity would deign to speak to him. He stood up and bowed. Thank you. That was enlightening. Jong Hyun grinned. Think nothing of it. Come find me whenever you wish. After all, I've taken quite a liking to you. A shiver crawled down Sungmin's spine at those words. He quickly exited, closing the door behind him, his mind a chaotic storm of thoughts. The conversation with Kim Jong Hyun solved some riddles but spawned a dozen more. His next destination was set Dreamo. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded in his side. Scarlet kicked him, her voice rising in a shout. Lee Sung-min! Didn't I warn you to stay out of trouble? Lee Sung-min clutched his throbbing head in sheer panic. Scarlet, aren't you supposed to be a dignified mage? Why is your greeting always a kick to the face? Her expression turned icy, eyes narrowing dangerously. Be grateful. If I used actual magic on you, you'd be nothing but dust in the wind. Getting involved with that woman brings nothing but trouble. He quickly changed the subject, voice dropping low. I have questions. Scarlet's temper flared instantly. Then ask how dare a brat like you try to tease me. Lee Sung-min hesitated, then asked the forbidden question. Scarlet, exactly how old are you? A vein popped on Scarlet's forehead as rage erupted like a volcano. She grabbed him by the collar, shaking him violently. Listen here, kid, you never ask a woman that question. Sung-min thought to himself in a cold sweat. I guess she's definitely older than she looks. Her voice rose, laced with sudden concern. I heard you were the only survivor of that ambush. Are you holding up okay? Memories of Lloyd flashed through Sungmin's mind, and he lowered his voice. I'm fine. Scarlet studied his darkened expression, sensing the weight on his soul. Her tone softened. So, what is your next move? He answered without hesitation. I'm heading to Drachma. There is unfinished business I need to handle there. Scarlet's face lit up with unexpected delight. Really? Then let's travel together. After a brief exchange, the plan was set. Lee Sung-min was Drachma bound to secure final supplies, and Scarlet had insisted on tagging along. Scarlet laced her fingers behind her head, acting nonchalant. I just happen to have business in Drachma too, since we are going the same way. Isn't it better to have someone to talk to? She shot him a sharp, piercing glance that dared him to disagree. Why the silence? Do you have a problem with my company? Under Scarlet's predatory gaze, he flinched, stammering out a reply. No, not at all. I'm actually happy about it. Cold sweat trickled down Lee Sung-min's back. In his heart, the truth was different. I'm not exactly happy. But I don't hate the idea of traveling with Scarlet either. She was a genius, a mage possessing unique magic. She would go on to found the School of Less and eventually become the master of the Red Tower. Befriending a future legend like her was a brilliant strategic move. Back in his inn room, however, Lee Sung-min's thoughts took a darker turn. But why is everyone so friendly to me? Is it my charisma, or is something lurking in my shadow, manipulating fate itself? Are all these relationships just lies, manufactured by some unseen force? Lloyd's death. It would not have been in vain if he had just joined the attack. But I have no proof. Just shadows and doubts. It is only suspicion. But if I truly possess something ominous, Scarlet might be following me because she senses that special anomaly. If something happens, if she meets a fate like Lloyd because of me, I could never forgive myself. That is the real reason I didn't want her to come. Shaking off the gloomy thoughts, his mind drifted back to the dungeon raid. When I saved Lloyd and claimed the Black Heart, I looted the body of that traitor. A paranoid man like him would keep his greatest treasures close. The hall was legendary. A lesser life elixir, a greater life elixir, and the secret martial arts manuals of the Shaolin. Priceless treasures that could shake the world. Back in reality, he held the medicinal pill in his hand. Without a second thought, he swallowed the treasure whole. The lesser life elixir. No matter what worries I have, strength comes first. I just need to circulate the energy. Lee Sung-min sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning his meditation. But something was wrong. There was no violent reaction, no surge of power. He stood up, patting his body in confusion. Lee Sung-min frowned deeply. What is going on? I don't feel any change at all. Normally, an elixir of this grade would wrap the body in a visible aura of internal energy. Frustration bubbled up within him. Was it a fake? Just as the doubt crossed his mind, a soft pink light began to emanate from his abdomen. Seeing his stomach glow, Lee Sung-min stared down in shock. A moment later, the realization hit him. His internal energy was not just rising, it was multiplying exponentially. The lesser life elixir was the real deal. Usually, energy from an elixir spills out, and a martial artist must frantically circulate their chi to capture and refine it before it dissipates. Lee Sung-min stood frozen, his mind reeling. I did nothing. I didn't circulate a single breath, yet my body absorbed 100% of the energy. He looked at his arm, now humming with raw power. The stream of logic continued to flow. Absorbing even a fraction is considered a success for geniuses. But I think I just devoured the entire elixir without wasting a drop. A shiver ran down his spine. What just happened to me? Could it be? His mind raced to the black heart he had assimilated. His gaze fell upon the remaining box on the table. He grabbed the second box, the greater life elixir. Lee Sung-min took a gamble and swallowed the more potent pill. Instantly, a wave of energy far more violent than before enveloped him. Yet again, the result was defying all logic. I can absorb it all, both the lesser and the greater elixirs. Devoured completely. My internal energy now rivals that of a peak realm master. He thought of the ancient, predatory organ beating within his chest, the black heart. How is this perfect absorption possible? Is this the gluttonous influence of the black heart? I can't be sure, but the advantage is undeniable. The problem of my shallow internal energy has been solved in a single night. He walked over to the martial arts manuals, eyes gleaming with a new plan. He needed to put this power to use. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. The next day, he met Scarlet to discuss their route. After hearing his new proposal, she raised an eyebrow. You want to go to Breton instead of Drachma? Lee Sung-min nodded firmly, bowing his head with deep sincerity. Destiny was calling him elsewhere. It seems our paths must part here. My apologies. Lee Sung-min's voice was firm. Scarlet, confused, pressed him immediately. Why the sudden change of heart? Lee Sung-min answered without hesitation. I possess a secret technique of the Shaolin Temple. I intend to return it to them. And the temple lies in the city of Breton. Scarlet could not believe her ears. Her voice rose in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Why give it back? You should master it, then sell it for a fortune. Lee Sung-min countered calmly. I have already mastered it, but selling the Shaolin 100 moves, divine art impossible. The streets are flooded with fake manuals. Getting a fair price would be a nightmare. He scratched his head, a sheepish smile playing on his lips. That is why I plan to return it to the temple and claim a reward instead. The logic was sound. Scarlet found herself without a single argument left to make. She sighed, crossing her arms. So, that is the reason you cannot travel with me. Lee Sung-min nodded gently. He assumed her destination was Drive, but before he could finish his sentence, Scarlet cut him off. Her eyes lit up with mischief. Actually, I have business in Breton as well. Lee Sung-min froze, unable to process the sudden coincidence. Huh. Seeing his blank stare, Scarlet clarified her true intentions. Well, perhaps business is not the right word. I simply wish to see the world. City life does not suit me. I prefer the solitude of the mountains for my training. I plan to settle down in a beautiful place after my travels are done. Lee Sung-min stared at her, wide-eyed and speechless. After a moment, he recalled her scruffy, dark appearance from the past and smirked. Are you planning to return to your wild, unkempt days? Scarlet's face turned red. She shouted, I am going to bathe. But before Lee Sung-min could slip away, she seized him by the shoulder. So, we can travel together, right? Before Lee Sung-min could utter a word, she grabbed his head and forced it to nod vigorously. She acted out the entire scene herself. Oh, you say yes. Look, you are nodding. You cannot go back on your word now. Finally, she released him. As Lee Sung-min crouched on the ground, dizzy from the shaking, Scarlet beamed. It is decided then we travel together. Lee Sung-min sighed, defeated. I still need to prepare. Can we leave in a week? Scarlet's face lit up with excitement. Yes, perfect. I also need a week to organize my things. Lee Sung-min could only comfort himself silently. Fine. I must think positively, he told himself. Having someone to talk to is not bad, and traveling in a pair is certainly safer than being alone. The scene shifted to the heart of a dark, foreboding forest. Anna walked alone, barefoot in a flowing purple dress. Suddenly, she froze. Standing before her were Lee Sung-min and Scarlet. The three locked eyes, recognizing Anna instantly. Lee Sung-min stepped forward to shield Scarlet. Anna raised her hand, dark magic gathering at her fingertips. Her voice was cold. Ever since I met you. Suddenly, her arm twisted, erupting into long, writhing tentacles. They wove together, forming a monstrous, demonic limb tipped with razor-sharp claws. She stared vacantly at Lee Sung-min, her voice trembling. I feel strange. You. Who are you? Moments earlier, deep in the uninhabited woods, Prescan sat upon a cold stone slab, lost in deep contemplation. Lloyd. How could he be that powerful? He shuddered. I barely escaped with my life. The word genius was invented for monsters like him. Prescan glanced at Anna, who sat huddled in the corner. If I hadn't awakened you in time, I would never have escaped his clutches alive. Hey, brat. Seeing Anna remain silent, he called out again. Kid. On the second call, Anna finally slowly turned her gaze toward him. The girl sat on the dirt, chewing on something. Prescan frowned. My control is weak. I awakened her too hastily. She ignores my commands. And what is she eating? Anna shot him a glare so cold it sent shivers down his spine. No, calm down. She cannot harm me. The seal of obedience is holding firm. Prescan approached her, kneeling to wipe her mouth with his sleeve. Do you remember my instructions? You simply need to return to the place where you first opened your eyes and retrieve my heart. Anna remained motionless, staring blankly at him. A soul. Prescan grew anxious, repeating himself. You can do this, right? You will return quickly, won't you? Finally, he pointed into the distance and barked. Fine, just go and bring it back to me. At his command, Anna bolted instantly. She ran with such desperate speed that her shoes flew off her feet, left behind in the dirt. Preskin watched her disappear, bewildered. Where on earth is she going? She's just wandering wherever she pleases. But Anna was not wandering aimlessly. As she ran, she felt a pull. Father told me to go the other way. But I feel something. A strange presence calling from this direction. My heart. It is pounding. This sensation is so alien. It is suffocating. Her instincts led her straight to Lee Sung-min. And so, fate brought them back to that tense standoff in the forest. You! Who are you? Anna's monstrous limb lashed out. Yet, Lee Sung-min stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide, paralyzed by shock. Seeing the deadly strike approaching, Scarlet screamed, "You idiot, what are you doing standing there?" With a burst of energy, Scarlet unleashed her magic, desperate to intercept the devastating blow. A thunderous explosion shook the earth. Lee Sung-min stumbled back, barely keeping his footing as the shockwave hit across the field. Ani's monstrous arm was engulfed in Scarlet's crimson flames, forcing the creature to recoil. Seeing him dazed, Scarlet screamed through the chaos, "Wake up, you idiot. Do you have a death wish?" Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth, clutching his chest in sudden agony. "I'm sorry. My heart, it just..." Staring at the terrifying form of Ania, Scarlet couldn't help but ask, "What in the hell is that thing?" But Lee Sung-min didn't answer. His mind was spiraling into absolute chaos. "Is that Prescan's chimera, the monster Lloyd warned me about? Why is it here of all places? Did it come to reclaim the heart?" The memories flooded back. Sion slaughtered in a split second. Even the Archmage Lloyd had barely survived that encounter. And that was when Lloyd had to fight both the Chimera and Preskin at the same time. Lee Sung-min clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He activated his magic armor, but doubt gnawed at his soul. Can I actually do this? The image of Scarlet being butchered right before his eyes flashed through his mind. No! I have to do this. With a roar, he entered a battle state and charged straight at Anna, but the girl was fast. She effortlessly weaved through Lee Sung-min's barrage of attacks, dodging every strike. Exhaustion set in instantly, sweat pouring down his face as he gasped for air. Catching him off guard, Ani unleashed her long tentacles, snatching him up and hoisting him into the sky. Lee Sung-min desperately slashed at the tentacles binding him, his mind racing to analyze the enemy while hanging in midair. This girl, her attacks defy all logic, and her physical strength is leagues above the Chimera Ogre. The spear trembled in his grip. If I don't reinforce my internal energy with the Huju technique right now, I'm dead meat. Thank God I asked Salus to lighten this armor. It's the only reason I can move fast enough to survive. Seeing Lee Sung-min frozen in place, Scarlet shouted a warning while channeling a spell. "Get out of the way. You moron." Scarlet unleashed a torrent of firepower directly at Anna. The girl raised a tentacle arm to block, but the limb was instantly incinerated by the blaze. Anna grimaced, her face twisting as she endured the scorching pain. Hovering in the air, Scarlet continued to weave her complex incantations. "Hurts, doesn't it? That must be excruciating. I can tell you have high magic resistance." Ayn clutched her burning limb, the flames refusing to die down as they ate away at her flesh. Scarlet smirked. "While you might be able to neutralize most standard magic, my spells are a little unique." A look of pure arrogance crossed her face as she lectured the monster on her superiority. "Standard resistance is useless against me. I've rewritten the formula to create my own secret magic. If you don't want to turn into a pile of ash, you better behave." But before she could finish gloating, an attack came flying. Lee Sung-min leaped in just in time, tackling Scarlet out of the air to save her. They crashed onto the ground, watching as the spot where Scarlet had been hovering shattered into dust, smoke rising from the destruction. Lee Sung-min panted. "Shall we consider this me paying you back for earlier?" Scarlet nodded, dusting herself off. "Absolutely. We're even." Suddenly, Lee Sung-min frozen. A terrifying realization struck him. Wait a second. Could it be? He stared at Anya's stance. Doesn't that look exactly like the 100-step divine fist? He recalled Lloyd's words, "The Chimera ate hearts." Don't tell me. Can it absorb the martial arts of everyone it devours? What a goddamn nightmare. Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth and engaged Ain again, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a single clean hit. Aini lunged with a sudden slash. Lee Sung-min barely managed to raise his spear in a desperate block. I can't block this sword, and I can't counterattack, but suddenly, Aini stopped. She leaned in close, her voice chilling. I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? In a split second, Aini's demeanor shifted. The air grew heavy with her explosive rage. She glared daggers at Lee Sung-min. Who the hell are you? Her killing intent was so overwhelming that Lee Sung-min found himself paralyzed with fear. Boom! A massive fireball roared toward them, interrupting the interrogation. Lee Sung-min threw himself to the side to escape the blast. It was Scarlet. Strange crimson runes swirled around her body as she channeled her power. Ein's face was scorched black from the surprise attack. Scarlet scoffed. You should thank your lucky stars that I'm here to crash the party. Scarlet pointed a provocative finger at the monster, a cocky grin on her lips. Are you mad if you're so angry? Why don't you try and kill me? The provocation worked perfectly. Ein's eyes bulged with fury, her teeth grinding together as she glared at the mage. She prepared to lunge, but suddenly, magical hands erupted from the earth. Clamping tight around her ankles, Scarlet's trap had sprung. Seeing the girl immobilized, Scarlet sauntered back and forth, mocking her trapped opponent. Now, Lee Sung-min seized the opening, charging in for the kill, but sensing the fatal danger, Aini leaped upwards, her eyes locked onto him. She leaped. By severing her own feet, Lee Sung-min watched in horror as she escaped the trap by mutilating herself. Did she really just slice off her own limbs? Aine spun in the air and landed gracefully, but the horror wasn't over. As her feet touched the ground, flesh and bone knitted together instantly, her legs had fully regenerated. Lee Sung-min and Scarlet stood frozen in absolute disbelief. The two warriors watched in disbelief as the impossible happened before their eyes. The legs Aina had just severed were growing back instantly. Why do I feel like this is a nightmare? Scarlet Lear scratched her head furiously, her frustration boiling over. What in the hell is this monster? Even the flesh I incinerated is healing seamlessly. Troublesome. Lee Sung-min stood by her side, his voice flat as he echoed her thoughts. Troublesome. You're only realizing how dire this is now. Scarlet Lear twirled a lock of her hair, her mind racing for a solution. Regeneration this potent defies nature, but it must have a cost. There is always a limit. I sensed it during our clash. If we coordinate our attacks, we hold the advantage. We must inflict heavy, catastrophic damage relentlessly if we force her to heal constantly. Her mana will hit rock bottom. That is our path to victory. But Aina had heard every word. A chilling, sinister smile crept across the little girl's face. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted. She unleashed a devastating storm of pink magic, targeting Scarlet Lear and Lee Sung-min directly. Witnessing such terrifying power, Scarlet's expression darkened. I take back what I said earlier. As Aina slipped into a state of frenzy, Scarlet's voice trembled. Just how bottomless is that mana reserve? We are in grave danger. Before the words could settle, the girl's tentacles lashed out, aiming straight for Lee Sung-min. The impact was brutal. Struck by Aina's overwhelming force, Lee Sung-min was sent skidding across the dirt. He collapsed, groaning in agony. Blood trickled down his forehead, masking his vision. A guttural roar of pain tore from his throat. Scarlet watched him crawl on the ground, panic rising in her chest. Hey, are you alright? Silence answered her. She screamed louder, desperation taking over. Don't you dare die on me. Do you hear me? You idiot. Lee Sung-min forced his broken body to rise, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He muttered through the pain. I had to change. And I did change. I rewrote my very essence. I changed the world around me. That is what I became on Mount Mush. But it wasn't enough. My dreams were too vast for the person I was. I was just a worm, barely able to crawl. If one step isn't enough, I must take 10 100. Memories of Ouija Hoyan flooded his mind. The days of hellish training flashed before him. I cannot stop here. I cannot be satisfied with a single step. Mount Mush. The truth is bitter. I didn't leave because I obtained the demon armor. I left because I hit a wall. A wall so high it blocked out the sky. In the end, I just wanted the easy way out. I used the armor as the pathetic excuse to flee the mountain. And the price for that cowardice was steep. I was useless, pitiful. I knew I had to struggle, to fight for every inch. Yet, I chose to run. I should never have done that. Lee Sung-min staggered to his feet. He gripped his spear, his hands trembling violently. It's so heavy. It has been too long since I truly felt the soul of the spear. Static filled his ears, a buzzing sound like 1,000 cicadas. He gritted his teeth, thinking of his friends. Cicada. Small cicada. I want to stand by her side. I want to shatter this cursed fate. I refuse to die here. Seeing Aina charge, Scarlet Lear dived out of harm's way, but Lee Sung-min stood rooted, lost in the storm of his own conviction. A grand dream for a lowly worm, perhaps, but I don't want to die. I absolutely refuse to perish. It seems impossible for the weakling I am now. With that thought, Lee Sung-min thrust his spear forward, challenging the monster. But if that is the case, if I possess a wind that exceeds my worth, then I must not stop at just one step. Internal energy erupted, wrapping around the spear. It surged through Lee Sung-min's body more, deeper, stronger. The spear collided with Aina's phantom limb. In a split second, the arm was obliterated. His energy roared like a dragon, threatening to swallow Aina whole. The girl shrieked in confusion. What kind of monster are you? He withdrew his spear, his vision blurred, his voice trembling but defiant. I am Lee Sung-min. Aina stumbled back, clutching her bleeding stump. Fear flickered in her eyes, blood dripping from her lips. She stared at him, whispering, I am Aina. Lee Sung-min kept his spear raised, his guard never wavering. Sensing the threat, Aina turned and fled. She vanished into the depths of the forest without looking back, leaving the two warriors stunned in the silence. With the enemy gone, the adrenaline faded. Lee Sung-min collapsed to the earth. Darkness consumed him. When he finally opened his eyes, he was lying in a strange bed. Realizing this wasn't his room, he bolted upright. Scarlet Lear sat nearby, engrossed in a book. He rasped out, Where am I? Scarlet didn't look up from her pages. Oh, you're finally awake. She snapped the book shut and fixed him with a gaze. Miraculous, you're not dead. You've been out cold for 3 days. We're in a village nearby. I hired a doctor and treated your external wounds with potions. How does the body feel? Lee Sung-min looked down at his hands. He flexed his fingers, testing the joints. I can move freely. It feels fine. Suddenly, Scarlet stood up and delivered a sharp kick to his side. Her voice rose in disbelief. What the hell? Don't try to act tough, kid. Do you have any idea how many bones you broke? Lee Sung-min blocked the kick effortlessly. I'm telling the truth. Scarlet narrowed her eyes, suspicion growing. What are you saying? Are you telling me a pile of shattered bones healed in just 3 days? Lee Sung-min remained silent, staring intently at his hands. He pondered the anomaly. Could this be another power of the Black Heart? Seeing Lee Sung-min remain silent, Scarlet Lear removes her glasses and lets out a heavy sigh. You are hiding something from me. Are you not? Just what exactly was that little monster? It seems you know something. When he still refuses to respond, she leans in until their faces are inches apart, enunciating every word. If you know the truth, then spit it out. Stop keeping secrets. Seeing her pester him relentlessly, Lee Sung-min realizes there is no escape. He has no choice but to reveal everything to Scarlet. After listening to Sung-min's full explanation, she simply nods in understanding. I see. So it is the Black Heart. That explains why Henry kept meeting with that lunatic Kim Jong-hyun. Lee Sung-min sits on the bed and nods firmly. That is correct. Scarlet clasps her hands behind her head, leaning back casually. So, you crawled your way out of hell and obtained a core overflowing with magnificent power. I honestly do not know if I should call you incredibly lucky or cursed by misfortune. She pauses, but when Lee Sung-min offers no reaction, Scarlet clears her throat awkwardly. No, actually, you are lucky. After all, if I had not been there, you would be dead meat. The young man simply replies with a short, yeah. Hearing such a flat response, Scarlet's expression sours as she glares at him. What is with that indifferent look? Do you not know how to thank your savior? Lee Sung-min turns to face her, his gaze serious. Why did you not run away? That situation threatened your very life. That child's target was only me. If you wanted to, you could have easily escaped him. So, why did you stay? Scarlet's expression darkens instantly. It sounds like you are asking why I did not just let you die. Fearing a misunderstanding, Lee Sung-min rushes to explain. No, that is not what I meant. Scarlet stands up and paces away from the bed, her voice dropping low. Because I simply did not want to. She pauses. Have you ever experienced war? Lee Sung-min does not quite understand, but he answers honestly. No. Scarlet stands with her back to him, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. I thought as much. When I was young, back when I was an incredibly cute child, unlike the charming beauty I am now, though, I do not know when or where it started, but a war suddenly broke out. War is a truly cruel thing. It swept away everything precious to me, destroying the very hometown where I was born. Scarlet recalls the images of her childhood, her village reduced to rubble and ash. She continues softly, along with everyone who was important to me. It is very hard to get used to that feeling of loss. That is why I have never tried to get close to anyone. She suddenly whirls around, looking straight at Lee Sungmin with a bright smile. But really, what could I do? It was happening right before my eyes. I could not just leave you alone. Her eyes soften. You are making a face that says you understand exactly how that feels. You have lost someone precious too, haven't you? She steps closer to the silent Lee Sungmin and speaks gently. Stop worrying about useless things. I will not die easily. I survived a war and all the hardships of this world. I am an incredibly lucky person. Lee Sungmin recalls the monstrous arm of Anna, an attack that nearly obliterated her while she stood frozen. Didn't you almost die just now? Hearing this, Scarlet shoots back a reply. I still had my ultimate move ready. You know, even if you had not blocked that attack, I would have survived just fine. Do you always travel alone because you are afraid those following you will die as your senior? Let me give you a piece of advice. Scarlet points a finger directly at Lee Sungmin's face. If you do not want to lose important people, then simply become stronger. I mean truly strong. Strong enough that you never fall into such a dangerous situation ever again. Because that is exactly what I'm doing. Hearing her advice, Lee Sungmin can only force a wry smile. Who doesn't know that? Scarlet responds nonchalantly. It is the most obvious answer, isn't it? But you feel a bit better now, don't you? Lee Sungmin replies honestly. That is right. Hearing his certainty, Scarlet feels relieved. It seems you understood everything I said, so I will be going now. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we depart for Breton. As she turns to leave, Lee Sungmin quickly speaks up. Thank you. Scarlet waves her hand dismissively without looking back. It was nothing. Left alone in the room, he grips his weapon tightly, sinking into deep thought to become stronger. I know that well enough. In that final moment, the energy exploding from the tip of my spear was definitely enhanced. That is right. I do not need to dwell on useless worries. I will continue to forge ahead and become stronger. The next day, Lee Sungmin and Scarlet finally arrive in the city of Breton. Scarlet cheers happily. We are finally here. Walking through the streets of Breton, she cannot stop gazing at everything around her. To her, everything here is fresh and strange. This is the first time I have ever visited a city in the Central Plains. It is a miracle we were not attacked again on the way. She pats Lee Sungmin's shoulder and asks, So, what should we do first? We aren't planning to go straight to the Shaolin Temple, are we? Lee Sungmin shakes his head. I have not decided yet. Scarlet immediately proposes. Since we are already here, why don't we rest a bit and grab something to eat? Sungmin nods in agreement. All right. The two enter a restaurant, and a waiter immediately rushes over to welcome them. Welcome. As they sit at the table, Scarlet cannot contain her excitement. She immediately asks, What are we going to eat? Sungmin replied with a hollow look. Not sure. Scarlet tapped her chin, pondering. I can't decide what to eat. Her tone shifted. I've never eaten in the Central Plains before. And I also don't know how to handle those scumbags upstairs. Two pairs of eyes were locked on them from the second floor. The air was thick with suspicion. Sungmin lowered his voice. You noticed them too, Scarlet scoffed. Obviously. They've been dissecting us with their eyes since the moment we stepped in. Her expression darkened with annoyance. How could I not feel it? What is their problem? It's irritating. Sungmin offered a grim theory. It's probably because of me. Scarlet blinked, confused. What? Sungmin realized he needed to explain the mechanics of his power. When a martial artist reaches the peak realm, they undergo a return to origin, a body metamorphosis. Their internal energy becomes profound, hidden from the naked eye. Scarlet's eyes lit up as she finally understood the situation. Although Sungmin possessed the overwhelming energy to be a peak master, he hadn't fully ascended yet. He met one condition, but lacked the control to hide it. Scarlet snapped out of her thoughts and smirked. So, your overflow of power is acting like a magnet for annoying houseflies. But her voice carried too far. Upstairs, a thug slammed his hand down. What did you just say, flies? The thug, Sungmin, peered over the railing with a lecherous grin. He winked at Scarlet. Pretty face, but such a foul mouth. Trying to play hard to get. Do you think those insults make you more attractive? Scarlet looked at him like he was absolute garbage. What are you babbling about? You brainless moron? Did you eat manure for breakfast? Seungmin laughed it off, stroking his hair. Every rose has its thorns. Scarlet gagged. Shut up. Have you been reading too many third-rate romance novels? She pointed an accusatory finger at him. I'm begging you, just shut your mouth and eat. Hearing you speak makes me want to end you right here. I'm barely holding back. Veins bulged on Seungmin's neck. Below, Seungmin sipped his tea calmly. I think you really made him angry. Scarlet rolled her eyes at his obvious observation. You think? Steel rang out as Seungmin drew his blade, face flushed with rage. I'll give you one chance to take that back. Scarlet remained defiant. No, idiot. She shouted up at him. If I don't take it back, what are you gonna do? That was the breaking point. Seungmin launched himself from the balcony, blade swinging down. Scarlet dramatically threw her hands up. Eek, so scary, save me. Seungmin. Seungmin narrowed his eyes, analyzing the falling strike. A first-rate warrior. Good grief, why did she have to provoke him like that? Before Seungmin could even move, a blur cut through the air. Thwack Seungmin crashed to the floor, screaming in pain. Seungmin frowned. And what just happened? A figure descended gracefully from above. Such uncouth behavior in a place of rest. The stranger flipped a coin in his hand, and such poor judgment, challenging someone far stronger than yourself. On the floor, Seungmin lay defeated with a massive lump on his head. Next to him spun a single coin. Seungmin stared at it. A coin. He took down a first-rate warrior with loose change, pushing his shock aside. Seungmin asked, Who are you? The stranger clasped his hands in a formal salute. Forgive the intrusion. I dislike seeing bloodshed during a meal. I am Namgung Hiwan, the rising star of the Namgung clan. The Azure Dragon Sword. Scarlet snapped her fingers. The super rich clan with all the masters, Seungmin added quickly. I actually wasn't planning to kill him. Namgung Hiwan raised a hand. I know. May I join your table? Scarlet leaned forward, grinning mischievously. If you're paying, sure. The Namgung clan is loaded, right? Hiwan chuckled softly. Deal. But Hiwan kept staring intensely at Seungmin. Is there something on my face? Hiwan leaned in. May I ask your age? 18? Hiwan's eyes widened with excitement. 18? And already stepping into the transcendent realm? That is beyond impressive. Your talent is terrifying. You must be the little heavenly demon? Woohoon? Poof, Seungmin sprayed his water everywhere. Seungmin lowered his head, mortified. Across the table, Scarlet's face went pitch black at the mention of that name. Hiwan continued, oblivious to the mood. Don't deny it. With that level of skill, who else could you be? Lee Seungmin ignored the social cues, his eyes locking intensely onto the man. Do you know the little heavenly demon beside him? Scarlet's patience finally snapped. She rose from her chair, looking ready to climb right over the table to get at them. The two men remained completely oblivious to the chaos brewing beside them. Gong Hyeon replied with casual ease. He is quite famous. Only 3 masters in the Blood Heavenly Demon's territory hold that title. The Blood Heavenly Demon, the Crazy Heavenly Demon, and the Little Heavenly Demon. Because of the name, people assume he is weaker than the other 2, but that is a fatal mistake. Before he could finish, a shadow loomed. Scarlet launched herself into the air and drove a heel straight into Lee Seungmin's skull. Her face was a mask of purple rage. Witnessing this sudden violence, cold sweat trickled down Gong Hyeon's neck as he stammered. So, you are not the Little Heavenly Demon rumors say the Little Heavenly Demon is a woman? Or perhaps someone your age with terrifying martial arts, or... Who are you really? Lee Seungmin lifted his head, a fresh bump throbbing on his scalp, and answered calmly. I am Lee Seungmin. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Gong Hyeon bowed slightly. Forgive my rudeness. I have never heard of you before. Lee Seungmin cut him off, urgency in his voice. More importantly, do you have any other information regarding the Little Heavenly Demon? Gong Hyeon shook his head slowly. I only know what I just told you. If you seek details, you will have to ask around the streets. Information is scarce. Rumor has it he is exceptionally cruel, but putting that aside, I have a request. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Lee Seungmin and Scarlet froze. Their voices overlapped in confusion. A duel. Gong Hyeon smiled with an innocent charm. I have no ill intent. It is simply that when I see a strong martial artist, my blood boils to test my skills. Lee Seungmin weighed the offer. Fighting a strong opponent now could be the key. It might shatter the wall limiting his growth. Decision made. He nodded without hesitation. If it is just a friendly spar, I accept. Gong Hyeon's face lit up. Excellent, but fighting for nothing is dull. Isn't it? Let us make a wager. You want to bet? Lee Seungmin asked. Gong Hyeon continued. Something lighthearted. Nothing too serious. His excitement peaked as he declared loudly, The loser must become the winner's younger brother. The terms were set. Without wasting another second, Lee Sung-min and Gong Hyun headed out. They arrived at the training hall. Gong Hyun stood opposite him, sword in hand. Are you ready? Lee Sung-min gripped his weapon. I do not know if I can live up to your expectations. Gong Hyun chuckled, but the sound died instantly. He shifted into a combat stance, his friendly aura evaporating, replaced by sharp, suffocating killing intent. You are too humble. Watching him, Lee Sung-min felt the shift. The atmosphere around Gong Hyun had completely transformed. As expected of the strongest genius of the Namgung clan from my past life, he is strong. At the very least, he is a peak realm martial artist, a rare master in this era. Scarlet sat on the sidelines, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, Gong Hyun struck, his figure blurred, splitting into three distinct illusions charging with swords drawn. Lee Sung-min could not decipher the technique instantly. All he could do was maintain absolute focus. Strange footwork. If I just stand here gaping, I will lose my rhythm instantly. As if reading his mind, Gong Hyun unleashed the phantom shadow movement, first form. No words needed. Lee Sung-min surged forward, thrusting his spear directly at Gong Hyun's core. Void movement technique. Seeing the lightning-fast reaction, excitement surged through Gong Hyun. A worthy opponent, he intends to destroy my momentum with pure speed. I cannot believe he closed the distance this fast while wielding a long spear. Gong Hyun reacted instinctively, parrying the spear aside. He shouted over the clash of steel, I like this. But the contact was strange. Lee Sung-min's spear felt glued to Gong Hyun's blade. It is stuck. Is this an energy absorption technique? Lee Sung-min had not expected to be dragged into a passive position so quickly. Veins bulged on his arms as he channeled his inner force. With a roar, he ripped the spear free from the magnetic pull and leaped back. They collided again, a blur of steel and sparks. Gong Hyun swung down, Nine Heavens spear art, first form. Seeing Lee Sung-min anticipate the path, Gong Hyun shifted instantly. Violet mist, soul-chasing spear. Lee Sung-min's eyes widened. He changed the trajectory of a sword technique mid-swing. Gong Hyun retreated, his sword hand trembling slightly. If that had been a real spear, the impact would have been fatal. He sheathed his blade and sighed. If we continue, one of us will die. And I have no intention of calling someone younger than me big brother. Lee Sung-min countered. From the beginning, wasn't this match more beneficial for me? Since you are older, even if I lose nothing. Gong Hyun grinned. But you still fought with everything you had, didn't you? Because no martial artist steps into the ring wanting to lose. Meanwhile, Scarlet had collapsed from sitting to lying down. She propped her head up, watching them with dead eyes. Boring. So boring. Let's move. We need to end this now. Those two are still bickering. Hearing Gong Hyun's words, Lee Sung-min responds instantly. Of course. Gong Hyun grips his blade and charges at Lee Sung-min once more. Fine then, let us resume this duel. The two warriors collide again, restarting their battle of honor. Gong Hyun exploits a closing technique. Using a magnetic force to draw Lee Sung-min's spear in, Sung-min falls into a passive state, his weapon stuck fast to his opponent's sword. Lee Sung-min's face twists in frustration. It's being sucked in again, that same damn technique. Lee Sung-min is forced onto the defensive. He can only dodge the relentless barrage of attacks, unable to find an opening to strike back. In his mind, he curses. Damn it, I don't want to admit this. But his control over internal energy is far superior to mine. It's useless. Even if this is my most effective method, I have to use the recoil force to tear the spear tip free. With that thought, Lee Sung-min immediately leaps high into the air. He drives his spear straight down toward Gong Hyun, but his opponent reacts instantly. Nine Heavens, absolute spear, second form. Lee Sung-min disperses his internal energy into multiple branches. Thundersplit breaker. Two ultimate moves clash at once. The tip of Gong Hyun's sword strikes directly against the wrapped head of Lee Sung-min's spear. Suddenly, the wrapping on Lee Sung-min's spear tip bursts apart. Gong Hyun's blade stops inches from Lee Sung-min's throat. No matter how fast your footwork is, or how many after images you leave behind, you still have one fatal weakness. I just had to find that weak point and aim for it. I win. Lee Sung-min lies on the ground, a bitter smile forming on his lips. I have lost. Senior brother. At that moment, Gong Hyun suddenly presses the sword closer to Lee Sung-min's neck. Sung-min grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He thinks to himself, I still have such a long, long road ahead of me. Gong Hyun lowers his sword. He reaches out, pulls Lee Sungmin up, and smiles. To be honest, you are actually quite strong. Lee Sungmin stands up slowly and replies, I haven't even done much yet, and I've already lost Hearing this, Gong Hee-won shakes his head. No, our skills are not that different. Neither is our internal force or technique. Your spear arts are truly incredible. Compared to standard techniques, you performed excellently. Your advanced arts are nothing to scoff at either. I'm guessing you haven't had many opportunities to use them in duels against other martial artists, right? Lee Sung-min remains silent, bowing his head as he listens. He knows he is still unaccustomed to controlling his internal energy. When their weapons clashed, he was clumsy, unable to handle the feedback. Speaking of this, Gong Hee-won suddenly drapes an arm around his shoulder, smiling warmly. I only won because I have more experience than you, that is all. If you accumulate more combat experience, you will resolve these issues quickly. Regardless, we are brothers now. I hope you can come with me. Lee Sung-min, confused about the destination, asks innocently. Go where Gong Hee-won answers without hesitation, the Shaolin Temple. Lee Sung-min is surprised. I was actually on my way there as well, realizing they share the same path. The two begin discussing it excitedly. Really, this match of ours was truly fascinating. Yes, it really was. Just then, Scarlet wakes up, disturbed by their loud voices. She yawns sleepily and complains, You two are so noisy. Is your boring little battle finally over? Seeing the two men suddenly acting like best friends, Scarlet is momentarily speechless. What is wrong with them? I don't like this at all. The scene shifts. In a dark cave, an old monk sits in meditation. Suddenly, he speaks. I can feel it coming. The god of chaos is approaching. Leaving the training grounds, the group discusses Gong Hee-won's reason for visiting Shaolin. Gong Hee-won explains, Around this time every year, I visit the Shaolin abbot, Master Bunjang, along with the younger generation of the other three famous families. Scarlet chimes in with a tease. The gathering of failures. Lee Sung-min, curious about his words, asks, but why do you have to go every year? Walking forward, Gong Hee-won answers casually, A long-standing promise. I will explain it on the way. Lee Sung-min simply replies, All right. Scarlet, however, is reacting differently. Her eyes go wide, her jaw drops in shock. Oh, look at what that failure is saying. And so, we traveled together to the Shaolin Temple. After a long journey, Lee Sung-min, Gong Hee-won, and Scarlet finally arrive, the Shaolin Temple. A monk at Shaolin sees them and welcomes them enthusiastically. As they enter, they receive an introduction to the place. The four families Namgung, Jiggle, Murong, and Tang are all renowned clans. The heirs of these four families are all around the same age and possess equal strength. Scarlet, walking behind, is blinded by the radiant aura or perhaps the shiny head of the monk. She has to raise a hand to shield her eyes from the light. The monk stops in a temple courtyard and smiles, continuing his explanation. The clan leaders wished to create an alliance to unify all the families. But when they started, they fought over the position of Supreme Commander. Their strength was so equal, it was impossible to choose a leader. Therefore, they decided to leave that burden to the next generation. The old man's gaze swept over the three young prodigies standing before him, representing the Poison Butterfly clan of Sichuan. Tang and the one to judge this gathering, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple himself, Master Bunyang. Next was Jagal Terium of the Silver Dragon clan, and from the Snowflower clan, Moyong Sejin. The abbot would choose the supreme commander from among these four heirs of the great families. As the master finished his introduction, Gong Hee-won stepped forward. With a casual air, he greeted his three rivals. You all waited a long time. Didn't you, the Dragon Sword clan, had some business to attend to? Apologies for the delay. Lee Sung-min stood silently, watching the four of them exchange words. His mind raced with memories of a former life and his past incarnation. These were the legends, the stars he had only ever heard rumors about. Tang stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Hee-won. Her voice was sharp. Business? What kind of business makes us wait until this hour? Her eyes shifted, landing on Lee Sung-min with disdain. Is it that guy? Did that trash slow you down? Looking at him, I suppose that's a pathetic enough excuse. Hearing his brother insulted, Hee-won's expression darkened. He snapped back instantly. Hey, who are you calling that guy? Are your eyes just for decoration? Tang-Ah's temper flared at the disrespect. She glared at Lee Sung-min with burning fury. What, you dare speak to me like that? Before she could strike, Hee-won stepped in, draping a heavy arm around Lee Sung-min's shoulders. Listen closely. My sworn brother here, he is a swordsman on the verge of the peak realm. And he hasn't even turned 20. Tang-Ah froze, her arrogance shattering. She gasped in disbelief. Your brother, a swordsman of that caliber, is your brother. Lee Sung-min listened to the exchange, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. I see now, he thought. If he claims a sworn brother who reached the peak realm at 18, it elevates his own standing among the 4 stars of the great families. The realization hit the others hard. Tang-Ah, Jagalterium, and Moyong Sejin stared with a mix of shock and newfound wariness. Ignoring their stares, Lee Sung-min whispered to Hee-won. So, you want me to play the role of your talented little brother, is that it? Hee-won murmured back, a sly grin in his voice. Exactly. You already reached the peak, didn't you? Being my brother cost you nothing. Besides, that's the reason you agreed to come, right? Lee Sung-min let out a heavy sigh of resignation. Fine. Jagalterium, noticing their secret exchange, interrupted impatiently. Hold on. How long are we going to delay this? Hee-won nodded, his demeanor shifting to business. Right. Let's get moving. Before departing, he turned back to Lee Sung-min. We are going to pay our respects to Master Bunyang. Why don't you take a walk around the temple grounds? Lee Sung-min nodded. He had no desire to intrude on the politics of the great families anyway. Understood. As Hee-won walked away, Sung-min caught a glimpse of Moyong Sejin. Just seeing her face, his heart began to pound in his chest, a rhythm he couldn't control. Once the heirs of the 4 families had disappeared, Scarlet Lear approached. Smack! She slapped Lee Sung-min heartily on the back. Look at you. You lost the duel, but gained a powerful backer. Not bad. Sung-min winced, annoyed by her teasing. Cut it out, will you? Scarlet continued to giggle, finding the whole situation hilarious. You're so ridiculous. The monk who had been waiting nearby finally cleared his throat. Please, follow me. We have prepared a meal for you. Scarlet nodded eagerly. Oh, I hope the temple food lives up to its reputation. The scene shifted to a quiet guest room. A narrator's voice echoed the situation. I see. Scarlet Lear and Lee Sung-min are dining here. Staring at the green spread, Scarlet frowned. Temple food really has no meat. Huh, Sung-min replied flatly. It is a Buddhist temple, after all. Scarlet picked up a vegetable, chewing thoughtfully. Actually, even without meat, this is delicious. But Lee Sung-min wasn't listening. His mind was elsewhere. I need to return the book I took from John, and then head back to Drav. Suddenly, the door slid open. A young monk bowed respectfully. Forgive the intrusion. The abbot wishes to speak with you. Lee Sung-min's eyes widened in surprise. The abbot he wants to see, me. Following the young monk toward a secluded cave, Sung-min's mind raced. The abbot is Master Bunyang, the very person the 4 stars went to meet. Why would he summon someone like me, asterisk? The young monk led him to the entrance, bowed deeply, and vanished, leaving Lee Sung-min alone with his chaotic thoughts. I don't know much about Master Bunyang. Even in my past life, I never heard rumors of him. He stepped into the darkness, groping for answers, but I do know his title. In the dim light, the figure appeared, the eccentric Buddha. The silver-bearded abbot looked up, his eyes piercing through Sung-min's soul. I understand now. So, you are the one beloved by the god of chaos? Lee Sung-min froze. The words made no sense. Are you Master Bunyang, the god of chaos? What do you mean? The old abbot's voice resonated with power. You are an entity that defies time, an immortal existence beyond human comprehension. Sung-min's curiosity burned brighter than his fear. He pressed the old man. What can you speak plainly? But Abbot Bunyang ignored the demand, offering only a cryptic warning. Impossible. If I revealed the truth to you and still lived, I would have already shed this mortal shell and ascended to godhood. As the abbot spoke, a horrific image flashed in Lee Sung-min's mind. A girl, blood pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth. He dropped to his knees before the abbot, desperation in his voice. Then tell me, where must I go to find the answer? Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept through the cave. Lee Sung-min shivered violently. What is this? A thick, white mist began to materialize from thin air. It swirled around them, swallowing the world in white. The abbot stared intensely at Lee Sung-min, his final words sealing a new fate. Go north, 5 years from now. In the land of eternal snow, you will meet the one destined to change everything. The abbot's body flashed with brilliant light, then dimmed in an instant. A strange chill ran down Lee Sung-min's spine. He couldn't help but ask, "Earlier, you cut me off, telling me not to ask." The old man burst into laughter. "That wasn't me speaking earlier. It was the other soul residing within this body. I remember nothing." Lee Sung-min froze. The words left him completely stunned. "You serve the Buddha, yet harbor another soul," Abbot Byeonjang replied casually. "Why do you think they call me the eccentric Buddha? I do not know why that soul chose to speak to you, but I assume your question has been answered." Enough of that. Did you come here to return the manual you stole? Lee Sung-min placed the secret manual on the ground. Seeing this, the abbot smirked. "You return what you stole, hoping to gain something new in exchange?" His intentions exposed. Lee Sung-min could only offer an awkward, guilty smile. Abbot Byeonjang tossed a round object toward him. "However, I suppose a reward is in order." The divine flux elixir. Swallow it. Lee Sung-min caught the pill reflexively. Yes, but staring at the treasure in his hand, shock overwhelmed him. "Wait. The divine flux elixir. You would give me such a priceless treasure for a mere martial arts manual?" Byeonjang's expression hardened instantly. "I gave it to you, yet you still wish to complain? You are exactly as Wee Ji-hoon described." Hearing that name, Lee Sung-min's demeanor darkened. "Who? Did you just say?" Byeonjang shrugged indifferently. "You heard me the first time." Unable to control himself, Lee Sung-min lunged at the old man. "Wee Ji-hoon, was he here?" The abbot remained calm. "I wonder." Lee Sung-min cut him off, desperate. "Please, you must tell me." The old abbot grinned slyly. "If you truly wish to know." Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Lee Sung-min. A young monk with a physique carved from stone appeared. "Defeat my disciple, Jihak." The successor of Shaolin said nothing. Lee Sung-min wasted no time and charged into battle. Fists flew and aura clashed, but soon, Lee Sung-min lay on the ground, gasping for air. The young monk stood tall, barely a scratch on him. Lee Sung-min looked up, defeat crushing his spirit. "I lost. Again." In his mind, he saw Wee Ji-hoon's eyes filled with pity. "It seems you do nothing but lose, don't you? Years of training, yet the result is the same." Scarlet would surely mock him if she saw this. He felt pathetic, unable to answer the voice in his head. "Even against Wee Ji-hoon, I managed to land a few strikes, but this Jihak, he played with me like a child. I have never even heard his name before. Who is he in my past life or this one? He was a ghost." Abbot Byeonjang remained seated, turning to his young disciple. "Jihak, what is your assessment?" The young monk hesitated, but duty compelled him to speak. "To be honest, he is lacking in almost every regard." Jihak frowned, looking down at the defeated challenger. "He lacks experience. Even with top-tier techniques, he cannot draw out their true potential." Lee Sung-min struggled to sit up, forcing himself to listen. His control over internal energy is childish. He possesses vast power, yet he cannot tame it. The abbot stood, leaning heavily on his cane as he approached. He placed a hand on Lee Sung-min's head. "The chi within you is in total chaos. Chaos." Byeonjang kept his hand firm. "Indeed, a case like yours is exceedingly rare. Let me demonstrate." Lee Sung-min flinched. "Wait, what are you doing?" "Stay still, you insolent brat." The abbot strapped his walking stick to Lee Sung-min's leg. "Done." He grinned. "Now, try to walk." "Walk? How am I supposed to move like this?" The abbot spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. "Difficult, isn't it? That is the exact state of your body right now. Your existence is an anomaly." Watching Lee Sung-min stumble, he explained the fatal flaw. "Your mind holds advanced martial knowledge. Your body holds a sudden surge of internal power, but your vessel remains unopened. The Ren and Du meridians are completely blocked. Your knowledge is vast, your chi is massive, but trapped in a blocked body, it is all useless." The truth sank in. My internal energy spiked from the elixir. My technique came from the battle with Ayin. Lee Sung-min lost his balance. He pitched forward, crashing toward Jihak. Jihak stepped aside effortlessly. The abbot continued his lecture. "With even legs, walking is simple, but when one is too long, impossible." Lee Sung-min lifted his dirt-streaked face. "Then, what must I do?" The abbot clasped his hands behind his back, looking down like a giant. You must clear the Ren and do meridians first. Only then will the chi flow smoothly. Only then will the power be yours to command. Lee Sung-min immediately pressed for answers, his voice laced with urgency. Are you saying I must reconstruct my entire physical foundation? The old abbot merely smiled, his demeanor calm as a still lake. Indeed, opening the Ren and do meridians is child's play for us. Turning his gaze to his disciple, the abbot issued a command. Ji-hyuk, from this moment on, you are to guide this child. Help him understand the true nature of his martial arts. Ji-hyuk bowed respectfully to his master. As you wish, master. I understand. The abbot's eyes returned to Lee Sung-min, his expression darkening with gravity. Without intervention, you will suffer chi deviation within 10 years. As a servant of Buddha, I cannot stand by and watch a soul be consumed by such a fate. Chi deviation? The 4 words struck Lee Sung-min like a heavy bell, echoing ominously in his mind. Abbot Byeonjang continued, his tone softening. A cherished child of mine once visited and asked a favor that if you ever arrived, I was to teach you. I speak, of course, of Hoyan. With that revelation hanging in the air, Sung-min and Ji-hyuk departed the cavern. As they walked the temple grounds, Ji-hyuk broke the silence. Well, how did it feel to exchange blows with me? Lee Sung-min remained silent at first, his gaze fixed on a wooden pillar adorned with 2 flickering lanterns ahead. Finally, he gave his honest assessment. I think I've grown a little stronger. He then began to open up, sharing his past with Ji-hyuk. I spent years in hellish training to reach the peak of a grandmaster. Recently, I even achieved enlightenment and mastered high-level chi. And yet, I suffered a crushing defeat against you and her. I still have mountains to climb. Ji-hyuk glanced at him, a faint, amused smile playing on his lips. Aren't you worrying a bit too much? At your age, reaching such a level is a rarity seen once in a generation. In my opinion, you simply faced the wrong opponents. The Hoyan you mentioned is a monster of talent, and I am considered the future of Shaolin. Though I still lack experience, I have been groomed by the Shaolin masters since I could walk. I've even consumed 10 legendary Great Clarity pills. Our foundations are simply different. Listening to Ji-hyuk's origin story, a bitter realization settled in Lee Sung-min's heart. Our starting lines were never the same. The distance is too vast, but Ji-hyuk wasn't finished. And yet, even with all that advantage, I could not defeat the minor heavenly demon. Shock coursed through Lee Sung-min. You fought Hoyan. The young monk's brow furrowed, his gaze turning heavy with the memory. I did. The day she arrived at our gates. But why? Sung-min wondered aloud, his thoughts racing. Why did she come to Shaolin? Ji-hyuk recounted the day Hoyan stood before the temple. She simply said, I want to see Shaolin. Ji-hyuk recalled his impression of her. It sounded incredibly arrogant coming from a 17-year-old girl, but we could not rebuke her. Her presence was so overwhelming, the very air seemed to bow to her. The duel. It shocked me to my core. I suffered a complete and total defeat, far worse than your loss to me today. Panic rose in Lee Sung-min's voice as he grasped the implication. Just how powerful has she become? The young monk looked at him, shaking his head slowly. I cannot say. That realm is beyond my comprehension. Has she perhaps surpassed the apex realm? Ji-hyuk looked at him curiously. You know her personally? Lee Sung-min covered his mouth, suddenly bashful. We are friends. Then, puffing out his chest with pride, he declared, and she is the target I am chasing, the goal I must reach. Ji-hyuk froze for a moment before a chuckle escaped him. I see. No wonder you carry such a heavy burden. Ji-hyuk gripped his staff tightly. What you lack most is experience. That is something you can only build with time. But to bridge that gap, you must endure failure and taste absolute despair. I hope you are prepared. Lee Sung-min didn't flinch. He raised his staff, eyes burning with battle spirit. Ji-hyuk, I have lived in despair my entire life. Instantaneously, they clashed. Steel and wood collided in a flurry of motion. As they fought, Ji-hyuk analyzed his opponent. He says he is used to it. But the pain of defeat never dulls. To rise again after hitting rock bottom is no small feat. I'm barely catching up to a shadow, while she is already miles ahead, Sung-min thought. While I struggle to crawl, Hoyan is soaring in the heavens. Once again, Lee Sung-min tasted dirt. Another defeat. Lying on the cold Shaolin pavement, his mind spiraled. Why? Why am I still? But he crushed the thought. Forcing his battered body up, he looked at Ji-hook. Please, one more round. By evening, Lee Sung-min finally dragged himself back to his quarters, his face a swollen map of bruises. He mumbled, I plan to stay at Shaolin for a while. Inside, Hyoju and Scarlet were casually playing cards. Seeing the disfigured figure at the door, they gasped in unison. Who the hell are you? After hearing the explanation of the afternoon's events, Hyoju was flabbergasted. He rushed over, shouting, What? You exchanged blows with Ji-hook? Lee Sung-min nodded innocently. Yes. He was incredibly strong. Hyoju clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, veins popping on his forehead. Abbot Byeonjong. That senile old bat. He dared to ignore my warning. Lee Sung-min sat cross-legged, confused. Is Ji-hook that special, seriously? He's strong, but I have never heard his name before today. Hyoju sighed deeply, resigning himself to explain the harsh reality of the martial world. It's not surprising. While the 4 great noble clans like the Namgung family have fame across the realm, they are nothing compared to the colossal weight of the 10 great sects. It hurts my pride to admit it, but the gap is absolute. The Orthodox world bowed before its 3 rising stars, Jik Un-hwa of the Ba sect, Chung Myung of Wudang, and Ja of Shaolin. Their masters had poured their very souls into forging them. They were the ultimate secret weapons, hidden blades that were never meant to leave the sanctuary of their sects. That explained why their names were mere whispers to the outside world. Hyo Wan finished his explanation, casting a lazy glance toward Lee Sung-min. So, you're really remaining here at Shaolin? A shame. I planned to drag you back to the Namgung clan with me. Lee Sung-min simply nodded. I will seek you out later. Hyo Wan sat beside Scarlet, eyes gleaming with anticipation. I look forward to that day. I visit Shaolin every year. Anyway, hearing his decision, Scarlet finally spoke up. It seems my time here has also come to an end. Lee Sung-min blinked, taken aback by her sudden declaration. Scarlet, you're leaving too. To where? Scarlet winked, crossing her arms with confident flair. I'm thinking of wandering the Jianghu, drifting like the wind, with no destination in mind. Staying here is comfortable, but it doesn't feel like true cultivation. If I linger, I'll stagnate. It's time to move. Suddenly, she lunged forward, poking him playfully. Caught off guard, Lee Sung-min toppled backward onto the floor. Scarlet burst into laughter, looming over him. Oh, are you sad? Can't bear to part with your beautiful, cool genius mage friend, you sentimental fool. Lee Sung-min squirmed, trying to fend off her tickle attack. Cut it out. Scarlet gazed down at his trembling form, her expression softening into genuine warmth. Seriously, though, you're so weak. After hellish training, you still let yourself get floored this easily. Watching the chaos, Hyo Wan could only sit in the corner, frozen in awkward silence. She kept him pinned, her voice dropping a notch. I honestly wonder where you'd end up dead in a ditch without me watching your back. Lee Sung-min didn't open his eyes, his reply calm and steady. I'll train until my bones break. That won't happen. Good. That's what I like to hear. It was a rare moment of softness from her that confused him. Suddenly, Scarlet slipped a crimson band onto his wrist. Lee Sung-min stared at it. What is this? A soul link bracelet, she explained. Consider it a tether to me. Wherever you are, if I need you, it will call to you. I gave one to Baek Sogo, but I never thought I'd give one to you. She raised her own wrist, revealing a matching band, and smiled. Train hard. Next time, you be the one to save me. Got it. Don't be a soft persimmon for others to crush anymore. Lee Sung-min sat up, fastening the bracelet with a gentle nod. I will. Watching their bond, Hyo Wan sighed, a pang of envy striking him as he thought of his own distant brother, Moyoung Sejin. The next day, before the imposing gates of Shaolin, Scarlet and Hyo Wan turned to leave, waving their final goodbyes. See you around. Lee Sung-min stood in the courtyard, raising his hand to wave back as their figures drifted away. Suddenly, a vision of his past death flashed through his mind, cold and terrifying. He froze. The image vanished as quickly as it came, but the urgency remained. He shouted, Scarlet, why are you so good to me? Scarlet paused, turning back to face him. She hesitated, tilting her head as if the answer was obvious. You're asking that now? Seeing his desperate seriousness, she scratched her head, feigning annoyance. I swear we've covered this. but since you look like a lost puppy, I'll say it again. To be honest, for some unknown reason, I was drawn to you from the very start, and even Dubijun said the same. It's strange, isn't it? I don't usually get close to people. Yet with you, I couldn't help it. I was helplessly drawn in. It's bizarre, but... She paused, her smile turning radiant. Since traveling with you, I realized you are a truly good person. You might be average, you might be boring, but watching you struggle and work so hard, it inspires me. I like teasing you, and you're loyal. I feel like no matter what happens, you would never betray me. Plus, you're kinda cute. Lee Sungmin felt the tension leave his shoulders. A foolish grin spread across his face. Scarlet pointed at him, voice rising. What? Why are you grinning? Try living in a magic tower full of wrinkled old men. You'd understand my pain. So stop acting like a loser and keep your head up. You are a decent guy, at least when you aren't begging for a beating. The laughter faded from Lee Sungmin's lips, replaced by solemn resolve. Okay. He watched until their figures disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist pulsed with light. It was reacting to something. Lee Sungmin clutched the glowing artifact, staring into the ominous shine. With the others gone, Lee Sungmin moved with immediate purpose. His path led him into the mouth of a dark, silent cavern. There, he stripped the heavy armor from his body and laid his spear to rest upon a cold stone slab. His hand lingered on the steel shaft one last time. In the sanctuary of Shaolin, he had made a vow no more relying on the spear or the ghost armor. These belonged to the old me, he thought, tools for a coward seeking shortcuts. I will leave my weak mindset and these crutches right here in the dark. Without a backward glance, he abandoned his greatest weapons. As Lee Sungmin walked away, his mind drifted to the heavy words Master Bull Kwang had spoken just yesterday. 5 years from now, in the land where the eternal snow never melts, you are destined to meet someone of great importance. 5 years. The promise with Ouija Hoyan was set for 6 years. But the rumors from the dungeon were clear. Beg Sogo and Ouija Hoyan would clash in 5. Returned to the Shaolin Temple, he gripped a simple wooden staff. The weight was light, but his resolve was heavy. His thoughts churned like a storm. The important person in the prophecy must be Beg Sogo. But I only have 5 years, he realized. How far can I climb before that day comes? Ouija Hyuk stood waiting in the courtyard. His aura was calm, his stance ready for their training session. Seeing Lee Sungmin return empty-handed, Ouija Hyuk raised an eyebrow. You left behind both your spear and the ghost armor. Huh, why would you do that? Lee Sungmin offered only a faint, bitter smile. They do not suit the man I am right now. Ouija Hyuk nodded slowly. It seems you have found your answer. He raised his own wooden staff, pointing it forward. Martial arts is simply learning to use the body, but the master of the body is the heart. The heart manipulates the flesh and transforms into pure energy. That is the essence of Shaolin martial arts. Witness what true Shaolin is. Experience it with your very soul. The air snapped as both men charged. Lee Sungmin swung his staff with ferocity, yet, in his mind, the phantom buzzing of cicadas rang out a noise of stagnation he couldn't shake. But before I leave this place, I will leave my mark. He unleashed a lightning-fast downward strike. Ouija Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, but his instincts were razor-sharp. He shifted back, barely evading the blow. Impressive footwork, Ouija Hyuk praised, though his guard never lowered. I can feel the desperation in your movements. You have trained with blood and sweat. Ouija Hyuk spun his staff with fluid grace, regaining his composure. The spear technique you learned is clearly high tier, but your execution, it is clumsy. Do you know why? As Lee Sungmin fought to regulate his breathing, he confessed, because I ran away. I feared that no matter how hard I trained, I would never improve. So I fled. I focused only on the easy paths, blocking, parrying, surviving. Ouija Hyuk frowned, his grip tightening as internal energy flooded into his wooden weapon. His voice turned stern. If mastering 3 basic steps could make one a grandmaster, why would anyone risk death to learn supreme arts? The spear art you ran from is a pinnacle technique. Tens of thousands of martial artists would trade their lives for a glimpse of it. Lee Sungmin's eyes hardened. He channeled his internal energy into the wood. 9 heavens, absolute spear. 3rd form, hidden snake. Ouija Hyuk braced himself for the clash, but suddenly, Lee Sungmin vanished from his sight. Before Ouija Hyuk could track him, the blow connected. Bam. The staff struck square against Ouija Hyuk's chest. The monk stumbled backward, Losing his balance, Lee Sung-min stood drenched in sweat, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Gasping for air, he declared, "That is why I am done running away." Wee Ji-hyuk looked down. The staff in his hands had snapped cleanly in two from the impact. A flicker of shock passed through him, quickly replaced by a serene smile. "The path of martial arts is infinite," he said softly. "One must recognize their flaws, face them, and transcend them." "You are not a genius," Wee Ji-hyuk stated, the truth harsh but necessary. "A true genius would have already taken flight while you were busy quitting." Wee Ji-hyuk pressed his palms together in prayer. "You may feel despair, but do not let it drown you. If you cannot fly, run. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, then crawl. I pray that you will keep moving forward, no matter how." Lee Sung-min looked at him, breathless. "Are you a genius? Then—" Wee Ji-hyuk paused, memories of his defeat against the minor heavenly demon surfacing. "I once thought so, but after meeting the minor heavenly demon, I learned the truth. I could not fly, but through the agonizing cultivation of the heart, I have finally learned to leave the ground." The monk's words struck a chord deep within Lee Sung-min, triggering a cascade of thoughts. What about me? Can a bug born in the dirt ever hope for more? Should I be content just crawling through the cold earth? All I can do now is squirm, but I pray that one day I too can fly. His mind flashed back to the past when Wee Ji-hoyan and Baek Sogo tried to teach him. Wee Ji-hoyan and Baek Sogo were terrible masters. They could only see the world from the peak of genius. They couldn't explain the climb. Walking beside Wee Ji-hyuk, the realization hit him. Wee Ji-hyuk was a true teacher because he had been forged by countless lessons and failures since childhood. The image of Wee Ji-hyuk's serious face lingered in his mind as the monk spoke his final piece of advice. "You need to go out and experience the world." Internal thoughts raced through his mind. His opponent was a prodigy who had mastered the 72 supreme arts of Shaolin. Together, they had clashed using 72 different weapons and martial styles. After an endless cycle of testing every weapon imaginable, the moment of truth had arrived. Now, steel would sing against steel as they wielded sharp blades. Lee Sung-min charged in, but Joe-ka intercepted him with a devastating bare-handed strike to the face. Blood sprayed from Lee Sung-min's mouth instantly. Joe-ka offered a smirk and a cold critique. "Your senses are still a chaotic mess. The only thing that has improved even slightly is your sixth sense." But the other five still pathetically weak. Once again, Joe-ka blocked the sharp blade with nothing but his bare hands, continuing his brutal lesson. "You are still unfamiliar with the flow of internal energy. You need to train harder until it becomes second nature. Your perception is riddled with flaws. That is exactly why you must push yourself beyond the limit." Lee Sung-min was exhausted, his body screaming in pain as he gripped his weapon tight. That day, the realization of his own uselessness hit him like a truck, but this time, he refused to run away. He had been training in the Nine Heavens supreme art. However, he was not following the orthodox path. He tried to manipulate the flow of internal energy, but it was a jagged, difficult road. Instead, he turned his focus to honing his 5 physical senses. Finally, he discovered the anomaly disrupting his balance. It was a fundamental lack of comprehension. With every realization, he doubled his efforts. 4 seasons cycled past, yet not once did he gain the upper hand against Jiao-ka. Jiao-ka was a monster molded by the masters themselves. He was the living embodiment of Shaolin. "I will see the true Shaolin. I will experience it all." Time flowed like a river. By day, he sparred with Jiao-ka. By night, he climbed the mountain peak behind the temple to cultivate alone. One fateful night, Lee Sung-min stood upon a jagged cliff, gazing out into the void. His soul was heavy with thought. "The world is vast, and I am but a speck of dust. A larva buried in the earth believes its tiny burrow is the entire universe. I refuse to end up like that. I want to fly. I want to soar across this vast existence and witness it all." As he sat there, footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the tapping of a cane. Does the frog at the bottom of the well plan to stay there forever? He turned to see Abbot Bull-young standing there. The old master leaned on his cane and spoke softly. "You have changed." Lee Sung-min felt a flicker of pride at the words. "Is that so?" Abbot Bull-young smiled, his eyes twinkling. "With your current martial arts, you could live happily at the bottom of the well. What more could you possibly desire?" Lee Sung-min did not hesitate. "I want to see the world." The old abbot laughed heartily at the response. Anyone can look at the world, child. Lee Sung-min's expression hardened into deadly seriousness. I want to fly. I want to soar above this vast earth and truly see it. Bo-young gazed at him, his voice calm but piercing. That is quite the ambition. Do you wish to fly so high that the entire world sinks beneath your feet? You are still too small to speak of such things. Lee Sung-min met his gaze intensely. I simply want to dream. Is that desire solely for the sake of a dream? The abbot asked. No, Lee Sung-min replied firmly. The old master clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. I see. Then tell me, what have you learned in the past 6 months? Lee Sung-min offered a faint, knowing smile. I learned how to let go. Abbot Bo-young looked satisfied. Excellent. He turned his back, speaking as he began to walk away. Then now, it is time for you to learn how to walk. He vanished into the shadows, leaving Lee Sung-min alone on the cliff. As the master departed, the sun began to breach the horizon. Golden light flooded over Lee Sung-min's face. He turned to face the dawn. The blinding light rising above him felt like a glimpse into his own destiny. Time flew like an arrow. It had already been 1 year and 6 months since Lee Sung-min joined Shaolin, now 20 years old. He approached Joka with a burning question. Do you find me annoying? Joka paused, caught off guard by the sudden insecurity. Lee Sung-min continued, his voice low. This is my worst habit. Seeing Joka stand there in silence, he pressed on. I am still too weak. Even though I have grown, that inferiority complex haunts me. How can you improve by fighting someone like me? I'm surely just wasting your precious time. Joka immediately cut him off, rejecting the thought entirely. Why would you ever think that? Because of our duels, I have evolved significantly. Through our battles, I have revisited the techniques I once learned. Review is a vital path to mastery, granting me a deeper insight into the essence of martial arts. The path of the warrior is endless. I simply wish to walk further down this road to reach higher realms. That is your dream as well, isn't it? Lee Sung-min stood frozen, absorbing Joka's words. As the words sank in, a realization struck him. He finally understood the true reason he had asked that question. It was the curse of his past life still shackling his soul. The trauma made him doubt anyone who showed him even a shred of kindness. But the truth was stark. He had absolutely no reason to doubt them. Yet, he felt trapped in a cage of his own making, terrified to face reality. They were too good to him. They had become the pillars of his spirit, the very foundation upon which he could finally rest. Fear gnawed at his sanity. What if their kindness was nothing but a fragile mask hiding a dark conspiracy? In the dead of night, the nightmare returned. Lee Sung-min stood alone in the endless void, abandoned by all. Lee Sung-min gasped, jolting awake as cold sweat clung to his skin. He buried his face in his trembling hands, his heart racing. He thought back to Wee Jae-hak's words. That was his dream too, wasn't it? Lee Sung-min muttered into the silence. A dream. My dream isn't about reaching the pinnacle of martial arts anymore. It's not about seeking recognition from the world. I don't want to run away anymore. Determination hardened his resolve. He sought out Abbot Bunjong. Grandmaster, do you remember when I asked about my fate? I need to know about my blessing. I want to change. Abbot Bunjong sat in meditation, his eyes slowly opening. Finally, you have gathered the courage to ask the truth. Lee Sung-min's mind flashed back to their first meeting. When I first arrived, I asked you about the mysterious force protecting me, a power that always guided my path from the shadows. Back then, you remained silent. But what if I hadn't asked about the force? What if I had asked about the blessing itself? Seeing Lee Sung-min stand motionless, the abbot broke the silence. You have been at Shaolin for 1 year and 6 months. Why ask this now? You could have demanded answers at any time. Lee Sung-min stood tall before the old master, his posture unyielding. You're right. I should have asked sooner, but I was terrified of the answer. The abbot's gaze softened. So, you have conquered your fear. Lee Sung-min answered without hesitation. Yes, I used to be afraid, but I am done hiding from myself. Seeing the fire in the young man's eyes, the abbot smiled warmly. I like that look. As you have likely guessed, the blessing influences the hearts of others. It compels people to view you with favor upon your first meeting. The confirmation struck Lee Sung-min like a physical blow. Disbelief washed over him. Chaos swirled in his eyes. So it was all fake, a fabrication? The old abbot cut through his spiraling thoughts. However, the blessing only affects how they perceive you initially. Lee Sung-min looked up, confusion warring with his despair. What do you mean? Grandmaster Bunjang looked deep into his soul. Simply put, the blessing grants you a perfect first impression, nothing more. If your heart were rotten, do you think they would have stayed if you were wicked? They would have shunned you long ago. How people treat you now, Lee Sung-min couldn't hold back his anxiety. But the abbot raised a hand, his voice firm yet gentle. The bonds you have forged are real. There is no falsehood in them, The words shattered his defenses. Lee Sung-min bit his lip, but the tears fell regardless. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the stone floor. Thank you, Grandmaster. Looking at the young warrior trembling in relief, Abbot Bunjong smiled. If you wish, I can sever the blessing from your soul. Strangers will no longer be instinctively drawn to you. You will be ordinary. If you desire truly authentic connections from the start, I can grant you that freedom. Hearing this, Lee Sung-min wiped his tears and looked up, his eyes clear. Yes, please help me. Scene shift. Time passed, and Hyo-won returned to the Shaolin Temple. Spotting his old friend, Hyo-won called out, Long time no see, kid. Hyo-won tossed a jug of wine toward him, grinning. Look at those robes. Are you planning to shave your head and stay here forever? Lee Sung-min laughed at the teasing, pointing to his head. I've still got my hair. See? Hyo-won burst into laughter. They sat together, the atmosphere relaxed. Hyo-won uncorked the jug. It's been ages. Care for a drink? Lee Sung-min nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Hyo-won poured the wine, but then, channeling his internal energy, he launched the stream of liquid at Lee Sung-min like a hidden weapon. Lee Sung-min didn't flinch. With a fluid motion, he raised his cup and caught the wine perfectly. Show off much. Seeing Lee Sung-min's reflex, Hyo-won whistled in appreciation. You've gotten much stronger. Lee Sung-min held the cup, one hand behind his back like a true master. You as well. Hyo-won grinned, genuinely happy. Congratulations on reaching the peak realm. Suddenly, Hyo-won dropped a bombshell. Lady Moyong got married to Jaegil Taeyong. Lee Sung-min frowned, trying to place the names. Who? Then it clicked. He remembered the image of Hyo-won weeping tragically over his lost love. They clinked cups. Hyo-won sighed dramatically. She said she didn't like arrogant men like me. Lee Sung-min smirked. Then she clearly has terrible taste. Hyo-won downed his wine in one gulp. To forget her, I trained day and night like a madman, and somehow I accidentally reached the peak realm, failed at love, but conquered the martial arts world. Sounds pathetic, doesn't it? Hyo-won thrust his empty cup toward Lee Sung-min for a refill. I'm not satisfied at all. What about you? Is training in this old temple actually fun? Lee Sung-min poured the wine, contemplating his answer. After a moment of silence, he looked his friend in the eye. Yes, I am happy. Hyo-won studied him, sensing the shift in his aura. You've changed. You're not that anxious, trembling kid anymore. Don't tell me. You've actually achieved enlightenment. Lee Sung-min raised the porcelain cup to his lips, savoring the bitter burn of the wine in slow, deliberate sips. Is that so? Hyo rambled on, his face flushed. Looking back, whenever I saw you, my heart would race in the strangest way. But I don't feel that anymore. Hyo laughed nervously. Back then, I genuinely thought I might be into men. Hearing this confession, Lee Sung-min offered a faint, knowing smile. That is good to hear. Hyo blinked, confused by the cryptic reply. What exactly is good? Another year and a half drifted by like smoke. Now 22, the time had finally come for Lee Sung-min to descend from Shaolin. Before his departure, he paid a final visit to Abbot Bunjong, who entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. Deliver this to the sect leader of Mount Hua, the abbot commanded. The destination was Travia Mountain, a place where destiny awaited. Clutching the scroll tube tightly, Lee Sung-min walked the mountain path, his mind racing. The god of time, Mush, was also rumored to be in Travia. It felt less like a mission and more like a prophecy unfolding. Lee Sung-min paused in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he made a decision. He summoned the otherworldly merchant. Neville materialized instantly, bowing with practiced elegance. It has been a long time, sir. How may I serve you? Lee Sung-min looked down at the diminutive figure. I need to buy information. Neville's eyes gleamed with commerce. What kind of intelligence do you seek? 3 people, Lee Sung-min stated coldly. Crazy Demon Dakojun, Lightning Flash Bogo, and the minor heavenly demon, Hoyan. Neville absorbed the request and began his report with professional efficiency. Lightning Flash Bogo is currently traveling, building a reputation as a hero of the week. Her fame is spreading like wildfire. She is currently residing in Roubaix, enjoying the adoration of the masses. As for Crazy Demon Dako-jun, he is on a warpath of martial challenges, crushing prestigious sects one by one to prove his dominance. He is currently marching toward the Mount Hua sect in Travia. Lee Sung-min glanced at the crystal ball in his hand. If they were both heading to Mount Hua, their paths would inevitably cross. Neville watched him closely before delivering the final piece. And lastly, the report on the minor heavenly demon, Hoyan. At the mention of that name, the stoic mask fell from Lee Sung-min's face, replaced by a gaze burning with anticipation. Neville poured out every scrap of intel he had gathered. The news was far more intense than expected. Hoyan has amassed a terrifying following. Her overwhelming strength and dark charisma have drawn warriors to her like moths to a flame. Her group numbers 20, but every single one is a master of the highest caliber. Naturally, this has attracted the gaze of dangerous predators, including the Blood Heavenly Demon. The Blood Heavenly Demon reigns as the absolute tyrant of the northern end. The minor Heavenly Demon's faction is currently encroaching on his territory. War isn't just likely, it is imminent. However, Neville cautioned, the Blood Heavenly Demon has ruled there for an age. The odds are heavily in his favor. But Lee Sung-min cut him off instantly. You are wrong. Neville blinked in surprise. Pardon. Lee Sung-min looked at the merchant with unshakable conviction. I guarantee it. The minor Heavenly Demon will win. He gazed into the crystal ball, and the image of Hoyan shimmered into existence. 8 years. It had been 8 long years. She was even more breathtaking than he remembered. Lee Sung-min felt a jolt and quickly checked his own thoughts. What on earth am I thinking? He froze, a sudden realization striking him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, this is strange. In my past life, I never crossed paths with the minor Heavenly Demon or the Blood Heavenly Demon. In the past, Hoyan always disguised herself as a man, but in this life, she walks openly as a woman. His eyes darkened with complex questions. Had her entire worldview shifted in this timeline and a clash with the Blood Heavenly Demon? This was uncharted territory. Lee Sung-min stood up, his instincts screaming for him to rush north, to stand by her side and lend her his blade. No. He clenched his fist. We cannot meet yet, not until the 10-year promise is fulfilled. He recalled her parting words, the fire in her eyes. I am here. Make me your goal. The memory brought a warm smile to his lips. I made a vow to you, he whispered to the empty air, and you will always be the summit I strive to reach. He turned and walked away, resuming his own journey. He had his own battles to fight, his own hell to survive. She would crush the Blood Heavenly Demon in a single breath and sit upon the throne of the peak, waiting for him. I must keep my word. I must become stronger, even if, in the depths of his heart, he feared failing her expectations. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Hoyan looked down at her chest and let out a frustrated sigh. Why won't they grow any bigger? A shadow emerged behind her, interrupting her crisis. Leader, are you awake? It was the sword demon, grumbling like an old nursemaid. You should have slept longer. Hoyan turned, her expression turning to ice. I told you not to call me that. I never asked for subordinates. You all follow me because you want to, but do not expect gratitude or rewards from me. The sword demon simply sighed, accustomed to her prickly nature. Behind him stood a phalanx of imposing warriors, all waiting for her command. Hoyan's annoyance flared at the sight of the crowd. I despise those expectant eyes, she spat. Back when I was the young leader of the cult, I grew sick of people looking at me like that. She let out a long, heavy sigh, her frustration palpable. Those pests. Maybe I should just kill Guak and be done with it. I miss Sung-min so much. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts, shattering the moment. Are you the small heavenly demon? Standing before her was none other than the Blood Heavenly Demon, Baek Gui-seon. He smirked, his eyes scanning her. Quite the intimidating aura. Are you looking for a fight? Why, Hyunbi placed her hands on her hips, her expression completely unfazed as she stared him down. Since I am also a heavenly demon, I've been curious to see just how capable the Blood Heavenly Demon really is. Her bold words made him burst into laughter. You speak as if you traveled all this way just to test me. Hyunbi tapped her chin, pretending to ponder his words. Well, consider it your bad luck. I only came to you because it was convenient. I couldn't find the crazy heavenly demon's hideout. Baek Guision's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint appearing in them. Look at that arrogance. Let's see if you can still talk like that after I'm done with you. Let me ask you one thing. Before he could even launch his attack, Wee Hyun B cut in with a question. Which hand do you hold your spoon with? The blood heavenly demon blinked, confused by the absurdity. Why do you ask? A blinding crimson aura erupted from Wee Hyun B's body as she declared coldly, because that is the only arm I'm going to leave attached to your body. Meanwhile, after a long and weary journey, Lee Sung-min had finally reached his destination, the Mount Hua sect. Gazing at the massive, winding path ahead, he thought, so this is the entrance to Mount Hua. He approached the gate, where 2 guards stood watch. The blonde guard raised a hand, signaling him to halt immediately. Stop right there. Which sect are you from? State your business. Lee Sung-min remained calm, his voice steady. This won't take long. He retrieved the scroll entrusted to him by the Shaolin abbot. I am here on the orders of Master Bull-young to deliver this message. The brown-haired guard's eyes widened, realizing he had almost committed a grave offense. He stepped forward, bowing hastily. Ah, you are an envoy of Master Bull-young. Please forgive my rudeness. I will escort you to the sect leader at once. Lee Sung-min didn't reply, his mind drifting elsewhere. Once I finish my task here, I just need to find the black-clad time god. A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey! Lee Sung-min spun around instinctively. You're that brat from Mush Mountain, aren't you? He recognized the man instantly. Dokgo Ryong. The old man leaned heavily on his sword, greeting him with a familiar grin. Long time no see. Lee Sung-min walked over, unable to hide his delight. You still remember me? The old man smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling. Of course. How could I ever forget what happened on that mountain? That was the hardest time of my life. After all, I doubt I'll forget it until the day I die. Lee Sung-min chuckled, but curiosity got the better of him. But how did you recognize me so quickly? Back on the mountain, wasn't your vision impaired? Dokgo Ryong looked up at him, his expression softening. I remembered the feel of your internal energy. Speaking of which, you were just an ordinary brat back then. But it seems you've achieved quite a lot since we parted. For a moment, the two simply looked at each other, words failing them. The silence grew awkward until Dokgo Ryong broke the tension. He waved his hand dismissively. You still have business with Mount Hua, don't you? Go on then. Don't mind me. Lee Sung-min felt a pang of disappointment. What but? Dokgo Ryong cut him off sharply. I said, don't worry about me. The disciples of Mount Hua, realizing the intruder knew the unwanted guest, glared at Lee Sung-min with open hostility. Taking the hint, Lee Sung-min turned and ran up the path to complete his mission. Dokgo Ryong remained seated, his hand trembling as he watched Lee Sung-min's retreating back. As he sat there in silence, the spirit of a woman materialized beside him. The scene shifted. Inside a reception room at the Mount Hua sect. It is a pleasure to meet you. A middle-aged man sat before him, radiating authority. I am Chang-ha, the sect leader of Mount Hua. The longevity sword, Chang-ha. After the introduction, Lee Sung-min bowed respectfully. I am Lee Sung-min. I have come at the request of Master Bull-young. Chang-ha laughed heartily. I know, he continued, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Since the Martial Alliance leader recently resigned, I asked Master Bull-young to nominate me for the position. Is that the reply? Lee Sung-min took out the scroll given to him by the old abbot and handed it to the sect leader. Chang-ha eagerly unrolled the scroll. Written upon it were just 3 words, don't even dream. He immediately tossed the letter aside, groaning in frustration. I knew it, that damned old bald donkey. Composing himself, he turned his gaze back to Lee Sung-min. More importantly, my disciples tell me you seem to know the demon sword. Lee Sung-min answered frankly. Yes, we met by chance in the past. He is currently waiting outside your gates. Chang-ha frowned, falling into a deep, thoughtful silence. After a moment, he spoke. The demon sword wishes to duel me, but I have no interest in accepting his challenge. Lee Sung-min looked at him intently. May I ask why? The Mount Hua sect leader maintained a heavy silence before finally speaking. I am a martial artist at heart. Nothing stirs my blood like a duel with the strong. Accepting a challenge from a worthy opponent is a privilege, regardless of status. However, that demonic sword is a catastrophe waiting to happen. Sensing the tension, Lee Sung-min stepped out into the open air. He approached Dak Bi-jun, who sat motionless in the shadows. Sungmin broke the silence. Old man, is it true? Have you really fallen into the path of dark arts? Hearing the accusation, Dok Bijun slowly raised his head. Did Changha tell you that? Is that why he refused my blade, because I walked the dark path? Lee Sungmin didn't flinch. That is right. What kind of forbidden art did you learn? I thought you lived only for the way of the sword. Instead of answering, Dok Bijun pierced him with a question. Tell me, boy, have you ever hit a wall you could not break? Lee Sungmin couldn't meet his gaze. His eyes drifted to the side as he whispered a single word. Yes. Dok Bijun let out a bitter laugh. Not yet. You are far too young to preach to me about limits. Have you ever felt your own body rotting away while you still breathe? He stared at his own hands, tracing the deep wrinkles and ancient calluses. Even burning your internal energy to slow the clock has its limits. You feel the strength leaking from your fingertips day by day. No matter how desperately you train, the glory days never return. Do you understand that level of despair? Lee Sungmin stood frozen, his fists clenched tight, unable to offer a single word of comfort. Suddenly, Dok Bijun's composure shattered into rage. Even if I must drown in dark arts, even if I must cast aside my pride as a grandmaster, I ask you again, have you tasted that hell? The hunger to grasp everything in this world, even as it slips through your fingers. Just as quickly, his fire died out. His voice dropped to a whisper. Leave. Go now. I do not wish for you to see me like this any longer. Lee Sungmin absorbed every painful word. With a gaze filled with sorrow, he turned and walked away, respecting the old master's wish. As he walked, his mind raced. I left because there were no words left to say. I must bury this feeling and focus on the mission ahead. He sought out the temple of Danya, the location revealed to him by the deity Mercy. Standing before a dilapidated shack, doubt crept into his heart. Could this crumbling hut truly be the sanctuary of a god? He stepped inside, only to find a young man sitting cross-legged in the air. You're at the wrong place. I am the god of time. Lee Sungmin stood rigid as a statue, but when Danya spotted the crest on his chest, the god scratched his head in visible irritation. That mark. Did Mercy send you unbelievable? Why does she always dump the troublesome ones on me? Denia's playful gaze sharpened into a glare. You are the one who crossed the boundaries of time, aren't you? Lee Sungmin nodded slowly. As expected of a deity, nothing escapes your sight. Danya remained floating, unimpressed. Well, obviously, I manage the timeline. So naturally, I find anomalies like you who snap the flow of time quite annoying. Make no mistake, you have already tampered with the grand design of this world. Lee Sungmin frowned. What exactly do you mean by that? Danya ignored the question, countering with one of his own. Are you living this life exactly as you did the last? Do you mirror your past self perfectly? Do you eat the same meals, sleep at the exact same second, meet the exact same souls? Lee Sungmin scoffed. How could anyone possibly do that? The time god continued, his voice grave. Every tiny deviation you make accumulates. It creates a tidal wave in the river of destiny. Take Wee Ji-hoon. She stopped hiding beneath the guise of a man. She faced the blood heavenly demon, something that never happened in your past life. Shock paralyzed him. Is all of that because of me? Denia pointed a finger of judgment. Precisely. Your very existence is a singularity warping reality. The deviation will only grow more catastrophic. As he spoke, Danya envisioned a grim future Dok Bijun slaughtering the Mount Hua disciples, cutting down sect leader Changha with his blade. Lee Sungmin's voice trembled. Just being here has derailed the fate of the world. I didn't choose this path when I woke up. Something had already latched onto my soul. Can't you at least tell me what it is? The god of time stood up, resting a hand on his hip. Correct. I cannot speak of it. He raised his arm, revealing ethereal chains binding his divine form. Even gods are simple existences, unable to escape the absolute law of death. That entity is the one thing we are forbidden to name. The moment we speak of it, we must be prepared for total erasure. A chill ran down Lee Sungmin's spine. Fear took hold. Danya looked up, sighing. Look at that. I merely hinted at it, and an apostle has already arrived. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, crushed by an invisible, overwhelming pressure. Denia stood his ground, a smirk playing on his lips. Can you feel it? A bone-chilling cold seized Lee Sungmin's entire being, freezing him in place. His eyes widened in shock, yet his voice betrayed him, refusing to make a sound. This overwhelming pressure, It was the exact same terror he felt when facing Mush or Kim Jong-hyun. Daniel immediately raised a hand to halt the entity, his voice grave and commanding. "Apologize. Now leave. I have nothing more to say to the likes of you." As if obeying the command, the invisible crushing weight slowly dissipated into nothingness. Still trembling from the aftershocks of fear, Lee Sung-min managed to whisper, What was that thing?" The god of time scowled, his patience wearing thin at the question. "You saw that monstrosity with your own eyes, and you still have the audacity to ask me what it was?" Lee Sung-min fell silent, the weight of the rebuke sealing his lips. Darkness clouded Lee Sung-min's vision as Daniel turned to him, his tone final. "No god can answer the question you harbor. No existence in this realm can give you the clarity you seek." Hearing this, Lee Sung-min immediately stepped forward to protest. "If that is true, are you saying there is absolutely no way for me to find the answer I need?" The god of time offered a single cryptic lead. "Go find Xenaviss." Lee Sung-min, unfamiliar with the name, repeated it in confusion. Xenaviss. Daniel. The god of time began to explain. "He is an entity who once shattered the shackles of life and death to escape their cycle. He is a being capable of twisting causality itself, though his methods differ from yours. Find him yourself. You have heard everything you needed to hear, haven't you? Now, forget about it and leave." But as Danielle turned away, Lee Sung-min raised his voice in desperation. "Wait." Daniel paused, glancing back over his shoulder, and "What is it now?" Lee Sung-min did not hesitate to voice his true desire. "Please, allow me to undertake your trial." Daniel stared at him, his gaze swirling with complex emotions. "So, this was your true objective for coming here all along. I assume you have already cleared Mush's trial." Lee Sung-min nodded firmly. "Yes, that is why I beg of you." But before he could finish, Denial cut him off coldly. "I refuse. You seem to be under a grave misunderstanding. My trial is not a game like the trials of Mush. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to enter. Every single challenger who took this trial was far stronger than you are now." Daniel leaned in close to Lee Sung-min, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper, "and every single one of them lost their minds before dying miserably." Without another word, the god of time expelled Lee Sung-min from his domain. Standing outside Denial's sanctuary, Lee Sung-min stood alone, pondering the ominous warning he had just received. "Go and cool your head before you even think about returning here. If, after that, you still do not fear death, I will grant you the trial then." Left with those parting words, Lee Sung-min stood rooted to the spot, making his decision. He decided to retreat to the nearby village and rest for the night, just as the god had suggested. However, the atmosphere in the village was suffocatingly heavy. Rumors were already spreading like wildfire. Doko-jun had massacred the disciples of the Mount Hua sect, and the sect leader, Chung-ha, had been assassinated in the dead of night. Lee Sung-min tried desperately to recall his hazy memories of his past life, but the details remained elusive. He knew the demon sword was supposed to leave Mount Hua, but the sect leader was never meant to be murdered this early. In the original timeline, Doko-jun should have fought Wee Ji-hoon in a dungeon a year from now and died there. Morning broke, yet Lee Sung-min's mind was still racing, unable to find peace. Events that were set in stone had been altered. The timeline had fractured. Was this because of my interference? Driven by instinct, he walked until he found himself at the gates of the Mount Hua sect. Standing in his path were 3 men, including the gatekeeper he had met previously. A man with braided hair, known as Dae-hyun, stepped forward to block his path, his expression grim. "Stop right there. You cannot proceed any further." Lee Sung-min frowned. "Why?" Dae-hyun held up a hand, signaling the absolute boundary. "Beyond this point lies a barrier." The gatekeeper Lee Sung-min had met earlier, Jun-ho, spoke up, his voice laced with tension. "We are currently in the midst of hunting down a villain." Dae-hyun narrowed his eyes, recounting the tragedy. "The demon sword. That traitor used demonic arts to murder our sect leader last night after his challenge was refused." Lee Sung-min, seemingly unmoved by the horror of the story, asked coldly, "So, you cannot step aside?" Stunned by his apathy, the 3 men exclaimed in unison, "Excuse me." Recognition flashed in Junho's eyes as he shouted a warning to his martial brothers. "Wait, that man, he is an accomplice of the demon sword. I saw him speaking with the demon sword while waiting outside our sect gates yesterday." A deadly silence descended upon the group. No more words were exchanged. Both sides silently gripped the hilts of their swords, ready to draw blood at a moment's notice. Lee Sung-min's face twisted with guilt. He bit his lip, his brows furrowing in distress. Because of his return, sect leader Chung Ha was dead, and the demon sword was now a wanted criminal. How was he supposed to take responsibility for a tragedy of this magnitude? He lunged forward, attacking Dae-hyun. His mind was a chaotic mess of emotions. He didn't know what he felt, but he knew what he had to do. "Move," he commanded coldly to the Mount Hua disciples. Though internally, his thoughts screamed only one thing: I need to see the demon sword immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Lee Sung-min. Unsure of who would know his name here, he spun around. The identity of the person standing there made him flinch in surprise. A figure cloaked in black robes stood to the side, a faint smile on his lips. "To think I would encounter you here, what a coincidence. Or perhaps it is truly the hand of destiny." Lee Sung-min stared at the figure. Kim Jong-hyun, Dae-hyun, also turned, eyeing the robed stranger suspiciously. "Do you know this man?" Kim Jong-hyun answered nonchalantly before Lee Sung-min could speak. "Yes, I do. Is there a problem?" Dae-hyun quickly explained the situation to the newcomer. "We are locking down this area, but that man tried to force his way through. He is undoubtedly an accomplice of the demon sword." Kim Jong-hyun turned his gaze toward Lee Sung-min, his expression unreadable. "Do you intend to aid the demon sword?" he asked. Lee Sung-min's voice was cold as ice. "I don't know yet." Kim Jong-hyun paused, tapping his chin in thought, before declaring, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Dae-hyun's eyes widened in shock. He stepped forward to intercept them. "What did you just say?" However, Kim Jong-hyun casually turned to the Mount Hua disciples. "I will enter with him." Dae-hyun stood frozen, his mind racing. "Excuse me." Kim Jong-hyun sauntered over to Lee Sung-min, draping an arm near him while pointing a finger accusingly. A sharp smile played on his lips. "Relax. If this fool attempts to assist the demon sword, I will personally slit his throat." Hearing the killing intent in his voice, Dae-hyun had no choice but to nod. He reluctantly stepped aside. "If you say so." As they walked away, Lee Sung-min murmured a quiet thank you. Kim Jong-hyun glanced at him, his smile fading. No need for formalities. As they ventured deeper into the shadows, Lee Sung-min broke the silence. "What happened to Doko-jun, and why are you even here?" Walking ahead, Kim Jong-hyun didn't look back. "That matter. I believe you will understand once you see this." Their eyes fell upon a gruesome sight, a desiccated corpse lying on the cold ground. Neither spoke a word. The heavy atmosphere screamed one truth: this was the work of demonic arts. Lee Sung-min examined the withered body with a grim expression, but Kim Jong-hyun broke the silence first. The great life absorption art, a forbidden technique capable of devouring the very life force of a target. Crouching down, Kim Jong-hyun checked the corpse's pulse. Though the jaw hung open in a silent scream, I assumed it was mere illusion magic when they mentioned demonic arts. "But this..." He burst into a manic laughter. "He truly lives up to the title of Demon Sword." Cold sweat trickled down Lee Sung-min's spine at the horrifying scene. His voice trembled. "Did Doko-jun do this?" Kim Jong-hyun scrutinized the corpse once more. Indeed, it seems he has finally crossed a line from which there is no return. The situation is no longer just about the demon sword or the Mount Hua sect. They are hunting him like a beast, and truthfully, even if he miraculously escapes this place with his life, his remaining time is short. Suddenly, a pitch-black crow descended, perching on Kim Jong-hyun's shoulder. Lee Sung-min eyed the creature warily. "What is that bird?" Kim Jong-hyun smirked, stroking the feathers. "My familiar. I sent it ahead to scout and report the situation back to me." After listening to the silent whispers of his beast, his eyes narrowed. "I have located the demon sword." Upon hearing those words, Lee Sung-min clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his body trembling. Kim Jong-hyun observed his turmoil in silence. Moments later, Kim Jong-hyun spoke again, his voice low. "The Mount Hua sect leader will be arriving late." Lee Sung-min looked up, confused by the cryptic statement. "What?" Kim Jong-hyun extended a hand, examining his fingernails. "I tampered with their communication lines. You will be able to face him alone." Lee Sung-min was stunned. He couldn't comprehend the motive. Why? Why would you do that? Kim Jong-hyun rose to his full height, his gaze piercing through the forest gloom. Even powerful martial artists would fall prey to the life absorption art here, only feeding his strength. Besides, you wanted to see him, didn't you? Consider this my assistance. I am simply curious to witness how the river of destiny shifts when you two meet again. Lee Sungmin stood rooted to the spot, staring at the mage, unable to find the words. His mind drifted back, memories of the past flooding in. Years ago, during a duel with the demon sword, he was on his knees, gasping for air, utterly exhausted. Dokujun stood over him, unimpressed. Is that all you have? Lee Sungmin was drained, but his will was iron. I am not finished yet. He forced himself up, channeling every ounce of internal energy into the spear in his hands. 9 Heavens Absolute Spear. 15th form, with a roar, he launched himself at Dokujun. The old master stood calm as a still lake. Before the spear could even graze him, he tapped Lee Sungmin on the head with his scabbard. The boy collapsed instantly. Dokujun sighed. That technique is beyond your current limits. I understand your desperate desire for strength, but do not destroy yourself in the process. You are still young, are you not? The memory faded, replaced by the harsh reality of the present. Lee Sungmin found him deep within the forest. The old man stood with his back turned, yet his presence was unmistakable. Is that you, brat? Gripping his spear tight, Lee Sungmin stared at the familiar back. I have a question. If you hadn't met me at the Mount Hua gates that day, what would you have done? If I hadn't told you the reason why sect leader Chung Ha refused to duel you, what path would you have taken? Dokujun didn't turn around. His voice was weary. If that were the case, I likely would not have demanded a duel. I simply thought my martial arts were insufficient to challenge the leader of the 10 great sects. But you revealed the truth to me. He looked down at his own hands. The hands of a killer. It wasn't that I was weak. It was because my power was born of heresy, that I was unworthy of standing before him. That is why I infiltrated Mount Hua under the cover of darkness. Hearing this, Lee Sungmin lowered his head, crushed by the weight of his own guilt. Dokujun slowly turned to face him, a terrifying energy swirling around him, and thanks to that, I was finally able to enjoy a true battle with Chung Ha. Lee Sungmin raised his head, his gaze meeting a vision of pure horror. Dokujun stood before him, a nightmare made flesh. The old master's eyes glowed a chaotic crimson, and his mouth was still dripping with fresh, visceral blood. Seeing the fear etched into Lee Sungmin's face, the monster spoke. I have realized just how vast this world truly is. It was a magnificent battle. I am certain he died satisfied. Lee Sungmin stared in disbelief. He could not reconcile this beast with the mentor who had taught him years ago. The young warrior gritted his teeth, knuckles turning white around his spear shaft. So, this is all my fault. Sect leader Chung Ha is dead, and now the entire martial world hunts you because of me. Dokujun turned fully, his blood-red eyes piercing through the air. He scoffed at the boy's guilt. Stop spouting such nonsense. It is true I came to the Mount Hua sect for you, but every action I took was my own decision. This world is overflowing with uncertainties that no one can predict. So why do you insist on shouldering this burden alone? Lee Sungmin fell silent, letting the words sink in before finally breaking the quiet. It is not for myself. He leveled his spear point straight at Dokujun, his gaze burning with resolve. For me, the stakes are far higher than you can imagine. Dokujun stroked his chin, amused by the defiance. Aren't you being a bit too confident? You don't look like you've reached the realm of a grandmaster yet. Lee Sungmin replied without hesitation. I know. I am fully aware that I cannot defeat you. A heavy sensation welled up in his chest, the crushing weight of a destiny he never asked for. Can I really handle this? There are thousands out there living lives completely different from their previous incarnations, all because they crossed paths with me. The only reason I raise my spear now is for my own sake. But knowing his atrocities stem from my existence, I must bear the weight of every life he has stolen. This guilt has exhausted me, and I can no longer run from it. Kim Dong-hyun, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. You plan to duel the demon sword yourself. Are you crazy fighting solo? Lee Sungmin replied grimly. I only intend to buy time. Contact the leaders of the great sects. Tell them to get here immediately. Kim Dong-hyun nodded. Understood. Kim Dong-hyun added a warning. Tread carefully. He has absorbed the vitality of over a dozen martial artists. His power has grown exponentially. Dokujun raised his blade, a sinister grin widening on his face. Now, Lee Sungmin, let us see how much you have grown. Lee Sungmin kept his eyes locked on his opponent as Kim Dong-hyun's voice echoed in his mind. The eternal night approaches. He has become a true vampire. Lee Sung-min didn't flinch, his focus entirely on the demon sword. Kim Dong-hyun continued his analysis. The vampire has assimilated with the demon sword, but he is not as powerful as I anticipated. If he were at full potential, you wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Lee Sung-min, confused by the cryptic commentary, asked, "What do you mean?" Without waiting for an answer, he gripped his spear and charged at Doko-jun, unleashing the second form of the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. As steel clashed against steel in a symphony of destruction, Kim Dong-hyun shouted from the sidelines, "If one consumes the blood of a superior vampire, they can reverse the aging process." Lee Sung-min countered with the thunder-splitting spear technique. Doko-jun laughed maniacally, rushing forward with a frenzy of sword strikes. Kim Dong-hyun observed coldly. Yet, look at him. He has not grown younger. The two combatants exchanged blow after blow, the air trembling with the impact of their collision. Kim Dong-hyun didn't waste a second, continuing his tactical breakdown. However, being weak by vampire standards does not mean he is weak to us. He is a grandmaster of martial arts enhanced by dark sorcery. Do not let your guard down for an instant. Hearing Kim Dong-hyun's voice in his head, Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth. I don't need a reminder, I'm barely holding on as it is. Seeing the demon sword lunging again, Lee Sung-min shifted stance. Nine Heavens, Absolute Spear, first form soul chasing sting. The spear tip struck the demon sword with precision force, knocking the old monster off balance and sending him stumbling backward. Doko-jun planted his blade into the earth to steady himself, then instantly slashed upward. Lee Sung-min barely deflected the strike with his shaft. The young spearman's mind raced, predicting every trajectory, every possible shift in his opponent's stance. As Lee Sung-min charged, his presence seemed to blur. Doko-jun couldn't pinpoint his location. He's using the phantom body shift technique. He learned that well. Lee Sung-min unleashed a torrent of attacks, but Doko-jun intercepted every single one with terrifying speed. Realizing his strategy was exposed, Lee Sung-min retreated to create distance. He shifted energy instantly. Nine Heavens, Absolute Spear, third form, shadowless barrage. He moved with blinding speed. Doko-jun's eyes darted frantically but found only empty air. The old monster closed his eyes, relying on instinct. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min struck from directly beneath. Seeing the spear tip erupt from the earth, Doko-jun burst into manic laughter. I never imagined a spear sprouting from the ground. What a bizarre technique. Doko-jun wiped a smear of blood from his lip, his eyes gleaming with dangerous delight. If I hadn't leaned back at the last second, my skull would have been skewered. Lee Sung-min watched in horror, his eyes locked on the elder's wound. It wasn't just closing, it was vanishing. Vampire regeneration, Sung-min whispered through gritted teeth. Doko-jun's laughter echoed through the dark forest, a sound of pure madness. To think a foolish mountain brat could evolve this much. The elder's voice dripped with poisonous envy. It actually makes me jealous. In a flash, he was there face to face, eyes rolled back in white insanity. Terror gripped Sung-min as the monster whispered, I envy your talent, boy. Survival instinct took over. Lee Sung-min unleashed a frenzy of spear strikes, but he hit nothing but air. Instead, a long gash opened on his arm from Doko-jun's counter. As Sung-min stumbled back, the sword descended again like a guillotine. Above them, the moonlight turned crimson, as if the night itself was bleeding. Steel shattered, Sung-min's spear snapped in two under the heavy blow. Doko-jun sneered, towering over him. Do I look pathetic to you now? Sung-min retreated, clutching his broken weapon. Since when, he demanded. When did you become a monster? The elder understood the question perfectly. After I left the mountain, he confessed, I fell into despair. My potential had hit a wall. I loathed growing old. Every day, my body grew weaker, yet my ambition burned brighter. I wanted to walk further on the path of martial arts, but this rotting flesh became my cage. For 50 years I swung my sword. I deluded myself into thinking I was the world's greatest sword master. But it was a lie. I couldn't even reach my own limits, let alone the heavens. Bound by mortality, I could never grasp the power I craved. I had to find a way to cheat death. Sung-min's eyes widened. So you threw away your humanity to become a vampire? Without hesitation, Doko-jun replied calmly. Then, his jaw unhinged, revealing a predatory grin. Are you stalling for reinforcements? I hope they arrive soon. The more fresh blood I consume, the more my youth returns. Lee Sung-min raised his broken spear once more, his resolve hardened. Tears mingled with the sweat on his face. Elder, I truly respected you. Dokujun's eyes widened in delight. The boy's aura, it was shifting. What a surprise. The monster purred. That shouldn't be possible at your level. Finally, this battle is getting interesting. Watching the elder's madness, Sungmin's mind raced. When a martial artist reaches the peak, they can project their internal energy. It creates an aura sharp enough to cut the wind sword chi. This energy amplifies every strike, turning a simple swing into a devastating force. Masters of sword chi can slice through solid steel as if it were mud. But above that lies a more volatile power. By twisting the shape of the energy, one creates frenzied sword chi. It possesses destruction far beyond normal chi. A single touch guarantees instant death. Yet, there is a counter. Body protection chi. An armor made of pure energy, wrapping the skin. It can nullify attacks. Even the strongest sword chi shatters against it. Sungmin knew his reality was grim. He couldn't manifest the armor perfectly yet. All he had was a volatile, incomplete frenzied chi he had just grasped. Victory seemed like a fever dream, yet Lee Sungmin charged, neither warrior gave an inch. Suddenly, the world blurred. Dokujun vanished from sight, where, before the thought finished, a chill struck his spine. He was behind him, eyes wide with shock. Sungmin spun around. Metal clashed against metal as he barely intercepted the strike. Seizing the split second, he thrust his spear downward. Dokujun reacted too late. The tip struck the elder's leg, clang, but the spear didn't pierce flesh. The invisible armor deflected the blow completely. It's too hard. Realizing he couldn't penetrate the defense, Sungmin leaped back instantly. Sungmin gasped for air, cold sweat drenching his brow. It's hopeless. He nullifies my attacks, but one hit from him sends me to hell. The gap was absolute. Internal energy, experience, regeneration, and impregnable defense. The monster had it all. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Just surviving this long was a miracle. But fatigue breeds mistakes. Sungmin's spear stabbed into empty air. A fatal opening exposed his chest. In a battle of masters, a fraction of a second decides life and death. The executioner's blade was already falling. Sungmin's instincts screamed, "This is it. I'm dead." But the blow never came. Instead, the demon sword stepped back. He ignored the perfect kill shot. Seeing that twisted, arrogant smile, the truth hit Sungmin harder than a blade. He's toying with me. The mockery in those eyes ignited a fire in Sungmin's gut. Don't look down on me. He remembered the hell of the last 4 years. The blood, sweat, and tears shed at the Shaolin Temple. Daily battles with the monks and Ouijiho. He was not the same weakling anymore. Few at Lee Sungmin's age could ever dream of reaching his current realm of power. Objectively, he was a monster, but fate was cruel, constantly pitting him against true geniuses who left him in the dust, forcing him to train with desperate, suicidal intensity just to keep up. When combined with the haunting memories of his past life, a mountain of inferiority weighed heavy on his soul. He was simply cursed by misfortune. His life would have been a breeze if he had just been content with being a big fish in a small pond. His grueling training at the Shaolin Temple had finally allowed him to uproot the deep-seated insecurity rotting his spirit. He had evolved. Yet, here was Lee Sungmin, collapsed in the dirt, staring at his spear. The dark whispers of self-doubt began to creep back in. No, I am still too weak. This wasn't low self-esteem talking. It wasn't him pitying himself. He was simply staring cold, hard reality in the face. Lee Sungmin remained trapped in his mind, unaware that Dokujun was stalking toward him. Compared to the demon sword, he was fragile, but in truth, he wasn't weak at all. It was the guilt he couldn't forgive himself for the lives extinguished simply because their fates were intertwined with his. Suddenly, Dokujun's voice sliced through the silence. "Are you finished?" the demon sword asked, toying with him, savoring the battle as if crushing Lee Sungmin would be child's play. Lee Sungmin's mind raced. Damn it all. Why did he endure such hellish cultivation? What was it all for? Because he refused to be powerless forever. Because he refused to live in shame any longer. Lee Sungmin forced his broken body to stand, gripping his spear. He charged at Dokujun once more. He had to shatter his inferiority. He had to change. No matter how many times he was beaten down, he rose from the dust. He threw himself at Dokujun again and again. A relentless storm of determination. His true enemy wasn't the man in front of him, it was the weakness within his own heart. This time, as Lee Sungmin raised his weapon, the tip of his spear locked onto Dokujun with deadly precision. Dokujun saw the charge and prepared to bring his blade crashing down, but faster than thought, Lee Sung-min's spear pierced through him before the sword could even descend. Dokujun couldn't believe his eyes. A spear. Through his chest, shock paralyzed him as 2 words escaped his lips. What the? Lee Sung-min looked up, equally stunned to see a spear buried deep within Dokujun's torso. With bloodshot eyes, Dokujun stumbled backward, clutching the shaft of the spear that had impaled him. Cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. How was this even possible? His face twisted into a grotesque mask, a sight so terrifying that Lee Sung-min instinctively recoiled in fear. Lee Sung-min stared at the weapon buried in his enemy. How did I do that? He asked himself, baffled by his own strength. The question looped in his mind endlessly. Even the wielder of the spear had no explanation. The answer lay in his desperation. In that chaotic moment of wanting to change, his body had moved on pure instinct. In that split second of transcendence, the spear moved faster than the demon sword, shattering the protective internal energy barrier like glass. Yet, Lee Sung-min remained lost. His mind couldn't catch up to the miracle his body had performed. Was this an awakening, like when his internal energy surged before no? Last time he felt the power? This was silent. This was deadly. A guttural groan from Dokujun snapped him back to reality. The man staggered, staring at Lee Sung-min before bursting into a manic, blood-curdling laugh. Lee Sung-min froze, terrified by the eerie reaction, his tongue turning to stone. Dokujun finally spoke, his voice ragged. It feels as if I just tripped over a pebble. That thrust. That was a strike far beyond your current level. And did you achieve enlightenment in the heat of battle? Without hesitation, he gripped the spear and ripped it from his own body. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the steel left his flesh. You truly have a monstrous gift, he rasped. It makes me sick with jealousy. That thrust. It was faster, deadlier, and quieter than even the sword of Taoist Songha. He cast the spear aside, clutching the gaping wound that refused to stop bleeding. I suspect my time is up, he admitted. My protective aura has been completely obliterated. The spear shattered my meridians and crushed my internal organs. I have no life force left to heal. Yet, he raised his sword once more. The dark, demonic aura had vanished from his blade. Dokujun spoke with eerie calm. Now, show me more. A pure martial aura erupted from him. Dokujun stepped toward Lee Sung-min. No longer a beast possessed by demons, but a warrior facing his end. That power, the realm I spent my entire life chasing but never reached. Show it to me again. Lee Sung-min furrowed his brow, realizing the truth. The old monster was burning the very last embers of his life force. Dokujun swung his blade, charging with the desperate ferocity of a dying star. Once this burst of energy faded, death was inevitable. Lee Sung-min knew that he could simply run. He could dodge until the old man collapsed. But those eyes, they were burning with pure martial ecstasy. After seeing that look, fleeing was no longer an option. With resolve hardening like steel, Lee Sung-min gripped his spear once more. The time for hesitation was over. The final clash was inevitable. As he traded blows with Dokujun, a realization struck him. This man wasn't a villain consuming dark arts for the sake of evil. He was a martial artist desperate to shatter his own human limits. Gazing into those eyes, burning with twisted righteousness, Sung-min understood. It wasn't malice, but envy. A dying master jealous of the youth and talent he could no longer possess. He was a man running from his own inferiority complex, desperately chasing strength to fill the void in his soul. I will honor him. Sung-min channeled every ounce of his energy into the shaft of his spear. He had to recreate that one miraculous, perfect strike, the movement that defied logic. He would grant this fallen master a warrior's end, a finale wrapped in the perfection he so craved. But reality is cruel. As life faded from Dokujun's eyes, he didn't smile. He muttered a final accusation. You deceived me in the end. Sung-min stared at his spear piercing the old man's chest. The bitter taste of failure rose in his throat. Even at the climax, he couldn't reach that state of perfection again. With his dying breath, the sword demon rasped, "That strike! It should have been faster. It should have been more magnificent than even Taoist Sungha's technique." He lay on the cold ground, reaching a trembling hand toward Lee Sung-min. His eyes refused to close, wide with lingering obsession. Why? Why must I end like this? I wanted to see more. The hand dropped. Jun breathed his last, his soul departing in regret. Guilt crashed over Lee Sung-min like a tidal wave, his heart twisted in self-loathing. I raised his hopes only to crush them. If he had just been stronger, the sword demon could have left this world with a satisfied smile. Crushed by the weight of his inadequacy, Sung-min collapsed to his knees beside the corpse. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears blurred his vision, but as his sobs echoed in the silence, a radiant light suddenly blossomed behind him. He spun around, eyes widening. Sogo, is that... Baek Sogo? She stepped forward, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Look at you, she whispered. You have grown so much. The embrace tightened, grounding him. Sung-min, her voice was soft but firm. You really have become a man. Was this another illusion, a trick of his grief? But the warmth was real. As Baek Sogo released him, Lee Sung-min stood frozen, his mind struggling to process her presence. She met his gaze and nodded, a silent affirmation. Still in shock, he stammered, How? Why are you here? Baek Sogo stood and retrieved a bouquet of flowers she had placed on the ground. Rumors of the sword demon reached me, she replied calmly. Silence stretched between them, heavy with unsaid words. She walked past him to where Jun lay, gently placing the flowers upon the fallen master's chest. Kneeling beside the enemy, she brushed her hand over his face, closing his staring eyes, a final gesture of respect for the dead. Her duty done, she rose and turned back to Sung-min. It has been a long time. 5 years. Has it not? To think we would reunite in a place like this, under these circumstances. Her eyes scanned him appraisingly. You have become strong, Sung-min. Sung-min bit his lip, unable to voice the turmoil inside him. Seeing his silence, Baek Sogo continued. This might sound cruel, she admitted, but I watched you fight the sword demon. I watched from the shadows, even when it looked like death was claiming you. I decided not to intervene, even if it meant watching you die. Lee Sung-min let out a dry, hollow laugh. I'm not surprised. That is the way of a martial artist, isn't it? Besides, I didn't die. His words were brave, but his inner voice screamed the truth. I should be the one lying there, not him. The imposter syndrome gnawed at his soul. He was just a coward who had spent years running away, surviving on scraps of luck. The gap in power was absolute. He had won only through a flicker of fortune, not true skill. The sword demon was different. He possessed pure ambition. He sought to shatter his limits without fear, without fleeing. Doesn't a life like that have more value than mine? As he drowned in his dark thoughts, Baek Sogo stepped into his personal space. He was wrong, she stated flatly. Sung-min looked up, his eyes dull and lifeless. Wrong how? Was it wrong to desire strength, to do whatever it took to transcend humanity? Baek Sogo's expression hardened. Hurting the innocent is a sin. No ambition, no matter how grand, justifies the shedding of innocent blood. Her eyes flashed with righteous anger. I don't care about his trauma or his reasons. Whatever drove him, his actions were evil. That is unforgivable. Her words hung in the air like a verdict. Neither spoke. The weight of her absolute morality settling over them. A faint, bitter smile touched Sung-min's lips. After a moment, Sogo broke the silence. My justice is clearly different from yours. Tell me, Sung-min, what justice do you fight for? Why did you stop him? To this, Lee Sung-min did not hesitate. The answer was simple. I felt a sense of responsibility. Sogo's expression softened as she understood his heart. She paused, turning her gaze away, unable to look him in the eye. I have joined the Murim Alliance. I believed it was the best place to uphold my vision of justice. Thanks to their intelligence network, I tracked the sword demon quickly. Since I knew him, I wanted to be the one to end his rampage. I had no idea you would be the one standing in his path. Lee Sung-min suddenly cut through her explanation. Sogo, he asked, his voice trembling slightly. How do you see me? The question caught her completely off guard. Though startled, she offers a gentle reply. You have changed so much. Your strength is leagues beyond when we last met on the mountain. Back then, you were suffocated by self-loathing and pessimism. I am truly relieved to see this transformation in you. Lee Sung-min bites his lip, managing only a single stifled word. Before he can speak further, Baek Sogo lightly taps his chest, a silent encouragement before turning away. Apologies, but my work here is finished. I must depart immediately. I abandoned my official duties just to come here. Lee Sung-min freezes, spinning around instantly, Mission, he asks sharply. What kind of mission? Beksogo hesitates before revealing the heavy truth. I am currently tracking the little heavenly demon, Hoyan. The name hits him like a physical blow. Agitation boils within him, but before he can question her, Beksogo is already retreating. She calls out over her shoulder, I cannot reveal the details. Let us save that for our next meeting. Goodbye for now. Lee Sung-min. She glances back one last time, her voice carrying a solemn vow. I cannot make promises, but I am certain our paths will cross again. Lee Sung-min stands rooted to the spot, watching her silhouette fade into the distance, completely motionless. Only after she disappears does his mind race. She is hunting with Hoyan. Is this a command from the Murim Alliance? Memories of his past life claw at him. She died by Ouija Hoyan's hand because of this very order. Can he persuade her to stop? No. She just declared she fights for her own justice. That conviction is ironclad. Mere words cannot shake a belief forged in such fire. He realizes he cannot stop her, which means the only thing he needs is... His thoughts trail off into silence. He lets the realization hang in the void. Time moves on. After subjugating the vicious sword demon, a user of dark arts legends of a young hero spread like wildfire. A warrior who slew a vampiric master at the peak of martial arts. Under the light of a full moon, the world bestows upon him a new title, the Ghost Spear. The scene shifts back to the domain of the time god, Denir. Seeing the familiar intruder, the deity speaks. You have returned. Lee Sung-min sits in silence. Denir presses him. Do you intend to demand another attempt? Did I not warn you? You will lose your mind and perish if you try. Lee Sung-min ignores the warning, his voice ice cold. Shut your mouth. Denir says nothing further at the insult. Lee Sung-min raises his head, glaring with savage intensity. Through gritted teeth, he forces out the words, Give it to me. The time god understands immediately. You certainly look the part, with those dark circles and that wretched appearance. Denir mocks Lee Sung-min's cracked lips and desperate state. Did you rush here knowing all previous challengers went insane? You truly are an amusing human. Denir crosses his arms, his expression turning grave. I will repeat myself. The agony within this trial is unlike anything you have ever endured. Lee Sung-min's patience snaps. You do not need to care. Just hand it over. Seeing his resolve, Denir offers a twisted smile. The deity floats into the air, raising a hand. Very well. With a single snap of his fingers, reality warps, transporting Lee Sung-min to a void. Lee Sung-min finds himself in an empty dimension. Where is this? The time god answers with two chilling words. Your subconscious. Lee Sung-min looks down at his body, whispering to verify. My subconscious. Denir does not look up, simply holding an hourglass and nodding slowly. Training here will not strengthen your physical vessel. This is a realm solely for your mind. You will see no status windows, no data, no skills, and no allies. Do you comprehend? The words buzz in Lee Sung-min's ears, leaving him stunned. Seeing his silence, the deity continues his lecture. You must rely only on your memory and talent to escape this place. You are released only when the sand in this hourglass runs out. Lee Sung-min falls to his knees, staring at the object. How long does it take? At least 100 years. Denir grins with malicious delight at the sentence. The deity relishes the moment, and you cannot forfeit for the first year. Is that clear? Consider it punishment for your rudeness. Do you agree? Lee Sung-min frowns, silent. After a long pause, he stands, locking eyes with the god. At least 100 years? Does that mean I can stay longer? Denir clasps his hands behind his back, answering nonchalantly. How ambitious. Everyone says that at the start. But yes, you may remain as long as you wish. When the sand runs out, you have two choices: return to reality or turn the hourglass over. That will add another 100 years. 2 flips mean 2 centuries. A third means 300. But remember, once that glass is turned, there is no going back. You will remain trapped in this void until the very last grain of sand falls. Lee Sung-min trembled at the god of time's decree, yet he remained silent. Seeing no reaction, Danya sneered. I only lied about the death rate because I didn't want the hassle of cleaning up your corpse. Not everyone dies here, of course. 10 have tried, 3 survived. The other 7, they lost their minds and perished in the madness. Most manage to endure the first 100 years. They grow arrogant, thinking they have conquered eternity, and foolishly reset the hourglass. But the second century, that is when the true nightmare begins. How long will your sanity last? I wonder. Lee Sung-min offered no retort. He stood in stoic silence. Yet the cold sweat drenching his forehead betrayed the terror gripping his heart. Doubt flickered in his eyes, a moment of hesitation, but the die was cast. There was no reversing his decision now. With a final warning, Danya vanished into thin air, leaving the boy alone with the hourglass. The solitary eternity of Lee Sung-min had officially begun. That was the last image Danya saw before disappearing. The first 100 years commenced. At first, I actually thought I was fine. Infinite time meant infinite potential. I could become stronger. No matter how much I trained, my muscles never screamed, my body never tired. I didn't need to eat, yet I felt no hunger. I didn't need to sleep. But soon, these blessings turned into a curse. I began to crave exhaustion. I missed the gnawing burn of hunger. I missed the pain. Desperate to feel something, I even drove the spear into my own flesh, begging for the sensation of injury. It was useless. No matter how I mutilated myself, the wound vanished instantly. My body remained perfect, whole and mocking in its resilience. I never imagined that the absence of pain could be such agonizing torture. Damn it all. It wasn't just a physical numbness. He gripped his spear, staring blankly at the cold steel. A terrifying thought took root in his mind. Am I even doing this right? There was no master here to correct his form. The faces of Weiji Hoyan, Jung Hoom, and Baek Go flashed through his memory like ghosts. They were gone. No matter how he swung, if his path was wrong, wasn't all this suffering for nothing? Was his struggle completely meaningless? Every time that thought surfaced, he felt his sanity fracturing, a crack in the glass of his mind. Standing in that endless white void, alone with his demons, he spiraled deeper into a labyrinth of self-doubt. I need proof. Just one sign that I'm getting stronger. But the silence offered no answers. He turned his gaze to the hourglass, his heart heavy with a storm of chaotic emotions, praying for this hell to end. He looked for progress, yet not a single grain of sand appeared to have fallen. Outside the dimension, Danya floated in the ether, watching Lee Sung-min with a detached gaze. The boy's eyes looked dead, completely void of life. Danya smirked, resigning himself to the inevitable. Looks like I'll be cleaning up a corpse after all. But then his eyes widened in sheer shock. That crazy bastard, Danya muttered. Inside the void, the gears in Lee Sung-min's mind were grinding back to life. 10 geniuses passed the first 100 years easily, he thought. So what is wrong with me? Am I not only talentless, but also weak-willed? Is my mind as frail as my body? He stood frozen, staring into the abyss. No. I remember why I can't stop. Was I not a worthless insect from the very start? What right do I have to be angry at slow progress? Did I not promise to transform myself back at Mount Mush? His grip on the spear tightened until his knuckles turned white. Even if I am a maggot, I will crawl until I surpass the dragons. If I crawl in the wrong direction, I'll just keep crawling until I find a new path. I will brute force my way to destiny. My time at the Shaolin Temple wasn't wasted. I will recover. I will train. But as the 100-year mark approached, a sudden realization struck him like lightning. Counting my past life and this one, I haven't even lived 40 years. How could a mortal mind endure this eternity? Time washes away technique. The 9 heaven spear arts aren't improving. I just thrust, spin, and hold, over and over, endlessly. Lee Sung-min tore at his hair, screaming silently in the prison of his mind, agony etched on his face. I can't go on like this. It was too late to realize, but human nature does not change so easily. He gritted his teeth, eyes bulging with madness. That is why I always wore a mask, to pretend I was someone else, someone strong. No matter how hard I try, I cannot sweat, I cannot tire. How many millions of times must I thrust this spear to feel something? A spear is for piercing, distance, darkness, the tip, stability. Use the spear to neutralize the enemy. That is the essence. The Shaolin spear arts are magnificent, but I am no monk. I am just me. He no longer recognized himself. Why am I like this? Who am I? Doubt consumed him. Less than half the time remains, yet what have I truly gained? Yet, his hands kept moving. The spear danced on its own. His mind was drowning in darkness, his face twisting into a mask of insanity. Even if I escape, nothing changes unless I change. I must kill him. I must kill the weakling inside me, but I must slaughter the old Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min slumped to the ground, crushed by the weight of his regret. I am sorry. I had no right to take your life. Not someone like me. I see now just how useless I truly am. Nearly 100 years had passed, yet he had gained nothing. Despite swinging a spear until his hands bled, without sleep, despair was the only thing growing in his heart. Dark thoughts swirled like a violent storm, threatening to drown his sanity. It felt impossible to change his wretched nature. I want to kill myself for being this weak. He had entered this place to seek power, to ascend. Yet here he was, stagnant. Lee Sung-min lifted his head, eyes locking onto the hourglass beside him. Stop. I have to stop thinking. The sand was nearly gone. He reached for the glass. Memories flooded back 200 years of ceaseless torture disguised as training, and still, 0 results. A classless nobody like me. No advantages. No hidden talents. This is my limit. He couldn't count how many times he wanted to give up over the last 2 centuries. Even if he turned the glass again, failure seemed guaranteed. His arm trembled, poised on the edge of a terrifying decision, but I refused to run away. Isn't that why I'm still stuck here? So heavy. Why does such a small thing weigh more than a mountain? Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth. He knew the truth. The weight came from his own hesitation. With a roar, he swung his arm. The hourglass flipped. Glass. He had made his choice. 200 more years of hell. His face twisted into a savage scream, eyes bulging, capillaries bursting with blood, sweat pouring like rain. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min's gaze snapped back to the hourglass. Something was wrong. He realized with a start, since he regained clarity, a massive amount of sand had already fallen compared to the last cycle. I must have gone insane for a while before waking up. Spear in hand, his internal monologue raced on. I felt this despair 1,000 times. I'm sickened by my own frailty. Yet, miraculously, he had clawed his way back to sanity. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, a hidden celebration. As long as I don't lose my mind completely, I win. I don't need to save time. I have an eternity of it. Time flowed like a river. 50 years vanished in a blink. Lee Sung-min stood up and stretched, his spirit burning brighter than before. This century, I gained more than the last. I moved forward, only a few inches. But I moved. He gazed up at the artificial stars. This time, I will master the violet secret art, then the void spirit walk. I will keep my mind intact. Silence fell as he strategized. Now that I have a purpose, I might actually enjoy the next few centuries. A mystical violet aura erupted around Lee Sung-min. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. Lee Sung-min reignited his fighting spirit. Let's continue. The sand flowed relentlessly. 200 years flashed by. Lee Sung-min beamed, shouting into the void. Just as I thought, no significant achievements this time either. That's actually great. His face radiated light, a stark contrast to the broken man of 2 centuries ago. Without hesitation, he flipped the hourglass. 300 more years. Lee Sung-min sprinted forward, screaming with pure joy. I'll give it everything I've got. He reflected on his journey. The first century was a nightmare, but now everything felt manageable. No. Maybe I have finally gone mad. He laughed. But this madness feels good. Should I aim higher? Muscles rippled as he gripped the spear shaft. Let's recreate the spear technique I used against the sword demon. Time blurred. 300 years vanished. He had now survived 600 years in this world, just as I expected. I can't perfectly replicate it yet. He tossed the hourglass like a toy, speaking with childlike innocence. Well, I never succeed on the first try anyway. 400 more years. 1 millennium. 1,000 years had passed. Lee Sung-min sat in the lotus position, silent as the grave. A small cluster of violet light pulsed within his dantian. His eyes were tranquil pools, devoid of ripples. He stared unblinkingly ahead. Before him stood a colossal stone wall. Lee Sung-min realized he had finally reached the barrier of the peak realm. Suddenly, he roared with laughter, tears streaming down his face. It took 1,000 years just to find the wall. Incredible. He flipped the hourglass again. 500 more years. Weapon in hand, he questioned the void. If it took a millennium to arrive here, how many eons will it take to break through? Wisps of white steam spiraled around his spear blade. With every step, with every thrust, Lee Sung-min immersed himself in the art of violence. His face shone like a supernova. I did it. After 1,500 years, I finally simulated the strike I used against the sword demon. Of course, it is merely a simulation. I can't apply the speed or the power to any other technique. He mocked himself, yet his expression was pure bliss. That is so like me. Pathetically stupid. Humming a nameless tune, he wondered, when will I truly become a peak martial artist? He froze beside the hourglass. A long, heavy silence stretched out. Finally, he whispered, should I train? Just a little longer? Snap back to reality. Den stood there, staring at him in utter stupefaction, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. At this moment, words completely failed him. He could only curse in the stunned silence of his mind. You absolute lunatic. Denia stood frozen, staring blankly at the human before him. The true terror of Denia's trial wasn't pain, it was stagnation. The realm of consciousness was designed to crush the spirit by slowing progress to an agonizing crawl. It was a hell where even the most brilliant prodigies, those who defied the laws of nature, crumbled into dust. Before this, the record holder, a genius far superior to Lee Sungmin, had barely scraped by with 1,000 years. Denia was speechless. But this guy, Lee Sungmin, had endured 2,100 years. Denia's mind reeled. How could a mortal mind survive such an eternity of isolation? While Denia spiraled into confusion, Lee Sungmin suddenly gasped. Breaking the silence, he stared down at his hand. Dark crimson droplets splattered against his skin, a nosebleed. He hadn't even felt it start. Floating behind him, Denia analyzed the situation. Your brain is screaming in protest, he thought. 2 millennia of memories are flooding back in a single instant. It was only thanks to Denia's divine blessing that the side effects were this mild. Over those 21 centuries, this man had descended into madness countless times. Yet, miraculously, he pieced his shattered mind back together every single time. It defied all logic. A talentless blockhead like him should have perished ages ago. How did he survive where geniuses failed? As Sungmin wiped the blood away, a realization struck Denia like a lightning bolt. Wait, is it because he's stupid? It made perfect sense. Previous challengers were geniuses, eagles born to soar. They couldn't handle crawling through the mud at a snail's pace. But Lee Sungmin, he was never an eagle. He was a snail from the very beginning. He was intimate with failure. He was used to falling down and dragging himself back up. To him, a never-ending string of defeats was just another Tuesday. But every second of that struggle had value. Denia continued his train of thought. Of course, resilience wasn't the only reason. Sungmin finally spoke, his voice raspy. My body, it feels heavy as lead. Denia scoffed. You should be thanking the heavens you can move at all. You haven't used those muscles in 21 years. Feeling strange is the least of your worries. Seeing Sungmin's dazed look, Denia explained further. Most people who wake up after just 1,000 days can't tell their left hand from their right. The fact that you're sane and self-aware is nothing short of a miracle. Sungmin looked at his trembling hand. Is that so? Denia raised the hand, conjuring a brilliant sphere of light that hovered above them. You feel detached from reality. This will anchor you. Here are the rest of your memories. They will help you acclimate. The orb drifted towards Sungmin, sinking into his chest as the blinding light faded into his core. Instantly, the reel of his life began to play. It was like watching a movie where he was the star, every scene vivid and sharp, crashing into his mind. His expression shifted, reflecting the depth of 1,000 galaxies, mysterious, profound, and terrifyingly calm. Sungmin bowed his head slightly. I remember being weak. I remember everything. Thank you, Denia. These memories, I will never forget them. Though, I must admit, I hate this frail body. It takes me back to the days when I was weaker than a bug, Denia retorted. The trial only sharpened your mind, not your muscles. But as long as you retain those memories and that mindset, your physical power will catch up in no time. Sungmin nodded. Good. Then I'll come back to report when I'm ready. Denia's face twisted in annoyance. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. You don't have anywhere else to go. Do you just stay here until you adapt? Denia sighed, his voice dripping with irritation. Did you forget your place? Did you lose your shame somewhere in those 2,000 years? Sungmin shrugged, completely unfazed. Provocation won't work on me. I've technically lived longer than you now, haven't I? Denia choked on his words, completely defeated. Fine, do whatever you want. Time flowed like water. 1 year later, Amidst the majestic white structures of the Shaolin Temple, the wind howled as a wooden staff sliced through the air. It was Ji-Huk. His muscles rippled with sweat, defining every fiber of his being as he pushed his limits. Suddenly, a voice drifted from the shadows behind him. "It's been a while." Ji-Huk froze. He turned slowly, recognizing the figure instantly. "Sungmin, you look healthy." Sungmin noted. Ji-Huk stared, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. The air around them felt heavy. Sungmin's face held a depth that wasn't there before, an abyssal calm. He watched Ji-Huk silently. After a long, tense silence, Ji-Huk spoke. "You've changed." "What happened to you?" Sungmin replied cryptically. "A lot of things." Ji-Huk didn't pry further. "A lot. Huh, rumor has it you defeated the sword demon." Sungmin's expression remained flat. "Just luck." Ji-Huk scoffed. "Luck? You took down the monster who killed the Mount Hua sect leader, and you call it luck. Let me ask you something else. When did you reach the transcendent realm?" Sungmin didn't hesitate. "Half a year ago." Ji-Huk muttered to himself, stunned. "Half a year." "What's wrong?" Sungmin asked. Ji-Huk shook his head. "It wasn't just the power." Looking into Sungmin's eyes, he whispered, "When I look at you, I see a flow of time that shouldn't exist." A heavy silence descended upon Lee Sungmin and Ji-Huk, the air thick with tension. Neither spoke, eyes locked in a silent duel. Suddenly, veins bulged on Ji-Huk's hand as he gripped his staff, his voice dropping low. "If you don't mind, shall we test our skills?" Without a word, Lee Sungmin slowly drew his weapon, the cold steel gleaming. "What a coincidence. Exactly what I was thinking." A voice cut through the air like a blade, freezing their duel before it began. "If you two dare to fight here..." Elder Boyoung stepped forward from the distance, his aura commanding. "Then the Shaolin sect has no future left." Ji-Huk gasped in shock, bowing instantly. "Master Boyoung," Lee Sungmin replied calmly, "you overestimate me, Elder." The Elder laughed heartily. "Not only has your martial arts reached a new realm, but your tongue has grown sharper too. What wind blows you back to us?" Sungmin smiled faintly, his eyes intense. "I just wanted to see how close I've come to the peak." Boyoung narrowed his eyes. "You mean compared to Ouija Hoyan?" "Yes," he answered without hesitation. The Elder sighed, looking at the sky. "I cannot say for certain how powerful the minor demon has become. With her monstrous talent, she has likely ascended to a realm far beyond our imagination. But compared to the 17-year-old Ouija Hoyan who visited Shaolin years ago..." Hearing his master speak, Ji-Huk frowned involuntarily, a cold drop of sweat trickling down his cheek at the memory of that monster. Elder Boyoung's voice turned brutally honest. "You are still far behind her." Lee Sungmin maintained his calm smile. "Just as I thought." Ji-Huk stood there like a ghost, fading into the background, watching Lee Sungmin intently without daring to interrupt the conversation. Lee Sungmin's mind drifted back. He had never deluded himself into thinking his current level could match that genius yet. However, within the realm of his consciousness, he had traveled further than any mortal could comprehend. "If my physical vessel can just reach that threshold..." He stopped the thought and smiled. He was more confident now than ever before. Flashback to 2 months before the dungeon's opening. Lee Sungmin stood alone, having already departed the Shaolin Temple. He stood motionless, gazing aimlessly ahead. He recalled Ji-Huk's parting words the dungeon would open its maw in exactly 2 months. Ji-Huk had insisted he stay the night, but Sungmin refused. Time was a luxury he could not afford. Having reclaimed the demon armor and the demon spear, he had left the temple immediately. He had a mission: identify the black heart within him, prevent Beg Sogo's death in the dungeon, find Xenaviss as Dinner instructed, and restore the martial harmony of body, energy, and mind. Lost in deep thought, the weight of his destiny pressed down on him. "So much to do," he mused. "I must utilize every second with absolute efficiency." The first step was clear. He recalled the spirit Dinir's words, "The existence of Xenaviss is partly caused by you. Find him." At that time, Sungmin had asked, "Xenaviss, who is he?" Dinir had replied, "He is an entity who has escaped the origin of mortals. His existence is a conflict, a paradox unlike any human. I will not help you locate him directly. But," Dinir had added, "he holds the answers you seek." Back in the present, Lee Sungmin began his journey. He walked with a calm stride, hands buried in his pockets, his silhouette disappearing into the dense forest. His mind worked furiously. According to the broker Erebrissa, the name of the merchant and virus originated from this very place, the Forest of Sleeping Spirits. It could be a coincidence, a different person with the same name. But this was the Sleeping Forest, a notorious hell where the wailing of ghosts drove men to madness. No one knew what lurked within. It was a forbidden zone crawling with monsters. No ordinary merchant would ever dare set foot here. As he pondered, a strange, high-frequency sound drilled into his ears. He instinctively covered his ears. So, this is the wailing of the spirits. Lee Sungmin waved his hand as if swatting away a fly. For any other warrior, these cursed groans would shatter their sanity and ruin their cultivation. But for Lee Sungmin, whose mind had endured 2,100 years in the realm of consciousness, this was merely background noise. Suddenly, a presence lunged from the shadows behind him, a beast with razor-sharp fangs aiming for his throat without a sound. Lee Sungmin slipped past the attack effortlessly, as if sleepwalking. Is that it? You want to play a game? Fists flew and kicks landed like thunder. One strike, one kill. He decimated the beast instantly, leaving the forest in a suffocating, eerie silence. Hiding behind a tree nearby, two hooded figures watched Lee Sungmin with trembling eyes, as if witnessing a monster in human skin. Sang-Yun whispered in terror to his partner, "Who the hell is that? How is he slaughtering the forest beast so easily?" Dae-hyun replied, voice shaking, "A supreme master. He might have reached the realm of reversing origin. But I sense no demonic energy. He's not from the unorthodox factions, but we cannot stop him. We need backup immediately." Sang-Yun gasped. "Wait, where did he go?" They blinked, and the target had vanished from their sight. Looking for me, Lee Sungmin appeared like a ghost behind them, his voice cold. "I have a question. Do you know someone named Envirus?" The two spies froze, terror locking their muscles. Then, abandoning reason, they launched a desperate attack. Lee Sungmin didn't even flinch, slipping past the attack like a phantom. He spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Hold on. I have no intention of fighting you people. I just have a few questions." Sang-Yun glared, his hands forming a seal. "I don't care what you want." Aura exploded, manifesting as a roaring fire dragon charging straight for Lee's head. Lee Sungmin looked unimpressed. "You really want to fight that badly?" He casually waved his hand. Whoosh. The ferocious inferno vanished instantly, snuffing out like a candle in a hurricane. Lee frowned. "Why are you acting like this?" Sang-Yun's face twisted in pure horror. His eyes bulged. He extinguished that technique with a single wave. Footsteps approached like the bells of doom. Lee Sungmin walked closer. "Why won't you listen to a word I say?" In the blink of an eye, Lee was nose to nose with him. The pressure was suffocating. "Why did you attack me?" Sang-Yun was terrified out of his mind. He frantically waved his hands. "Wait, we're deaf. If you want to talk, write it on the ground." Lee Sungmin paused, stunned. "You're hearing impaired, so that was the answer." They literally couldn't hear him. He grabbed a nearby branch and carved words into the dirt. "Who are you?" Sang-Yun and Dae-hyun answered obediently. "We come from a hidden tribe." Before they could finish, a shadow loomed overhead. Red eyes glowed from the sky. Boom, a massive figure slammed into the earth, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. Elder Jong-gu pointed a furious finger at the two disciples and roared, "You traitors, how dare you reveal the tribe's secrets to a filthy outsider?" He turned his killing intent toward Lee Sungmin. "And you, I don't know who you are, but you aren't leaving here alive." Lee looked at him with innocent curiosity. "A tribe?" Lee asked. Sang-Yun was trembling so hard he couldn't speak. That's Elder Jong-gu." "I don't care about your tribe," Lee said flatly. "I just want to know if you've seen a man named Enverus." Jong-gu froze. "Enverus?" He narrowed his eyes. "You know him." The elder fell silent, then screamed, "Die! I'll never talk to an outsider like you." Lee Sungmin sighed. He was completely out of patience. The scene cut to silence. Lee looked down at Sang-Yun, his voice losing its warmth. "You said you were from a tribe, right? I don't want to take anyone's life. And I really hate pointless fighting." Sang-Yun and Dae-hyun stared at Jong-gu, who was now lying unconscious at Lee's feet. They shivered. He took down the elder. A martial arts master. That easily. Ignoring their terror, Lee continued, "But I think the thing I'm looking for is connected to your people. Can you lead the way?" It finally clicked for Lee why these men were deaf. They lived in the sleeping forest. They used a secret elixir to destroy their own hearing just to survive the maddening, endless wails of this cursed place. The duo led him to a hidden village. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Not a soul was in sight, yet the wooden houses were perfectly maintained. Lee turned to the leader. Chief Kazuya, why do you insist on living here? This place hardly looks like a paradise. The chief replied stoically. It is the will of the tribe. Silence fell between them, but beneath the surface, a war raged. Invisible waves of aura crashed against each other, testing limits. Lee Sung-min thought to himself, this old man is strong. He's a true master who has reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Chief Kazuya broke the silence. What is your purpose here? You defeated one of our elders and threatened our youth. You do not seem like a simple traveler. Lee held his gaze, fearless. I told you, I didn't start this. Your people attacked me, but if someone tries to kill me, I won't just stand there and take it. The chief studied him for a long moment. The young man stood tall, looking like he feared neither the heavens nor the earth. The chief sighed, retracting his aura. Let us put this behind us. Too many of my people would die if we tried to stop you. He extended a hand in peace. We will treat you as a guest of the village. Lee Sung-min narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't fully trust these people, especially a monster like this chief. But they shook hands, reaching a tentative truce. The suffocating killing intent finally vanished from the air. Lee Sung-min got straight to the point. What do you know about Xenaviss? The chief nodded. You are looking for him. He left 2 months ago. Lee pressed on. Where is he now? The chief shook his head. I do not know. I was unsure if you were the one Xenaviss spoke of. But before he vanished, he predicted this. He said someone would come investigating his name. He said if that person arrives, take him to this place. The chief led him deep into the forbidden grounds. Before them stood a titan of nature, a massive tree blocking the path like a mountain. Lee looked up. A wall made of roots. The chief nodded. Correct. Do you want to try breaking it? A smirk tugged at Lee Sung-min's lips. Slowly, deliberately, he drew his spear. The spear was enveloped in a violet aura, swirling with specks of light that resembled a galaxy of stars trapped within a miniature universe. Without wasting a breath, Lee Sung-min stepped toward the barrier. He thrust the spear forward with the explosive force of a seeking missile. Boom! The collision detonated a massive shockwave. The blast radius hurled the village chief backward, skidding dozens of meters across the ground. Dust settled, and Lee Sung-min's eyes widened in shock. The wall remained pristine, without a single scratch. The chief's voice cut through the silence. Well, do you see now? Brute force is useless here. Even the great Xenaviss could not breach this wall. Only the village chief holds the key to this gate. Allow me to open it for you. Lee Sung-min felt his blood boil. He was being played like a dancing monkey. If he could open it all along, why the hell did he make me attack it first? Ignoring the glare, the chief stepped forward. Mystical particles of light drifted from his body, sinking deep into the ancient barrier. The blockade, woven from hundreds of colossal roots, obeyed the command. With a deep groan, the roots uncoiled, revealing a dark passageway. Lee Sung-min peered into the abyss. What lies inside? The chief shook his head solemnly. I cannot say for sure. All I know is that a horrific wailing echoes from within. It is a sound of pure despair. Even supreme masters struggle to maintain their sanity in the... Before the old man could finish his warning, Lee Sung-min had already charged into the darkness. The chief stood frozen, watching the boys retreating back. He was speechless. Is he insane? That wailing sound wasn't just noise. It was a mental poison that shattered consciousness. It was a psychic assault of the highest order. As the legend Kazuya once warned, even a supreme martial artist with peak mind, body, and spirit could not fully withstand its corruption. However, Lee Sung-min was different. He had endured 2,100 years within a mental prison. His mind had shattered and rebuilt itself countless times. Through that hellish cycle, his psyche hadn't just become ironclad, it had evolved into something bordering on divine madness. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min halted. A presence washed over him, and a voice resonated directly inside his skull. I was confused. Before him, a sphere of violet flame materialized, radiating a chilling, gloomy aura. It hovered in midair. The voice echoed again. It is rare to see an existence with such twisted causality. I nearly mistook you for someone else. I believed you were the one from the reverse timeline, so I granted you entry. Answer me. Your fate is impossible to read. The violet flame shifted, taking on a form that was far more sinister. Heoju, the Void Lord. The entity interrogated him. Are you the one who traveled back from the past? Lee Sungmin frowned, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Suddenly, another voice cut in. Stop it, Lord of the Void. Rubia materialized beside the flame. Can't you see he is bewildered? As the two entities bantered, Lee Sungmin's eye twitched, his patience wearing thin. He finally snapped. Who the hell are you people? He stared at the grotesque form of the Void Lord and the girl with cat ears standing next to him. A heavy silence hung in the air. Lee Sungmin repeated the question. Rubia bowed politely. Allow me to introduce myself, Placing a hand over her heart, she smiled. I am Rubia, the familiar and servant of Lord Envirus. I have been waiting for you, by my master's command. Lee Sungmin raised an eyebrow. A servant? Why do you look like a beastkin? Rubia beamed. Because my master has a preference for this form. Lee Sungmin made a face of realization. I understand. He then pointed a rude finger at the floating flame. And what about that thing? The Void Lord trembled with rage. That thing, you arrogant brat, Rubia interjected calmly. That is Heoju, the Lord of the Void, the remnant of a great demon. The term remnant only made the entity angrier. Rubia ignored him and began to explain Heoju's origins. 400 years ago, he was a mighty demon, a warlord commanding 100 other demons, but now he is merely a lingering soul without a physical vessel. Lee Sungmin was puzzled. So, why were you waiting for me specifically? Rubia's eyes gleamed. Because you must find my master. Lord Envirus is the only one who can answer your questions. Like you, his causality is twisted. Lee Sungmin asked innocently. If you're his servant, that means you know where he is, right? Rubia looked at him as if he were an idiot. No, obviously. I do not know. Lee Sungmin slumped, his face filled with despair. Rubia continued. However, my master can sense my location. If you travel with me, he will inevitably find us. Lee Sungmin rubbed his temples. I really don't get why we have to do this. Why does he make everything so damn complicated? He pointed at Heoju again. If I just need to go with you, that's fine. But why is this thing here? The Void Lord turned purple with fury. You insolent insect. I don't know why I have to go either. All I know is that a regressor would come to find me, and I am bound to leave this forest with him. Lee Sungmin narrowed his eyes. This forest? Wait. Are you the source of that terrible wailing? The tribe believes it is a desperate prayer. Is that sound actually you? Hearing this? The Void Lord burst into mocking laughter. Those miserable insects. The Void Lord's voice dripped with disdain. Their tribe is bound to this forest by an ancient fate. As long as their bloodline endures here, the seal blocking the exit remains unbroken. Their only desire is to reach the end of this path. Even I, in all my greatness, do not know what lies at that terminus. I have only ever reached the midpoint. Lee Sungmin looked at his two useless companions with growing irritation. I've asked plenty of questions, he muttered, yet I haven't received a single clear answer. What is wrong with you people? Rubia's voice suddenly rang out, filled with unexpected confidence. Fine, I will tell you the one thing I know for certain. If you accompany us, you will ultimately stand before Lord Envirus. Lee Sungmin didn't buy her nonsense for a second. That ultimately sounds incredibly vague, he thought, skepticism written all over his face. Forget it, he sighed, cutting to the chase. If that's the plan, how exactly does that demon travel with us? He doesn't even have a physical body. Rubia paused, looking thoughtful. I don't know. The master never mentioned that part. She turned around. Void Lord, where are you? She didn't get to finish. The spirit had already launched himself at Lee Sungmin, his face twisted into a mask of savage fury. What the? Sungmin froze. 1 second they were talking. The next, the spirit named Hell was upon him. The specter bit down, enveloping Sungmin's body in a dark shroud. Rubia screamed in terror. Void Lord, what do you think you are doing? What does it look like? Hell grinned wickedly, his voice echoing from the darkness. I am taking this brat's body for my own. I lost my form and rotted here for 400 years. This vessel is absolute trash compared to my prime, but I will make do. Finally, I shall walk the earth once more. His manic laughter echoed through the forest, chilling the air. Rubia and Lee Sungmin stood in silence, watching the spirit cackle like a madman. The laughter cut off abruptly. Why isn't it working? Lee Sungmin looked at his wrist. The terrifying demon had turned into a tacky accessory. That, Sungmin deadpanned, is exactly what I wanted to ask. Impossible! Hell screamed, his voice vibrating from the bracelet. I am a great and supreme being. How can I fail to conquer the mind of a mere brat? Rejected, trapped in an armor piece. Lee Sungmin and Rubia exchanged a glance. Is this guy actually an idiot? Who the hell are you? Hell roared from inside the artifact. How is your mental fortitude so overwhelmingly strong? Sungmin remained silent, a realization dawning on him. Is this the result of 2,100 years of training within the realm of consciousness? Or is someone watching over me? There is only one way to find the truth. I have to meet Xenaviss. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist coldly. I have too many memories with this gear, and now I can't use it anymore. Wait, Hell shrieked in panic. Are you planning to throw me away? We aren't friends, Sungmin stated flatly. Why should I keep you? Get lost. Rubia chimed in immediately. Yeah, beat it. Hold on, please, Hell begged, his pride shattered. I apologize for the possession attempt. Look, I will give you something. I am a mighty demon. I have accumulated centuries of spoils of war. My treasury is filled with mystical wonders you can't even imagine. Sungmin looked at Rubia for confirmation. She nodded slowly. The demon did have a glorious past. Lee Sungmin rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. He wasn't thinking about friendship. He was calculating exactly how to strip this demon of every last treasure. A heavy silence settled over the dark space. Rubia and the Void Lord were officially companions now. So, Rubia broke the silence. Where are you heading? Sungmin. Hell interrupted. Can we go somewhere with a view? I need fresh air while we wait for the master to find us. Not a bad idea, Sungmin replied calmly. But I have a specific destination in mind. Rubia tilted her head, where a sudden wave of anxiety hit her. It's not dangerous, is it? Lee Sungmin paused, looking down at the small familiar. A dungeon, he said, his voice steady. Rubia's terrified scream tore through the air. What a dungeon. These mysterious zones appeared randomly across Eria, defied by nature itself. Chaos magic saturates these spaces, twisting the very laws of reality compared to the outside world. In Eria, hunting a monster usually yields physical parts: skin, bones, meat. But inside a dungeon, when a beast dies, its corpse vanishes into mist, replaced by a dropped item. Artifacts of infinite variety and mysterious power. The stronger the monster you destroy, the higher the quality of the loot. It was the ultimate gamble for power. And if one slays the dungeon master, the rewards are legendary, and the dungeon itself ceases to exist. Rubia, trembling in her mobile form, asked, Are you serious? You really want to go there? Absolutely, Sungmin replied. He stared ahead. There it was, a massive amber crystal, pulsing with a mystical, inviting light. It has been 2 months since I met Rubia and the Void Lord, Sungmin thought. Thanks to the intel from Ibrisa, I have finally found it. He steeled his nerves. This would be the second dungeon he had ever conquered. In his past life, he had secured the Stone of Reversal. Now, these crimson crystals pulsing before him. They were undoubtedly the gateway. One touch, and he would be instantly warped into the belly of the beast somewhere deep within the dungeon's depths. From there, the real mission begins. But a shadow of doubt crept into his heart, threatening to shatter his resolve. Could he truly pull this off? A moment of weakness flashed through his mind, but asking what if was a luxury he could not afford. He had clawed his way back from hell just to prevent that catastrophe. Crushing his cowardice, he hardened his heart. This had to be done. No more hesitation. Lee Sungmin pressed his hand against the crystal. Blinding light exploded from within, washing over his determined features. Space warped and tore apart. Lee Sungmin's body materialized in a new location, his boots hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Scanning his surroundings, he whispered, I made it. Rubia materialized beside him, her voice dripping with complaint. Ugh, we actually crawled into this wretched dungeon. Oh. But peace was short-lived. A terrifying, dark purple killing intent crept up behind him, silent as the grave. A towering figure swung a massive axe at his exposed back. Lee Sungmin spun instantly, his spear singing through the air to deflect the lethal blow. An ambush, he thought, locking eyes with his assailant. The attacker, a wild-looking giant named Grizz, glared back with wide eyes and shaggy hair. Stunned that his surprise attack had failed, Grizz grunted, his voice rough as gravel. Who the hell are you? Lee Sung-min frowned, annoyance flickering in his eyes, yet he kept his cool. You attack first, then ask questions. I am Lee Sung-min. Recognition dawned on Griss's face. What? Griss gasped. You're the ghost spear, the one who slaughtered the sword demon? Lee Sung-min sighed. I am not exactly fond of that nickname. The entire continent knew the name Ghost Spear, the slayer of the sword demon. The giant's intimidation vanished instantly. He scratched his head, looking like a chastised child. Oh, heavens, my apologies for the swing. Griss laughed awkwardly. I thought you were one of the demon sect's elites. The name is Griss. Mountain Griss. Lee Sung-min's eyes narrowed slightly. He had definitely heard that name before. A master whose martial arts had reached the absolute peak in his past life. However, Griss was just another corpse, one of the many masters slaughtered by Wee Ji-yun. Griss leaned in. You're here to stop the little heavenly demon, Wee Ji-yun, aren't you? Lee Sung-min paused, weighing his words, before nodding. That is correct. Griss let out a boisterous laugh, truly a gallant and righteous warrior. But his laughter died quickly, replaced by a grave expression. You must already know, Griss rumbled. Wee Ji-yun is a monster beyond comprehension. She earned the title of Heavenly Demon at a terrifyingly young age and commands a squad of elite killers. The rewards hidden in this dungeon are immense. If we let this slide, an unstoppable devil will be born. We have to bury her ambition here and now for the sake of peace in Eria. Lee Sung-min asked sharply. Who else entered the dungeon besides Wee Ji-yun? Griss listed them off on his fingers. Sword Demon Dako, Solitary Silver, and the Iron Demon Fist. All absolute masters pledging loyalty to Wee Ji-yun. And on the Murim Alliance side, we have Baek Sogo, that drunkard from the Beggars sect, the peerless eccentric, and the Mad Sword. Lee Sung-min's mind raced. So, the whole gang is here. Griss looked at him with pleading eyes. Ghost Spear, Wee Ji-yun must be stopped. Will you lend us your strength? Lee Sung-min stood in silence, his expression unreadable, calculating every variable. Suddenly, his demeanor flipped completely, radiating righteousness. He declared, Of course I will dedicate my life to supporting the Murim Alliance. Griss roared with excitement, clapping him on the shoulder. I expected nothing less from the young hero who slew the sword demon. As they ventured deeper, Griss asked, Is this your first time in a dungeon? Lee Sung-min nodded. It is. Griss glanced at him, his voice lowering. Every dungeon is unique, but one truth remains: powerful monsters lurk in the shadows. We must stay vigilant. The words barely left his lips when he froze. His footsteps halted, his face petrified in shock as he stared straight ahead. A silhouette blocked their path. The very air around them seemed to stagnate. Time stopped. Lee Sung-min's eyes reflected the figure, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew this person. A familiar voice echoed through the corridor. So, you've arrived as well. It has been a long time. A stunning beauty stood before them, radiating a unique charisma that locked Lee Sung-min's gaze. Her lips curled into a faint smile, but her eyes, they were blood red, glowing with an eerie allure. Her voice was a velvet whisper as she called out his name, Lee Sung-min. The duo halted completely. Griss gasped, recognition flooding his voice. Wait, is that Lady Baek? It was indeed the silent flower, Baek Sogo. Her signature white hair flowed around her balanced frame. Griss beamed innocently. This is fantastic. I was so worried when we got separated at the entrance. Griss started to move forward, but Lee Sung-min sensed something wrong. Stop! Hold it, Griss, Lee Sung-min barked. Look at her. Really look at her. Confused, the giant squinted at the woman standing before them. She stood unnaturally still. As the details sharpened, the horror revealed itself. Her face was twisted, mutated. Gross. Fleshy tumors bulged from half her visage, pulsing beneath those glowing blood-red eyes. The color drained from Griss's face. His eyes bulged in pure terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his brow as the nightmare stared back at him. This was no human. It was a monstrosity wearing the stolen face of Baek Sogo. Seizing his moment of terror, the beast struck. A devastating kick crushed into Grismo's chest, sending him crumbling to the ground as blood sprayed from his lips. His face twisted in pure agony. Lee Sung-min stood frozen, the chaos unfolding too fast to process. Beside him, Rubia's voice cut through the confusion. It's a doppelganger, a mimic monster that steals the appearance of its prey and mirrors their every move. But to think it could copy a completely different species. He replayed the attack on Grismo in his mind. The shadowless spirit walk, the traceless step, Could this thing replicate not just her face, but her divine martial arts too? The creature wearing Baek Sogo's skin slowly turned. Its target shifted to Lee Sungmin. Soulless white eyes with crimson pupils locked onto him, a predator gazing at its next meal, devoid of any humanity. Power surged through Lee Sungmin's arm, veins bulging against his skin like coiling snakes. Pure, unadulterated rage exploded within him. His eyes burned with killing intent, his teeth grinding together until they nearly shattered. "How dare you!" he growled, his voice dropping to a terrifying low. "How dare you wear that face?" Rubia trembled, terrified by his aura. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Please, calm down." But the doppelganger ignored the outburst. It was a soulless slaughter machine, driven only by the instinct to kill. It lunged dozens of perfect after images split from its body, closing the distance in a suffocating wave of death. Yet, Lee Sungmin remained motionless. His mind drifted to the past, recalling the real Baek Sogo. The day the crazy demon fell. She told me I had grown. Those words, they were so hard for me to accept back then. I spent 2,100 years in that hell. I took pride in my struggle, in every inch of improvement. I desperately wanted to hear those words from her lips. He glared at the approaching clones, his eyes filled with cold hatred. But I didn't want to hear it from a cheap imitation like you. In an instant, silence fell. Lee Sungmin's cloak fluttered in the wind, his expression rippling like a still lake. At his feet, the doppelganger's corpse lay shattered. Grismo approached cautiously, clutching his chest. "What was that?" Sungmin replied coldly. "A doppelganger." Grismo shuddered. It was weaker than the real Lady Baek, but to think it could copy her techniques? Good God, do such nightmares truly exist in this world? Rubia spoke up to explain. Usually, they can only mimic appearance, not ability, but this dungeon defies common sense. However, that is just what outsiders believe. She puffed out her chest. "Even so, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. I'm analyzing the dungeon structure right now. I will act as your guide, so please, trust me and keep moving forward." Hyoju's voice dripped with mockery from the armor. "What can a noisy little doll like you possibly achieve?" Rubia snapped back, furious. "Excuse me, at least I'm not trapped in a rusty piece of scrap metal." Hyoju scoffed. "You brat. Once I regain my full body, I'm tearing you apart first." Rubia challenged him. "Oh, I'm so scared. Try it if you can." "I bet you can't even find me." Suddenly, Lee Sungmin's voice cut through like a scythe. "Both of you, shut up." Silence reigned immediately. Grismo spoke again, his face darkening. "A disturbing thought just crossed my mind." He looked at Sungmin. "We just fought Lady Baek's double, correct?" His expression turned grave. "What if a doppelganger impersonates one of us, or worse? What if it wears the face of someone else we know?" Lee Sungmin froze, the words striking a nerve. A chill ran down his spine as a specific silhouette flashed through his mind. Wee Ji-hun. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, red silk danced through the air like blood. A warrior trembled in terror, surrounded by the mangled corpses of his allies, his voice choked with fear. "You monster!" The minor heavenly demon. He stared at the figure looming before him, realizing exactly who it was. "Minor heavenly demon, Wee Ji-hun," he stammered, confused. "What happened to your appearance? Is this some twisted new demonic art? I know I can't win." The warrior gritted out. "But for justice, for myself, and for the soul of the heavenly sword who suffered a cruel death." He abandoned all defense and charged, gathering every ounce of strength in his palm. He screamed, "Go to hell, minor heavenly demon." Wee Ji-hun moved with terrifying grace, a single gentle strike. The warrior's body seized up before his entire upper half exploded into a mist of gore. Not a shred remained. Hot blood splattered across Wee Ji-hun's beautiful face. She didn't flinch. She didn't wipe it away. Her eyes were cold, devoid of humanity, staring down at what was left of her opponent. She stood there for a long moment, silent as the grave. Slowly, the mangled corpse on the ground began to shift. The illusion faded, revealing the face of the one it had mimicked. It was Lee Sungmin. She gazed at the familiar features. "It's been 9 years, hasn't it? I'm relieved that this fake wasn't actually you." She casually wiped the blood from her cheek, a thought crossing her mind. "I should have dressed up a bit more for the reunion." A faint, rare smile touched her lips as she looked at the corpse. You've really trained hard, haven't you? You've become strong. It would be a shame if you died in a place like this. Before turning to leave, Wee Ji-hoon whispered a final command to the darkness. Don't die on me. Far away, amidst the towering peaks, the real Lee Sung-min walked on alone. Ragged, exhausted gasps echoed through the silence. Resting on the cold ground, her white hair cascading over white robes, sat Baek Sogo. She had just finished executing a doppelganger. Voice heavy with fatigue, she whispered, I never expected the clones to appear this soon. A thought crossed her mind. Fortunate indeed, that it was only the copy of Heavenly Wind, the weakest among us. From the corpse, a single item remained, a pure elixir, radiating spiritual energy, pocketing the loot. She moved forward, her mind racing with strategy. Where do I go from here? I must regroup with the Murim Alliance. Alone, I am vulnerable. Baek Sogo analyzed the odds swiftly. If I encounter the little sky demon, or more than two of her elite subordinates, victory will be impossible. And suddenly, a voice called out from the shadows behind her. Hey there. Lightning flashed Baek Sogo. Two menacing figures emerged, the sword demon and the demon fist. The sword, demon sneered. It really is you, isn't it? Wandering all by yourself, Baek Sogo remained silent, gripping her weapon. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Lee Sung-min inspected his own spoils of war. In his hand lay a magic crystal, harvested from Baek Sogo's doppelganger. The ancient voice of Heoju echoed in his mind. Why do you hesitate? Eat it. Sung-min replied flatly. My mind, internal energy, and body are in discord. My foundation is unstable. Consuming this now invites disaster. Heoju continued his devilish whispering. Trust me, it will be fine. I can feel it. Your heart is something truly extraordinary. Even as a great demon, I have never witnessed a heart as unique as yours. Seeing Sung-min's silence, he quickly added, Of course, I am the exception. Ignoring Hyoju's nonsense, Sung-min turned his gaze toward Grismo. The man seemed distressed by something ahead. Grismo's voice trembled with shock. Seo-yoon, before them lay a man, his arm severed, clinging to life on the blood-soaked ground. Grismo rushed forward. Seo-yoon, what happened to you? Seo-yoon, realizing help had arrived, looked up with weary eyes. Can I speak freely? You aren't doppelgangers, are you? Listening from the side, Lee Sung-min analyzed the situation. That man, he is one of the 3 rising stars of the Orthodox faction, just like Jia. Grismo pressed on. Your left arm. Who did this? Seo-yoon gritted his teeth. I encountered the clone of the poison sword demon. He unleashed 10 strands of sword chi in a single breath. It was not an attack a human could easily evade. Realizing he was rambling, pain shot through his stump. Can I beg some healing medicine? I'm about to cross the river to the afterlife. Lee Sung-min handed him a potion. Here. As the liquid vanished, the severed limb finally stopped gushing blood. Seo-yoon sighed in relief. Thank you. You really are my savior. Sung-min shook his head. Unfortunately, even with elixirs, we cannot regrow the arm. Seo-yoon fell silent for a moment, then looked at Grismo. Who is this guy? Grismo introduced him proudly. This is the ghost spear, Lee Sung-min, the one who annihilated the sword demon. Seo-yoon's tone shifted instantly. Ah, you. I've heard plenty about you. His expression turned hostile. Lady Bayek mentioned your name several times. Did you come here because you're worried about her? The bond between siblings is truly touching, isn't it? Lee Sung-min's face went cold. Is it not normal for a junior to save a senior? I should be the one asking about your relationship with her. Sparks flew as their gazes locked. Seo-yoon declared, We are very close comrades. Lee Sung-min refused to back down. Is that so? Well, I'm quite intimate with her myself. Grismo and Rubia stood on the sidelines, trembling, afraid to intervene. Sung-min felt his face heat up. Why on earth am I getting so angry? Hyoju's mocking voice rang out. Oh, turns out you have a crush on that white-haired girl. Watching 2 brats growl at each other. Truly entertaining, shutting him up. Sung-min delivered a mental punch filled with love. Seo-yoon's attitude suddenly flipped. Embarrassment washed over him. Please, forgive me. I have been incredibly rude to my benefactor. Sung-min replied awkwardly. No, I should also apologize. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. You lot seem to be having a grand old time. A silhouette emerged from the darkness. love and passion of the young. What a sickening sight for my weary eyes. The figure revealed herself Granny Dako. Her face was twisted with malice and age. Mind if I join the party? Grismo gasped in terror. Granny Dako. She looked down on them with utter contempt. Your voice is too loud, pig. Judging by your pathetic states, you've been fighting. I reckon I can slaughter the lot of you by myself. Lee Sungmin sighed internally. Another peak master. Suddenly, Rubia shouted with joy. I finished analyzing the dungeon. Sungmin snapped. Not now. The battle is just starting. Rubia insisted. I'm showing you right now. A 3D holographic map materialized in the air. Lights flickered across it, with a menacing red dot marking the boss. Rubia explained rapidly. Blue dots are you, gold dots are allies. And those red dots? Those are the monsters. That is enough, he declared, cutting off the distraction. I must focus on the battle at hand. His gaze locked onto the mental map, tracking 3 golden lights moving with blinding speed. They were undoubtedly in combat. The signals were just beyond the wall. A chill ran down his spine as his sixth sense screamed a warning. What if one of those lights is Baek Sogo? She could be facing Hoyan. Or something far worse. Lee Sungmin turned to his companion. Rubia, is it possible to shatter this wall? Rubia hesitated, confused by the sudden request, but answered nonetheless. We won't know until we try. However, do not expect it to be easy. My senses tell me this barrier is incredibly thick. On the other side, Juge and Gerspin were already locked in a fierce duel with the poison granny. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from behind them. Juge's eyes widened in alarm. A monstrous internal force is gathering behind us. Gerspin grinned like a madman, sensing the destructive potential. He's preparing a killing blow. Ha, fine then. I will buy you some time. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin channeled every ounce of his strength. Ordinary reinforcement would not suffice. He focused the chaotic energy into the tip of his spear, pushing his limits. This technique, Heoju's voice echoed in his mind, perplexed. This isn't something a brat at your level should be able to execute, is it? Lee Sungmin answered silently. Because I have done it once before. A massive vortex of energy converged, compressing into a miniature purple-black hole that swirled ominously at the spear's tip. Gerspin roared in delight. Here it comes. In a flash, he and Juge dove out of the way, leaving the poison granny to face the oncoming storm alone. Lee Sungmin's expression twisted into a mask of ferocity. He unleashed the chaotic energy, a beam of absolute destruction blasting forward. The poison granny stood frozen in terror, unable to evade. Boom! The wall disintegrated, blasting a massive hole through the stone. Dust settled, leaving everyone stunned by the abrupt violence. But something, or someone, stood amidst the rubble. Gerspin and Juge spun around. Through the smoke, the silhouette of Baek Sogo appeared. She stood dazed, ignoring her own wounds, staring at the figure who had just burst onto the battlefield. Across from her, the sword demon and demon fist narrowed their eyes, wary of these intruders. Lee Sungmin descended like a god of war, a divine aura radiating from his body as he shielded Baek Sogo from harm. He glanced back, his voice soft. Sogo, it has been a long time. Her face flushed crimson, her heart pounding as she gazed at the unyielding back of the man standing before her. The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat. The dynamic had shifted instantly. Gerspin realized the tide was turning. I will hold the line, you focus on your power. Far away, news of Lee Sungmin's disappearance had spread to Hoyan, the little demon. But here and now, the rumors of his vanishings were shattered. Lee Sungmin had returned. Lee Sungmin stood firm, an immovable fortress protecting Baek Sogo. His face was devoid of emotion as he stared down the two masters opposite him. The demon fist gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. Who the hell is this monster? The sword demon was equally perplexed. Does the Murim Alliance even possess a spearman of this caliber? Behind him, Baek Sogo's voice trembled with worry. Sungmin, why are you here? He did not turn around. In his hand, a pill materialized. I came to save you. It was the Great Cycle Pellet, a gift from Master Buang that he had hesitated to use for fear of chi deviation. But hesitation was a luxury he could no longer afford. He brought the pill to his lips and bit down. Crunch. Instantly, a torrent of medicinal energy exploded within his core, wild and untamed, flooding his entire being. The sword demon watched silently, unable to read the young man's erratic fluctuations. Inside Lee Sungmin, the new power surged. It's incredible, he thought. Just half the pill has completely refilled my depleted energy reserves. Miraculously, there were no signs of the dreaded chi deviation. He felt stable. The Lord of Spirits had spoken the truth. The demon fist, however, had lost his patience. Enough staring, I will crush them like bugs. The sword demon stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Lee Sung-min. Then I shall slaughter this arrogant brat brimming with battle intent. Lee Sung-min and Baek Sogo instantly shifted into their combat stances. The enemy closed the distance in a heartbeat. Clang! Spear and sword collided in a shower of sparks. Lee Sung-min and the sword demon exchanged blows with lethal precision, neither holding back. Every strike was meant to kill. Streaks of light tore through the air as their internal energies crashed together, triggering a massive explosion at the center of the clash. From the sidelines, Baek Sogo watched in utter disbelief as Lee Sung-min fought the sword demon to a standstill. Sung-min. When did he become this powerful? When we met last year, he was nowhere near this level. The flurry of attacks ceased momentarily, the two combatants drifting apart. The sword demon furrowed his brow. What a strange anomaly, he mused. His technique is clearly inferior to mine, yet he is impossibly difficult to suppress. He stared into Lee Sung-min's eyes and felt a chill. Those eyes. Why do I sense the vast, weary flow of time within them? He is young, yet his gaze holds the weight of centuries. And Lee Sung-min moved, his footwork shifted, and his spear dissolved into a blur of after images, thrusting forward with deadly speed. The sword demon did not retreat. He swung his blade to intercept. Bam! The impact threw the demon's arm back, though his grip remained iron tight. Seizing the opening, the sword demon channeled his energy. Crimson lightning began to crackle ominously around his body. The real nightmare was just beginning. The sword demon unleashed hell, his blade firing hundreds of streaks of sword aura straight at Lee Sung-min, but Sung-min didn't flinch. His spear moved like a blur, intercepting and shattering every single blast of energy. The two warriors clashed tirelessly, trading blows in a storm of destruction. The sword demon roared with laughter, fully intoxicated by the thrill of battle. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min surged with power. He forcibly twisted the trajectory of his spear, aiming straight for a fatal opening in the demon's defense. 9 heavens, absolute art. Third form. The sword. Demon instinctively countered with a hidden distance strike, lost in battle lust. He swung wildly until a flash of steel cut across his vision. Something was wrong. What on earth is that spear trajectory? I can't predict its path. Before the sword demon could process the thought, the spear carried a devastating force, thrusting straight for his throat with the intent to annihilate. The sword demon jerked his head back, barely escaping death by a hair's breadth, but he wasn't fast enough. The spearhead tore clean through his shoulder. He stumbled back, blood pouring from the grievous wound, his balance shattered by the impact. Replaying the strike in his mind, a grin crept onto his lips. That spear attacked from below. This battle is truly exhilarating. He studied his opponent with deep intrigue. Judging by those movements, this boy fights like a seasoned grandmaster who has cultivated his arts for centuries. I wonder how old he is. To reach this realm at such a tender age, it is simply unthinkable. I wish to savor this duel longer, but his spearmanship is impenetrable and impossible to read. If this drags on, I will be at a disadvantage. The Iron Demon Fist is already losing ground. We must finish these vermin quickly and regroup with our lord. However, there were 3 things the sword demon Dugu failed to realize. First, the young man standing before him is the cherished best friend of the very leader he worships and respects. Second, the magnificent spearmanship he just silently praised belongs to that same leader. And finally, his life ends now, at the hands of his own master. The sword demon's eyes bulged in shock as a new figure appeared and struck him down. He couldn't understand. Wee Ji-hyun didn't say a word, no explanation. She simply slaughtered her own loyal subordinate without a second thought. Witnessing this, the Iron Demon Fist screamed in terror. Little heavenly demon, that was the sword demon. Why did you murder sword demon Dugu? Even if you despise us, we have always been loyal to you. When you shake the heavens in the future, we only wanted to see a dark martial artist rule the world. That was all we asked for. Why kill him when sword demon Dugu gave his heart and soul to follow you? Wee Ji-hyun merely stared with cold, dead eyes. The Iron Demon Fist's face twisted, veins bulging in madness. Am I not even worthy of your words? Fine, then die, little heavenly demon Wee Ji-hyun. Naturally, the one to die is you, Iron Demon Fist. But the entity standing there was not the real girl, it was her doppelganger. Neither the sword demon nor the iron demon fist could have known. They had never encountered a doppelganger within the dungeon before. The dark martial artists who followed Wee Ji-hun perished in agony, their final moments filled with betrayal and burning rage. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min gazed at the girl in the distance and whispered, "Sogo, run." She looked back in confusion. Lee Sung-min continued urgently, "I don't intend to die here. I made an opening in the rear. Go through it. You will find the drunken beggar and Grismo. Bring them here. We need their strength to face her. That is our only glimmer of hope for victory." Sogo hesitated, her voice trembling. "But if I do that..." Lee Sung-min cut her off. "It has to be you because you are faster than me." He offered her a faint, reassuring smile. "I'm counting on you." Sogo was torn, biting her lip until it bled, but she knew he was right. Before vanishing, she whispered, "Sung-min, don't you dare die." He smirked. "Of course I'll live." He turned back to face Wee Ji-hun's doppelganger. Her eyes glowed, locking onto him like a predator. His mind cleared, leaving only one certainty. Lee Sung-min stared down the entity wearing Wee Ji-hun's face. He remembered his past life. Wee Ji-hun was the sole survivor who walked out of this dungeon alive. When asked what happened, she simply said, "Everyone died." The world believed the ruthless little heavenly demon slaughtered them all, but now he knew the truth. The true murderer who wiped everyone out in the past life was her doppelganger. He analyzed the fabric floating ominously behind her. Wee Ji-hun's robe, a holy relic that stretches at will and strikes with terrifying velocity. At my current level, this might be impossible. Before the thought finished, the cloth shot forward like a cannonball. Lee Sung-min focused every ounce of his spirit, gripping his spear, waiting for the perfect split second. Just as the fabric threatened to impale him, he moved like a bolt of lightning. His spear lashed out, barely deflecting the doppelganger's lethal strike. Veins bulged on his face as he strained against the overwhelming pressure. "I can hold on." Damn it, my arms feel like they're being ripped apart. The cloth gave no quarter, forcing Lee Sung-min to defend against a barrage of high-intensity attacks without a moment's rest. His stamina was plummeting rapidly. He needed a plan, and fast. Sogo needs to retrieve the drunken beggar and Grismo, who are currently fighting Granny Dugu. I need to buy time. Just 5 minutes. If the others joined the fray, the tide of battle might shift, but a single moment of hesitation cost him dearly. The enemy's sleeve strikes like a whip, blasting him backward through the air. A terrifying shockwave tears through his armor, rattling his very bones. Vitality crumbles as blood gushes uncontrollably from his lips. Lee Sung-min screams within his own soul, "I want to live. I must live." He made a promise to so many people, and he refuses to break it and die here. Endure it. Fight back. Crush him. His physical body might be reaching its limit, but his will is forged of iron. He recalls the 2,100 years of hell he survived in the mental world. He summons every ounce of training and the wisdom of the genius, Wee Ji-hun. For those who only charge forward, the flanks are their grave. That is the weakness of an overwhelming opponent. Don't clash head-on. Redirect their power. Turn their own strength against them to deliver a fatal blow. He doesn't hesitate. With Godspeed, he twists his body, slipping past the deadly fabric to close the distance instantly. The doppelganger is a void, no thought, no mercy. It attacks relentlessly, staring at him with eyes that see only a walking corpse. Lee Sung-min is in range, gripping his spear. He unleashes a killing thrust straight at the monster's heart without a shred of fear. The entity doesn't even flinch. It looks at him like a human watching a gnat, utterly unbothered by the insect dancing before it. Enormous power erupts from the spear tip, blinding light and arcs of white lightning scream through the air, aiming to obliterate the target. As the brilliance fades, the grim reality is revealed. Lee Sung-min freezes. His spear is stopped dead, blocked effortlessly by a mere layer of fabric protecting the doppelganger. The creature's eyes seem to mock him, laughing at his pathetic attempt to challenge a god with such meager strength. Lee Sung-min scrambles back, creating distance. Hyoju's voice echoes in his mind. "Hey kid, have you realized it yet? That girl, she hasn't used a single martial art technique. She isn't even moving her body, just manipulating the sleeves. That fabric isn't a divine weapon. It's deadly only because she possesses an ocean of internal chi and flawless control over her techniques." He realizes the truth. The doppelganger mimics the original movements perfectly. Wee Ji-hun was a monster who rarely needed martial arts to crush his enemies, just his sleeves were enough. But now, The monster retracts its sleeve and raises an arm. The warm-up is over. Hyoju sneers. Congratulations, brat. You've officially been recognized as a threat worthy of actual martial arts. It seems she was just toying with you before. Lee Sungmin prays desperately. Sogo, please, do not come here. Staring at the figure before him, he sees not a human, but a calamity in flesh and blood. Meanwhile, chaos erupts near the exit. Sogo screams, "We have to go back for Sungmin immediately." But Grismo stops her, exhausted. "Wait, look at this." She cuts him off, eyes blazing. "We can't waste time. Forget it. If you cowards won't go, I'll go alone." Suddenly, her eyes lose focus. The fire vanishes, replaced by emptiness as she collapses into the void of unconsciousness. Grismo gasps in shock, gasps in phase. Choi Yeon steps forward, hand still raised. "I struck her pressure point. If we followed her plan, we would all be corpses." His face, marred by battle scars, is grim. "We underestimated the dungeon. We burned everything just to survive the poison hag. To defeat that small heavenly demon inside, we would need 5 times our current strength. The only logical option is retreat." Grismo clenches his jaw, silence hanging heavy in the air. Grismo finally asks, "Is escape even possible? Won't that monster guard the exit?" Choi Yeon reveals a scroll. "I found this escape map on the poison hag's body while observing her. She likely looted it from another fallen doppelganger." Grismo hesitates for a second, then nods gravely. "Fine, let's move." Choi Yeon's expression is bitter. "This is a wretched choice. Thank you for agreeing." Lifting the unconscious girl, he stares at the exit. His lips tremble, swallowing the words, leaving only a single silent thought, "I'm sorry." Back in the arena, a devastating force slams into Lee Sung-min. His body convulses, spraying fresh blood across the floor. Hyoju's voice barks urgently, "Brace yourself, the second wave is coming." Before he can even breathe, the Wijihun doppelganger blurs, closing in for the kill. The spirit guides him instantly. Center 10 o'clock, 7 o'clock, use the spear shaft to deflect. "It's coming from the left," Hyoju roars, but this time, Lee Sung-min's body fails to keep up with the command. Hyoju sighs, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Pathetic. You're making this difficult. Just move where I tell you to move." Lee Sung-min snaps, screaming, "Shut up, you try doing this." But Hyoju growls back, "My house is getting wrecked because of your incompetence," referring to the armor taking damage. "You ungrateful brat. If I hadn't absorbed that impact, you'd be nothing but a smear of meat on the wall right now. If you die, I'm trapped here forever." Suddenly, the spirit senses the departure of Choi Yeon and the short-haired girl. "Those friends of yours, they've been gone a long time. They aren't coming back." Lee Sung-min cuts him off coldly. "I know," he replies. Hyoju presses on, voice filled with dark curiosity. "Are you not angry? Don't you hate them? You've been betrayed, boy." Hyeju sneered, a twisted grin curling his lips. "If you hadn't come to save that wench, you wouldn't be staring death in the face right now. You realize you're just dying in her place, don't you?" Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth, his jaw set in stone. "I don't give a damn." Hyeju blinked, genuinely taken aback. "What did you say?" Sung-min lowered his gaze, his voice steady. "I know she isn't that kind of person. I believe something happened to her, and I'm done wasting time on useless doubts." A strange fire lit up his eyes, pure, unadulterated resolve. "And if she never comes back, then bringing her back is exactly what I desire most. Truth be told, I would have been a rotting corpse on Mount Mush by now if she hadn't saved me." Hyeju fell silent, stunned, frozen for a long moment. Then, an arrogant, raucous laughter burst from him, making Sung-min flinch. The old monster sounded positively delighted. "Well now, I think I'm actually starting to take a liking to you, kid." "Fine then. I can't very well let you die in a dump like this. Can I?" A demonic, sinister grin spread across his face. "Let me give you a little push." In a heartbeat, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted, wrapping around Lee Sung-min like a shroud of dominance. Sung-min's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell are you doing?" Hyeju barked back. "Shut your trap and accept it. I'm trying to save your sorry hide." Hyeju unleashed a torrent of energy. Behold, this is the essence of the Void God. Across from them, the doppelganger watched with eerie calm as Sung-min's body began to evolve. The entity spoke coldly. With a proper vessel, gathering this power becomes child's play. Now, channel it, fuel it with your deepest, most desperate desires. The oppressive force surged, melding instantly with Lee Sung-min's flesh and blood. Sung-min stood dazed. "Is this?" Hyeju replied nonchalantly. "Just a fraction of my demonic energy." I knew a heart like yours could swallow this power without breaking a sweat. Lee Sung-min couldn't hide his astonishment. The sensation was intoxicating. His wounds were knitting together before his eyes. Even his shattered arm snapped back into place. A supreme, overwhelming power roared through his veins like a breaking dam. The winds of battle had shifted. The doppelganger, having copied Hoyan's arrogance and curiosity, paused. As it stood observing Lee Sung-min, its silhouette flickered. The creature finally realized the man standing before it was no longer prey, he was a predator. Sung-min clenched his jaw until his teeth creaked. His dantian felt like a supernova on the brink of detonation. Haeju's voice cut through the pain. Hold it together, here it comes. In a blur of motion, the doppelganger vanished, reappearing instantly with a strike aimed to kill. Sung-min's eyes snapped open. For the first time, he parried her attack, but it's not enough. Not yet. Haeju scoffed in his mind. If you just hand over the wheel to me, I could obliterate this half-wit in a single breath. Sung-min cut him off sharply. Shut up, I'll do this myself. He squeezed his fist, nails digging in the palm. Just give me the power. Haeju roared with laughter. You fool, your body would disintegrate if I poured in even a drop more, no matter how generous I feel. Lee Sung-min had reached this realm before. It was a power his current, frail physical vessel shouldn't be able to handle. But his mind remembered. His soul knew the way. He had walked this path once, and he would walk it again. The doppelganger closed the distance in a flash, unleashing a barrage of strikes. But the mastery Sung-min had attained within the realm of the mind was enough to crush the fake standing before him. No, I can defeat even the real Hoyan, he screamed, his voice guttural. Just hand it over. Blinding light erupted from his spear tip as raw power condensed into a singularity. The weapon hummed violently, unleashing a shockwave straight ahead. The doppelganger lunged with godlike speed, but midway through the air, her eyes bulged, her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Boom! A massive pillar of energy slammed into her, blasting her backward. The earth shattered, sending debris and dust swirling into a chaotic storm. With a thunderous stomp, she righted herself, standing tall as if the blow were nothing. Her aura detonated, propelling her back toward Sung-min like a human missile. He braced himself. 9 heavens, spear techniques, 4th move. Sung-min exploded into motion, the collision shaking the very foundations of the world. 9 dragons, destruction space itself fractured and detonated, a blinding white light swallowing everything in existence. The doppelganger swept her arm, batting away the catastrophic attack with terrifying ease. Energy coalesced in her palm, forming a singularity. The strike expanded, a giant spectral hand blotting out the sky before crashing down. Sung-min froze, his eyes trembling. This is it. He furrowed his brow. The ultimate technique I can wield after absorbing the Void Monarch's power. Sung-min's grip tightened on his spear until his knuckles turned white. 9 heavens spear. Art determination blazed in his gaze as he condensed every ounce of energy in a split second. 6th move, Void Path. A beam of absolute pressure shot toward the doppelganger, tearing through the air. She twisted her body desperately, launching herself sideways to escape annihilation by a hair's breadth. She stood there, staring him down with cold, emotionless eyes, but a second later, the strings were cut, her energy vanished, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Lee Sung-min threw his head back, gasping for air, yet his guard remained razor-sharp. As the dust settled, he stared at the fallen figure of Hoyan. Sweat drenched him, and he gritted his teeth against the exhaustion. Slowly, the tension left his muscles. His ragged breathing began to steady. Relief washed over him. I did it. 9 years had passed in this world. But for him, inside the mental realm, it had been thousands of years of hellish training. I endured it all, just to reach you. Sung-min whispered to the void. Have I become a little stronger now? Haeju's voice cut through the sentimentality, ice cold and mocking. What's so touching about borrowing my power to beat a fake? You really are a comedy act, kid. The old monster roared with aggressive intensity. Those were the words I intended to speak, but possessing power and having the will to wield it are 2 entirely different realms. So, to think he could control a force that far exceeds his current level? What a truly fascinating brat. Hyoju's voice dropped, grave and serious. Kid, brace yourself. Lee Sung-min blinked, dazed, unable to comprehend the storm that was about to break. The old spirit's tone turned icy. I am reclaiming the power I lent you. The pressure will be catastrophic. Lose focus for even a second, and you die. Sungmin gritted his teeth, forcing a calm he didn't feel. Do not worry. Pain is my oldest friend. Hyoju let out a dark chuckle. Is that so? I wonder if you are accustomed to this kind of hell. A crushing aura slowly enveloped Lee Sungmin's entire frame. His body convulsed violently, eyes bloodshot and bulging. The power exited his system, tearing through every cell, making him feel as though he was being ripped asunder from the inside out. He could no longer suppress the agony. A scream tore from his throat, shaking the very heavens as a wave of torture crashed over him. Consciousness returned slowly as Rubia shook him frantically. Her face lit up with relief. You're finally awake. Sungmin's voice was a broken whisper. He glanced around, disoriented. How long has it been? Rubia's expression was etched with worry. An hour. You writhed in agonizing pain for a full hour. She whispered. I used the elixir left behind by the woman who departed earlier, but even that barely kept you stable. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. Even with the divine elixir, it was this bad without that bottle. I would be a corpse right now. A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. It seemed he owed Sogo yet another debt of life. Hyoju asked awkwardly, How are you holding up? Sungmin replied with a detached emptiness. Feel like I'm at death's door. My joints, my dantian, my meridians. Everything is a catastrophic mess. Seeing Sungmin attempt to rise, Rubia rushed to stop him. Wait, you cannot move yet. Your body is shattered. His voice was soft but unyielding. I have to go. Rubia couldn't understand. Where could he possibly drag this broken body to? He glanced toward a corner, the spot where the solitary lady, Sogo, had been. Rubia explained. I sensed the residue of teleportation magic used right there. Sungmin nodded weakly. Teleportation magic. She must have used an escape scroll to leave the dungeon. Rubia continued. 3 people teleported in total, Sogo and 2 others. Sungmin let out a dry laugh. If Sogo escaped safely, then my mission here is complete. Suddenly, Rubia shouted, Wait, where are you going now? He calmly summoned the system interface, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Determination burned in Lee Sungmin's eyes as he looked toward the boss room. I need to move forward. He dragged his heavy, broken frame, step by agonizing step. He stumbled, looking as if he would collapse with every breath. Rubia watched him, trembling. Just how strong had he become over these past 9 years? How much had he changed his voice? His gait, the overwhelming energy radiating from him. It was unrecognizable. Suddenly, Sungmin collapsed to his knees. Do you think of me as often as I think of you? He lowered his gaze, sighing deeply. Probably not. I have walked toward you for 9 years. But in my mind, it has been 2,100 years. Sungmin forced himself up, dragging his feet forward. The words you spoke when we were 13. They became the fuel that kept me moving until this very moment. His footsteps faltered for a split second. I wanted to show you the fruits of my labor. I wanted to scream to the world that I became strong because of you. Sungmin's body trembled uncontrollably. He chanted internally, just a little more. His vision began to blur, just one more step. Suddenly, a murderous aura ahead seized his attention. His eyes began to glow, widening in disbelief at the sight before him. There, soaring through the air, was the ethereal figure of Weiji Hoon. Sungmin thought, so beautiful. His childish desire to show off his growth crumbled instantly in the face of her perfection. He watched her intently. Every movement, every step was flawless. She far exceeded anything he had imagined during his trials. He assessed her silently, the doppelganger. It couldn't even begin to mimic her true power. This was the goal he had chased all this time, the powerful, majestic girl standing right before his eyes. This was the real Weiji Hoon. An expression of cold indifference usually masked her face. But now, she smiled faintly. It seemed she was the true master of this dungeon. She nodded once. It was quite strong. If it were the me from before, I would not have been able to defeat it. Sungmin lowered his eyes. I, too, met a monster that looked like you, an entity that wielded the 9 heavens' absolute spear. She looked intrigued. That sounds like an interesting opponent. Sungmin flushed red when she added softly, Lee Sungmin, you have become stronger. He cleared his throat, flustered. Please, don't say such things. It will make me satisfied, and I might lose the will to strive further. Weiji Hoon gave a faint laugh. So, you finally speak. Sungmin stammered. I just didn't know what to say earlier. She narrowed her eyes playfully. You hid behind that wall on purpose, didn't you? He hesitated. Because I wasn't good enough to face you yet. Wee Ji-hoon fell silent for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. Who did you meet in there? Sungmin whispered. You. She smiled. You must have suffered greatly, yet you survived and made it all the way here. That means you defeated me back there, didn't you? Sungmin bowed his head. I cannot say I did it alone. She watched him quietly, her calm gaze analyzing him deep within. Wee Ji-hoon spoke, her voice carrying the weight of destiny. Congratulations, you have achieved your dream. Sungmin's mind flashed back to that vow he made long ago. I will make training with you my life's goal. 10 years from now, I swear, I will pierce this spear through your heart. And Sungmin shifted awkwardly. Let's not talk about that. Leaning against the cold stone wall, the two shared memories of the past, laughter bubbling up before they knew it. Hoyan grew quiet, lost in thought. Looking back now, those 5 years truly meant everything to me. She raised a brow. What about you? Sungmin offered a faint, bitter smile. It meant a lot, sure, but I went through hell to survive it. Her shoulders dropped, her gaze turning cold and achingly lonely. Then, a whisper. Will you come with me? Sungmin froze, unsure he heard correctly. What did you say? Her voice remained steady, echoing her earlier sentiment. I despise being burdened by the expectations of others. It was true before I was summoned to this wretched world, and it remained true even after I arrived. Those gazes, filled with heavy expectations, they follow me everywhere like a curse. Suddenly, she hesitated. But if that gaze belongs to you, I don't think I would hate it. Sungmin stood stunned for a heartbeat before lowering his voice. I'm sorry. Wee Ji-hoon closed her eyes, indifference masking her pain. Does that mean you don't want to go with me? He waved his hands frantically. No, it's not that. But if I follow you now, I'll just be a shadow trailing behind you. I refuse to live like that. I want to stand beside you, as your equal. She furrowed her brows. Even so, you've grown stronger than I expected. Sungmin sighed heavily. This level of strength, it's nowhere near enough to satisfy me. A faint smirk touched her lips. Greedy bastard. 9 years had passed. Only 1 year remained until their promised time. He nodded firmly. Yeah, 1 year. His eyes burned with resolve. By then, I'll climb to your level. When we meet again, will you walk with me then? Sungmin flushed with embarrassment. That's... Wee Ji-hoon burst into laughter, her face lighting up with genuine excitement. Fine, I get it. I'll hold back my greed for you, just for now. But let me tell you, it won't be easy. In 1 year, I'll be far stronger than whatever you manage to achieve. He nodded, undeterred. I know. After all, you're the target I've sworn to surpass. She gave a dry laugh. He really has changed. As one, they stood up, facing each other with only the cold stone wall separating their souls. All right then. Their voices rang out in unison. 1 year from now, we meet at the promised place. Truthfully, she thought, clenching her fist, I wanted to drag him along by force. I wanted to turn back and see his face right now, but I'll hold back. Because I couldn't bear it if he hated me. Let's save the rest of our stories for when we meet again in a year. I want to see you properly. We'll eat, we'll drink, and we'll talk about everything we've survived. And I almost forgot to say this. Her voice softened. I miss you. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a piercing scream shattered the air. Baek Sogo was in a panic. Why did you drag me out here? Sungmin is still in there fighting in my place. Grismo watched in shock. The emotionless woman was unraveling. Seo Yoon lowered his voice grimly. We had no other choice. Fury exploded in her eyes. Cowards, you call yourselves chivalrous warriors. Is this the honor you swore to uphold? He tried to calm her. Lady Baek, please. But Baek... Sogo strode past him, her voice ice cold. I am leaving the Murim Alliance. Seo Yoon's eyes bulged. What did you say? She looked back, terrifyingly calm. I refuse to be part of an organization like this. Do not look for me. You make me sick. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to utter a single word. Baek Sogo bit her lip until it bled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sungmin, I need to get stronger. No matter what. Elsewhere, Sangaris was enduring grueling training, while Scarlet sat nearby, yawning over a thick tome. There are creatures in this world that walk with their feet firmly planted on the ground. We call them humans. They possess morality and standards, obeying laws to maintain order. But some ignore every rule, crossing every forbidden line. Those who survive on the blood of others. Entities that challenge death itself, dragging their filthy existence through eternity. Creatures that have cast aside the honor and trust they should have protected. Beasts ruled by savage instincts, howling beneath the moonlight, things that are no longer human, and those who stand on that blurred line. The world calls them yokai. Suddenly, Sungmin jolted awake in a strange, empty void. He scanned his surroundings, confusion setting in. Where the hell am I? Then, a realization struck him, leaving him trembling. Why do you look so pale? A mocking, arrogant laughter echoed through the endless space. Sungmin frowned, recognizing the aura. That voice. The Void King. Hyoju chuckled darkly. Correct, Sungmin demanded. Where are we? The spirit replied, we are inside your dream. When I lent you my power earlier, it seems our spiritual worlds collided and merged. Now, whenever you sleep, I can invade your consciousness. Consider it a side effect of handling my power and don't worry, you won't die from it. Sungmin let out a long breath. Is that so? I was worried I was still trapped in an illusion. After all, everything after the trial ended felt like a fever dream. Is that your true form? Hyoju mused. No, I just chose a shape that feels comfortable for me. Do you want to witness my true horror? Sungmin's eyes widened as a massive wave of dark energy surged toward him. A towering, majestic silhouette manifested from thin air. He curled his lip into an arrogant smirk. Well, what do you think? Behold, this is my true form. The Void Tyrant King stood revealed in all his glory. Sungmin's reaction, however, was ice cold. You look far more human than I expected. Hyoju's eyes narrowed dangerously. The demon race was always humanoid in nature, even if this isn't my original vessel. It feels exhilarating to possess a physical form after so long. Sungmin shot him a sharp, weary glance. So, why are you here? I'm exhausted, so make it quick. Hyoju cleared his throat, his overwhelming aura pressing in. I have a few questions for you. Sungmin gave a weary nod as the demon leaned in close. Boy, just what exactly are you, the power I bestowed upon you? It is not something a mere human like you should be able to bear. Yet, you wielded it flawlessly, almost as if that ancient power belonged to you from the start. Tell me, how is that possible? Sungmin met his gaze without flinching. And why should I explain anything to you? Hyoju scoffed coldly. If not for me, you would be a rotting corpse by now, weak and utterly shameless, aren't you? When our mana connected, I saw inside your soul. I felt every raw emotion you harbor and desperation, crushing inferiority, the pathetic emotions of a bottom feeder, things an invincible existence like me has never known. Yet, your mental fortress was impenetrable, strong enough to reject my domination. I ask again, what in the world are you? Sungmin fell silent, unable to find the words. Hyoju nodded slowly, a gleam of realization in his eye. I see. I understand now. I knew you were a regressor. But to think you received training from 2 divine masters, the mystery is finally solved. Your ironclad mind and power that far exceeds your meager talent. It all makes sense. You spent 21 years cultivating inside the mental world. Truly reckless. Sungmin pointed a finger sharply. That makes me older than you. Watch your tone and show some respect. The demon burst into raucous laughter. You could live 1,000 lifetimes, and you would still be a brat to me. You would need to surpass my power to speak so arrogantly, but that will never happen in your pathetic mortal life. And yet, after 2,100 years of cultivation, is this the best you could achieve? I told you before, this fragile shell cannot contain the eons of experience I gained in the mental world. Oh, I've taken that into account, but make no mistake, I'm mocking your talent, or rather, the pitiful limits of humanity. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. What? Hyoju grinned. A nightmare made flesh. Abandon your humanity. Become a demon. The words hit him like a physical blow. He instinctively took a step back, stunned. You feel it already, don't you? The price of borrowing my power. My demonic essence has already soaked into your marrow. Your heart is already that of a monster. And if you embrace your nature with that heart as your core, you would become a truly magnificent beast. You could even surpass that woman you are so obsessed with. Sungmin gasped, breathless. I refuse. The Demon King clicked his tongue in annoyance. Pity. I was merely pointing out that the choice is yours. But listen well, brat. Do not forget the mutant energy dwelling within you. You are already standing on the precipice. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the north. In 5 years, go to the land of eternal snow. There, you will meet the one destined to change everything. Rubia beamed with excitement. So that's why we're heading to the northern metropolis, Travia. But seriously, did we have to camp out in this freezing hell for 3 whole months? Sungmin tore into a piece of dried meat, ignoring her whining. There were no inns in this wasteland. Quit complaining. We're almost there. He chewed thoughtfully. Just calm down. Hyoju's low voice rumbled through the air. If you're going to waste food, perhaps you should revert to being a lifeless object. Rubia flinched. What? Stop spouting nonsense. She glared at the empty air. You don't even have a body, so shut up, useless ghost. The Demon King ground his teeth, growling in invisible fury. Sungmin's mind drifted back. It has been 3 months since we escaped that dungeon. Since I paid the terrible price to borrow the Void Tyrant's power. After barely recovering, we began our journey north, following Master Mushin's prophecy. Our destination, the northern metropolis, Travia. 3 months of travel, and the end is finally in sight. He recalled the intel from Neville. Travia, the city once ruled by the Blood Heavenly Demon. But after the Blood Heavenly Demon lost an arm, and the Minor Heavenly Demon vanished, the order of the city collapsed. Now, it is a lawless zone, a chaotic hellhole overrun by monsters and demons. Rubia shuddered. Travia was originally the domain of the demon race and mutants before the humans took over. Honestly, I have zero desire to step foot in there. Sungmin frowned. Mutants. She nodded quickly. Travia has another name. The realm of mutants. It's crawling with filth. Demons like the Void Tyrant. Zombies. Vampires. Werewolves. It refers to any monster that mimics human form. Sungmin fell silent in thought. I see. So that is why this place reeks of danger. Suddenly, a cold smirk curled Sungmin's lips. Perfect. He gripped his weapon. I can already smell the dogs surrounding us. Darkness engulfed the forest, and dozens of glowing eyes snapped open in the shadows. The protagonist smirked, his eyes sharp. Excellent. That killing intent. It means our target is within reach. Suddenly, a pack of wolves descended from the shadows. It has been a while, he muttered, cracking his neck. Time to warm up these old bones. While Sungmin stood lost in thought, a feral wolf lunged, its fangs aimed straight for his throat. Rubia screamed in panic. Watch out, werewolves possess monstrous strength at night. Normal weapons cannot harm them. Sungmin furrowed his brow, glancing at his spear. Normal weapons? Sangura stared in absolute terror, unable to believe his eyes. That is orichalcum. The legendary metal. He trembled with excitement. Do you even realize what you hold? He stammered. Where on earth did you find this such purity? Such immense size. Sungmin recalled the fierce battle. It appeared after I defeated Wei Hun's clone, a reward from the dungeon depths. I need a spear forged from it, Sungmin stated calmly. Is it possible? With a chunk of orichalcum this large, there will be scraps left after the forging. Keep them as your payment? Sangaris froze. Are you insane? Crafting with orichalcum is the honor of a lifetime. You could buy entire castles with this remnant, yet you give it to me as a fee. Then integrate some into my magic resistance armor as well, Sungmin added casually, stating his requirements. She nodded and turned to work. Understood. Back in the present, the razor-sharp spear in his hand pulsed with oppressive power. Sungmin launched himself forward. His blades sliced through the lunging werewolf like butter. One by one, they flew at him, only to meet their instant demise. He channeled his energy, slamming the spear shaft backward into a sneaker attacker with bone-shattering force. The spear danced in his hands, piercing through the beast without a shred of hesitation. Sungmin spun gracefully, a single light thrust sending another monster to the ground. The spear tip flashed with cold light. Sungmin landed a decisive blow. The werewolf howled in agony before falling into eternal silence. His expression darkened, his eyes devoid of emotion. Sungmin stood alone amidst a sea of corpses. The pack had been annihilated. Sungmin's voice dropped an octave. Now speak. Why did you attack me? The demon wolf growled in frustration. How dare you ask that? Do you think you will leave here alive after this slaughter? Sungmin tilted his head, confused. Excuse me, you lot attacked me first. The beast grit its teeth. It is because you disrupted the territory of the demon wolf sect, our land. Sungmin frowned. Demon wolf sect, I assume a few stray dogs got together and gave themselves a fancy name. Where exactly is this territory? The wolf explained. You passed a small village on your way here. Because of the chaos you caused there, we could not collect our taxes, Sungmin remembered. Ah, that innkeeper drugged Rubia to sell her as a slave. Hyuk burst into laughter within Sungmin's mind. Watching that cat girl get paralyzed was truly the highlight of the day. The demon wolf froze, stunned by the nonchalant reply, before roaring in fury. You are the ones who committed the crime first. Sungmin's eyes flashed with a warning glare. And now your sect dares to find fault with me. Listen closely. If you back down now, I will leave without further bloodshed. The beast roared. Silence. Do you think we will let you go after such humiliation? The demon wolf sect never forgives. Sungmin sighed and swung his spear. The nearest wolf collapsed instantly, its head separated from its shoulders. Hyuk lowered his voice. Kid, what is on your mind? Sungmin raised an eyebrow. What I do not need to think to exterminate pests. Is deep thought required to slaughter trash like this? Hyuk looked contemplative. True. I agree. They are far too weak compared to you. With your current power, killing them is as easy as breathing. Sungmin paused. What is your point? Hyuk warned. Do not become arrogant just because you slaughtered these weaklings. You look like you are showing off. Showboating is a privilege reserved for truly invincible beings, like me. Rubia approached slowly, trembling. They look familiar. Vampires and werewolves usually serve a single master, the one who created them. In the case of werewolves, the lower creatures often share the physical traits of their creator. If their master is the demon wolf sect leader I am thinking of, he is a monster you cannot defeat with your current strength. So do not act recklessly, unless you want to meet your ancestors early. Sungmin snapped back. Then what do you want me to do? Should I have stood by and watched Rubia be sold as a slave? Rubia began to wail. I am so sorry. This is all my fault. Sungmin cut her off. No, battle was inevitable the moment we stepped onto their land. He scoffed coldly. I am merely warning you. There is always a mountain higher than the one you stand on. Furthermore, the great Demon King's concerns were about to become reality much sooner than expected. While they were distracted, a chilling, gentle voice echoed through the air. Greetings, everyone. An oppressive pressure descended as a tall man materialized. I am Dugo. He smiled, but his eyes promised death. The leader of the demon wolf sect. Dugo. The wolf demon. Hearing the name, cold sweat drenched Sungmin's forehead. Dugo glanced around the carnage. Are all my subordinates dead? I spent so much feeding and training them, yet they were this weak. He turned his gaze to Sungmin. I have never seen your face. Who are you? Lee Sungmin gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white, forcing his trembling heart to steady. Ju-won arched a brow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lee Sungmin, that name, it rings a bell. The ghost spear. That must be you. But how strange. I thought that man walked the path of righteousness. You reek of our kind instead. Not that it matters now. In an instant, terrifying spiritual energy exploded from Ju-won, wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. The atmosphere grew heavy, crushing the very space around them. So, how do you wish to die? Lee Sungmin froze in pure terror, his pupils shrinking as the overwhelming pressure brought him to his knees. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice resonated from within him. Crazy wolf, that is enough. Ju-won paused, his bloodlust halting as confusion flickered across his face. Hyoju continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Aren't you a bit too old to be bullying weaklings? Ju-won stared, his eyes widening as he traced the source of that aura. Could it be? Hyoju. A twisted grin spread across his face. Is it really you? It has been 400 years, hasn't it? Ju-won threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Rumor had it you died 4 years ago. Where is your body? Are you reduced to haunting this brat just to survive? Hyoju scoffed. My body? Who knows? Probably turned to dust by now. Ju-won couldn't contain himself, clutching his face as he howled with insane laughter. Unbelievable. To think the mighty Hyoju has fallen so low, it hasn't even been that long. Yet look at you. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. The one who changed is you. Where's that fire in your eyes? Where's the demon wolf who once rampaged across the world like a mad dog? The werewolf growled low in his throat. I go by Juwan now. Tell me, old friend, do you want me to spare this human? Heoju gave a single, firm nod. Indeed. Juwan hadn't expected the old monster to protect a weakling, but he nodded slowly. 400 years is a long time. To hear a request like that from the Heoju... Heoju gritted his teeth. If you want to fight, I'll give you one. Juwan smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Relax. I was just passing by and got curious. No need for bloodshed. Killing a few ants means nothing to me. I'll let this slide. His gaze sharpened. You're heading toward aren't you? Lee Sung-min nodded warily. Yes. Juwan narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a warning tone. If you're going to the city of monsters, tread carefully. The others there. They aren't as merciful as I am. With that final warning, he turned and vanished into the shadows, taking his pack of wounded werewolves with him. Lee Sung-min exhaled shakily, curiosity getting the better of him. If we fought for real, would I have lost? Heoju's voice boomed in response. Without a doubt, he is a monster who has cultivated for centuries, an apex predator among beasts. You aren't even in his league. I still don't understand why a creature like him started a sect. More importantly, because of you, I had to beg for mercy. It was humiliating. You are as weak as a bug. Hurry up and get stronger, you useless brat. Meanwhile, the arrogant Juwan mused to himself, if I still had my original body. He shook his head. To him, Lee Sung-min was nothing more than the leader of an insignificant sect. Even if that boy reaches his peak, I must continue to climb higher. There is always a taller mountain. The world was truly vast. Lee Sung-min felt a strange thrill coursing through him. The despair of hitting a dead end vanished, replaced by the realization that endless paths still lay ahead. But then, his steps faltered. He recalled Juwon's parting words. The others aren't as kind as me. That statement gnawed at him. Lee Sung-min frowned. What did he mean by others? Are there more monsters like him? Meanwhile, deep within a secret realm, Juwon stood before an ominous scepter. The crimson gem atop it pulsed with a bizarre, murderous energy. He spoke into the darkness. Hey, I ran into Heoju today. Silence followed, until a massive, towering shadow materialized behind him. The Demon King chuckled darkly. Heoju, I thought that old fool was dead. Juwon shrugged, lost his body. Just a soul now, but his aura remains intact. As he spoke, Juwon raised a finger. Spiritual power coalesced at the tip, projecting an image into the air. Heoju's spectral form flickered into view. Classic Heoju. Even after the Great Purge 400 years ago, the cockroach survives without a body. The Demon King squinted. And who is that human vessel? Just a martial artist. Juwon replied. Heoju is clinging to the kid to exist. The Demon King studied the image, humming thoughtfully. Wait, isn't that the brat who destroyed Geniella's clone? A soft, chilling giggle echoed. That's him, Geniella purred. He looks remarkably ordinary, but if he possesses the strength to destroy my doppelganger, he is far from mediocre. Juwon added, he looks human, but his scent? He feels closer to us than to them. Since Heoju is with him, I let him go for now. It seems he is making his way toward Travia. Let's see how he develops. Geniella eyed the projection with predatory interest. Is that so? The Demon King interjected, his voice stern. Do not be careless. Even without a body, Heoju's power is not a joke. Geniella smiled, a wicked curve of red lips. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Juwon scoffed. Is that all you see, fine? Just remember to report any anomalies to us. The hunt was on. The Demon King gazed at the fading image of the boy, sneering. Finally found you. The thief of hearts. Back in reality, Lee Sung-min held a document containing top-secret intel on Travia. It was a concise summary detailing the movements of the core forces and their specific traits. Lee Sung-min flipped through the pages calmly, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a symbol in the corner predator. No one knew exactly when it was founded, but this organization had been lurking in the shadows for centuries. Vampires, werewolves, and other abominations, it was a coalition of non-human entities. Their symbol was a chilling inverted pentagram. While they rarely appeared under the sun, their nocturnal activities were infamous. They were bloodthirsty, ruthless, and terrifyingly powerful. Lee Sung-min murmured the text aloud, especially the 5 captains, known as the Black Stars. Their strength is immeasurable. In short, they were walking calamities. A cold realization struck him. Those mutant monsters. Could they be the others Ju-won warned me about? Hell broke the silence. That is correct. Those monsters actually attempted to recruit me once, but naturally I declined. It sounded like far too much trouble, and make no mistake, that mad wolf you encountered, he is undeniably one of the 5 stars. Oh, Sung froze. There were 4 others possessing such monstrous power, the entity continued. These beings have walked this earth for centuries. For a mere human to challenge them? It is an act of sheer insanity. Consider yourself blessed by the heavens. It is a miracle that monster decided to spare your life. Therefore, if you wish to avoid regret when true despair strikes, you must, Sung snapped, cutting him off. Stop right there. Are you trying to convince me to become a demon again? I have already rejected that path more times than I can count them. Let's be real. I have always survived on sheer luck anyway. Hell paused, stunned. No. Sung's expression darkened, his gaze turning steely. I told you before, someone I deeply respected walked that path of corruption. To honor his memory, I refuse to lose my humanity. Hell responded with chilling calm. You are already standing on the precipice, boy. Do you truly believe your current struggle holds any meaning? What good is holding on to your pitiful self if it costs you the power you so desperately need? I have heard enough of your foolish idealism. Sung's eyes blazed with determination. Shut your mouth. I will ascend to greater heights without turning into a monster. The entity let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I pray you do not realize the truth when it is too late. Fortunately, the mad wolf had let the matter slide this time. But elsewhere, a certain deranged woman had a particular taste for men exactly like him. Her eyes danced with amusement. She craved those willing to grovel at her feet, begging for affection while clutching onto their power. How pathetic. To think you would expose such weakness to them. Her voice dripped with disdain. You have thoroughly disappointed me. The man gritted his teeth, his voice a guttural growl. Get lost! Vampire Queen Geniella looked down at him, pure contempt etched on her porcelain face. She reached out, tracing the lines of his face. You poor, broken thing. The next instant, her hand blurred a brutal strike slamming into him. Gu trembled, rage boiling over. You vampire witch, I told you to be gone. I will not be seduced by a wretch like you. He roared like a cornered beast. I am the blood heavenly demon, the ruler of the Chevy transformation system. Geniella effortlessly caught his hand, squeezing it with crushing force. Geniella pouted playfully. Oh my, why does a noble warrior make my heart flutter so violently? Beck Museon, why don't you just give in and belong to me? As the nemesis of demonkind and the vampire queen, I promise you this, that severed left arm will regenerate the moment you become my servant. You will also inherit the power to crush that insignificant heavenly demon, the very one who reduced you to this state. Gu flinched, instinctively taking a step back. He clenched his jaw until it creaked. I refuse. Geniella's amusement only deepened. Beck Museon, you truly are magnificent. Defeated by a girl barely half your age, wallowing in the depths of despair. Your mighty army, built with such care, has crumbled, yet your mind remains clear, unswayed by my temptation. But do you know what I see every time I visit? Your refusal grows a little quieter. The blood heavenly demon would soon fall into Geniella's grasp, yet she felt no joy. This was her curse. The moment she obtained the toy she desired, her interest would vanish. She would discard it like trash and immediately hunt for a new plaything. She had enjoyed this twisted form of entertainment for quite some time now. She lowered her voice to a whisper. I suppose it is time to find a fresh toy. Suddenly, a figure approached, bowing respectfully. My queen. Geniella turned, her face a mask of boredom. Sangjin cleared his throat. A stranger has entered the city. He is definitely human, yet I sense a distinctly non-human aura radiating from him. She smirked coldly. That must be the one dimension. Geniella's eyes lit up. The man who broke my favorite toy. Even though she was bored with said toy. Du's warning echoed in her mind. Do not cross the line. Her body went rigid. She stood in silence, weighing her options. A moment later, Geniella shrugged. That is none of my concern. Let us go see what this man is made of. Meanwhile, The city streets were littered with the wounded. To the locals, however, this gruesome sight seemed like a daily routine. Apathy ruled this place. Sung released a heavy sigh, blending into the crowd as he scanned his surroundings. Confusion gnawed at him. So, we have finally arrived in Travia. But what on earth happened here? Dead bodies are scattered like leaves. Oh. Rubia lowered her voice. Did I not warn you? This place turned into a living hell after the blood heavenly demon was defeated. Sung choked on his own breath. I knew it was bad, but I never imagined it would be this catastrophic. Hell's voice cut in. Look closely. Those are not merely corpses. Humans, werewolves, and vampires. They are all mingled together here. Creatures of the night usually cling to the shadows, for them to roam so openly. This city has long since abandoned the laws of normalcy. The girl's lip quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Are you certain? Can we truly find someone vital in a godforsaken wasteland like this? Didn't you say that monk pointed you north? A sickly sweet voice cut through the air, dripping with ominous playful energy. Someone infinitely precious is right here. Janiela glided down, hovering before them like a phantom, and that someone is me. She offered a playful smile, eyes dancing with amusement. The spear demon stared intently, whispering her introduction. Pleasure to meet you. I am Jenny. Sungmin frowned, confused. Jenny Hyoju's voice rang in his mind. That is the lunatic I warned you about, the madwoman of this city. Unlike the crazy wolf, who is unstoppable in a rage but usually calm, this woman operates beyond logic. She is a chaotic anomaly. I showed the wolf that my full power remains intact, so he knows better than to pursue us. But her, I suspect she is already hunting you. The old spirit warned, voice grave, you must stay away from Janiela at all costs. Before Sungmin could process the warning, she vanished, reappearing inches from his face. Sungmin's eyes widened in pure terror. Hyoju said she wouldn't attack yet, right asterisk. He forced himself to breathe, suppressing the urge to run. You are Janiela. Her eyes lit up. Oh, you know who I am. Did the Void Tyrant tell you? She glanced around, sensing the spirit. I heard rumors from Jugo, but it seems they were true. Her smile turned ice cold. Have you truly fallen this low, you, the entity once feared as the nightmare of the South? Hyoju scoffed. Insolent brat. Your arrogance knows no bounds. It seems I need to teach this child a lesson. Only pain will teach her proper manners. Janiela burst into laughter, completely unbothered by the threat. Is that so? You wish to school me? She tilted her head mockingly. Your soul has been severed from your body. Your spirit is potent enough to maintain existence, I admit, but without your physical form? No. Do you honestly believe a remnant like you stands a chance against me? Hyoju roared, the air vibrating with his fury. If you are so curious, step forward and find out. She glared back. Why should I be curious about a result that is already set in stone? Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Rubia hiding in the shadows. Ah, cat ears. Not a beastkin. Yet not human either. Your bones and organs are stagnant, mere decorations. Her eyes narrowed, dissecting the girl. A construct sustained by magic, a doll built for her creator's pleasure. Tell me. Her voice dropped. Can you truly call yourself a living being? Rubia shut her eyes, trembling violently. Stop it. Janiela giggled. Are you scared? My apologies. Hyoju's voice turned cold. This is why she is dangerous. She possesses the eyes of discernment, one of the legendary traits of the vampire queen. One look, and she strips a soul bare to its core. Janiela clapped her hands. Right, I almost forgot to check you. She studied him, then suddenly reached out, caressing Sungmin's face with a thoughtful expression. How peculiar. Why can't I see anything inside you? Hyoju smirked. He is an anomaly. Even your eyes cannot penetrate his fate. Interesting. Isn't it asterisk? She nodded slowly. Absolutely fascinating. Sensing his cold sweat, Janiela gently pushed Sungmin back. She bowed politely. Forgive me. I showed you an unsightly side of myself. Just as she spoke, a rough voice cut in. Hey, I was talking. A thug approached, oblivious to his doom. You're that killer woman, right? Forget that weakling. Come play with me instead. She didn't even blink. Wham. One strike sent him flying into oblivion. I am talking to him. In a heartbeat, every bystander was obliterated. She smiled amidst the carnage. This place is too filthy. Sungmin stared in horror at the sudden massacre. She spoke calmly. I will keep this brief. Sungmin braced himself. What are you talking about? Her next words froze him. The sword demon, Geniella mused. I took him in years ago. Even in despair, he was resilient. He never gave up. He was tragically weak, but I adored that about him. I have a soft spot for those who struggle. Sungmin hesitated. So, are you seeking revenge because I killed him? She burst into laughter. Oh, heavens no, I considered it. But toys eventually break. I don't blame you for discarding a broken toy. Sungmin clenched his fists. Then what is your endgame? Geniella stepped closer, voice dripping with honey. Simple? She leaned in. How would you like to become a vampire? The sword demon was merely a low-rank ghoul because the blood he received was diluted. But you... I will make you my direct fledgling. I have never made this offer before. I will grant you power beyond measure. Well, what do you say? Sungmin instantly stepped back. No, thank you. Geniella pouted, feigning sadness. What a shame, but this will do for today. If he had agreed immediately, it would have been so boring. Though my eyes of discernment fail on him, I can see the weight he carries. His eyes have witnessed hells no ordinary human could survive. Someone who has endured that much should have eyes of steel. So why do his eyes look like they are about to shatter into a million pieces? Jen's lips curled into a wicked, captivating smirk, her aura radiating a dark allure before she turned her back on him. I shall take my leave now. This was truly amusing. Spear demon, we will meet again. Do try not to crumble too easily before the might of our nation. Lee Sung-min stood frozen in place, blinking in confusion. What just happened? Hyoju let out a mocking cackle in his mind. What else? That Vixen is fascinated by you? That is simply the twisted nature of her kind. She never tires of watching you wallow in misery and despair. She is merely waiting for you to hit rock bottom before offering a new deal. Sungmin remained silent, his gaze drifting gloomily over the corpses littering the ground. Just how strong is she? Hyoju answered with grave seriousness. She is the second strongest existence you have encountered thus far. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. Who could possibly be the strongest nearby? A solitary bird perched on a branch, its beady eyes observing them with unnatural intensity. That is exactly why you must become a demon. Sungmin gritted his teeth. Why was everyone so obsessed with turning him into a monster? Every movement was being transmitted through the bird's eyes. Far away. The demon queen lowered her voice. I have finally found you. He has entered the city. I'm counting on you, Aina. Instantly, a crushing wave of spiritual pressure erupted, piercing through the crowd on the streets like a physical blade. Ordinary civilians were obliterated the moment the aura brushed past them. A man trembled, paralyzed by the terrifying power looming before him. His screams of panic were cut short as he joined the pile of the dead. A tall, imposing figure sat slumped atop a mountain of fresh corpses. The figure gritted his teeth, his breathing slowly stabilizing. Hoyan looked around, dazed. How long was I unconscious this time, Snow? Homa City. Is this Travia? Why have I traveled so far north? Suddenly, he sensed a clash of energies nearby. A spearman was effortlessly shattering a girl's attacks. Hoyan watched in silence, analyzing the duel between the young girl and the spear user. As he observed their frenzied exchange, a grin tugged at the corners of Hoyan's mouth before he burst into exhilarated laughter. A few days later, following the encounter with Gene, Lee Sung-min stared in surprise at the man before him. Both he and Rubia recognized his face immediately. He approached with suspicion. Kim Dong-hyun, the man chuckled, amused. We seem to have a knack for meeting in unexpected situations. This is our first reunion since we took down the sword demon at Mount Dre, isn't it? He sighed. My apologies for vanishing without a word back then. Dong-hyun shrugged nonchalantly. It is fine. I assume you had your reasons. Sungmin asked casually. What brings you to this city? Dong-hyun avoided his gaze, his eyes darting around before he gave a hesitant reply. Sightseeing. Sungmin glanced at the corpse-strewn streets and said dryly, I suppose there are sights here that can only be found in Travia. Dong-hyun gave a helpless laugh. Those are indeed impressive, but have you heard of the predators? Sungmin looked at him, startled. Seeing his reaction, Dong-hyun smiled faintly. You must know of them. The mutants. The man-eating monsters living among humans. They have begun to make their move. Some of them possess power that ranks among the absolute strongest on this continent. A level of catastrophic power capable of wiping the Blood Heaven Alliance off the map at any moment. And such beings have started acting here in Travia. The Blood Heaven demon used to rule this place, but the tides have turned. Countless demons flocked here after the Blood Heaven demon's demise, declaring their intent to throw the world into chaos. The predators are close to achieving the ideal they have always craved. What exactly are they trying to accomplish? Monsters that have hidden at the apex for centuries are rising. Perhaps a new history begins right here. He smiled maniacally. I am dying to witness it happen. Moments later, Heoju spoke slowly in Sungmin's mind. Perhaps you should have accepted his invitation. He could be the key figure you are looking for, you know? Sungmin recalled the earlier offer. If you have nowhere to stay, would you like to come to my house? It is fine. I just felt an intense sense of unease about him, and I felt like I would be dissected on a table if I went with him. I will find the important person on my own. Heoju hummed in understanding, while Rubia groaned in frustration. Does that mean we are sleeping in the wilderness again to find them? Sungmin was at a loss for words. Nobody said the person is definitely inside the city, Sungmin thought to himself. This city is far more dangerous than the rumors suggested. We will explore a bit more. If there are no leads, we retreat. Rubia muttered softly. I want to take a bath. Suddenly, Sungmin sensed a terrifying wave of killing intent crashing toward them. In a split second, Sungmin swung his spear, slicing through a tentacle lunging at him. He smirked. We have barely arrived, and we are already facing another crisis. Sungmin stared down the girl with the cold, emotionless face. Aina, radiating murderous intent, growled his name, Lee Sungmin. Aina's eyes drifted to the spear, sensing its aura, that weapon. She moved the tentacles with excitement. Now I can do it too. Sungmin's expression hardened. Infinite mana, regeneration, unpredictable tentacle attacks, and now she had mastered chi reinforcement. Hyoju called out, Hey, kid. Sungmin cut him off. No, don't even start. Determination blazed in his eyes as he gripped his spear tighter. I will handle this. Both erupted with killing intent and charged at each other. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the chaotic battlefield. You two seem to be having quite the fun time. An instant later, Hoyan struck, blasting both of them away with a single blow. Let me join in. Sungmin stared in absolute shock. Who on earth was this monster? The intruder struck with blinding speed, knocking both Aina and me back in a single breath. His fist clenched, radiating pure dominance. He declared his name. The crazy heavenly demon. Sungmin's mind raced back to Master Hyoju's warning. Run. If you ever face the crazy heavenly demon, do not look back. He was one of the 3 great demons of the realm. Among the 3, he is the only true monster. Hyoju had said, when Sungmin had asked why he held such a belief, the answer was chillingly simple. Because his power alone truly rivals the heavens themselves. Aina lay trembling in the dirt, blood dripping from her lips. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. The crazy heavenly demon. Why would a living legend descend upon this place? We released a feral roar that shook the air. Where has your fighting spirit gone? Come on, let's play. Aina gritted her teeth, forcing her broken body upright. She feigned a soft whimper, a calculated move to draw the monster's gaze. Her aura suddenly flared with murderous intent. I was enjoying myself. Until you ruined everything. Wai watched her outburst, a twisted grin of approval spreading across his face. Facing the storm of incoming tentacles, he didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed with maniacal glee. Excellent, show me your power. But the moment she closed the distance, Wai unleashed a simple punch. Boom, and overwhelming pressure descended, blasting Aina backward before she could even react. She stared, unable to comprehend the gap in their strength. Even the Demon King within her paused in shock. Impossible if he destroys her entire body instantly. Not even her regeneration can save her. That strike was fatal. Aina launched herself again in a desperate bid, but was swatted away like a fly. Wei's energy surged like a tidal wave of fire. In a split second, Aina was completely engulfed by a massive sphere of destruction. She could only watch in horror as her doom approached. Behind her, Sungmin's jaw dropped, witnessing power that defied logic. The energy sphere detonated. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the sky, the shockwave shaking the very foundation of the world. Wei stood amidst the chaos, his hands coated in terrifying ki. Trembling with excitement, he stared down at Aina's motionless form. Her tentacles lay severed in heaps. Her body convulsed in pain, but her rage burned brighter. I will kill you, she hissed. The Demon King's voice rang in her head. Stop. If it were just the old man, you could unleash your hidden form, but that thief is still watching. Do not be a fool. Escape now. Aina clenched her jaw until it bled, forcing her battered body to stand one last time. Watching her turn to flee, Wai whistled in admiration. Oh, she can still move. That regeneration is exquisite. Let's keep playing. But Aina spread her wings and shot into the sky, leaving him grounded. We watched her silhouette fade, a look of genuine disappointment on his face. We sighed deeply. Whatever. I guess I'll have to entertain myself with you. Sungmin flinched as the monster's gaze locked onto him. We tilted his head. This boy. He was the reason we had thrown away his dignity to join this chaotic war. Strange. Why thought? I've never met him, yet looking at him stirs something deep within my heart. A familiar pulse. Hyoju's voice cut in urgently. Kid, something is off about him. We need to interrogate him. Don't kill him. Just capture him. Sungmin screamed internally. Are you insane? I don't even know if I can survive, let alone win, Hyoju sneered. If you lack the resolve, then surrender control of your body to me. Suddenly, Wai asked absent-mindedly, where are we? Sungmin blinked, confused. This is Travia. We rubbed his chin. Travia. Just as I suspected, losing my mind and going on a rampage explains how I ended up here. But I've never traveled this far before, he mused. Did I really run all the way to the north during my months of insanity? What exactly happened to me? While Hyoju analyzed the old man's behavior, Wei closed his eyes, lost in deep contemplation. A second later, his eyes snapped open with terrifying clarity. Bah! Thinking is a waste of time. Wei launched himself at Sungmin with a grin. Who knows when I'll lose my mind again? I should just enjoy this moment of lucidity. Sungmin panicked. Wait, why attack me? Give me a reason. Wai's eyes widened, sparkling with battle lust. Reason. When two martial artists meet, do they need a reason to exchange blows? With a ground-shattering stomp, Wai tore through the air, becoming a blur of speed. Sungmin froze. The killing intent was suffocating. His hands trembled as he gripped his spear, teeth grinding together as he forced his fear down. I can't stop this, he realized. I can't gather enough power in time. The incoming strike was catastrophic. Its raw destructive power far exceeded even Hyoju's clone. Suddenly, Hyoju gasped. This energy, could it be? At the same moment, Wai's eyes bulged in surprise, looking at the boy. Clash. Sungmin's spear met the fist. Shockwaves rippled out, shattering the earth beneath their feet into dust. We laughed heartily. Not bad for a brat. You have skill. Come on, let's enjoy this dance together. You lunatic! Sungmin shouted. I need to find an opening to escape. But Hyoju's voice boomed. No! Sungmin froze. Huh. You must not run, Hyoju commanded. We must capture him right now. Sungmin's mind reeled. What the hell are you saying? Hyoju's voice trembled with disbelief. That power he is using. He is channeling my demonic energy. Sungmin gasped. Your energy. He is wielding the power of the Void Tyrant. As the truth hit, Sungmin barely managed to twist his body, dodging Wai's heaven-shaking punch by a hair's breadth. Sungmin ground his teeth, fighting the chaos in his mind. No, I cannot lose focus. Not in a battle of life and death. But the spirit Hyoju whispered a sharp warning. Remember, kid, you must capture him alive. Shut up, Sungmin roared, his brow furrowing in concentration. Across the field, Master Wei's eyes glowed with a lunatic brilliance, his battle mania fully unleashed. The spear in Sungmin's grip began to scream, radiating a terrifying, ghostly aura. With a deafening boom, the spear unleashed a projectile of pure energy that tore through the air. Wai stood his ground, merely condensing his internal force into his palm until it radiated a blinding power. He didn't even flinch. Wei reached out and caught the incoming annihilation as if it were a mere feather. The destructive force was halted instantly in his grip. A smirk of absolute arrogance twisted Wai's face. He gripped the energy, and with a single casual yank, the sheer force sent Sungmin and his spear flying helplessly into the distance. Sungmin gasped, his heart sinking. It was a despairing realization. Against a monster like this, there wasn't a single opening to be found. This was the power of a transcendent master, a being beyond human limits. But even if that were the truth, did it matter? Sungmin braced himself, taking the full brunt of Wai's strike. In moments of crisis like this, he thrived. The despair only forged him harder. Wai, however, was already launching his next assault. Pushing his limits, Sungmin channeled every ounce of strength. 9 heavens, absolute spear, first form, soul-piercing strike. Sungmin panted heavily, his eyes widening in disbelief. The moment he vanished from sight, the old monster had detonated his own aura, obliterating everything in the vicinity to flush him out. It was a reckless, suicidal move. If Sungmin hadn't cancelled his attack and deployed his protective shield, and if not for the demon armor, he would have been vaporized instantly. Master Y was not unscathed. Blood trickled down as he looked down at the boy with a grim, serious expression. Then, with zero hesitation, the old master threw himself directly onto the tip of Sungmin's spear. Y sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. Look at you, barely 20 years old, yet your internal energy and martial arts already rival my own. A heavy palm strike crashed down like a falling mountain. The shockwaves scattered the clouds. As the dust settled, Wee stood tall, looking arrogantly at Sungmin, who struggled to rise from the crater. Y tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Did you use a rejuvenation technique, or are you that legend? The little heavenly demon. Sungmin smirked, wiping blood from his lip. I am neither. Wee narrowed his eyes. Is that so? But it matters not who you are. Before the words faded, Y spun his body, unleashing a strike that tore the wind apart as it rushed toward the boy. Just let me enjoy this battle a little longer. Sungmin froze, his mind racing. He can use his aura remotely like that. It defies logic. He stared blankly as the wave of destruction closed in on him. Time seemed to slow down. 2,100 years. That was the hellish duration he had spent training his spear in the void. He could have given up 1,000,000 times. Sungmin asked himself, why did I continue? Because I refused to surrender. Because I refused to be weak ever again. Because I was sick and tired of hating my own existence. Suddenly, a spark of madness lit up his eyes. No, that's not it. I did it because I love martial arts. Sungmin roared, releasing the seal on the power dormant within his body. Wee stopped mid-step, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief at the sudden spike in energy. Faster than lightning, Sungmin materialized directly in front of the old master. His eyes were filled with killing intent, refusing to retreat an inch. Y's face twisted into a grin of pure ecstasy. The two collided fists met kicks, steel met flesh. Every impact triggered an explosion of aura, the killing intent from both fighters suffocating the air around them. Y glared like a demon, veins popping on his forehead. You little brat! They exchanged blows at blinding speed, each strike shattering the space around them. The old master frowned as he analyzed the boy. He's getting stronger and faster with every exchange. Is he achieving enlightenment mid-battle? No, that's not it. We realized. He's just becoming stronger. How was this possible? The spirit Hyoju spoke calmly in the void. 2,100 years. He isn't getting stronger. He is simply reclaiming what he already possessed. The fruits of 2 millennia of training were lost when his internal balance shattered. Now, the power he couldn't control is finally flooding back. Sungmin gasped for air, his muscles screaming. No, he muttered. This isn't how I used to do it. Back then, this technique was stronger, much stronger. Master Y froze, unable to accept reality. I am losing ground. If I were in my prime, this boy wouldn't last a second. I have no choice. We thought, I must unleash everything. But at that exact moment, Sungmin's eyes flashed. He had seen it. Y cursed internally. Damn it, he saw the opening. Sungmin went silent, his gaze turning as deep and dark as the abyss. Sungmin took a gentle step forward. 9 heavens, absolute spear, 6th form void path. In a flash of motion, the spear thrust forward with impossible precision, burying itself into Y's body. The old master's agonized scream echoed through the heavens. A critical hit, Sungmin glared, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the soul. But Y, fueled by adrenaline, leaped backward, escaping the vortex of energy before it could consume him. Blood secret art demon god manifestation, Y clenched his fist, channeling his life force, and punched straight into the empty air. Blood explosion, a cataclysmic wave of red energy erupted, swallowing the entire battlefield in darkness. Sungmin had no choice but to brace for the impact. The power was overwhelming, forcing a grimace onto the boy's face. A tornado of destructive energy raged violently between the two warriors. A massive explosion shattered the earth, cracking the bedrock for miles. Silence followed. Wee slowly retracted his hand. He gritted his teeth, enduring the backlash of pain spreading through his body. Wee stared at the empty space ahead, his voice heavy with regret. What a pity. He died too easily. The old master sighed. If he had just 10 more years, he would have surpassed everyone. I got too excited and used too much power. Wai shook his head, feigning remorse. This isn't fun at all. He's been completely erased. I'll build a shrine for him if I can find even a scrap of his remains. But then, from within the swirling dust and smoke, a shadow slowly materialized. A blade pierced through the haze without warning and drove straight into Wai's chest. YP writhed in agony, his fury boiling over as he cursed the heavens. You damn brat! Sungmin's internal voice echoed, dripping with regret. If I had known it would end up like this, I never would have handed over control of my body. The old man's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What? Wee stammered, his mind reeling. You took a direct hit from the blood vortex blast. And you're still standing, Sungmin smirked, wiping blood from his lip. You throw a punch better than I expected, old man. Wee grimaced, staring at the boy with a mix of confusion and dread. Then, a different voice, ancient and cold, spoke through Sungmin's lips. It was Heo Gong. I have questions for you, he hissed, his tone razor sharp. You dirty little magic thief. Where did you steal it from? Sungmin's voice distorted as the entity surged. The power you are wielding. That is my mana. Wee's face went pale with terror. What? What are you talking about? Wai gasped, paralyzed by an invisible force. What is this energy I can't move. Sungmin's hand shot out, crushing Wai's throat and lifting him into the air like a rag doll. He offered no explanation, his expression twisted into something truly malevolent. Since you refuse to answer, the boy sneered, I'll make sure you never open that mouth again. Wee stared in horror as a crushing aura began to pulverize his very bones. He tried to resist, but it felt like his body was being torn apart, piece by piece. Slowly, the murderous intent faded. Sungmin's chest heaved as he fought to regain his own rhythm. He stared down at his own trembling hands, then at the battered old man. I knew it. I found my own mana hidden deep within his energy core, Heo Gong observed. But a human shouldn't be capable of controlling such power. The hand around Wai's throat remained iron tight. Sungmin's eyes narrowed as the pieces fell into place. It has to be. Suddenly, he felt his own throat constrict from the inside. This old man is connected to the kid. Sungmin gasped for air, his entire body shuddering violently. You crazy lunatic, he cursed internally. A voice roared from within, pain etched across the boy's face. Give me back my body, Sungmin's soul screamed from the abyss. I knew this brat had a strong will, Heo Gong grumbled, fighting for control. But to think he could forcibly wrestle his body back from me. Two souls clashed inside one vessel, a chaotic war for dominance. I have no desire to steal your vessel, boy. I know, Sungmin wheezed, exhaling sharply as his knees hit the ground. He clutched his throat, coughing violently. Heo Gong raged in his mind. You ungrateful wretch, is this how you treat the savior who just preserved your life? I get it. Alright, I'm sorry, Sungmin muttered, glancing over at Wee, who was now lying motionless on the cold, unforgiving earth. Sungmin analyzed the battle. I might have deflected the final blow, but without the Void Tyrant taking over, I would have been obliterated. He tried to rationalize it, but the reality was stark. The situation had escalated beyond his control. Heo Gong scoffed, pathetic weakling. If I had access to the power I cultivated over 2,100 years, I would have reflected that attack and crushed him instantly. Sungmin's face hardened. He fell silent, deep in thought, processing the gap in their strength. He bent down to retrieve his blade. The spirit's words stung, but they were true. If he had that ancient power, this fight wouldn't have been a desperate struggle. But I couldn't do it alone, Sungmin admitted, exhaling slowly. My body, it still hasn't caught up to the hellish training I put it through. Heo Gong's voice cut through his thoughts. Forget that. Focus on the key to our problem. The spirit's attention shifted to the unconscious Wai. I believe he is the one. Sungmin blinked, startled. Huh, what do you mean? I told you, Heo Gong explained. I sensed my mana fused into his core. He wasn't just holding it, he was using it freely, as if it were his own internal chi. Do you understand now? Heo Gong pressed, the implication heavy in the air. He went mad, yes, but if you can learn his method, you could maintain your humanity while wielding the power of mana. The scene shifted to a memory, a dark, desolate night in the southern hills. We recalled his journey. I kept walking south until I found the hidden tribes. The old man's voice trembled as he recounted the tale. The warriors of that land, they were anomalies. They knew no martial arts, had no concept of proper form, yet their raw strength rivaled the grandmasters of the great sects. It was a waste of potential. So I struck a deal. I taught them martial arts, and in exchange, they gave me their tribe's breathing technique and a sacred elixir. We sat opposite Sung Min, his expression grim, but I hit another bottleneck. My internal energy turned chaotic. The mana clashed with my chi, and I fell into madness. When I lost my reason, we whispered, I wandered the land, slaughtering countless innocents. I became a monster in human skin. He shook his head, defeat written in his eyes. I am lucid now, but it is only a matter of time. The madness is always waiting. How pathetic. Hyo Gong sneered internally, signaling Sung Min. The boy caught the hint instantly. Hey, old man. Wai flinched, surprised by the sudden address. What is it? Sung Min looked him dead in the eye. I can cure your madness. The old man froze. What? Wai stuttered, his voice cracking. Is that even possible? Yes, Sung Min replied, his voice steady as a rock. Your symptoms aren't just chi deviation, Sung Min explained professionally. This is a backlash from using a specific power source known as mana. There are ancient magical arts designed specifically to stabilize the mind against this corruption. Wai lunged forward, grabbing Sung Min's shoulders with desperate force. Are you telling the truth? His eyes burned with a frantic hope. Well, can you really end this nightmare? Sung Min nodded. I can, but it won't be easy. Wai didn't care. I'll do anything. Just tell me what you need. Sung Min closed his eyes, feigning deep hesitation. He put on a troubled expression, as if the request was impossible to grant without a price. Sung Min's mind raced, replaying every frame of the brutal clash that just ended. Darkness swallowed the world, choked by a thickening fog that turned the air heavy with dread. He locked eyes with the demon. You must trust me completely. Hoyan grinned, manic energy radiating off him like heat waves. Naturally. Command me, I will destroy whatever you wish. But Sung Min simply reached out, his next words shattering the serious mood. First, you must let me slap you. Inside his mind, Hyoju's voice echoed. Interesting. A tribe in the south worships me. This brat must be their descendant. Sung Min frowned, internalizing the thought. They worship you. Hyoju scoffed. What is with that look of disbelief? Listen well. If you master the breathing technique he knows, you can wield true magic power. Doubt gnawed at him. Won't I lose my mind like him? Hyoju smirked. Don't be a fool. His madness stems from raw, ownerless energy rampaging through his veins. But you have me. As long as I reside within you, that backlash will never touch you. That energy seeks its master. It runs wild when distant, but calms when near. That is why his madness subsides in your presence. Use this leverage. Tell him you will cure his insanity. The price them his breathing technique. And Sung Min's chosen treatment method. A slap fierce enough to rattle teeth. Hoyan pouted like a petulant child. I cannot teach you that. Hyoju's cackle rang in Sung Min's ears as he realized. Negotiation had failed. Time for brute force. It is not a lack of will. Hoyan clarified. I am bound by a mantra oath to that tribe. A mantra oath? Sung Min asked. Inside, Hyoju's expression darkened. Troublesome. That is an ancient power wielded by shamans. Breaking such a vow is impossible. The spirit explained. It binds the soul, much like a mana oath used by high wizards. Death awaits the oathbreaker, but Hyoju remained unfazed. Perfect. Then command him to guide us to this tribe in the south. Sung Min balked. Are you insane? We are in the frozen north, and you want to trek all the way to the south. The spirit practically vibrated with excitement. If he cannot teach us, his source can. We go to the tribe. It will be magnificent. Sung Min sighed. Is becoming a grandmaster in Eria truly worth this effort? Hyoju's tone turned solemn. Do you recall my words when our paths first crossed? Memory flooded back. I am a demon king of supreme power. I ruled for centuries and amassed a fortune beyond comprehension. My treasury holds artifacts that would make emperors weep. Sungmin let out a dry laugh. Ah, right. That very treasury lies in the south. Hyoju revealed, we travel not just for power, but for my legacy. Sungmin stroked his chin, eyes lighting up. Now you are talking. A system alert chimed. The minor heavenly demon has joined your party. Suddenly, wham! A fist grazed Ouija Hoyan's left cheek, drawing blood. Wham! Another blow crushed his right cheek. Sungmin unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving the legendary demon dizzy and disoriented. Ouija Hoyan pointed to his face, now swollen like steamed buns. Explain to me, he lisped, how this violence cures my insanity. Sungmin stared at his handiwork, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes as he improvised. It is ancient medical theory, Sungmin lied smoothly, similar to acupressure points used in the martial arts world. I am injecting yokai energy to purge your mind. Internally, Sungmin marveled. He is actually buying this. He is more obedient than a trained dog. I expected him to kill me after the first slap. Hyoju chuckled. It is instinct, not choice. As long as he carries my magic signature, our bond is absolute, like a vampire lord commanding his fledgling. A child cannot raise a hand against its parent. Even Ouija Hoyan felt the confusion, a strange biological compulsion to submit. His mind drifted back to the battle, the transformation. What exactly was Sungmin in that moment? Power that defied logic, a brutal aura that forced the world to its knees. It was not just strength, it was as if another entity possessed him. Who is this man? Ouija Hoyan wondered. Yet, for the first time in years, the fog in his mind had lifted. I must follow him. He holds the key. Do we depart for the south immediately? Ouija Hoyan asked. Sungmin shook his head. No. First, we head to Travia. I am done sleeping in the dirt. But as he spoke, Sungmin's eyes darkened, his gaze turning sharp and calculating. Suddenly, Sungmin asked, where do you stand in the ranking of this world's monsters? How strong are you? Ouija Hoyan paused. With your talent, it is natural to gaze toward the summit. Instead of answering with words, the demon grabbed the hem of his robe and tore it open with a savage rip. Sungmin froze. Etched across Ouija Hoyan's torso was a hideous scar, slashing diagonally from waist to shoulder. 10 years ago, Ouija Hoyan whispered, touching the wound, the Sword Saint, one of the 6 divinities of the heavens beyond heavens, carved this into my flesh. His voice grew heavy. Mortals train for decades to reach mastery, but have you ever considered what happens when a being polishes their blade for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years? Sungmin felt a chill crawl down his spine. Immortality combined with genius, such beings were not warriors, they were calamities. This scar is my answer, Ouija Hoyan confessed. Even now, if I faced the Sword Saint again, I doubt I could survive 100 exchanges. He looked Sungmin dead in the eye. Prepare yourself. You will meet them soon. The apex predators are always hunting for fresh prey. Sungmin watched the man slowly dress, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Truly, this world was a terrifying place. He gazed upward, watching the pale moonlight struggle to pierce the heavy veil of clouds, casting only feeble rays upon the earth below. Lost in thought, Sungmin reflected on his own journey. Just how high had he climbed into that vast, bottomless sky? The answer remained dangerously uncertain. The scene shifted to the front of a tavern, where the night air hung heavy and gloomy. A hand gripped a teacup, slowly setting it down before a calm voice broke the silence. The tea has gone cold, the Sword Venerable stated, his voice laced with irritation. Do you really need to think about it for this long? Under the dim, flickering light of the lantern, a soft, indifferent voice floated through the air. Yi-Hoon rested her chin on her hand, her expression bored. I am not thinking, she replied lightly. I simply have no interest. What was the organization's name again? The Sword Venerable removed his hat, revealing his stern face. It is Outer Heaven, he declared with absolute seriousness. I will repeat myself. I am the Sword Venerable, one of the 6 venerables of Outer Heaven. Among the 6, I am ranked last, he continued. Little heavenly demon, I am formally inviting you to join Outer Heaven to fill the position of Haran. The Sword Venerable leaned forward, his eyes intense. Since you have become the strongest in the surface world, surely you understand the crushing solitude of standing at the peak. He tempted her with honeyed words. If you join us, you will be able to forget that loneliness. You will finally understand what lies in the true Outer Heaven, he promised. But Yi-hoon did not hesitate. You created an organization for such a ridiculous reason. Ridiculous! He bristled with anger. She pushed his hat away dismissively. If you want friends, go find a social club. Go bond with people who gather for such pathetic reasons. She scoffed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Besides, I have never felt lonely. I have enemies constantly chasing my shadow, she said. The sword venerable fell silent, the atmosphere turning suffocatingly heavy. His expression darkened. It seems you need to be taught some manners before we accept you as our lowest ranked member. Yi-hoon's smile widened, but it was filled with pure mockery. Lowest rank, she repeated, her voice dripping with disdain. Instantly, a terrifying murderous intent exploded from her. The one who needs a lesson in manners is you. Just then, we interjected calmly. Since we are in Travia, I wish to visit an acquaintance. Sungmin narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You are not planning to run away, are you? We explained frantically. If I do not get slapped by you, I will go insane again. Why would I run? The old man glanced toward a corner, lowering his voice to a whisper. It is just that a colossal idiot is living here. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Sungmin's face. Fine, the young master agreed. Make sure to return to the tavern once you are done. We nodded. The cold night wrapped around the city, silence claiming the streets. Sungmin and Rubia stood silently in the desolate district, the air still and lifeless. Suddenly, Sungmin spoke. How long do you plan to keep staring? Rubia flinched, confused. Do I need to bow my head? No. He replied flatly. I am not talking to you. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. A giant bird descended, and Rubia instinctively bowed in fear. A voice thunderous with rage erupted from the darkness. You insolent little brat. A sinister silhouette materialized behind the monstrous bird. Where do you get the nerve to act so arrogant? Preskin screamed. You are the thief who stole the heart I spent my entire life creating. Sungmin remained unfazed. I did not take it on purpose. He shrugged. What do you want me to do? Rip it out and return it? For a dark mage who experiments on humans in a dungeon, you certainly have a loud mouth. Sungmin's voice dropped, turning icy. I have many questions for you. What exactly is this heart that you covet so desperately? The dark mage lowered his head, but his defiance remained. Why should I answer you? Sungmin ignored him, posing a different question. The master of golden magic is named Loi, is he not? The mention of the name struck a nerve. Sungmin continued. Actually, you could say I once saved his life. Loi said to me, Sungmin recalled, anything you desire, as long as it is within my power, I shall grant you one wish. Yes, he promised me a wish. Sungmin sighed theatrically. Being stalked by a weird undead freak is truly terrifying. So, I am considering using that wish to mobilize the entire force of the Golden Magic Tower to exterminate a certain lich. I worry that this undead is all bark and no bite, he taunted. I wonder if a mediocre lich can survive the full bombardment of golden magic. Seeing you shut your mouth like that, you must be very confident. Sungmin nodded decisively. Good. I am quite sure there are a few mages nearby. Preskin flapped his wings in panic. Wait, just wait, he stammered, finally breaking. I used the black heart to research predation and evolution. Preskin thought desperately. I might be safe from the golden magic if I hide in Travia, but if Loi meets this brat, he will detect the heart immediately. If that monster Loi finds out the heart is inside this thief, he will destroy the host just to retrieve it. I must stop this at all costs, he thought, gathering his courage before speaking. That black heart. Preskin began to explain the dark truth. It devours the hearts of others. Horrific images flashed in the subconscious, monstrous hands crushing forms, twisting minds and bodies until they were unrecognizable. It possesses their abilities and knowledge. Preskin spoke with twisted pride. By doing so, the heart continuously evolves, becoming stronger, superior to all else. His voice lowered, revealing the ultimate truth. Aina, my little daughter, was created with that heart as her core. That is precisely why she can unleash the heart's true potential. As for you, impossible. That power is caged within a mere human vessel, and Sungmin realized he wouldn't mutate into a monster like Aina. His expression hardened into cold steel. Tell me, what is your true objective for this heart? Preskin threw his head back, a maniacal, refreshing laughter echoing through the air that caught them completely off guard. The entity began to ramble, his eyes gleaming with madness, to create a supreme life form. Sungmin frowned. And what exactly is a supreme life form? A mortal like you could never comprehend it does not yet exist. But with the black heart, I will birth an entity that stands above all creation, a being of absolute perfection. Just as Gherkin finished his proclamation, boom! A colossal foot descended from the heavens, threatening to crush him flat. Sensing the lethal intent, he vanished in a blur of speed, leaving Sungmin standing there, bewildered. Sungmin's mind raced. The explanation was cryptic, yet he finally grasped the terrifying nature of the object beating within his chest. Meanwhile, the giant foot stomped furiously, trying to pulverize whatever remained. Based on his words, this thing won't kill me, he thought, a cold sweat forming. But I cannot shake this lingering unease. Wait. The way I absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the resurrection pill earlier, that was no coincidence. It was the heart's function all along. It optimized the absorption perfectly. His train of thought was shattered by a familiar voice booming from behind. Oi Sungmin, look who's back. It was the mad heavenly demon. Sungmin exhaled. You returned, thank the heavens. But before the words could fully leave his lips, his gaze shifted. Standing beside the elder was a stranger, a disheveled, pathetic-looking wreck of a man. Sungmin's guard instantly went up. His instincts screamed caution. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with suspicion. Who is this? Flashback. Minutes earlier, inside a desolate room littered with empty wine jars, while loomed over a slumped figure, rage burning in his eyes. Look at you. Pathetic. He tried to shake the man awake. Why couldn't hold back his disgust? This appearance... It's not just liquor. Is it, have you been poisoning yourself with drugs too? I am the one consumed by madness. Yet why do you look more wretched than me? Speak. The man merely lifted his jug, taking a long, unbothered swig. 10 years since we last met, and you start with nagging. This was the blood heavenly demon, Gwen. He lowered his head, his voice hollow. I simply fell into despair over my own weakness. I chose to sever myself from reality. I slammed headfirst into an unclimbable mountain, a wall I can never breach. What point is there in continuing? Wu's expression softened slightly, though his tone remained sharp. I heard the rumors. You lost to the little demon queen. Wee Hoon, you fool one defeat, and you crumble like this. Gwen's silence spoke volumes. For a martial artist who relied on his fists, losing an arm was not just a defeat, it was a death sentence. Is that not reason enough? Gwen whispered. Why exploded in fury, his roar shaking the room. Don't give me that trash. Are there no legends who climb to the peak using only their left arm? Gwen let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. I am not great like them. Deep down, I have always known my limits. The words struck Wee like a dagger, stirring painful memories of the past. Gwen continued, his eyes vacant. The world's strongest? There was a time I truly believed I could claim that title. Amongst my peers, I was unrivaled. If it were a simple defeat, I would have grit my teeth and risen again. But her, the little demon queen, her talent, her power, it defied logic. It was beyond imagination. I realized then that our starting lines were never the same. No matter how much blood I sweat, no matter how hard I train, I can never defeat a monster like her. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. I called myself a genius. Yet I was crushed by a 22-year-old brat. If you ever face her, you will understand this despair. Why had heard enough. He leaned in and screamed right into Gwen's face. You idiot! 10 years ago, I tasted that exact same bitterness. I saw the gap between myself and true monsters. But did I surrender? Never. Even when the walls seemed sky high, even when my inner chi ran wild and madness consumed my mind, I never once abandoned the path of the warrior. If a mountain blocks your path, fall to your knees and thank the heavens, for climbing it is what forges a true legend. And so what if you lost to a 22-year-old girl? Listen to me. Just today, I was nearly sent to the afterlife by a 23-year-old brat. Gwen blinked, stunned. He didn't believe it. What nonsense are you spewing? Don't mock me. Wee's veins popped. I am not joking. If you doubt my words, stand up. I will drag you to him right this instant. Present time. Wee stood trembling before Sungmin. His demeanor completely shifted from arrogant elder to humble servant as he finished his explanation. And that is the situation. Sungmin stood there, processing the story while Gwen glared at him with ferocious intensity. The one-armed demon scrutinized the boy, searching for the power Y spoke of. I see. Sungmin faced the two masters. Silence hung heavy in the air. His face was a mask of absolute calm, revealing nothing. Gwen stared deep into Sungmin's eyes. The pressure was suffocating. Finally, the blood heavenly demon broke the silence. This is absurd. He whipped his head around, glaring at Y. Did you take me for a fool? You dragged me here for a prank? Y sputtered. What are you talking about? Gwen roared, his aura flaring. You claim this boy was a monster, a genius comparable to the little demon queen herself. He has some cultivation, I'll admit that, but this is not enough to threaten the life of the mad heavenly demon. Sungmin watched the outburst, perplexed. Why is he getting so worked up? Y slapped his forehead, utterly helpless against his friend's stubbornness. He let out a long, weary sigh. Then, Y's telepathic voice echoed in Sungmin's mind. I brought the blood heavenly demon here for one reason. I want you to fight him. Sungmin's eyes widened. Say what? Listen to me. We continued urgently. Ever since the little demon queen took his arm, he has been a living corpse, drowning in despair, suffocated by his own inferiority complex. Well, here's my request. Defeat him in combat once more. Beat him until he wakes up from this pathetic nightmare. Sungmin scoffed, skepticism written all over his face. Do you truly believe brute force will fix a broken mind? And more importantly, why should I be the one to do your dirty work? The elder narrowed his eyes, dropping the ultimate bait. If you do this, I will teach you my supreme martial art. The blood illusion, heavenly demon art. Sungmin rejected it instantly. My body is already at its limit. Learning that technique now would destroy me. I refuse. Elder Wei tried to negotiate, but a heavy shadow interrupted them. Guqian stepped forward, his voice dripping with venom. Hey, why are you standing there like a statue? Have some respect for your betters. Oh. He sneered at Sungmin, eyes full of disdain. You reek of arrogance. Though, for a brat your age to have such strength, I suppose it goes to your head. Oh. A twisted, manic grin spread across Guqian's face. But listen well, boy. Once you face a true monster, you will learn the true meaning of despair. Is that so? Sungmin didn't flinch at the threat. Instead, a look of amused curiosity danced in his eyes. Guqian's expression darkened. You're laughing. You really don't get it. I used to be just like you. Sungmin's inner thoughts echoed those words perfectly. I used to be just like that too. That line belongs to me, not you. He lost one single battle and fell apart completely. How utterly pathetic. I may be trash, but seeing someone this broken pisses me off. To think Weehun had to tolerate this fool for so long. Sungmin's gaze hardened as he turned to the elder. Elder Wei, I accept your request. He glared back at the fallen warrior. I can't stand looking at this pathetic sight any longer. He raised his chin, his voice cold as ice. If you're done running your mouth, then come at me, you pathetic loser. Darkness still shrouded the city, but the air suddenly crackled with killing intent. Onlookers gathered in the shadows, whispering in fear. Wait, isn't that the blood heavenly demon? The two warriors locked eyes, the tension snapping like a taut wire. Crimson flames erupted beneath Guqian's feet, scorching the earth. He didn't wait. With a roar, he launched the first strike. The inferno expanded, consuming the space around them. Blood mist, phantom strike. As Sungmin defended against the onslaught, Guqian's mind raced. I may have lost an arm. I may be weaker than before. But I will never lose to a nameless brat who isn't even the little heavenly demon. His killing intent spiked, suffocating the air. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, eyes bloodshot. Tasa! A blinding flash of steel erupted between them. The night lit up with sparks as sword met energy in a symphony of destruction. A relentless exchange of blows began. 9 Heaven's Arts, 5th Form Life, Severing Slash. Guqian parried the strike, surprised, fast, but not enough to kill me. Sungmin analyzed the incoming attack instantly. This pressure, is he using Gangchi, just like the mad heavenly demon? My speed focused slash can't penetrate that barrier. In a fraction of a second, Sungmin dissected his opponent's technique and he found the flaw. Then I'll just change the rules. Sungmin shifted his stance instantly, shocking the veteran warrior. What is this movement? Panic flickered in Guqian's eyes for the first time. He shouldn't possess any internal energy arts, yet his very footsteps are generating shockwaves of pure power. The path to victory visualized clearly in Sungmin's mind. 2 steps. That is all I need. His silhouette blurred, weaving a web of confusion around his enemy. Phantom Spirit Step, third form. He vanished, reappearing directly above the stunned elder. Two-step Calamity Strike, generating force pressure with mere footwork. You little monster. Guqian channeled every ounce of his energy to block, his eyes bulging from the overwhelming weight crushing down on him. The ground cracked beneath them. Neither side refused to yield an inch in this violent clash of wills. Sungmin's blade crashed down like a falling star. Guqian barely intercepted it, but Sungmin wasn't done. A second horizontal slash tore through the air, forcing Guqian to recoil in terror. A cold glint flashed before Guqian's eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Sungmin stood motionless, his blade still firmly gripped, the strike already completed. Then, the agony arrived. Guqian's face twisted in horror as a silent scream echoed in his mind. My left arm, he stood there, paralyzed by shock, his mind blank. The delayed shockwave of the attack finally manifested behind him. The crowd watched in stunned silence, jaws dropping at the impossible display. Elder Wei shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. He couldn't bear to watch the humiliation any longer. Sungmin leveled his blade at the defeated warrior sprawling in the dirt. His cold gaze pierced right through Guqian's soul. My victory. The cold steel pressed against Guqian's cheek. Tell me, how do I compare to the little heavenly demon now? Guqian gritted his teeth, defiance burning in his eyes. Do you think a mere insect can compare to a dragon? Sungmin's reply was a dagger to the heart. If I am an insect, then you, who lost to me, are lower than filth. Your internal energy, your technique. Sungmin spat the words out. Everything about you is utterly pathetic, and you fight like a man who still thinks he has two arms. You haven't adapted at all. If you had spent your time training instead of wallowing in self-pity, this fight would have ended differently. You have wasted your life. The words hung heavy in the air. Guqian lay silent, the brutal truth crushing him into the earth. Sungmin sheathed his blade with a sharp click. Elder Wei stepped forward, frowning. That was harsh. Couldn't you have offered him a single word of encouragement? Encouragement is useless now. Sungmin turned away, his voice indifferent. From this point on, it is entirely up to him. He has finally realized how vast the world truly is. The walls of his pride have been shattered. Now, he must climb out of the abyss on his own. But I do not doubt him. Sungmin glanced back one last time. He is a true warrior. He will find the strength to stand tall once again. Sungmin watched the fallen figure, a shadow crossing his face, or so I hope. I have stared into the abyss of despair countless times, and not everyone survives the darkness. The suffocating darkness of the night sky begins to fracture as clouds drift apart. Dawn is approaching. Yet, Guqian remains frozen, his body pressed against the unforgiving cold of the stone floor. A chaotic storm of thoughts rages within his mind. He exhales a trembling breath, allowing the crushing weight of exhaustion and absolute despair to consume him completely. With the last of his strength, Guqian whispers her name, Keniela. He voices his dark desire, a plea that seals his fate. Make me a vampire. A sinister smile slices through the shadows, marking the genesis of a terrifying conspiracy. Before them stands a magnificent, towering castle, shrouded in an eerie, deathly silence. I have encountered countless practitioners of dark magic. A voice echoes from behind the heavy doors. A graceful hand lifts the goblet of wine, delicate yet commanding. But never have I met an existence quite as unique as you. A question hangs in the air. How does a dark mage survive the fall of his master without perishing? Kim Jong-hyun swirls the liquid in his glass. You flatter me. It was merely a chain of fortunate coincidences. At the master of the Black Tower, Kim Jong-hyun, Keniela laughs softly. When my master and the Demon King perished, I was summoned to this world by chance, escaping the erasure of my existence. She gestures to the glass. Do you enjoy this vintage? It is blood wine, he explains calmly, fermented from the distilled life essence of 10 human beings. The vampire queen, Geniella, bursts into amused laughter. Is this your way of proving you have discarded your humanity? Jong-hyun offers a stiff, unnatural smile. Of course not. His aura shifts instantly. There is no need to deliberately prove what is already gone, is there? Geniella tilts her head, swirling her wine as she dissects him with her gaze. Indeed, it is rare to find a human whose frequency resonates so perfectly with mine. She grins. You are the second lunatic I've encountered recently. He bows politely. I am humbled by your praise. A mysterious box slides toward Jonghyun. He reaches out, hesitation non-existent, to claim his prize. Xenaviss speaks. This is the Black Star, the proof of your membership in the Predator Association. I bestow it upon you. The lid creaks open, revealing a sinister, gleaming star. Welcome to the new world, she declares joyfully. A dark mage who has cast aside humanity, yet still wears the skin of a man. Suddenly, a voice interrupts from the distance, and she instantly composes herself into regal silence. Oh, my queen, a subordinate reports, the human you cherish is preparing to depart Travia. Xenaviss turns to Jonghyun, eyes gleaming with excitement. Did you hear that? Her expression twists into something malicious. The one who humiliated you is leaving this sanctuary. On Jonghyun's face, veins bulge like twisting snakes. His eyes burn with a feral, murderous hunger. Xenaviss savors his transformation, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she watches him unravel. The beast within her own soul acknowledges his rage. I will grant you this permission, a great benevolence from your queen. Her voice drops an octave. However, you are forbidden to kill him. Do you understand? A distorted smile rips across his face, saliva dripping in a display of grotesque madness. My gratitude, your majesty. The two monsters sit opposite each other, sipping blood wine with elegant casualness. I may have meddled in this affair slightly, she admits with feigned innocence. Jonghyun bows. Not at all, my queen. Suddenly, Xenaviss muses aloud, startling him. How interesting. She recalls a thought. Usually, when one is called the second, they ask who is the first. Jonghyun answers bluntly. I have a vague suspicion of who that monster is. Xenaviss chuckles softly. It seems he has entangled himself in yet another mess. Thinking of that madman, she whispers a parting thought. Good luck, Sungmin. Sungmin and his companions cut through the veil of night, leaving the city behind. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound shatters the silence. No, that is incorrect, Elder Wee barks impatiently. That is not how you wrap internal energy around the body. He tries to explain again. Sungmin stubbornly strikes down. Like this. The elder sighs, helpless. No, absolutely not. A throbbing lump the size of an orange swells on the boy's head. It looks agonizing. Suddenly, Sungmin's expression shifts. He swings his fist, smashing it squarely into Wei's face. The elder roars in outrage. You brat, how dare you strike your master? Sungmin feigns innocence. No, it seems your madness is flaring up again. I told you. I did not hit you. Sungmin returns to his stoic demeanor, gazing into the distance. Inner thoughts consume him. 2 months have vanished since he met the minor heavenly demon. Contrary to his original plan, he lingered in Travia. The reason Elder Waz promised, I will teach you the blood illusion heavenly demon art. But there was a condition. From this moment forth, you will serve me as your master. Sungmin's reply was instant. No, I refuse. Elder Wee flinched. What, why? Sungmin replied calmly. I told you, adding more martial arts right now will only clutter my path. He recalls refusing initially, but the elder persisted. A genius of your caliber will master it instantly. These techniques possess incredible flexibility. After endless nagging, Sungmin finally relented. Fine, I will learn the blood illusion art, but I will not be your disciple. Just teach me the technique. Truthfully, he only refused because he was lazy. Yet, surprisingly, the elder agreed after a long pause. The blood illusion heavenly demon art. A legendary technique rivaling the 9 heavens' unrivaled spear. He could grasp the basics with ease, but mastering it, that would be a battle with no end in sight. The greatest crisis standing before me now is the chaotic war between my mind, my internal energy, and my physical vessel. Ever since I walked away from Danya's trial, I haven't had a single moment to look inward or reflect on my path. I have already sent a warning to Preskinen, ensuring A will not make a move against me. As for the prophecy claiming the mad heavenly demon is the chosen one, that is merely Hugh's delusion. And so, I remained in Travia until the year's end. My focus refining the blood illusion demonic art and restoring the harmony between my body and soul. The results were not exactly what I hoped for. However, the time of the prophecy draws near. There is nothing left for me here in Travia. Fragments of the past begin to surface in my mind, calling me back. 10 years have drifted by since then. The helpless child of the past has grown. He is now a man capable of forging his own destiny. His gaze hardened into steel. It was finally time to meet her. A freezing darkness swallowed the mountain range. Capped by a thin veil of snow, Elder Wee stared into the distance, his mind racing with unease. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice trembling. What is this presence? Why does the air suddenly reek of fresh blood? Why covered his nose, his brow furrowed in deep concentration? Then realization struck. His eyes widened in pure, unadulterated terror. A figure radiating overwhelming malice emerged from the shadows. He descended from the peak, gliding closer like a phantom of death. A pair of savage eyes locked onto them. There was no mistaking it. The elder knew exactly who this monster was. Even Sung Min couldn't hide his shock. The man's appearance had twisted into something unrecognizable. Cold sweat drenched Elder Wee's forehead. A voice, deep and bone-chilling, rasped in their ears. Elder. Bones cracked as the massive hand clenched. I trust you are still in good health. Wee stared, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. What in the world? The elder screamed, paralyzed by shock. What have you done to yourself? Guion cracked a terrifying grin. Had he truly fallen to darkness, Helg materialized, his voice urgent. He is no longer human. He has become a monster. Guion spoke with chilling calm. A vampire. Elder Wee gasped, unable to process the horror. What did you say? You fool, the elder roared. Have you abandoned your pride as a warrior? Guion sneered. And so what if I have? Did that so-called warrior's pride bring back my lost arm? If you truly respect the blood heavenly demon, Elder, you will stay out of this battle. Sungmin slowly drew his blade, shifting into a combat stance. Have you come for revenge? Who knows, Guion mused. That reason is fading with every passing moment. My hatred for you and the little heavenly demon is just a lingering habit from when I was human. His smile widened maniacally. I am here for one reason only. Her Majesty wishes to witness your absolute despair. In a flash, Sung Min stepped forward, shielding Elder Wee. The old man gasped at the sudden movement. Elder Wee's fist trembled with impotent rage. Sung Min turned to the spirit, his voice commanding, Helgi, protect Ruby Ayi at all costs. Be careful, Helg warned. This is not one of the weak, decaying vampires you have slaughtered before. It seems Geniella has bestowed a significant portion of her power upon him. Hearing that name, Sung Min's grip tightened. Rage flared. The air itself seemed to crack as he launched forward, moving faster than the eye could follow. He poured every ounce of strength into a devastating overhead slash. Guion blocked. Two monstrous forces collided, sending shockwaves through their very bones. A long slash tore through the air, but against this monster, it seemed to be nothing more than a scratch. The earth beneath them crumbled into dust. Sung Min swept through the debris, launching his next assault without a second's pause. He struck from above. The blood illusion, demonic art descended, but his eyes widened. The blade struck, yet the monster remained unharmed. Blinding light erupted. The nine heavens, matchless spear clashed against the blood illusion, demonic art's first form, blood shadow destruction. The atmosphere detonated, flames engulfed Guion, only to be scattered by his overwhelming aura. Then, like a bolt of lightning, the beast dove. The ground tore apart as if slashed by the claws of a god. Sung Min emerged from the inferno, his grip on the blade unwavering, but the smoke was thick, blinding him, twisting his sense of direction. From the swirling gray haze, Guion's demonic face materialized, twisted into a look of pure amusement. Sung Min and Helg gritted their teeth. They had missed. Damn it! Guion laughed, a sound that belonged to a true predator. He mocked their efforts before they clashed once more in a blur of violence. Sung Min's blade crashed down with lethal intent, but Guion caught it with a bare, calloused hand. Sung Min roared, forcing the blade down with all his might. Exhaustion began to seep into his muscles. Rubia screamed, realizing the tide of battle was turning against them. Even Hel clutched his head, watching in helpless frustration. Guion cackled, seeing his opponent sprawled on the cold earth. He thought he had won. But look closely, Sung Min's hand still gripped his weapon. He had not let go. Helg roared in fury. Janella, that madwoman, just how much power did she feed this abomination? Gushin slowly straightened his back, exhaling a soft breath before letting a faint, chilling smirk play on his lips. He strolled leisurely toward the boy, his aura suffocating. As long as he still breathes. The monster sneered. I can do whatever I please with him. Dark thoughts swirled in Gushin's twisted mind. First, I will silence that filth spewing from his mouth. Then, I will tear him apart, limb by limb, until nothing remains. He extended a hand, a savage grin stretching across his face, ready to pounce on the boy, the little heavenly demon. Suddenly, Wai materialized from thin air, his iron grip clamping down on Gushin's wrist like a vice. The vampire snarled in irritation. I told you not to interfere. The old master's voice was calm but heavy with authority. If this were a duel between true warriors, I would honor that wish and stand back. Wui's eyes narrowed with resolve. But right now, I'm simply protecting a child from a bloodthirsty beast. With a violent swing, he released Gusion, leaving the vampire's arm dripping with blood. Gusion's eyes widened in shock. So, you actually used the blood illusion heavenly demon art? The old man remained silent, his expression grim. Have you taken him as your disciple? Gusion pressed. Wai scoffed, the boy's shadow looming in his mind. I never agreed to such a thing. Although they stood side by side, an invisible chasm separated their worlds. Whatever Wei said now mattered little to the monster facing him. Gusion laughed, the sound dripping with malice. I never imagined I would be the one to kill the crazy heavenly demon. The old master gritted his teeth, his aura flaring. That is right. I am the crazy heavenly demon. Wah. Meanwhile, Rubia rushed to Sungmin's side, gently lifting his battered body. A cry of pure agony escaped the boy's lips. Heiji's voice echoed urgently in the mindscape. His entire energy flow has been twisted, and his internal organs are crushed. Give him the medicine. Now, Rubia fumbled with the box, trembling as she poured the pills into his mouth. Heiji calculated rapidly. A spirit elixir. At the very least, it should keep him alive for the moment. But that monster is no ordinary foe. He is a bloodline creation that Geniella poured her entire soul into crafting. Even if the old man and the brat combine forces, their chances are slim. I have no choice. I must convince the boy to accept my demonic power. Why must a being as great as Heiji be shackled to such a weak, pathetic vessel? Suddenly, Heiji sensed a disturbance. His eyes widened in shock as he checked the boy's condition. Rubiai was still forcing the medicine down, but Sungmin showed no signs of waking. Blood gushed from Sungmin's mouth, staining his lips crimson. Heiji looked on in fury and desperation as the boy's life force flickered. What is this, damn it? Heiji cursed silently. Sungmin fought for every shallow breath. Exhaustion and death etched deep into his pale face. Panic seized Heiji as Sungmin lay motionless, refusing to wake. Beside him, Rubia worked frantically, refusing to give up on the dying boy. Her hands pressed firmly against his chest. It's regenerating. Heiji stepped forward, stunned to see color returning to the boy's face. The blocked energy flow was blasting open. The spirit stood frozen, staring at the transformation. Can this thing even be considered human anymore? Images flashed through Sungmin's mind, fragments of memories sharpening into focus. It was a slow-motion reel of his entire life, from his helpless youth to the present day. His eyes fluttered open, but the scene before him made his breath hitch in his throat. Sungmin looked around, gasping in disbelief. There, right in front of him, was Rubia shaking his stiff, lifeless body. Am I dead? Asterisk. Even Heiji's face was twisted in sorrow and deep regret as he looked down at the corpse. In the distance, the earth shook from the fierce clash between Wai and Gushin. Sungmin stood frozen, his mind reeling. What am I doing here? No, I cannot die yet. Memories of his past flooded back, not as regrets, but as fuel for his burning will to survive. Suddenly, as his spirit drifted, a hand shot out from the void behind him, snatching him from the air. His eyes bulged in terror as he scrambled to find the owner of the hand. A mouth appeared in the darkness, a savage, haunting smile that seared itself into his soul. Snap. Sungmin jolted back to reality. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, spraying across Rubia's face. Covered in crimson, she stumbled back in horror. Heiji rushed forward. Are you all right? Rubia, overwhelmed with fear, covered her face and scrambled away. Sungmin clutched his chest, confusion washing over him. What just happened? The energy that was once blocked was now flowing like a raging river. Even Heiji was dumbfounded. Good heavens! His internal injuries are gone, and his spiritual energy is in perfect harmony. Heiji stared at the battered boy, shaking his head. Is such a thing truly possible? Slowly, Sungmin rose to his feet. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield, his eyes blazing with a newfound, intense light. Rubia screamed, her voice cracking. Wait, You just came back from the dead. Don't tell me you intend to jump back into that hellish fight." The old spirit nodded slowly, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. "I see now, so that is what happened." Is this the black heart she spoke of, recovering from the very brink of death, caused the heart to evolve his body? Even if it is a coincidence, it is terrifying. It is as if the world itself saved him solely to forge him into something stronger. While his voice echoed in memory, "The noble person you were meant to meet in the north was not me, the crazy heavenly demon. Even if we did not travel north, you were destined to meet him. A demon, yet a savior. The noble person who unlocked your potential was that blood-sucking vampire all along." The prophecies of the gods are always like this, cruel, twisted, and absolute. They force mortals to dance to the tune of destiny, creating this very moment. Just as the two titans paused their clash, Sungmin stepped back onto the stage. Y was exhausted, his energy nearly spent, but a proud smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the boy and asked, "What in the world happened to you, kid?" Sungmin tilted his head, confused, yet ready to answer the call of fate. "It appears my body refuses to accept death." That eerie, demonic smile returned to his lips. "Why?" bewildered, asked, "What on earth is that?" Thoughts raced through his mind. "You have been blessed by a mysterious force." He stared at his hand. A supernatural power. Did the original owner of this arm grant him some nameless blessing? What was that person's true purpose? Why leave him with a single life? A burning ember in his heart. Forget it. Thinking will yield no answers. Sungmin clenched his fist. "Right now, I intend to exploit this power to its absolute limit." Guxian recoiled in terror. The atmosphere had shifted. Did he achieve enlightenment at the boundary of life and death? His eyes turned cold as steel, surrounded by raging flames. Guxian extended a deathly hand and roared, "It does not matter with the power granted by the queen." A wave of destructive energy blasted toward him but hit nothing but air. The attack slammed uselessly into the ground. He charged forward in a frenzy, but Sungmin had already vanished. He appeared behind him. A single blade slash caught Guxian off guard, sending him stumbling forward. He had no defense against this ambush. Guxian was instantly overpowered. Guxian crashed down with force enough to shatter the earth, creating a pile of rubble. He writhed in pain, struggling to stand, his voice filled with resentment. "Why?" he screamed. "Why do you not use the spear?" Sungmin replied calmly. "Too expensive." The answer only fueled Guxian's rage. "I have many things I wish to test. If I used the spear, this would be over far too quickly." Guxian lunged, his eyes glowing like a demon, cursing with every breath. "You bastard!" Sungmin's eyes scanned him coolly, not fast, not slow. As Guxian arrived, Sungmin soared. He gripped his blade and dove straight for him, stopping inches away. Cold steel pressed against Guxian's throat. He froze, terrified to move. Sungmin pressed the blade deeper, his voice dripping with challenge. "Well, are you satisfied now?" Guxian ground his teeth in fury, his face contorted. He ignored the threat and swung wildly at where Sungmin stood. "Do not mock me." Guxian's eyes were murky with madness. "I did this to exterminate you all." His hand closed in, aiming for Sungmin's back. "I abandoned everything for this." Sungmin stood motionless, yet his sharp senses tracked every twitch of his enemy's muscle. The moment Guxian struck, Sungmin ascended into the air, dodging effortlessly. Rubia and Wee watched, their jaws dropping in shock. Sungmin turned, hovering steadily. Guxian began to unravel completely. His eyes lost focus. "I must complete it." It was as if a dark magic controlled his very limbs. The command of Queen Geniella. Sungmin asked, "Is that it even at your final moment? Is the queen truly the only thing inside your head?" His eyes flashed, probing for any shred of humanity left. Hearing the question, Guxian grit his teeth until they nearly cracked, trying to suppress the madness. Guxian screamed, "Stop your nonsense, I will kill you and the little heavenly demon. I will stand tall again as a true warrior." Ah, the blood heavenly demon. Geniella's face materialized in the shattered reflection. Her smile was laced with pure malice. Everyone froze. Only Guxian knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling. His throat rasped out two words. "My queen." His eyes darted around like a lunatic. "The queen's command is..." We watched from the distance, taking in the pathetic, insane sight. He shook his head in disappointment, yet felt a pang of pity for this broken creature. But pity could only go so far. "You fool!" Unable to watch any longer, Wai turned his back and walked away. Guxian looked at Sungmin, his voice rasping. Desperate plea, end me. A flash of silver light. Blood sprayed from the flames. Gu Xuan fell beneath Sungmin's blade. Perhaps, this time, he was truly liberated. Sungmin wondered, why did Geniella attack me through this puppet? He sheathed his blade and called out, let's go. Lost in thought, a vision appeared in the darkness. A fortress, a place he never wanted to see again. The scene shifted to the familiar castle of Queen Geniella. Her sharp features and grotesque smile appeared once more, but this time, her gaze held a deeper cruelty. She observed Sungmin through the mirror. I still cannot fathom it. If he intervened, he should have used magic power. Geniella smiled. How interesting. It has been so long since I desired someone this much. Donghyun spoke up. I am curious. What is your standard for choosing people? She replied. Someone who will not fall into despair. She stared at Sungmin's face in the glass, but at the same time, it must be someone who fears despair. Donghyun did not understand. Is that not contradictory? Are there not many like that? She answered, not quite. Geniella began to explain her twisted philosophy. First, you are not one of them. You are human, yet not human, and you have already fallen into despair. She rambled about Donghyun's traits right to his face. You are also an interesting specimen, but breaking you brings no joy. So, I have no desire to make you mine. Suddenly, she spoke cold truth. Shall I tell you one thing? You will never achieve what you desire. A venomous thought coiled through Geniella's mind like a viper. And you? You will meet a wretched and pathetic end. Donghyun departed, or so she hoped. Sungmin thought coldly. She needs to learn when to silence her tongue. I am part of the Predator Guild now. My business in the north is finished. The guild has nearly concluded its operations here as well. It is time to return to the Black Magic Tower. Apostle of the End, under that dark blessing, you will be forced to obey your destiny. If our paths cross again, I wonder what history will lie between us. What role will I play in this twisted world? What form will I take when we next meet? I look forward to it. Meanwhile, Sungmin arrived at the heart of the metropolis, Eria Loop. This was a place of boundless prosperity, known to the world as the City of Dreams. It housed the gold and red magic towers, the mercenary guild headquarters, and Kron, the stronghold of the martial arts alliance. The streets teemed with elite martial artists and powerful mages. Sungmin internalized the pressure. This is my first time here, even as an S-rank mercenary. I feel like a complete novice in a place like this. He slid his identification card across the counter toward the inspector. She read the data. Sungmin, S-rank mercenary, and your companion, Wiji Hoyan, stepped forward, flashing his badge. I am the crazy heavenly demon, Wiji Hoyan. The inspector froze in sheer terror. This city is under the protection of the Murim Alliance, the demonic cult, and the magic guilds. If you cause trouble, Wiji Hoyan cut him off, his aura flaring. Do you not know the name Crazy Heavenly Demon? A terrifying, demonic phantom projected into the guard's mind, silencing him instantly. Wiji Hoyan laughed loudly, making Sungmin cringe slightly. Alliance, demonic cult. I do as I please. Rubia popped out of Sungmin's pocket to witness the chaos. She bounced happily down the street. It has been ages since I visited Loop. Sungmin turned to her. You have been here before. Of course, this is the headquarters of the magic guilds. Both the gold and red magic towers have representatives here. Sungmin blinked. The gold magic tower. Memory surfaced. He had been promised a favor if he returned. Though he currently lacked any specific desire, he gazed at his own hand, lost in thought. Then, he remembered Scarlet. She had promised to signal through the bracelet if she needed aid. But a year had passed in silence. I suppose she is doing fine. Rubia's expression darkened. Master has not contacted me in a year. Perhaps he left a message at the Red Tower. Sungmin was confused. The Red Tower? Rubia beamed. Lord Lloyd, the master of the Gold Tower, is my master's disciple. Sungmin was stunned. Lloyd is Envirus' student. If you are not a mage, you would not understand the lineage, she declared proudly. But my master is amazing. Sungmin nodded. We have no schedule today, so let us rest. As the three walked through the streets, he outlined the plan. First, we visit the Gold Tower, then the Red. He marveled at the cityscape and architecture. This place is impressive. Sungmin murmured. Even with money, sights like this are rare. Rubia replied. This is the pride of Loop. a miracle born from the union of mages and engineers. Some possess technology that surpasses alchemy, and by combining dwarven craftsmanship with magic, they built this metropolis. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed excitedly at a sleek machine. The train, the most charming thing in Loop. Hoyan scoffed. Why is this familiar? So excited. Rubia snapped. Silence. The demon continued to tease. You waste money maintaining a human form, yet act like a puppy. She lowered her tail dejectedly. What do you want me to do? Sungmin interrupted. Shall we board? Hoyan suddenly shouted. Just so you know, I am taking the window seat. Sungmin stood there, dumbfounded. Sure, help yourself. The three boarded the train. Rubia squeezed into the middle seat. Come on, sit down. Hoyan asked, why do other cities lack this convenience? Because Loop is safe and wealthy, Rubia replied. Other cities struggle to build trains, let alone operate them. Hoyan seemed dissatisfied with the answer. He thought inwardly. Much has changed in 400 years. I wonder how the South has fared. Gold Tower Station. Sungmin and Rubia stepped onto the platform. That was fast. Rubia tilted her head. Is that old man excited just because of a train ride? Hoyan stayed seated. I shall ride a bit longer. Rubia groaned. He acts like a child. Sungmin whispered. Do not provoke him. Anyway, let us head to the Gold Tower. The Gold Tower rose before them, a dazzling spectacle of wealth and power, truly magnificent. They stepped through the golden gates, eyes scanning the grandeur. The interior was equally breathtaking, every corner illuminated by magical light. Rubia led the way, while Sungmin admired the architecture. This way. In the center of the room sat a man, waiting as if he had foreseen their arrival. Rubia smiled awkwardly, while Sungmin felt a surge of curiosity. Is this him? The man smiled softly, his expression serene. Lloyd looked up. An unexpected guest has come to the Gold Tower. Rubia bowed cheerfully. Long time no see, my lord. Lloyd broke the silence, his voice echoing with ancient wisdom. Indeed, it has been 7 years, has it not? You haven't aged a day, Rubia retorted sharply. And you, Tower Master, haven't changed a bit either. The gold dragon shifted his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at the young warrior. But you, Sungmin, you have changed immensely. Lloyd's eyes narrowed, analyzing the soul before him. I barely recognize the boy you once were. Sungmin replied calmly. Is that so? The sound of Lloyd's fingers tapping echoed through the vast chamber. Have you decided on your request yet? Lloyd asked, testing him. Sungmin shook his head. Not yet. The dragon teased. Just how massive is this favor you're planning to ask of me? Lloyd raised a hand in warning. Even I have limits, so avoid asking for the impossible. Sungmin chuckled, scratching his head. Understood. The old dragon stroked his beard, sinking into deep contemplation. However, Lloyd continued, his tone turning serious, if you have no request, why seek me out? You couldn't have come all this way just to drink tea with an old reptile? Rubia, who had been stewing in silence, suddenly stepped forward, her voice trembling with urgency. I came to ask, where is my master? She pressed on, desperation leaking into her tone. I am Envirus's familiar. I followed his orders to accompany Sungmin, but I have completely lost my connection to him. A flash of unease crossed Lloyd's face. He hesitated. Your master. He sighed. Envirus came to see me about 2 months ago. Rubia's face lit up. I knew it, but Sungmin's expression turned icy, his eyes hardening with focus as he processed the name of the legendary archmage. Envirus. A singularity in this world. A mage with a twisted perception of causality. The only one who surpassed the trials of Danya, the goddess of time. Sungmin recalled their past. When I went to the sleeping forest to find him, I only found his familiar, Rubia, and the soul of the yokai, Hyoju. Lloyd's next words were a shockwave that nearly made Rubia choke on her tea. Your master left a message. He apologized. He wanted to meet you here himself, but something urgent forced him away. The dragon continued. Instead, he wants you to head south. Sungmin blinked. The south, he thought to himself. Is this fate intervening? I was already planning to head south to master my magical control. Sungmin mused. Lloyd drummed his fingers on the table, the rhythm heavy with implication. He said you would cross paths if you went south, but he left one final warning. The words that followed sent a chill through both Sungmin and the spirit Hyoju. Do not lose your human essence, Hyoju roared in Sungmin's mind, furious. That damn virus always speaking in riddles. If he meets us, he expects us to be together, Hyoju grumbled. Sungmin then shifted the topic. Speaking of threats, you've been tracking Prescan, haven't you? Do you know if Prescan is hiding in the north? Sungmin asked. Lloyd nodded gravely. I know, but he is a member of Predator, and my hands are tied, and Lloyd began to explain the geopolitical nightmare. The north of Travia is the domain of the vampire queen, Janiela, and if I kill Prescan, Arbeth will immediately come for my head. The name struck a chord. Arbeth. Hyoju whispered, the lich leader of Predator. Prescan is likely just a pawn of Arbeth, Hyoju noted. Lloyd set his tea down, the porcelain clinking like a gavel. Arbeth is a monster in a completely different dimension compared to Prescan. Sungmin's eyes widened as Lloyd confessed. Among all mages, the only one who can stand on equal footing with Arbeth is my own master. Sungmin's mind raced. Does that mean Envirus is also on that same legendary level? Later, the scene shifted to the exterior of a massive structure. After leaving Lloyd, the party arrived at the Red Magic Tower, but fate was cruel. They missed Scarlet. The gatekeeper informed them she wasn't there. A missed connection. I'm sorry, Sungmin thought, but I know our paths will cross again someday. Suddenly, the door burst open. Hyoju barged in, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm back. Rubia stared in disbelief. What is all that junk? Did you seriously buy all those souvenirs? Rubia scoffed. You really are a hopeless country bumpkin. Hyoju fake sobbed, tears streaming down. Yes, I was a fool. I was a fool who didn't know the world held such magnificent treasures. As the spirit and the familiar bickered like children, Sungmin sat apart, lost in thought. His mind drifted to the date. Tomorrow was the day. The promise made 10 years ago. March 14th. The day he first met her. Hyoju's voice cut through his thoughts. A year ago, that little heavenly demon was just a young monster, but by now she has likely become a true calamity. Sungmin clenched his fist, conviction burning in his chest. You're right, she definitely has. 10 years ago, I never imagined things would turn out like this. The silhouette of Hoyan manifested in his memories, sharp and brilliant. And Hoyan, just how strong have you become in me? How far have I come? He shook his head, trying to untangle the chaotic knot of emotions, but the anticipation was suffocating. Needing release, Sungmin grabbed the spear at his waist and stood up. I need to clear my head. His grip on the weapon never loosened as he walked alone through the sprawling city streets, the weight of the coming day pressing down on him. He found an empty training ground under the moonlight. He stopped, taking a breath. Let's begin. While the world slept, a lone warrior danced with violence. Sungmin swung his spear, the blade slicing the air with a sound like tearing fabric, honing his lethal art in the silence of the night. And he was lost in the flow of battle when a presence materialized behind him. A rasping, powerful voice shattered the solitude. Impressive, truly magnificent skill. Sungmin spun around, shock widening his eyes. A man stood there, exuding an aura of absolute steel. You look quite young, the stranger said. May I ask your name? Sungmin replied. I am Sungmin. His guard instantly raised to the max. Did he watch me this entire time without me noticing? Sungmin panicked internally. The stranger's eyes lit up with the thrill of a warrior finding a worthy peer. So, you are the ghost spear hero who defeated the demon swordsman. The stranger grinned. I am Hujong, the ironclad divine spear. Hujong, the ironclad divine spear. An absolute master who wears magic armor and fused martial arts with magical weaponry. One of the undisputed summits of spearmanship in all of Eria. Hodong's voice broke the silence. The rumors of the ghost spear did not do him justice. You have transcended the level of a mere master. You have stepped into a realm of your own. You have surpassed the proficiency of the spear itself. His excitement was palpable, leaving even him speechless. Even if I unleashed my full power, victory against you would be far from certain. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Do you truly intend to travel with that man? Sungmin furrowed his brow. You have been stalking us from the start. Hodong voiced his confusion. The crazy heavenly demon is a monster who has slaughtered countless innocents. Why would you associate with such a beast? He assumed he knew the truth. Are you being coerced to travel with him? Do not fear. I will aid you. He lowered his voice. If we strike together, even the crazy heavenly demon will fall. Sungmin cut him off cold. Mind your own business, old man. The two stood opposite each other, silence descending like a heavy curtain. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Hodong's gaze turned sharp, bordering on malicious. You are not protecting that devil, are you? Sungmin's grip tightened around his spear, his knuckles turning white. Not exactly, he replied coldly. Hodong's eyes burned, scrutinizing every micro-expression on Sungmin's face. Sungmin weighed his next words with lethal caution. That is not what I meant. The clearing fell deathly quiet. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Hodong suddenly burst into laughter. Of course not. A hero of your caliber would never commit such a betrayal. I was mistaken. He crossed his arms, his demeanor shifting once more. But heed this warning. The Martial Alliance is watching. If you stray from the path of righteousness... His face hardened into a mask of steel. You will not escape the blade of justice. With that final threat, he turned and vanished into the distance. Sungmin stood alone in the training grounds, stunned. The night air was cool, clouds drifting lazily above. The old man's words faded into the wind. I will remember that. The 14th of the month arrived. The sky was a piercing blue, the clouds soft and gentle. Rubia chirped happily. Enjoy your time. With a burst of excitement, she dashed off to ride the iron horse. Hel caught the slight tremor in Sungmin's frame. He scoffed. What is this? Are you trembling? He mocked him like a child discovering a new toy. Sungmin snapped back. It is not like that. He will not spare you. I. Admiration between a man and a woman often blossoms into love. Sungmin sprinted away. That is not it. But the spirit's voice echoed in his mind. For someone in denial, your heart is pounding like a war drum. Sungmin hissed. Shut up. Helg chuckled darkly. I never expected such a fresh reaction from you. You have a cute side, kid. Sungmin's next move silenced the spirit instantly. He ripped the bracelet off his wrist. Alas, Helg's foul mouth had earned him a spot buried in the dirt beneath Sungmin's boot. The fountain water cascaded endlessly, the surface of the lake remaining undisturbed. Sungmin stood trembling in the square. It was noon at the fountain. It had been 10 long years since that promise was made. Tension coiled in his gut. I arrived too early. There was still nearly an hour until the appointed time. His legs refused to stay still, pacing back and forth. Should I buy a bouquet of flowers? Sungmin shook the thought away instantly. No, why would I buy flowers? I'm just meeting an old friend. He clenched his trembling hands into fists. I wonder, have I become someone to be proud of? Memories of Hoon flooded his mind. I want to be acknowledged by Hoon. The innocent gaze of his past self resurfaced. I want to be praised. The desire burned within him. I want to be cheered on. But then, the phantom voices returned. You are trash. You have zero talent. The criticism had cut deep, causing agony, yet he had persevered for this very moment. Sungmin felt suffocated, as if he were sinking into the depths of a dark, cold lake. If Hoon acknowledges me, what comes next? The sun climbed higher in the sky. The appointed hour approached, yet the square remained silent. Sungmin was so tense that cold sweat drenched his back. He could not stop the tremors. The time had come. The streets bustled with passers-by, but no matter how hard he looked, the face he sought was nowhere to be found. Has she still not arrived? The water in the fountain seemed to dry up as time ticked by, and still, that shadow did not appear. Panic set in. Sungmin grabbed a random passerby. Today is the 14th, is it not? He asked desperately. Yes, it is today. Rage flared at the broken promise. He gritted his teeth and summoned his guide, Neville. Neville materialized instantly. I am here, Sungmin commanded. I need to know where Hoon is right now. The guide scanned the information network. Please wait a moment. Neville's expression shifted. If the one you seek is the small heavenly demon Hoon, she is currently at the south gate. She is engaged in combat with the iron armor god spear. Sungmin's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He tried to recall the figure of that name, the iron armor god spear. A wave of unease crashed over him, and he bolted forward. This makes no sense. With her strength, a mere iron armor god spear should not even be a challenge. His thoughts spiraled, urging him faster. But Neville said he is overwhelming the small heavenly demon. Citizens shouted in protest. Hey, you cannot use movement arts in the city. Their warnings were meaningless noise against the threat to Hoon's safety. Sungmin tore through the air like a gale, landing heavily on the roof of a moving train. Fear gripped his heart like a vice, unless Hoon had been critically compromised. A third-rate fighter like Ho Dong could never suppress her. Panic was written all over his face. What the hell was going on? Meanwhile, the duel between Hoon and Ho Dong raged with suffocating intensity. Ho Dong's spear danced a deadly waltz, a blur of lethal steel closing in. He sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. So much for the rumors. Is this truly all you have? The self-proclaimed Iron Spear deity pressed his advantage. Hoon staggered, barely keeping her feet, her voice a broken whisper. Why? Why attack me? She wiped a streak of blood from her lip, defiance flickering in her eyes. I haven't done anything. Ho Dong scoffed. Even a wounded tiger must be hunted down. Black blood? Ho Dong mocked, noticing the dark stain. Your internal energy is in chaos, isn't it? Hoon managed a cold smirk. Your fighting technique is pathetic. Rage twisted Ho Dong's brow, a member of the demonic cult daring to lecture him on justice. The audacity. Mock me all you want, he spat. Call it cowardly. I don't care. History is written by the victors. As long as you die today, my reputation means nothing. He pointed his weapon accusingly. You've slaughtered countless others. Did you really think karma wouldn't come collecting? While he ranted, she interrupted with a question that stopped him cold. What time is it? Confused by her misplaced priority, Ho Dong blinked. Late afternoon. Hoon's gaze lowered, sorrow flooding her voice. Is that so? Above, the sky was a brilliant azure geyser, but her world had turned gray. I broke the promise. Ho Dong hesitated. I don't know why she's weakened, but I must strike now, he thought. She is a demon growing too fast to control. I haven't sought the Alliance's permission, but this is justice. This is the duty of the Iron Spear. He justified his bloodlust as righteousness, convincing himself this was a necessary evil. A dark realization settled over Hoon. Is this where I end? The Reaper approached in the form of Ho Dong, to fall to trash like him. Sungmin's face flashed in her mind their pact, her failure. I'm sorry, she whispered into the void. She closed her eyes, surrendering to fate. Yet, her body refused to yield completely, trembling as she forced herself to face death standing up. A sudden gust of wind. Steel clashed against steel. Sungmin had arrived, a mountain standing between her and death. Hoon stared at his broad back, tears welling in disbelief. Ho Dong roared, shattering the moment. Soul Spear. Do you realize the weight of your actions? Can you handle the consequences of protecting a demon? Sungmin remained silent, his aura chilling. What are you doing? Ho Dong screamed, veins bulging. I am purging evil. If I don't kill this monster now, she will become unstoppable. Sungmin glanced back at Hoon, ignoring the frantic shouting. To save the world, I will do whatever is necessary. Her voice trembled, barely audible. Sungmin, is that really you? He didn't offer a grand speech. He simply turned, his grip tightening on his blade, and offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm here. Hoon's eyes widened, shock melting into overwhelming relief. That single smile told her everything. She was safe now. The nightmare was over. Ho Dong's face twisted in fury. How dare they ignore him? How dare they share a tender moment in his presence? Don't you ignore me! He shrieked, launching himself forward. Who do you think you're laughing at? Aiming precisely for Sungmin's throat, the long spear became a streak of deadly light. The tip was inches from his jugular. Sungmin didn't flinch. He turned, his eyes cold as the abyss. He didn't retreat. He stepped in. Ho Dong roared, pouring every ounce of mana into the strike, his facial muscles straining with effort. Sungmin flowed like water, sidestepping the thrust and delivering a devastating slash across Ho Dong's torso. He watched coldly as the self-proclaimed hero was sent flying. Ho Dong tumbled back but scrambled to his feet. He clutched his chest and chanted, Iron armor. Restoration. Sungmin raised his guard. His armor is regenerating. Is it magical plating like mine? Ho Dong's spear began to transform, glowing with a menacing blue aura. The air crackled with raw mana. Ho Dong vanished, reappearing above Sungmin like a storm. His spear spun violently, transforming into a vortex of destruction. Sungmin tightened his grip, analyzing the trajectory in a split second. Die! Ho Dong roared, the sound barrier shattering as the drill of pure energy descended straight towards Sungmin. Sungmin shifted to evade, but the attack evolved. Flames erupted from the spear tip, a dual element strike. The inferno swallowed Sungmin whole. He has magic too, Sungmin thought. This might be trickier than I expected. It's over. Hodong gritted out, tears of manic joy streaming down his face, but as the smoke cleared, his triumph turned to ash. Empty space. Sungmin was gone, like a ghost. He had materialized silently behind Hodong's back. If I were the man I used to be, that might have worked, Sungmin thought. Hodong stood frozen, completely unaware that the Reaper was now breathing down his neck. A thunderous crash shattered the silence. Sungmin launched a surprise attack from the blind spot, leaving Hodong zero chance to defend. The impact sent him flying, crashing heavily into the earth. Sungmin stared down with eyes cold as ice. Hodong's helmet lay in shards, blood trickling down his battered face. Hodong roared like a wounded beast. "You rat!" Hearing the commotion, Sungmin tilted his head, casting a sharp glance backward. Spectators were already swarming the area. Staying here any longer was a death sentence. He turned his gaze to Hoyan, who sat on the ground, offering him a gentle, heartbreaking smile. Hoyan's voice was weak but steady. "I never imagined our reunion would look quite like this." Sungmin nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "Neither did I." With a gentleman's grace, he reached out his hand to pull her up. Her eyes widened, and her hand froze mid-air. Then, a mischievous grin spread across her face as she waved him off. "Sorry, but my legs, they refuse to listen to me right now." Sungmin blinked, processing her words. The realization hit him like a brick, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. "What?" he shouted in disbelief. Moments later, Sungmin had Hoyan on his back, his expression twisted in awkward misery as his legs trembled. Hoyan chuckled softly, tapping his chin with a playful finger. "What's wrong? Why are you sweating more than the injured person? Am I really that heavy?" Sungmin's brain short-circuited, stammering a desperate no, but behind them, a furious roar tore through the air. Veins bulged on Hodong's forehead, threatening to burst. He forced his broken body off the ground, desperate to pursue Sungmin. Sungmin paused, his expression darkening as he waited for the defeated man's final words. Hodong ripped off his shattered mask and bellowed, "If you leave with the little heavenly demon, you become an enemy of the Murim Alliance. Do you truly wish to walk the path of the demonic cult?" Sungmin remained silent, his gaze empty and unreadable. Good and evil, black and white, none of it mattered in his eyes. "Play your faction games if you wish, but I have no interest in them." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I am only here to save my friend." Hoyan had already lost consciousness, her head slumped against his shoulder. Yet Hodong refused to let them go, his stubbornness fueling his voice. "Is that so? Then you should have killed me." Hodong analyzed his opponent. "Your martial arts, they are unlike anything in the Orthodox world." Hodong leaned forward, eyes burning with malice. "If you walk away now, I will summon the Murim Alliance. A hunting squad will be on your tail before sunset." Sungmin shot him a glance cold enough to freeze hell, calculating his next move. Then he turned his back and began to walk away. "I have no thirst for blood today, but since you warned me about the chasers, I suppose I should pick up the pace. If you are so eager to die, go find a high cliff and jump." Hodong stood rooted to the spot, grinding his teeth in impotent rage, unable to do a thing. As Sungmin marched forward, a voice suddenly echoed directly into his mind. "Leave this city immediately." He glanced back at Hodong, who had collapsed to his knees. The warrior was sending a mental transmission. "I am warning you only because I owe you my life." Hodong kept his head bowed, projecting his thoughts solely to Sungmin. The Murim Alliance headquarters is near. Elite warriors are already mobilizing. You cannot protect the weakened demon in your state. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with complex hatred. "If you ignore this warning, I, you Hodong, will personally lead the pursuit, and next time, it will not end as peacefully as today." Sungmin was taken aback by the man's honor. He whispered back, a faint note of respect in his voice, "I will keep that in mind." Once they were at a safe distance, Hugh's gravelly voice resonated in his mind. "So, will you heed his advice and flee the city?" Sungmin sprinted across the rooftops, moving like a phantom. No, that would be suicide. I doubt the iron armor god's spear thought that far ahead. Below them, a citizen shouted, "Hey, no lightness skills within city limits." Sungmin's voice remained grim. "Even if we leave now, we cannot outrun their tracking network." Hook let out a dry, mocking laugh. The spirit presence trailed behind Sungmin. "Indeed, this city is not merely the backyard of the Murim Alliance." Sungmin's mind flashed to the image of Neville. Where there is light, there is shadow. If the Alliance claims absolute justice here, an opposing force must exist to balance them. A sinister symbol materialized in his mind, followed by the name of the Dark Faction. The Sama Coalition. The Sama Coalition. Hugh stroked his chin, scoffing with open disdain. Since when did you become so naive? Do you truly believe they will help you simply because they hate the Alliance? Sungmin's expression tightened. He bit his lip, eyes determined. I know it is a gamble, but in this situation, I have no choice but to go all in. On his back, Hoyan's breathing turned ragged and shallow. I never expected her to be in this condition. Sungmin cursed under his breath. Damn it, what actually happened to her? Hoke's voice turned grave. It is a curse. A curse, Sungmin echoed, confused. The spirit peered closely at the unconscious girl. It is violently reversing her internal energy flow and shattering her martial foundation. It is no wonder she cannot stand. Her body is being torn apart from the inside. Panic flashed in Sungmin's eyes for the first time. What? Hugh tilted his head, looking down at them with arrogance. She is lucky it has not killed her yet. This curse is designed to inflict maximum agony and complete spiritual collapse. A truly filthy trick. Sungmin frowned, looking back at Hoyan's pale face. Did she really drag herself all this way, in that condition, just to keep our promise? His heart ached, and he ground his teeth in frustration. Is there a way to break the curse? Hugh replied calmly. It is simple. A voice rasped with chilling intent. Kill the cursed one. Meanwhile, pushing his speed to the absolute limit, Lee Sungmin finally arrived at his destination. Welcome, Ghost Spear, the burden you carry on your back. That is the minor heavenly demon, isn't it? The speaker scanned them from head to toe, eyes gleaming. It is an honor to receive two such renowned young heroes. An older woman clad in a traditional yukata stepped out from the shadows. I am Bohaya, the one in charge here. She tilted her head, her gaze sharp as a razor. Lee Sungmin furrowed his brow, instantly on guard against this member of the Sama Alliance. They were led deep into the compound, arriving at a structure that resembled a royal palace or a high official's estate. I have been waiting for you, Ghost Spear. A towering figure with his hair tied in a high top knot stood before them, his presence like a mountain. I am Guanho, branch leader of the Sama Alliance in Rubes. Lee Sungmin offered a respectful, slight bow to the powerful martial artist. Guanho, my name is Lee Sungmin. He did not put down the unconscious girl on his shoulder. Guanho wasted no time and cut straight to the heart of the matter. I have a few questions for you. His voice was grave, yet laced with grudging respect for the Ghost Spear. You defeated the sword demon and eradicated the blood demon. The giant man turned his gaze to the girl on Sungmin's back. Because of those feats, we believe the Ghost Spear was a warrior of the Orthodox faction. Guanho lowered his voice, the pressure in the room rising. Yet, you travel with the crazy heavenly demon, and you even accepted the wrath of the Murim Alliance just to save the minor heavenly demon. Guanho stared directly into Sungmin's eyes and grinned, revealing his teeth. So, tell me, which side do you actually belong to? Lee Sungmin froze for a second, but his answer was brutally honest. I get asked that question constantly. I do not belong to any faction. Facing Guanho's probing gaze, Lee Sungmin remained unshaken. I am simply a friend of Weiji Hoyan. Guanho suddenly looked at them and burst into thunderous laughter. A friend? To think even the minor heavenly demon has a friend? He raised his voice, amusement booming off the walls. I see. So that is why you blocked the Iron Armor God Spear, regardless of the Murim Alliance's fury. Guanho quickly regained his composure. Truly a heroic tale. He paused, a cunning smirk spreading across his face. You seek the protection of the Sama Alliance. Do you truly understand what that implies? Sungmin looked annoyed. He had no patience for psychological games. Stop beating around the bush. Speak plainly. Contrary to Sungmin's impatience, Guanho asked calmly, the minor heavenly demon and the Ghost Spear are factionless drifters. I am asking if you are ready to form an alliance with the Sama Order. Lee Sungmin did not answer immediately. He glanced back at Weiji Hoyan. Weiji Hoyan's path is not mine to decide. Guanho pressed on urgently. Then what about you, Ghost Spear? He stroked his chin, the polite mask gone, replaced by the cunning of a strategist. If you wish to use the Sama Alliance as a shield, shouldn't you at least show the sincerity of joining us? Lee Sungmin remained silent. The two men stared at each other for a long moment, a silent battle of wills to gauge the other's resolve. Lee Sung-min spoke first. "You are right. I was too rude." This reaction was the opposite of what Guan-ho expected. The branch leader flinched as Sung-min decisively turned around. "I will find another place. Thank you for your time." Sung-min thought, "I have no choice. I must ask Lloyd of the Golden Tower." Even so, anxiety gnawed at his gut regarding this decision, but I am not certain the tower will help us. Will they stand against the Murim alliance for our sake? I can only hope Lloyd considers our request. Lee Sung-min strode toward the exit. Guan-ho hurriedly cut in, shouting, Wait, hold on." Sung-min turned back, confused. Guan-ho scratched his head in embarrassment. "You are too impatient. Listen to me first." He looked at Lee Sung-min with steady eyes. "The Sama alliance will protect you even if you do not join." Sung-min frowned, suspicion written all over his face. "Are you serious?" Guan-ho replied instantly. "The Lord of the Sama alliance has issued the command." He gestured for Sung-min to follow. "The order was simple. If you came here, we were to attempt to recruit you if possible, but protect you even if you refused." Guan-ho smirked wryly. "I hoped to gain a trustworthy ally by offering protection, but it seems that plan failed." Lee Sung-min raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the Lord of the Sama alliance Guan-ho led him to a waiting servant. "We will take you to a place where the injured can be treated. Please, rest well." Before leaving, he gave Lee Sung-min a meaningful look and a piece of advice. Living in the gray area of this world, it is incredibly difficult. Hyoju, hearing those words inside Sung-min's mind, spoke up. Perhaps he is talking about the balance of good and evil in the martial world. The spirit observed Sung-min's reaction and added, "But that is not all he meant." Sung-min sat beside the unconscious Weiji Hoyan and nodded in agreement. Hyoju's voice deepened. "Good and evil, human and monster, you walk on the razor's edge between them." He looked at Sung-min provocatively. "How long can you march straight on that line?" Sung-min saw Weiji Hoyan move and cut him off. "Shut up, she's waking up, huh?" Hyoju, whose interest had just been piqued, clicked his tongue and withdrew. Sung-min saw her eyes flutter open and cried out happily, "Weiji Hoyan, you are awake." Her eyes were unfocused, her face pale with exhaustion and drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, she bolted upright, screaming, "Lee Sung-min!" He panicked and held her down. "No, lie down a bit longer. Do not force yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Lee Sung-min finally asked the question burning in his mind. "I heard you were cursed. Who in the world cursed you?" "World cursed." Hyoyan laughed bitterly, her face a mask of helplessness. "What good would knowing do?" Sung-min stammered, caught off guard. "Well, Her voice turned ice cold, cutting through the air. "Do you honestly think you're stronger than me?" The words struck hard. Sung-min's expression instantly darkened. Gasping for air, Hyoyan forced the truth out between ragged breaths. "I fought him for 3 days and 3 nights. I couldn't kill him. And when I retreated, he cursed me." She offered a weak, tragic smile. "Do you think you can defeat a monster like that?" Sung-min didn't hesitate. "I can." Hyoyan's eyes widened at his outburst. Sung-min practically screamed, his voice trembling with iron resolve. "No matter what it takes, I will find a way, at any cost." Silence fell. Hyoyan stared at him, stunned. She never imagined he would go this far, that he would become this determined just for her. A flush rose on her cheeks, eyes crinkling with warmth. She let out a genuine laugh, deeply touched by his clumsy devotion. She decided to trust him with the truth. "The one who cursed me. He is called the Sword Venerable. He claimed to be a low-ranking member of an organization known as Beyond the Heavens." The name rang a bell in Sung-min's mind. Weiji Hoyan had mentioned it before. This was the same wound caused by the Sword Venerable of Beyond the Heavens. Sung-min froze. Beyond the Heavens? Seeing his stunned silence, Hyoyan spoke up again. "You getting angry on my behalf? It makes me happy." She struggled to sit up. "But ultimately, this is my burden. I will handle it." Sung-min jumped forward to stop her. "In your condition," Hyoyan rested her chin on her hand, letting out a heavy sigh. "I never thought I'd hear that from you," she teased, recalling how he used to beg for help. Sung-min scowled. "You were never like this before." A heavy silence settled between them. Hyoyan's voice softened with sorrow. "It's been 10 years. I don't want to dwell on the past." She smirked playfully. "You're angry for me because we're friends, right?" Sung-min flinched, stammering. Yeah, yeah, of course. Suddenly, Hoyan leaned in close, her face inches from his. As a friend, then, I have a favor. Can you do it? Flustered, Sungmin nodded. Anything. She glanced at the food tray nearby. I'm hungry. Sungmin stared blankly at the rice, completely missing the hint. Hoyan pouted, putting on a pitiful expression. My arms. I can't lift them. She held out her trembling hands to prove it. She closed her eyes, waiting. Sungmin just sat there, staring at her like an idiot, totally clueless. Defeated. Hoyan licked her lips and spelled it out. Feed me. Sungmin's face exploded red. He shouted in protest, looking just as awkward as when she asked him to carry her. Having exhausted every ounce of her strength in battle, Hoyan needed time to recover her energy. Meanwhile, Sungmin scoured the area for information. Within the demonic alliance, he observed everything, passing by Rubia and the others. I really want to ride that iron horse. Shh, not so loud. He sought out Neville, but the merchant only shook his head helplessly. Even Erebrissa had no intel on them. Sungmin met with everyone he could, but it was useless. There was no information on how to break Hyoyen's curse. They were hitting a wall. Then, Heju appeared. At this rate, we'll have to head south. Sungmin grit his teeth, knowing the truth of it. Heju stroked his chin. The south is crawling with mages. We might find a solution there. Sungmin looked at Hoyan, lying in pain on the bed, his fists clenched uncontrollably. Even now, the dogs of the Murim Alliance were closing in. They had to make a move before it was too late. Sungmin sought out Guanho. You asked me this before. Yes. Sungmin repeated his question. How far will the demonic alliance go to protect its own? Guanho hummed softly. That is an excellent question. He paused, calculating his answer. Most members here practice demonic arts. It grants immense power, but it twists the practitioner's nature. Can't you control them? Sungmin asked. Guanho answered instantly. We have some measure of control. However, there are always exceptions. Guanho stopped, his expression darkening. Those who cross the line and become monsters. They descend into madness. When that happens, the Alliance can no longer offer them sanctuary. His voice hardened. The Murim Alliance cleans up our mess. Sungmin frowned, processing this. Then his eyes snapped up. I've made my decision. With a look of iron will, Sungmin stated plainly to Guanho, we are leaving the demonic alliance. Even if the Murim Alliance hunts us to the ends of the earth, I have to do what must be done. Guanho didn't reply, his gaze heavy on the young man. Sungmin didn't hesitate. He turned his back and walked away. Guanho followed him. Suddenly, his face twisted into a grotesque mask as he leaned in close. That choice. Are you sure you won't regret it? It was as if Guanho had become another entity entirely. Terror gripped Sungmin, cold sweat breaking out. Pale as a sheet, he stammered. What? The voice changed. Retaining that horrific aura, the entity spoke. Pleasure to meet you. Soul Spear. I am the master of the demonic alliance. Sungmin gasped, stumbling backward in shock. Don't be so surprised. I am merely speaking through this vessel via a spiritual link. Sungmin cursed internally. How can I not be surprised? The entity inside Guanho whispered, Are you leaving because of the little heavenly demon? At the mention of Hoyan, Sungmin's expression hardened instantly. That's right. It was a short stay, but thank you for the hospitality. Master of the demonic alliance. Guanha, speaking through Enon's body, flashed a wicked grin. Excellent. If you wish to depart, I will not stand in your way. However, heed my words before you go. His expression hardened into a solemn warning for Sungmin. You walk a path of gray, wavering between worlds, but if you seek the true darkness, a superior black path, then seek out the forest of Lu. I shall await your arrival there. Even as Sungmin turned his back and walked away, those haunting words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Later, the group gathered to rest. Sungmin sat beside Weehun, while the crazy heavenly demon and Rubia sat opposite them. It was the elder, Wai, who broke the silence. He gazed at Weehun, unable to mask his sheer awe, to reach the transcendent realm at the tender age of 23. Such genius was unheard of in the history of martial arts. Weehun offered a faint smile, lifting her head to meet the gaze of the crazy heavenly demon. I have heard many legends about you as well, Elder. The old monster's eyes lit up with excitement. And now that we stand face to face, what is your verdict? Wei Hun laughed softly, her tone teasing. You do not seem as terrifying an opponent as the rumor suggests. The elder's face instantly darkened like a thundercloud. He clenched his fist with such killing intent that Rubia jumped in terror. Just hearing that makes my blood boil with battle lust. Once your body recovers, I demand a duel. Wei Hun's smile remained gentle but firm. Accepted. Exhaustion suddenly overtook her, and she rested her head on Sung Min's shoulder, turning the young man's face a deep shade of crimson. Wei sighed, shaking his head. A tragedy. A monarch of your caliber reduced to this. Sung Min's eyes filled with a quiet sorrow. He looked up, his voice heavy with responsibility. I will require your assistance, Elder. The crazy heavenly demon bared his teeth in a savage grin. Fear not, I have been crushing the hypocrites of the Murim Alliance for decades. Before long, they reached their destination. A solitary figure loomed high above them, Hyodong. He looked down with eyes that betrayed no surprise at their arrival. It seems you chose to ignore my warning. Sung Min frowned, locking eyes with the iron-armored soul spear. For such a terrifying threat, your welcome is rather disappointing. I expected the Alliance to send an entire army to stop me. Hyodong's expression faltered for a split second. Complications have arisen. The enemy's gaze swept over the group, identifying each threat with precision. First, the legendary monster, the crazy heavenly demon. Then, the little heavenly demon. Wei Hun, a name he knew all too well. And finally, the soul spear, Sung Min. His eyes landed on Rubia. He opened his mouth to pronounce judgment, but seeing her utterly clueless expression, he fell into a baffled silence. Regaining his focus, Hyodong glared at the crazy heavenly demon, his grip tightening around his spear. Vile spawn of the demonic cult. You disturb the peace and safety of the innocent. In the name of absolute justice in the Murim Alliance, he suddenly launched himself forward, roaring, I shall purge you from this world. Sung Min remained calm, his voice cutting through the tension. The little heavenly demon and I have committed no crimes. Or perhaps you can find it in your heart to forgive the crazy heavenly demon as well. Wei blinked, surprised that Sung Min would even attempt negotiation. Hyodong's frown deepened, veins bulging on his forehead. You are demons. It is only a matter of time before you stain your hands with sin. That is the nature of your heretical blood. Sung Min stood frozen, his expression turning ice cold. Are you truly serious? The twisted logic reminded him instantly of Guanha. It was a worldview warped beyond repair. Sung Min stepped toward the enemy, muttering low and dangerous. So, even though Wei Hun has done no wrong, you insist on her death simply because of her faction? His eyes began to glow a menacing red. He ground his teeth, emphasizing every syllable. You people and your obsession with slapping black and white labels on everything. It is sickening. Sensing the boy's rising aura, Hyodong instantly activated his defensive arts. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Soul Spear. Flashback to a few days prior. A solitary letter had fluttered into the residence of the Guardian. Hyodong stared at the parchment, his face grim. The command burned into his retinas. Eliminate the little heavenly demon at any cost. To him, this was not an order. It was a threat. No reinforcements would be sent. His face darkened as a storm of anxiety raged within his mind. The target was weakened, yes. But with the soul spear and the crazy heavenly demon guarding her, facing them alone was madness. He scanned the letter one last time and let out a heavy sigh. It was a suicide mission. Yet, slowly, the fear in his eyes hardened into resolve. It matters not. He gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white, his voice booming with conviction. I do not know if I am being discarded for the sake of the Alliance, or punished for once showing weakness to a demon. Hyodong cast the letter aside and marched forward. But I will annihilate this evil. His face was a mask of stone. That is the ideal I have dedicated my life to protecting. Back in the present, Hyodong wasted no more words, launching a ferocious assault straight at Sung Min. Sung Min parried the strike but didn't counter immediately, leaping back to stand protectively in front of Wei. The elder glanced at him sideways. Do you require my assistance? Sung Min's reply was sharp and absolute. No! In front of him, Hyodong charged again, screaming like a madman. Bring me the head of the little heavenly demon. Sung Min grit his teeth, fury bubbling in his chest. These hypocritical bastards. They brand an innocent girl a demon just to justify their lust for murder. He stared into Heodong's eyes through the enemy's spiritual armor. This man had abandoned his humanity without blinking, believing his rigid boundary of black and white was flawless. The sound of Sungmin's teeth grinding together was audible. Veins pulsed against his skin. You are driving me absolutely insane. Heodong didn't stop, firing a barrage of energy blasts from a distance as he closed the gap. Sungmin's spear transformed, taking on the weight of a blade as he intercepted every blow. Heodong roared in anger, his gaze locked onto Sungmin with fanatic determination. Sungmin abandoned all restraint, flames dancing in his eyes. Fine. The enemy's wild aggression was only feeding his own descent into madness. If you truly believe you are the embodiment of justice while condemning everyone else as demons, Sungmin weaves through every strike with ghostly precision. He surges forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Then I accept your offer. Sungmin's spear sings as it pierces the heavy armor. Steel meets flesh, tearing through Yu Hodong and carving a gaping, devastating wound. Mercy is a luxury of the past. Cold determination fills Sungmin's eyes. I will walk the path you spoke of. Yu Hodong stands frozen, impaled. Crimson blood sprays into the air. His magical energy dissipates into nothingness, the helmet crumbling away like dust. The dying master chokes out his final words. This decision? I have no. Sungmin stares down coldly, cutting him off. Regrets. A faint smile touches Hodong's lips. Exactly. He coughs, spitting blood. Sungmin watches the life fade, his gaze void of any sympathy. Neither do I. How does it feel? But Hodong cannot answer. His head slumps forward. The iron armor, divine spear is dead. Sungmin casts a glance at the corpse sprawled on the cold earth. The crowd swarms in, buzzing with shock and awe. As he retracts his spear, a heavy thought weighs on him. Even a grandmaster like the iron armor divine spear perished for a simple ideal, as if his life meant nothing at all. Wai steps up beside him. Sungmin stares at the broken body, the question burning in his mind. Was it truly worth it? Wai observes Sungmin's contemplation. He had no choice. But this brings trouble. You have just slaughtered a renowned master of the Orthodox faction. Seeing Sungmin silent, Wei continues darkly. The reputation you built as the Spirit Spear will crumble. From this day forth, the world will brand you a demon. The Murim Alliance now has the perfect excuse. They can dispatch assassins to hunt you down without hesitation, and Wai's voice drops to a growl. That Yu Hodong, he was likely just a sacrificial pawn. The words strike Sungmin like a physical blow. Wai reads the confusion in Sungmin's eyes. Currently, neither you nor the little heavenly demon are infamous enough to warrant a full-scale purge. I know exactly how the Alliance operates. Sungmin stands frozen, unable to process the ruthless logic. You mean they sacrificed a master of that caliber just for a pretext? Wai glances back at Hoyan. It is worth it, Wai replies calmly. Hoyan is exhausted and under Rubia's care. But to eliminate a 20-year-old monster reaching the Divine Realm, the term catches Sungmin off guard. The Divine Realm. I have heard whispers of it. What exactly is that level of power? Suddenly, a chilling whisper brushes against Sungmin's ear. Curious, are we? Sungmin jumps, his heart pounding. Wai stands right in front of him, yet neither sense the intruder. The masked figure reveals himself, Tangmok. Tangmok drapes an arm around Sungmin's shoulders. A cold shiver runs down Sungmin's spine. When did he get behind me? That realm is far too lofty for a gnat like you to discuss, Tangmok rasps, his voice like grinding stones. It is the zenith, a level beyond even the apex mastery, an insurmountable wall that reaches the heavens. That is the Divine Realm. Tangmok's eyes dart between them. Countless legends have crashed against that wall and failed, just like the man standing beside you. A jolt of electricity zips down Wei's spine. He stammers, shaken. Impossible, Tangmok. Unhand him. Has the wound left by the sword saint healed already? Ah, the little heavenly demon. Tangmok chuckles darkly. It seems she has already sensed my presence. Sungmin stands rigid, teeth clenched. I cannot move my body. It refuses to obey. Tangmok strolls leisurely to face them. I grant you the honor of witnessing a Grandmaster of the Divine Realm. He raises 2 fingers, and suffocating darkness erupts from his body. I am the Demon Lord of Cheon-u-Cheon. I have come today for 2 reasons. This man is one of the legendary 6 lords of the demon sect. Tangmok watches cold sweat bead on their foreheads. Now, why don't both of you come at me at once? Sensing the man's arrogance, Sungmin forces out a question. 2 reasons. What are you planning? Tangmok weighs his words, then shifts his gaze to Hoyan. First, naturally, is to retrieve the little heavenly demon. Hoyan lies on the brink of death, ravaged by the Sword Saint's curse. It is time she learned her place and obeyed me. Tangmok points a withered finger at Sungmin. Unfortunately, as long as you pests hang around, she remains defiant. Sungmin scowls, gripping his spear. So, you intend to eliminate me? Precisely. Tangmok produces a dark sphere. Which brings us to the second reason. He tosses the orb casually into the air. The sphere shoots skyward, propelled by an invisible force. It hovers high above, unleashing a blinding ring of light. The world plunges into absolute darkness. The only illumination comes from the eerie glow of the floating orb. Sungmin stares up, dread pooling in his stomach. Rubia and Wee gasp, their instincts screaming that something terrible has awakened. Only Tangmok remains unmoved, watching their terror with cold, predatory eyes. We are now standing in a separate dimension. Do not be alarmed. Tangmok raises his hands as if conducting an orchestra. I merely severed this space to avoid prying eyes. He turns his gaze to the bewildered Sungmin. Spirit Spear Sungmin, your skills are impressive for a hatchling. To dispatch the iron armor divine spear with such ease. He raises a kunai, tapping it thoughtfully against his forehead. I must test your limits myself. A smile twists his face, deepening Sungmin's despair. That is exactly my second reason I will not kill the first one, Wei roared, his voice cracking with desperation as he screamed at Tangmu, but the sword venerable could not even finish his sentence. Tangmu cut him off cold. Silence. He did not even deign to look at Wei. His voice dripped with disdain. It has been 10 years since you disgraced the title of Sword Venerable, has it not? I recall a vow. You swore that within a decade, you would ascend to the divine realm. Tangmu emphasized every syllable, mocking Wei's failure. Yet here you are, still weak, still pathetic. The outer heavens have no interest in garbage like you. Do not taint our affairs. Insulted to his core, Wei could only grit his teeth, swallowing his pride. Sungmin could not stand to see his master humiliated like this. His heart raced with concern. Senior, Wei's voice softened, filled with regret. I have said too much. Suddenly, the kunai in Tangmu's hand expanded, massive and menacing. An invisible wave of killing intent locked onto Sungmin. The young warrior gripped his spear, dropping into a combat stance. Tangmu leveled the massive blade directly at him. Come at me then, you miserable wretch. With a casual flick, he launched the weapon. The kunai tore through the air, screaming towards Sungmin. The blade struck the earth at Sungmin's feet and erupted with blinding light. The ground shattered beneath him, a violent tremor throwing him completely off balance. He had no time to recover. Cold sweat drenched his brow as terror gripped him. A barrage of smaller blades materialized from the void, raining down like a steel storm. As death closed in, Sungmin's eyes widened in horror. The blades were already upon him, slicing through the air with lethal precision. He twisted his body desperately, forcing his instincts to take over. He barely evaded the fatal strikes, but the steel grazed his skin, drawing fresh blood. Tangmu raised a finger, mocking him. I missed on purpose, child. You are not even worthy of touching my shadow. But behind the arrogant master, Wei had vanished and reappeared. Wei struck with lethal intent, but Tangmu was faster than light. In a blur, he vanished from the front and materialized directly behind the sword venerable. The speed was godlike. Wei's fist struck nothing but empty air. Tangmu narrowed his eyes, his entire physical form dissolving into a terrifying silhouette of pure shadow. Wei sensed the anomaly instantly. He gritted his teeth, letting out a beastly roar of frustration. Before Wei could react, Tangmu unleashed a torrent of magical strikes, battering him relentlessly. Sungmin watched in horror as his senior was brutalized. The spirit Hook spoke up. The difference in power is absolute. That monster is merely toying with him like a cat with a mouse. They were frozen in place, helpless against such overwhelming might. Sungmin's eyes burned with a fierce light. He could not stand idly by. He had to save Wei. What can we even do? Hook questioned. Meanwhile, Tangmu effortlessly weaved through Wei's attacks, sighing with bored disappointment. Suddenly, the enemy vanished into thin air. A whisper echoed in Wei's ear. I am bored of this. Crushing invisible gravity slammed onto Wei's body. Before the sword venerable could comprehend the situation, a devastating force hammered him from the heavens above. He was buried into the earth instantly. As Wei coughed up mouthfuls of blood, Tangmu's voice rang out cold and cruel. Have you truly squandered the last 10 years? Tangmu sat perched upon his defeated foe like a throne. You are no longer worthy of my attention. Tangmu's arrogance shattered. A massive surge of energy sent a shiver down his spine. He whipped around to find Sungmin standing in the darkness, his body radiating a sinister, blood-red demonic aura. Tangmu stood, a twisted smile forming. Well now, it seems I must take the little heavenly demon with me after all. He eyed the boy cloaked in darkness. To think a righteous disciple would resort to the filthy power of demons. Sungmin's eyes glowed a crimson red. The mockery fueled his rage, pushing him past his breaking point. Tangmu chuckled darkly. Relying on devils now. Behind him, a broken Wei began to struggle to his feet. Standing in the shadow of his enemy, the sword venerable trembled with uncontrollable fury. Tangmu glanced back. Still trying? You can barely stand. Suddenly, Wei's body expanded, engulfed in the same crimson energy. As Wei roared like a beast, Tangmu remained unimpressed. Oh, you as well. Hook narrowed his eyes at the transformation. The old man has gone berserk. He is resonating with your demonic energy. The surge of power must feel intoxicating, Hook warned, but do not lose yourself. Wei threw a punch with earth-shattering force. Tangmu evaded effortlessly, weaving a sphere of dark magic in his palm. Arcane chains materialized, swirling around the berserk sword venerable. Wei roared, thrashing against them, but Tangmu merely continued his lecture while weaving the trap. Nothing in this world is free. The magical bindings bit deep into Wei's flesh. Demonic chi will rot your very soul. Tangmu tightened the noose, casting a glance behind him. Did you honestly believe this power would be enough to defeat me? Suddenly, a spear tip flashed inches from his eyes. Tangmu's eyes widened in genuine shock. He twisted aside, but the blade sliced him. What? Sungmin's fingers curled, compressing a volatile sphere of flame in his palm. Blood demon, god art fourth form. Neither warrior held back. They collided in a cataclysm of violence. Thunder Tyrant Fist meets Void Breaking Strike. The two spheres of concentrated energy slammed into each other. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The impact tore at reality itself, the collision of powers causing the very air to scream and tremble. Seconds passed in silence. Slowly, the darkness began to lift. Tangmu breaks the silence, his voice dripping with condescension. Color me impressed. You are still standing after taking a hit like that, even if you are borrowing a demon's power? Eyes narrowing, dark energy coils around his palm. Strictly speaking of raw power, that strike reached the transcendent realm. For that alone, you have my praise. Sungmin sees the enemy's composure and fury ignites in his eyes. A beastly glint flashes within his pupils. He curses under his breath. Damn it, even channeling the Demon Lord's power, I can barely hold my ground. It's not enough. His mind races, desperate, before he turns his consciousness inward to call the spirit. The spectral form of Hyoju manifests in his mindscape. Sungmin. The boy pleads, I need more power, now. Sungmin's presence explodes, surpassing all limits. He no longer looks human. He stands as a veritable demon incarnate. Hyoju clicks his tongue, resigned. Fine, I will grant you strength, but be warned, bite off more than you can chew, and it will destroy you. Fire burns in Sungmin's eyes, fueled by sheer resolve. This time is different, Sungmin vows. My body is tempered, my mind is steel. I have enough internal energy to tame this chaos. Boom Sungmin's aura detonates outwards, shocking even Tangmu. Demonic energy and martial internal force collide, swirling into a terrifying vortex. The assassin taps his fan against his temple thoughtfully. If you can wield that borrowed might to such an extent, I can no longer treat you as a mere puppet of a demon. Tangmu snaps his fan open, pointing it directly at Sungmin like a blade. I did say I wouldn't kill you, didn't I? Sungmin ignores the taunt. He roars, his voice shaking the heavens. Bring it on. Despite his berserk appearance, Sungmin's inner mind is razor sharp. He channels the torrential energy, compressing the explosive power into a single point. Friction from the opposing forces births a sphere of dark magic, a condensed orb of pure, unadulterated destruction. With a thrust of his spear, he launches the orb, Nine Heavens Limitless Spear Art, 7th Form Ultimate Nine Heavens. The sphere rotates violently mid-air, devouring the static charge around it. It expands rapidly, growing larger by the millisecond. In a heartbeat, It transforms into a colossal sun of energy. The pressure is suffocating, crushing the very space around them, threatening to tear the sky asunder. Tongmu does not flinch. He watches the apocalypse approach with cold eyes. Just as the sphere is about to consume him, he flicks his fan. With a casual upward sweep, the fan slices through the air. The massive sphere of destruction splits open, tearing along the trajectory of his movement. A beautiful attack. The orb is cleaved perfectly in half, the twin blasts rushing past him on either side. Tangmu stands in the eye of the storm, completely untouched. He closes his eyes in arrogance, not even deigning to look as the divided energy explodes catastrophically behind him. Well done, Tongmu sneers, but before the words can settle, the smoke clears instantly. Sungmin is there looming right in front of his face. A jolt of electricity shoots through Tongmu's spine. For the first time, terror floods his gaze. Sungmin charges like a mad beast. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, and a primal roar rips from his throat. The singing steel of the spear cuts the air, then abrupt silence. The chaotic noise of battle vanishes in a heartbeat. By the time reality catches up, Tongmu is launched into the sky. A massive gash opens on his chest, blood spraying out in a crimson fountain. Tangmu's eyes bulge in disbelief. How did he have the strength left for another strike? Curse him. This is a fatal wound. He looks down at Sungmin, who stands motionless, body riddled with kunai. I struck his pressure points. He's a pincushion of poison steel. Tangmu's mind reels. How could he possibly counterattack? To die by his hand? It's a disgrace. Tangmu crashes to the ground, kneeling. With trembling effort, he raises a hand. I have no choice. My arrogance was my undoing. I must at least secure the little heavenly demon and return to the heavens beyond heavens. But the moment the thought crosses his mind, the atmosphere shifts. A chilling pressure descends. He looks up and freezes. Pure horror paralyzes him where he stands. Drip. Drip. The sound of blood hitting the earth echoes like thunder, accompanied by the heavy, rhythmic thud of footsteps. Tongmu cannot move. He can only watch his own blood pool on the ground. Sungmin is walking towards him. Every step is heavy, leaving a gruesome trail of blood from his shattered body. He speaks through gritted teeth, continuing his death march. Little heavenly demon Wei Yan, I will not let you take her anywhere. Silhouetted against the light, Sungmin is no longer human. He is a demon crawling out of hell. Tangmu narrows his eyes, studying the monster before him. He is shocked, but his assassin's instinct remains. Impressive, but your luck ends here. To think you can still move with those injuries. Slowly, painfully, Tangmu raises a single deadly kunai. If I were at full strength, borrowed power or not, you would be dead. He flicks his wrist, launching the blade at Sungmin. I am taking the girl. Sungmin is too broken to react. He stands there, a sitting duck, as the steel death approaches. This is the end. The kunai freezes mere inches from Sungmin's eye. An instant later, boom! A shockwave descends from the heavens. A majestic, mysterious energy floods the area. Tangmu's pupils shrink to pinpricks. He cannot believe his eyes. A deep voice resonates. A figure materializes, shielding Sungmin. It is Sima Lianzhu. He effortlessly hoists Sungmin up by his collar. It has been a while. Tangmu, do you enjoy bullying the weak these days? The sight of the man sends Tangmu into a frenzy. Do not call me by that name, he screeches. Sima Lianzhu. The newcomer merely smirks. He turns to Sungmin and casually yanks a kunai lodged in the boy's skull. Blood sprays violently as the weapon comes free. Sungmin let out a suppressed groan of agony. Tangmu recoiled, terror written on his face as if he'd seen a ghost. You, how on earth did you get in here? Incheon gently lowered the battered Sungmin to the ground, his own body trembling with suppressed energy. How there is no place under the heavens that I, this venerable one, cannot tread. Tangmu stared daggers at the intruder, only to realize that Incheon was not fully there. He was shrouded in a hazy, ethereal darkness. A scoff escaped Tangmu's lips. I see. You are nothing but a mere shadow projection. Incheon cut him off instantly. A shadow, and what of it? Memories flooded Sungmin's mind the first time he witnessed this terrifying form. Tangmu's voice cracked into a scream. If you are truly Sima Lianzhou, then tell me, do you intend to interfere with the affairs of the heaven beyond heavens? Incheon's lips curled into a calm, predatory grin. Perhaps I do. His gaze fell upon Sungmin, a boy drowning in his own blood. struggling in desperate futility. It was a sight that stirred pity in his cold heart. Then his eyes shifted to Tongmu, who was also nursing grievous wounds. Shadow or flesh, ending your miserable life is as easy as flipping my palm. Do you truly believe your broken body can stop me? Incheon's voice dripped with absolute disdain. That laughable alliance of yours holds only one martial saint capable of making me hesitate, but rest assured, those old monsters won't leave seclusion for a worm like you. As Tongmu struggled to his feet, Incheon issued his final warning. Enough talk. Scram. I will count to 1. If you are still here, you will be nothing but a puddle of gore. Fury twisted Tangmu's face, but Incheon paid it no mind. The countdown began. Before the final syllable could echo, Tangmu dissolved into a shadow, fleeing into the void for his life. Incheon let out a hearty laugh, turning to the boy. Look at that pathetic display. Don't ever end up like him, kid. Sungmin's voice came out in ragged gasps. I could have killed him. Incheon smirked. The demon lord was gravely injured. True. Perhaps you actually stood a chance. His expression sobered as he looked past the boy, fixing his eyes on Hoyan as she stumbled toward them. But listen well, if you remain in this state, the heaven beyond heavens will hunt you down within a week. They will kill you and seize the little demon. However, because I let the demon lord live, they now know I am involved. Fear will keep them silent for now. He paused, then turned to address Hoyan and the little demon directly. Hoyan lifted her head, meeting his gaze. The choice now lay in her hands. She had been drained by the curse. If she remained by the girl's side, she would become nothing more than a liability. Sungmin turned his head, straining to speak, but Incheon cut him off before he could protest. If you wish to avoid the heaven beyond heavens, go to Sima Lun. I can at least guarantee your safety there. I will send escorts in a few days. Incheon offered them a final, enigmatic smile as his form began to dissipate like smoke. One last thing. Be very careful of the Murim Alliance leader. Dead silence filled the air the moment Incheon vanished. Hoyan brushed off Rubia's supporting hand and took a shaky step forward. Her legs trembled, but she forced herself to move behind Sungmin. With a sob, she collapsed, wrapping her arms around his broken body as he knelt on the ground. Her voice broke, choked with tears. Why? Why did it have to come to this? Why did it have to end this way? Sungmin said nothing. Darkness took him. Time lost its meaning. When he finally opened his eyes, he found his right eye heavily bandaged. He struggled to sit up, scanning his surroundings. Hoyan, sitting watch nearby, spoke softly. We are in a cave not far from the battlefield. Her voice was gentle but heavy. The Murim Alliance is hunting us. We couldn't risk entering a village. Outside, we and Rubia are keeping watch. They aren't just sitting there, they're setting defensive traps around the perimeter. Did you hear me? I said they are establishing a defensive perimeter nearby. Seeing her fall silent, Sungmin stared at her trembling back. Hoyan whispered, This is the first time I have ever felt this helpless. And to think I had to be protected by you. The image of Sungmin's horrific injuries burned in her mind the price he paid, the state he was reduced to, all for her sake. Sungmin tried to offer comfort. I'm fine, really. But I am not, Hoyan screamed, her composure shattering. Sungmin froze at her outburst. I was always the strong one, but now I can't even survive without clinging to you for help. She gritted her teeth, the bitterness of her weakness tasting like bile. And because of me, you will be left broken, a cripple for the rest of your life. All to save me. I refused your friendship, and this is the result, you ending up in this state. She still couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. I have made my choice. I will accept Sima Lianzhou's offer. I will entrust my life to Sima Lun. Sungmin's chest tightened, a burning sensation spreading through his heart. He knew that if they forced their paths to remain merged, guilt would eat her alive from the inside out. He dug his fingers into his palms, forcing the word out. You're right. Sungmin forced a smile onto his face. Go there and recover. We are friends. Remember while you are there, I swear I will find a way to break that curse. Hoyan went quiet. Friend. She lifted her head, the heavy atmosphere around her lightening just a fraction. Suddenly, she stepped right into his personal space, startling him. There is something I need to ask you. She leaned in, her face inches from his. Sungmin's brain short-circuited. He couldn't process the sudden proximity. Heat rushed to his cheeks instantly. His entire face turned a violent shade of red, looking ready to explode. He let out a panicked yelp. his fingers gripping his clothes tighter than they had ever gripped a sword. Hoyan sat beside him, her presence overwhelming. Sungmin couldn't even meet her gaze, his face burning crimson as he shouted the truth he'd been hiding. To me, you've always been beautiful. Hoyan watched his flustered reaction with amusement. A gentle smile played on her lips as she reached out, cupping Sungmin's flushed cheeks in her hands. Friends, huh? She lifted his face, leaning in until the world narrowed down to the few centimeters between them. Is that really all we are? She closed the distance, her voice dropping to a whisper. They were close enough to share the same breath. Sungmin's heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. He stared into her eyes, their gazes locking in a magnetic pull. Suddenly, she pushed him back. Sungmin hit the ground, and in a heartbeat, Hoyan straddled him, pinning him down with undeniable intent. Just as her lips were about to brush against his, chaos erupted. Hoyan crashed into the scene, shattering the romantic atmosphere instantly. I finally finished setting all the traps. Before the intruder could finish, a furious Sungmin launched a fist straight into Hoyan's face. Bang! Hoyan went flying, leaving a crater in the ground. The would-be lovers separated instantly, whistling innocently as Rubia rushed over, panic in her eyes. What on earth is happening here? Nothing. Sungmin and Hoyan shouted in perfect unison. Hyeoju cackled maniacally in Sungmin's head, enjoying the show, while Rubia reached for the bandages wrapped around Sungmin's face. Well, since you're awake, let's check on you. Rubia's voice trembled with worry. How does your body feel? Miraculously, the holy elixir had done its work. Most of his injuries had vanished without a trace. But I'm worried about your eye, Rubia murmured, peeling back the final layer of gauze. A dagger went straight through it. Can it really heal? Underneath, only darkness remained. Sungmin blinked. Rubia's face came into focus. She gasped, relief washing over her. Oh, thank goodness it looks fully healed. But then, her smile froze. The color drained from her face. A blood-curdling scream ripped from her throat, echoing through the mountains like a banshee's wail. The others rushed over, staring at Sungmin. He looked around, confused. What's wrong? I can see perfectly fine. No. Look closely, Rubia stammered, pointing a shaking finger. Sungmin remained oblivious to the horror reflecting in their eyes. His right eye had changed. It was no longer human, but a piercing, glowing gold. Days later, after the shock subsided, the group escorted Hoyan to Sima Ryun's territory. This was the path she chose. Hoyan would place her fate in the hands of the Alliance leader, Sima Ryun, and her companions respected her resolve. Yet, even at the very end, she couldn't resist teasing him one last time. These days with you were precious, Sungmin. Her smile was soft, bittersweet. When we meet again, I want to see you standing tall and proud. The reunion was over. Now, they had to walk their separate paths. Sungmin forced a smile, hiding the heaviness in his heart. Count on it. He watched her silhouette fade into the distance. For now, separation was the only way to ensure their survival. Her final words echoed in his mind. Don't die until we meet again. Sungmin clenched his fist, feeling the texture of the lock of hair she had left him. He stood there like a statue, watching the carriage long after it had disappeared over the horizon. Inside the carriage, Hoyan sat in silence, regret lingering in her eyes for all the memories they hadn't yet made. Back on the road, Sungmin finally turned away. Twilight descended upon the forest. Hyeoju's voice broke the silence, dripping with mockery. So, about that woman's hair? Sungmin nodded stoically. Before they parted, Sima Ryun had delivered a message from the Alliance. Hyeoju scoffed. Does that old fogey want us to keep it for a ritual or something? The spirit's tone turned serious. Guard it with your life. I know you will, even without me saying it. Then, the seriousness vanished. Hyeoju snickered. Just don't go sniffing it like a pervert, Sungmin snapped. Who would do that? Sungmin mentally reviewed his new objectives. 1. Head south. 2. Find a mage to break Hyoyun's curse. 3. Locate the tribe that knows the heavenly demon's arts. And finally, if he encountered the Sword Saint, he would kill him. That bastard was the one who placed the curse on Hyoyun in the first place. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. Sungmin bolted upright, his gaze locking onto a crimson glow deep in the forest. What is that? Something was moving in the shadows. Heoju followed his gaze, realizing what had happened. Oh, it seems absorbing my power finally triggered it. Heoju chuckled darkly. That isn't light you're seeing, kid. It's raw energy. He pointed at Sungmin's golden eye. The pupil slit vertically like a beast's. Normal humans can't perceive it. But you've stepped into a new world? Thanks to my aura, your eye has mutated. Congratulations, you now possess the demon eye. Sungmin wasn't thrilled. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'm turning into a monster, aren't I? Hyoju scoffed at his worry. Take it as a blessing you've borrowed power from a great demon like me. Evolution is natural. Sungmin sighed, resigning himself to his fate. So I can see energy flow now. Hyoju nodded. Exactly. And it's perfect timing, considering we're nearing the south. Hyoju stared into the glowing energy, the forest growing unnervingly quiet. Shadows thickened, and strange, skittering sounds echoed around them. Yokai. Hyoju's voice dropped an octave. Creatures born from the darkest fears of humanity. The south is crawling with them. Civilization is weak here, meaning they have no defense against these nightmares. A cruel smile spread across the spirit's face. They feed on terror. The more humans fear, the stronger they become. Hyoju growled, the thrill of the hunt rising in his voice. That is the true nature of a yokai. The final syllable had barely faded when a colossus emerged from the shadows. A massive serpent loomed behind Sungmin, its presence suffocating. Sungmin spun around, his face a mask of calm. He had been waiting for this. The beast flicked its long, fork-like tongue, tasting the air. Who are you? How dare a mere human trespass in my domain? Your skin. It looks so fresh, so delicious. Fresh, Sungmin drew his spear, the steel humming with anticipation. He stared straight into the yokai's slit pupils with a cold smirk. You know, your eyes. They look just like yours, huh? Without a second of hesitation, Sungmin unleashed a horizontal slash. The blade sang. In a flash, the giant snake's head was severed, sending a fountain of blood into the air. The thunderous impact jolted Rubia awake from her slumber. What was that? Rubia gasped, but Sungmin remained silent, his expression darkening. A yokai. The thought gnawed at him. He furrowed his brow, determination hardening his heart. There is no way I will ever become a monster like that. Suddenly, Sungmin's vision warped. His demon eye pulsed, draining the world of color until only stark black and white remained. A sinister, maniacal smile flashed in his mind, a haunting premonition clawing at his sanity. Reality returned with the scent of roasted meat. Ouija, Hoyan, and Rubia had already skinned the beast and were cooking it over a fire. Sungmin stood frozen in disbelief as the group casually began their feast of snake meat. It reminded him of the past. Back when Sungmin first realized his eyes were two different colors, he had struck a pose, trying to impress Ouija Hoyan with his new look. Ouija Hoyan had merely scoffed, her voice dripping with ice. Pretending to be cool just makes you look like an even bigger idiot. Bringing his mind back to the present, Sungmin focused on the meeting with Neville. The information broker had dropped a bombshell. In the city of Devon, just beyond this forest, lives a witch of extraordinary talent. Her name is Ardua. Ouija Hoyan's eyes lit up with rare hope. Then we just need to go there if she's that skilled. She can break the curse on my body. Neville sighed, shaking his head. If only it were that simple. He stood before the group, his tone grave. Devon is the territory of the Jude clan, a pillar of the Orthodox Alliance. And right now, the timing couldn't be worse. As he spoke, memories of Tarion and Murong Seolran surfaced. The child of the great hero and the Murong heiress. Neville cleared his throat. The couple married a few years ago, and their child is about to turn 1. Every major martial artist from the Orthodox faction is gathering in Devon for the celebration. Sungmin's face fell, deep in thought. If Murong Seolran was there, then it was a certainty. She was the woman Namgung Hyun had loved from afar. I was called the greatest genius of the Orthodox path. The thought echoed. Yet I lost the only woman I ever loved. In Sungmin's eyes, Namgung Hyun was a tragic figure, a peerless prodigy who had everything, yet possessed nothing that truly mattered to his heart. If that's the case, Sungmin reasoned, Namgung Hyun is definitely in Devon. Neville added a final warning. That is why I strongly advise against entering the city right now. Sungmin's aura flared with impatience. No, I refuse to waste another second. Is there truly no safe way to enter? Sungmin pressed. Neville's lips curled into a sly, merchant's grin. Well, if you have enough money, anything is possible. With a snap of his fingers, the deal was done. Erebrisa, true to its reputation, always delivered for a price. However, the special service was questionable. Hoyan was given a magical disguise, transforming her appearance and providing a flawless fake identity. But for Sungmin, he stared at his reflection, his face twisting in horror. The mask was grotesque. You call this quality? He groaned, looking like a monster. Meanwhile, miles away, the clear blue sky began to dim as twilight approached. An eerie peace settled over the land. Inside a luxurious carriage, Hoyan sat motionless, gazing out the window at the passing world. She remained still as a statue, her eyes heavy with unspoken burdens and a profound loneliness. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. A figure materialized inside the moving carriage, sitting directly opposite her. Thinking about that brat again, Sima sat with crossed arms, a teasing smirk on his face. Hoyan flinched, startled. Alliance leader Sima. Her shock quickly turned to cold annoyance. Do you have nothing better to do? Why do you keep popping up like a haunting spirit? She snapped. Sima chuckled, unfazed by her icy reception. Even when I show concern, you complain. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. Does my presence make you uncomfortable? Hoyan clicked her tongue. There is no such thing as kindness without a motive. She stared daggers at him, her gaze locking onto the mask that concealed his face. Sima tapped the porcelain surface. I'm not hiding anything, you know, he said lightly. Hoyan narrowed her eyes. Then why wear the mask? Sima shrugged, his demeanor relaxed. No real reason. He struck a dramatic pose. Look at me. Doesn't the mask make me look mysterious and legendary? Hoyan stared at him, deadpan. She couldn't believe a master of his caliber wore a mask simply for the aesthetic. She turned back to the window, dismissing him. That mysterious image is going to fade if you keep annoying me like this. Sima laughed, a hearty sound that filled the carriage. Then, silence stretched between them. Sima broke the quiet first. You said there is no kindness without a motive. He crossed his legs, resting his hands on his knees. That is true. But only because the people you have met so far had no room for such things. Do not blame the world for your narrow experiences. His voice dropped an octave, the air in the carriage growing heavy. Hoyan jolted, pressing her back against the seat, her instincts screaming danger. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. This wasn't a bluff. Seeing her tension, Sima scoffed. Do you think you are the main character of this world? So arrogant. Don't worry, I have little interest in you. He mentioned Sungmin's name casually, causing Hoyan to stiffen. But what truly piques my interest is the ghost spear. Fury trembled through Hoyan's frame. What are you plotting? Sima sat with arms crossed, a mocking smile dancing on his lips. Oh, you dare release killing intent at me? He looked her up and down with pity. With that cursed, broken body of yours? Hoyan roared, her pride flaring like a supernova. Cursed or not, limbs missing or not, I am still me. Yet, despite her shout, her hands shook uncontrollably. She dug her nails into her palms, a single thought anchoring her sanity. I decided this, because I made a promise to you. Hoyan suddenly realized the look in his eyes was predatory, like a tiger stalking a defenseless meal. Pathetic, he thought to himself. He quickly spoke up to calm the air. Relax. When I say I care about the ghost spear, I mean it in the most literal sense possible. He rubbed his chin, adopting a thoughtful, dramatic pose. Actually, I am considering taking him in as my personal disciple. Hoyan blinked, completely caught off guard. A disciple, she echoed. The sheer absurdity of the idea left her stunned and bewildered. You are the demon emperor, the ruler of the Samarian, and the absolute strongest of the unorthodox faction. To her shock, he merely shrugged nonchalantly. And why shouldn't I? She voiced the doubt gnawing at her. Rumor has it you never accept students. Hoyan waved a finger dismissively. Incorrect. It is simply that until now, no one has been worthy of catching my eye. His voice dropped to a low, serious rumble. That is precisely why you do not interest me. Because I have a preference for their kind. He pierced her with an intense stare. Instead of a genius for whom everything comes easily, I find myself drawn to the ordinary one who struggles and claws for every inch. Hoyan didn't back down. She let out a dry, skeptical laugh. Are you seriously calling Lee Sungmin ordinary? It is laughable. Sure, he started slow, but after 10 years. Before she could finish, Weiji Hoyan's interest spiked, his aura flaring. 10 years, you say? She recoiled at his reaction. Exactly. Weiji Hoyan smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. A natural-born genius like you could never comprehend it. He spoke slowly, savoring the words. The sheer weight of time that kid has endured. His voice dropped to a whisper, yet it rang clearly in her ears. I am talking about 10 years of pure hell. His excitement was palpable, bordering on mania. That struggle is exactly why he fascinates me. Meanwhile, back with Lee Sungmin, he stood before a man with a rugged, intimidating presence. This was the wizard, Ardua. The man spoke without lifting his head, maintaining his bowed posture. Do we have a guest? This was indeed the legendary mage. Sungmin wasted no time on pleasantries. I need to track someone down. Ardua, seated on a carpet in the sanctuary, answered in a slow, gravelly tone. That happens to be this old man's specialty. However, the fee... Ardua finally looked up, his eyes widening as they landed on Sungmin's twisted, disguised face. The disguise was so hideous it made the wizard recoil. What in the blazes, who are you? You look like a walking disaster. Ignoring the outburst, Sungmin coolly placed a small pouch beside him. I want to find the one who placed a curse on the owner of this hair. Ardua opened the pouch and picked up the lock of Heoju's hair. Simple enough. He began to rub the strands between his palms, closing his eyes to tune into the residual energy. Ardua's mana flooded the room, heavy and mystical. Sungmin and Weiji Hoyan watched in silence. The wizard clapped his hands together and took a sharp, hissing breath. I see. A forest. Visions flickered into existence through his magic. Elves. I see the elven race. Ardua's concentration peaked, magic swirling violently around him. The one who cast this curse is hiding deep within the forest of the elves. Suddenly, Ardua stuck a finger in one nostril and blew snot out the other, a grotesque display. This is a strictly forbidden curse. At this level, even the caster would struggle to survive the backlash. His voice turned grim. He must be suffering agony equal to the curse he inflicted. A double-edged sword. Weiji Hoyan nodded with a smirk. Then hunting him down will be child's play. Sungmin's voice was steely. The elf forest? Our destination is set. Weiji Hoyan glanced at him, eyes gleaming. Good, I detest boring prey. But just then, a shadow loomed up behind them. A voice cut through the air. Who are you people? Weiji Hoyan glanced back. The newcomer was none other than Juge Taeyong. With hands clasped behind his back, the man glared at them suspiciously. Sungmin turned and froze. He recognized his face instantly. Juge Taeyong spoke with disdain. You certainly don't look like commoners. This was the silver-winged dragon, the prodigy of the Jude clan. Minutes earlier, a masked informant had warned Taeyong. The Ghost Spear is here in Devon. We are the Black Hounds, the demon hunting squad under the Murim Alliance. Taeyong pondered the news. The Ghost Spear. I clashed with him once before. To think he fell into the demonic path. So, the Black Hounds have come to the Jude clan begging for assistance. The Black Hound nodded. Correct, but we lost their trail the moment they entered the city. A thought sparked in Taeyong's mind. They must be in disguise. And now, he stood squarely in front of the disfigured Lee Sungmin. Weiji Hoyan stepped forward, fully embracing his role. You say we don't look like locals. He pointed to himself, reciting a ridiculous backstory. I am Helmus Sebastian Crow. I am forced to conceal my true identity, for the treacherous rebels of my homeland hunt me day and night. I am the last survivor, the final heir of a noble lineage that has been wiped from history. I masquerade as a humble hunter, but my heart burns with the flames of vengeance. Juge Taeyong's jaw dropped, staring at him in utter disbelief. Ignoring the confusion, Weiji Hoyan pressed on dramatically. Even while wandering this wretched earth, I have never forgotten the dignity of the nobility. Desperate for sanity, Taeyong looked at the monstrosity that was Lee Sungmin. Sungmin blinked, feigning innocence. And I am Gayet. It means dog shit. That broke him. Taeyong froze completely, pointing a trembling finger at the boy, unable to form a single coherent word. Sungmin maintained his twisted, grotesque expression, staring back with dead seriousness. Taeyong squinted. locking eyes with him in a silent battle of wills. The stare-down dragged on. Sungmin's disguise was already hideous, but under Taeyong's intense scrutiny, it began to look even more nightmarish. Taeyong refused to yield, eyes bulging as sweat poured down his face. Sungmin didn't blink once. The Jude prodigy strained, trying desperately to find a normal face beneath the distortion. The intensity of the awkward staring contest became suffocating. Both sides grumbled internally, thinking the exact same thing. It goes without saying, well, these two were painfully suspicious, even if I could somehow accept the one on the right. The monstrosity on the left. No such human could possibly exist in this realm. He stared at them for an uncomfortable eternity, his mind racing. There was only one explanation: they were using some kind of high-level facial distortion artifacts. Yet, beneath those comical disguises, Jude Taeyong's instincts screamed in terror. He didn't see travelers. He saw two monsters with titanic power, coiled and ready to strike. A head-on clash would be suicidal, a guaranteed death sentence. Swallowing his pride, he stammered out to Lee Sungmin, I understand. You two may pass." Lee Sungmin and Wiji Hoyan didn't hesitate. As they put distance between themselves and the Juke air, Rubia reverted to her fox form, burrowing deep into Lee Sungmin's robes for safety. "Do you think they saw through us?" Lee Sungmin whispered, the tension still thick in the air. Who knows? He glanced at Wiji Hoyan, who was still fully committed to her bizarre character. "Look at the difference between us," Rubia grumbled from her hiding spot. "And why is she acting so hard? It's so annoying. I just want to punch her in the face." Back at the shop, Wiji Hoyan had tossed gold around like it was nothing, purchasing the premium full option disguise kit. Meanwhile, the haphazard set the old man had grabbed for Lee Sungmin was absurdly expensive for its quality. The shopkeeper's eyes had glittered with greed. No refunds, honored customer, Lee Sungmin could only weep silently in his heart at the wasted fortune. "If I hadn't bought the cheapest one, I wouldn't have had enough to pay the wizard," he reasoned. Suddenly, Lee Sungmin froze in his tracks, a thought striking him like a thunderbolt. He whispered his thoughts, ensuring only Rubia could hear. With someone as proud as Juke's Taeyong, why would he lower himself to meet with a lowly wizard? The answer clicked instantly, sending a chill down his spine. The purpose was clear. He wasn't there for business. He was using the wizard to hunt us down. Unaware of the danger, they continued their march. But high above on the adjacent rooftops, silent figures shadowed their every move, eyes locked on their prey. Just as Lee Sungmin had feared, the wizard Arnold was already chanting a tracking spell for Jugi Taeyong. I have confirmed it with a tracing incantation. "The two who just left are undoubtedly the ones you seek, my lord." Jugi Taeyong clicked his tongue, his eyes narrowing. "I knew it. Assemble the pursuit squad immediately." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, cutting through Jugi Taeyong's command. Namgung Heewon stepped out from the shadows, shattering the tension. Heewon tilted his head, his gaze piercing through Juge Taeyong. Planning to chase after the black dragon, Taeyong shot up instantly, spinning around to face the intruder. "Namgung Heewon, the black dragon is your sworn brother, is he not?" Taeyong sneered, ignoring the wizard's confusion. "So, what brings a man like you to a place like this?" Sparks flew as the two titans clashed verbally. "Don't act like this doesn't concern you," Taeyong hissed. "You will join our hunt, unless, of course, you plan to defy the Murim Alliance." "Who said anything about defying orders?" Heewon replied, his voice dropping an octave. "Relax, I have no intention of backing down." "If my sworn brother has lost his way," he declared, a righteous gleam in his eyes, "then as his senior, it is my solemn duty to beat him back onto the right path." Juge Taeyong didn't waste another second. He turned and sprinted off, roaring orders back at Heewon. "Fine, summon the Blue Sky Sword Squad. We mobilize the pursuit team now." Heewon remained motionless as the others scrambled. He watched them go, a calculated, unreadable expression darkening his face as he plotted his next move. Time blurred. Lee Sungmin's group had penetrated deep into the city's underbelly. Concealed in the shadows, Lee Sungmin scanned the crowd, his senses heightened. "The ones they've gathered, they're mediocre at best," he noted. "It seems they didn't have enough time to summon the true elites." He glanced at the thugs brandishing their weapons. "We finished our business here." With a swift motion, Lee Sungmin tore off his mask and shouted at Wiji Hoyan, "Full speed ahead, we're heading for the elf forest." But even in this critical moment, Wiji Hoyan remained deep in character. "For the eternal glory of our clan," she bellowed melodramatically. "Will you just shut up?" Rubia snapped. From behind, A furious roar erupted. "Catch those demonic bastards!" Suddenly, the spectral form of Heoju materialized. The ancient spirit whispered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Everything is proceeding exactly as I calculated." "Perfect timing," Heoju crooned. "There lies an ancient estate of mine in the nearby forest. There, I shall grant you the treasure I promised." The world warped. Space dyed in a sickly, mystic purple as they crossed the boundary. Lee Sung-min scanned the new surroundings, his grip tightening on his weapon. The atmosphere was suffocating. "What the hell is this place?" he gasped, unable to hide his wariness. Before he could blink, the darkness surged. A grotesque entity lunged from the deep shadows, moving with a speed that defied logic. They pressed forward through the gloom. Hyoju commanded the shadows, "Submit, you wretches." Lee Sung-min glanced at the spirit, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. "Is this your doing?" Lee Sung-min asked, his voice low. "Did your lingering fear warp this entire forest into a mutant wasteland?" "Precisely," Hyoju confirmed, his tone somber. "I realized it when the ghost fire clung to me. After my physical death, the terror I left behind took root here, growing wild and unchecked. To think my influence remains this potent even centuries after my death." Hyoju smirked. "I truly am a being of a different caliber." Lee Sung-min bit his tongue. He desperately wanted to mock the old spirit's arrogance, but given the terrifying reality of his power, he wisely chose silence. "Is this place safe for us?" Lee Sung-min pressed. "Hard to say," Hyoju replied cryptically. "Some abominations here obey me, born of my own essence. Others do not. We cannot let our guard down, but I can at least compel them to light our path. The cowards chasing us are likely paralyzed with fear by now." Lee Sung-min nodded, sensing the truth in those words. "We have no time to waste," Lee Sung-min decided, his eyes hardening. "We follow the ghost fire, secure the treasure, shake off our pursuers, and get the hell out of this forest." Suddenly, the guiding ghost fire flickered violently. Rubia froze, her fur standing on end. The fire, it's trembling in terror. Hyoju stopped dead in the air. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold swept over them. "Something is here," he whispered, his voice laced with genuine dread. "A presence that has no right to exist. This wretched energy, is it truly you?" A voice boomed from the swirling mist. "Ancient and terrible, long time no see. I could have sworn you perished 400 years ago." Hyoju's spectral face twisted in horror. He screamed a warning to Lee Sung-min. "Brace yourself, kid. We've walked right into the den of a predator. It's the Demon King." The air itself seemed to freeze. That single name carried a weight that silenced the entire forest. "The great demon, Ju Guai." Panic seized Rubia as she stared at the telltale signs they had left on the path. "These crude markings, I made them 2 hours ago." Rubia realized the terrifying truth. "We have been walking in circles this whole time." He clenched his fist, crimson mana flaring to life before instantly dissipating. "Even with my blood demon art, I cannot even scratch a single tree." "What kind of sorcery is this?" Rubia demanded, her voice tight with urgency. "The mana flow is overwhelming. We can't even map the terrain." Bayop shook his head, eyes wide with a mix of confusion and fury. "Impossible. In my era, this was just an ordinary forest." He sensed the anomaly. Someone has erected a massive barrier covering the entire woodland. He analyzed the energy slowly. Wait, this barrier isn't something a mere human mage could create. Space twisted and warped around them, rendering all sense of direction meaningless. It seems something troublesome is lurking here. Suddenly, Moyong Seijin screamed, a sound that tore through the silence. From the void, a colossal entity materialized. Its form was draped in an eerie, magical purple haze. Jagotarium drew his blade to strike. What the hell is that? But he froze, his spirit crushed by the sheer spiritual pressure. Paralyzed by shock, Tarium gasped out, What is this thing?" In that moment of life and death, Aladua shoved him aside. "Damn it, move." The clash was instantaneous and suffocating. A blast of light from the evil spirit exploded, sending a shiver of pure fear through Aladua. Just as quickly, the giant form dissolved into pale purple smoke, vanishing back into the void. Hyo stared, his voice trembling. "What did we just face?" The answer came grimly. "An evil spirit." Aladua turned, his face grave. "I told you the Mist Forest is a death trap. It is saturated with spiritual energy and spirits your martial arts cannot touch. If I had known this was the Mist Forest, I wouldn't have come for all the gold in the world. Hold on, calm down. Jegotarium tried to compose himself, seeing Aladua losing control. I don't know what's happening, but aren't you overreacting? He pointed to the group, Sword Dragon Hio from the Azure Sky Sword Sect. Look at them. The most promising talents from the great clans have gathered here. His eyes shone as he listed the legends. Poison Butterfly, Jung Ah-si, the Dark Knight Black Mist Squad. Tarium continued. The elite trackers of the Martial Arts Alliance, Moyong Seijin of the Bone Flower Clan, the Black Dog Unit, all elite forces of the Alliance. With all this power, do you still fear? Contrary to his optimism, Aladua scoffed. You think numbers matter? That entire alliance is on the brink of destruction, like a stray dog? Demons are born from fear. 400 years ago, a great demon shook the very foundations of this world. It was so powerful that even after death, the terror it left behind warped reality, twisting this forest with chaotic energy. Jegotarium stammered, grasping for hope. Wait, you mean this isn't the main body? Just a remnant soul? Aladua sneered. Just you speak from ignorance. You say that because you know nothing. Even a mere fragment of that monster could slaughter every single one of us without breaking a sweat. Heavy silence descended as he whispered the taboo name. The demon's name is... Meanwhile, the Ghostfire seemed strangely fond of Lee Sung-min. These spirit flames seem a bit too friendly. Hell finally spoke up to explain. Don't get angry, kid. Listen. He confessed slowly. The reason this forest became a hellscape is likely my fault. The temperature plummeted. Hell growled low in his throat. Be careful, rookie. That is a predator, a king among monsters. He stared at a fiery silhouette that once terrorized the heavens. It is the Red Demon, the Crimson King, he continued. One of the 5 kings of the predator species. Lee sighed. A monster king. That throne is now empty. Hell looked on with cold, puzzled eyes. What happened to you? You are pathetic compared to your past self. The entity revealed itself no longer a majestic king. Juguai was nothing but a tattered soul. He replied, You see me in this state, my heart was torn out. Hell showed no mercy to the fallen legend. So you hide here, absorbing the old man's leftovers? Are you a parasite now? The demon replied. I have no right to be proud anymore. You are right. I was completely defeated and exiled from my city. Urumuri, I am only here to recover. Do you intend to punish me for trespassing? I don't care. A loser can recover by licking my scraps for all I care. I just came to retrieve something. Hell turned to leave, but asked one last thing. By the way, who defeated you? Jog fell into a heavy silence after hearing those words. The mere utterance of that name from the horned demon's mouth made the very air tremble. Yana, the 9-tailed fox currently ruling the realm, stood stoically against the silent backdrop of the night. Lee Sung-min turned to the spirit beside him. Old man Hyoju, didn't someone already plunder your treasure vault? Foolish boy, Hyoju scoffed. That is an impossibility. As they ventured deeper into the phantom woods, a silhouette emerged from the mist, a majestic pagoda. We have arrived, Hyoju announced, his face glowing with pride. Lee Sung-min gasped as the world shifted, engulfed in a mystical purple haze shimmering with starlight. Hyoju smirked, arrogance radiating from his ethereal form. Stored within this subspace pocket, my collection remains untouchable by mere thieves. Open it, you peasant. Lee Sung-min narrowed his eyes, struggling to identify the bizarre artifact before him. It doesn't look like a ruby. What is this? Hyoju grinned. Never seen one, behold. As the box clicked open, Lee Sung-min froze in pure shock. It was a dragon heart. A dragon heart. One by one. Legendary artifacts materialized, each radiating a suffocating divine aura. The eternal glacial ice in the core of a mythical beast. Internal energy plus 100. Poison resistance plus 60. The stats were god tier. That's where their eyes gleamed with greed. Dragon bones, scales, and mountains of gold and jewels stacked so high they dazzled the senses. It was a king's ransom. Yet, amidst the sea of peerless treasures, a peculiar object caught Lee Sung-min's attention. A strange, ugly little thing. A wine bottle shaped like a duck that poured endless liquor. It seemed rather ordinary compared to the rest. No, Hyoju corrected sharply. That thing is actually terrifying. Beside them, Baekwoon stopped dead, his eyes widening in disbelief. Torrential spiritual energy flooded into Lee Sung-min's body, forcibly elevating his power to new heights. He could feel the metamorphosis occurring in a heartbeat. My internal energy. It has at least doubled. A fortuitous encounter found only in legends. Lee Sung-min clenched his fist, feeling the raw power surging through his veins like a breaking dam. Every fiber of his being was evolving. Hyoju couldn't hide his amused skepticism. I knew the boy was strong, he thought, but to think the infinite wine would react like this. To think Hyoju personally hunted dragons to amass this horde, only to die in the end. Wait a moment. Did you really come all this way just for a duck bottle? Rubia asked Lee Sung-min, her voice filled with utter confusion. It has been a while since we entered the forest. Lee Sung-min replied calmly. I wonder how the pursuit unit is faring. Unlike us, they have no guide. They must be suffering. Suddenly, Baekwoon cut in, his expression darkening instantly. I think I know their fate, he whispered. The energy in this forest is faint, but I smell something familiar and absolutely repulsive. It is the unmistakable scent of blood. Those who trailed us have likely become sacrifices for something brutal. There was no doubt the Murim Alliance dogs chasing them were dead. Lee Sung-min's face paled as the realization hit. Could it be the Red Demon's doing? No! Hyoju retorted instantly. Unlikely. An image of Ouija Hoyan lying motionless flashed through Lee Sung-min's mind. Hyoju shook his head. Even if fallen, he was the predator king of the yokai world. He isn't trash that dies so easily. Just as the words faded, a towering shadow stepped out from the gloom. Gui Jiang, Lee Sung-min gasped, spotting Hyowan and Tyrium. Hyowan spoke softly. Long time no see, little brother. Lee Sung-min remained calm. What happened? Hyowan recounted the horror. That red demon attacked us. It feeds on our fear. Hyowan pointed a trembling finger behind him. And that thing approaching us. It tore the red demon apart. Lee Sung-min's eyes bulged in shock. A chilling laugh echoed. Newbie, it seems this is where your journey ends. The vile spirit revealed its true, grotesque form. Unfortunately for you, the voice boomed like a death knell. You are facing the strongest yokai in history, and the moment the vile spirit manifested, the atmosphere grew heavy. Terror washed over the group as they realized the gravity of the situation. Lee Sung-min froze for a second, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his eyes. Murderous intent exploded from the spirit, a twisted smile carved across its face. Lee Sung-min narrowed his eyes, locking onto the threat. Hey, what the hell is manifesting now? Hyoju observed the gathering energy, slowly forming a hypothesis. It seems the spiritual energy and fear of that elder have materialized. A massive condensed power born from this cursed forest. The vile spirit hovered, its cold, dead eyes fixed solely on Lee Sung-min. This kid, Hyoju thought, he is too calm. In the past, facing a strong enemy meant panic and burning his life force. But after the battle with the Blood Heaven demon, his spirit and core have stabilized. Plus, my elixirs have nearly doubled his internal energy. Lee Sung-min exhaled a long breath, steadying his heart. He drew a spear. I can do this. Just moments ago, a red demon had emerged from the deep woods, rampaging through everything in a frenzy. But then, this new monstrosity appeared and shredded the red demon into pieces in the blink of an eye. Hyoyan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Before her, Lee Sung-min unleashed a storm of steel, his gaze burning with unyielding resolve. She watched the clash unfold with bated breath. The murderous spirit lunged with reckless abandon. Yet Lee Sung-min matched its ferocity blow for blow. No, she realized with a start. He isn't just matching it, he is dominating it completely. The gap between their strengths had become an unbridgeable chasm. Hyojo let out a cold, derisive chuckle. It is only natural, even if it wears my face. It is nothing but a hollow shell, a mere remnant of a spirit. It might be strong enough to crush a fallen red demon, but defeating a disciple I trained personally, that is a foolish dream. The corrupted spirit roared in fury, thrashing wildly as it was pummeled into submission without mercy. Lee Sung-min dodged a lethal strike, his mind racing. Its regeneration is absurdly fast. In terms of raw energy, it far surpasses me. He grit his teeth, sensing a jarring contradiction. For all that overwhelming power, its attacks are pathetically simple. Hyojo stood in silence, a deep frown marring his face. A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him. What is this sensation? Disgusting, he muttered. A visceral revulsion clawed its way up from the depths of his soul, though he could not name its source. Darkness swallowed the forest as the night deepened. The corrupted spirit shrieked, its voice a twisted harmony of agony and rage. Lee Sung-min glanced aside, his voice terrifyingly calm. This won't be an easy fight. To Haojo. However, the boy looked almost thrilled by the challenge. He exhaled a long breath, accepting the inevitable. Then there is only one way. Lee Sung-min's eyes turned as cold as absolute zero. The spirit stared back with icy malice. Hyo-yan lowered her voice, sweat trickling down her cheek. Are you going to kill it? He spoke clearly. Namgung, if you let me pass, the Namgung clan will cease their pursuit. For the sake of our past ties. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive? The response was immediate. Very well. A heavy silence descended upon the clearing as the killing intent dissipated. Lee Sung-min surveyed the devastated battlefield. The pursuit squad is scattered. We move on now. But a voice called out from the shadows. Wait. Aradua stepped forward, waving his hand desperately. Take me with you. Lee Sung-min shot him a cold glare. I saw the corpses floating in the water. You should be dead. Aradua grinned shamelessly. Playing dead is my specialty. That squinty-eyed bastard dragged me into this mess, leading me straight to hell's door. If I keep following those idiots, I'll run out of lives no matter how many times I reincarnate. Please, just get me out of this accursed forest if you need to find someone or someplace. I'm the best tracker you'll find. Lee Sung-min smirked. That sounds useful. Aradua asked cautiously, his voice trembling. So, once we escape this forest, where are we headed? Lee Sung-min's answer was sharp and instant. First, we go to the Forest of Mists. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the woods, a furious curse shattered the air. Damn it all. Yegal Tae-ryong ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Not only did he kneel before a demonic human, but now he abandons the entire pursuit squad. Moyong Sejin pressed him, panic rising in his voice. What do you plan to do now? Forget the Namgung and Tang families. We need to survive this forest first. Her ceaseless whining only fueled Jegal Tae-ryong's explosive temper. Shut your mouth, he roared. We escape, and then we summon the full might of the Murim Alliance. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. Black Dog lunged from the darkness, targeting Moyong Sejin. Jegal Tae-ryong froze. Before he could even blink, Black Dog's blade had already tasted blood. The assassin chuckled, his voice chilling the very air. Truth is, trash like you never had the skill to take down the ghost spear or the mad demon. You were merely sacrifices from the start. I just didn't expect I'd have to dispose of the garbage myself. As silence fell, he turned to his subordinates. Is the cleanup finished? Yes, my lord. Black Dog nodded, his expression void of any emotion or remorse. Excellent. Let us return. His command resonated through the forest, carrying the absolute authority of a true ruler. Deep within the spirit-filled woods, Weon stepped into the light, offering a calm greeting. Greetings. Young In-hyun turned his gaze, a flicker of solemnity in his eyes. So, this is the first time we meet face to face. He paused, an awkward tension filling the air. The little heavenly demon stood there, her expression a mix of confusion and awe. Young In-hyun had intended to remain aloof, but the sudden appearance of the face shattered his composure. Wait, I was trying to maintain my dignity here. That chance is gone, she noted dryly. What are those creatures? You probably haven't seen them before, he replied. They are of the fairy clan, and they seem to like you, beautiful human. Creatures like this are a myth to most, unless one ventures deep into the elven forest. Can you feel the dense spiritual energy the fairy queen resides here? There is no better place in the world to heal your wounds. I wonder when the spear demon will arrive. Likely another half a year at least. The fairies danced around her, giggling with delight. Let's try to get along until then. She nodded slowly. Very well. Elsewhere, the journey continued. Lee Sung-min and Baek Won-bi carved a path through the wilderness, heading toward the legendary village where the mad demon mastered his dark arts. Surrounded by the endless green hell, Aradua's anxiety began to spike. He realized with dread that the path had vanished. Do you two even know where this village is? He cried out. We are walking blind in the middle of a damn jungle. Do any of you possess an artifact from that tribe? If a connection exists, I can weave a tracking spell to unveil their hidden village. Rubia crossed her arms, her voice dripping with impatience. Well, Do you have anything or not? Hurry up. Reluctantly, the old man produced a worn bracelet from his robes. Aladua snatched the jewelry, his eyes sparking with recognition. A bracelet. This is more than enough fuel for the spell? But tell me, why are you sweating bullets? Rubia shot a teasing glance at Begpa. Let me guess. You received this little token from a lover back in the day, didn't you? The ritual complete. Aladua's voice dropped to a confident hum. Enough chatter. The mana has spoken. I know exactly where they are hiding. Lee Sung-min scanned the group, his command absolute. Good, we move out immediately. As they arrived, a withered, ancient figure emerged from the shadows. Begpa stared at the figure, his voice trembling with raw emotion. Povas, is that really you? It was a member of the tribe that served the Void King. Begpa stood frozen, shattered by her appearance. Povas, you've aged so much. It has only been 10 years. How can this be? The old woman replied, her voice raspy like dry leaves. I never thought I would see you again. Why have you returned to this cursed place? I came back for the technique, Begpa admitted. The key circulation method to control demonic energy. I need to remember it. Silence hung heavy in the air for a few agonizing seconds. Povas suppressed a sob, the pain evident in her eyes. Dozer is dead. Begpa's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat as the world stopped. What? She continued, her voice hollow. Not just Dozer. Everyone is dead. I am the sole survivor of the slaughter. Lee Sung-min stepped forward, his aura sharp. What happened here? Povas trembled as the memories of that hellish night flooded back. It was a demon. 3 years ago, a colossal demon of flame descended upon us. It claimed to seek a human capable of controlling demonic energy. And then it incinerated our entire tribe alive. We never should have meddled with demonic forces. Why did we place our faith in a monster long dead? We worshipped the wrong god, and this annihilation was our punishment. Lee Sung-min didn't blink, his gaze piercing. Then how are you the only one breathing? Povas whispered the answer. A nine-tailed fox. Just as the fire demon was about to extinguish us all, a nine-tailed fox radiating golden light appeared. The moment it revealed its power, the fire demon fled in terror. The fox spirit vowed to protect the villagers and led the survivors away to safety, and Lee Sung-min narrowed his eyes. Then why didn't you go with them? Madness suddenly flickered in the old woman's eyes. Why do you truly believe a demon saves humans? The others! That treacherous fox surely devoured them all. Suddenly, Povas's voice cracked into pure hysteria. There, in the bushes, a demon. It's come back. Begpa stood paralyzed, his heart sinking. Dozer had been the woman of the mad demon. Hyland looked at Begpa, seeing the old master completely losing his composure. Wait, weren't you the leader of this tribe? The people who served you. They are gone. Extinguished. Lee Sung-min remained silent, his mind racing as he connected the fragmented clues. The nine-tailed fox took the villagers. That must be Yana, the monster the red demon spoke of. Didn't the red demon say Yana defeated him to become the ruler of the Forest of Fog? He also mentioned that the fox protects those with special key techniques. Originally, we planned to stop briefly before heading to the elf forest. Begpa spoke, his voice trembling with a rage that could not be quelled. But that nine-tailed fox, it definitely knows something about the fire demon. Lee Sung-min's voice cut through the air, leaving no room for argument. We are going to the Forest of Fog. Aladua's jaw dropped. What you intend to enter that demon city? Absolutely not. I refuse. Sung-min stared at him coldly. Is that so fine? Calmly, Sung-min tossed a treasure toward the mage. Here, your reward for finding the tribe. Aladua caught the bag, his greed instantly overpowering his fear. Oh, magnificent. You truly know how to earn my respect. Hyland scowled. Don't act generous with my money. That was my treasure. Aladua cleared his throat, a greedy gleam in his eye. I feel a stroke of good fortune coming. My master, who taught me magic, resides in the Forest of Fog. If you travel with me, his aid is guaranteed. After days of traversing treacherous mountains, the looming silhouette of the demon city in the Forest of Fog finally appeared. Lee Sung-min froze, unable to believe the sight before him. This is where that guy's master lives. Beautiful women glided past him, and a seductive lady approached with a sway in her hips. Sung-min frowned. Is this a joke? It's a red light district. Hyland chuckled, amused by his discomfort. This is a demon city. After all, demi-humans and monsters ensure the nights here are always fiery. And Lee Sung-min asked again, skepticism dripping from his words. Is this really where Aladua's master lives? Suddenly, a stunning girl appeared with a smile as sweet as honey. Are you gentlemen customers? She tilted her head, her voice suspiciously soft. Please come in. We will serve you with all our hearts. As she turned, Hyland remembered something and spun around. One small detail. He spoke with a mischievous grin. Those ones wearing blue, they are men. Guided by a man at the entrance, Lee Sungmin's group finally ventured deep into the establishment to meet Aladua's teacher. As they entered the inner chambers, the host heard Aladua's name. You say you were introduced by that fool Aladua? Lee Sungmin looked at the man in the eye. That's correct. The master paused, then let out a sharp laugh. Well then, it seems that useless disciple is more valuable than I thought. I took him for nothing more than a dim-witted disciple, yet occasionally, he actually manages to accomplish something worthwhile. Lee Sungmin listened to Arador's master in silence, unable to comprehend the situation, so he simply held his tongue. The master continued her tirade. As for that hulking brute beside you and the beastkin brat, they are hardly my type. Hearing himself insulted, Beck could only stand there, speechless and stiff. Rubia, however, was a different story. She reacted with fierce, bristling hostility. Oh, relax, little one. Arador's master ignored the glare and continued. Sometimes, a change of pace is quite entertaining. Lounging seductively on the chaise was none other than the Grand Mage, Fung. She leaned forward, her voice dripping with suggestion. Come now, the night is still young. Lee Sungmin's face flushed a deep crimson at her insinuations. He raised his voice, desperate to clarify. That is absolutely not the reason we came here. After a lengthy explanation, the Grand Mage finally grasped the events of the past few days. Her expression shifted. So, you are the one who saved my disciple's life. She beckoned Lee Sungmin closer with a curl of her finger. Even if he is a useless pupil, as his master, I am bound by honor to repay the debt. What do you desire, my body? Perhaps, at her teasing jest, Lee Sungmin's expression turned stone-cold serious. No, I have no need for that. I wish to meet Yana. Hearing that name, Fang instantly sat upright, her playful demeanor vanishing. Yana, you speak of the nine-tailed fox. I can arrange an audience, but what is your objective? Lee Sungmin looked her dead in the eye, revealing his true purpose without a shred of hesitation. I am searching for a method to control demonic energy. Fang crossed her arms, a scoff escaping her lips. A human seeking to command demonic energy. She stared deep into Lee Sungmin's eyes, her gaze piercing through his soul. No, wait, that isn't it. By all rights, you should have descended into madness long ago, yet your humanity remains intact. Is this the work of the force of destiny binding you? You are truly a singular anomaly. Lee Sungmin frowned, confused by the term. He immediately asked, what is the force of destiny? Fang began to unravel the mystery, her voice taking on a heavy, philosophical tone. It is an absolute force that compels fate to flow in a single, predetermined direction. I suspect you have already felt its influence, have you not? Your destiny no longer belongs to you. No matter what variables arise, the conclusion remains immutable. Even in situations where death is certain, you survive. You encounter the exact people that fate has ordained you to meet. Lee Sungmin's jaw dropped as her words struck home with terrifying accuracy. He could offer no rebuttal. Fang stood up, slowly advancing toward him. She spoke with every step. One who bears the force of destiny is bound to shoulder an unavoidable, crushing burden. Naturally, I have never witnessed anyone carry a destiny as potent as yours. It is no wonder your mind feels like it is unraveling. Hearing these revelations, a splitting headache assaulted Lee Sungmin. He clutched his forehead, looking visibly devastated by the weight of the truth. Fang sat back down, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand. Since you asked for Yana, I will grant it. It will take 4 days to reach her domain. Yana is an old friend of mine. If you get bored waiting, feel free to visit me. 4 days later, at the Flower Pavilion, Lee Sungmin finally stood before the legend. The moment he saw her, he asked, Are you Yana? The woman responded with an air of serene regality. Indeed. The woman before you, clad in traditional robes with golden hair and 9 tails. I am the ruler of the misty forest, the 9-tailed fox. Yana looked him over and spoke softly. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Her next words sent a shockwave through both Lee Sungmin and the entity within him. Tell me, how fares the Void King, Heoju? Heoju, realizing she knew of his existence, furrowed his spectral brows. How does this woman know of me? Yana remained motionless. Sensing their shock, she continued, though I cannot see him with my eyes, he is right there, is he not? Lee Sungmin stammered, completely thrown off guard. You know of the Void King, Hyoju whispered urgently in his mind. I have no memory of this woman, Yana bowed her head slightly in respect. It was the Void King who saved my life. 500 years ago. Hyoju was dumbfounded. He ransacked his memories, but found nothing. When in the world did I do such a thing? Yana began to recount the ancient tale. I suspect you would not remember me, my lord. Back then, I was merely a common fox. As she spoke, she raised her hand, channeling her spiritual power to forcibly drag Hyoju into the physical realm. Shall we speak face to face? Seeing Hyoju pulled out by sheer force, both Lee Sungmin and the spirit were thunderstruck. Yana smiled radiantly at the manifestation. Greetings, Void King. Hyoju materialized before her, eyed her with intense suspicion. Do not act so familiar. I do not know you. Yana took no offense at his coldness. She simply placed a hand over her heart and spoke calmly, still as arrogant and dignified as ever. As her words faded, her eyes began to glow with a terrifying luminescence. A massive, overwhelming aura exploded around her body. Back then, I was powerless to help, but this time, I shall be the one to aid you. Sensing the danger, Beck and Lee Sungmin instantly went on high alert. Yana merely glared, and with a single look, Beck was blasted across the room, crashing into the wall. She spun around, instantly binding Lee Sungmin in magical restraints. She looked down at the trapped human and spoke to the Void King. You possessed this pathetic mortal intending to seize his body, did you not? Fear not, I will assist you. Even if this vessel is not the optimal form, we can still restore a fraction of your true power. Hyoju glanced at Yana with a sly smile, his voice dripping with amusement. Indeed, your words strike completely true. The spirit drifted toward Lee Sungmin, looming over him. He stared down at the boy, who remained unfazed despite the blinding aura radiating from the entity. Hyoju glared with eyes full of malicious intent, but suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. The Void King, Hyoju, stepped closer, his gaze burning into the boy. Lee Sungmin met his stare, his internal thoughts a chaotic storm. He had absolutely no idea what the unpredictable spirit would do next. Yana cried out, chanting his title, Void King. She trembled with ecstasy and anticipation, tears welling in her eyes as she awaited the moment Hyoju would seize Lee Sungmin's body. But then, a shocking twist. Instead of possessing him, Hyoju pulled back his arm and launched a devastating fist straight into Lee Sungmin's face. The impact was brutal. A massive red welt instantly formed on Lee Sungmin's cheek. He could only stand there solemn, taking the abuse in stunned silence. Yana froze, her celebration shattering instantly. She stood motionless as a statue, stammering out Hyoju's title in disbelief. Void King? But Hyoju ignored her completely. He unleashed a barrage of punches on Lee Sungmin's face, cackling with maniacal glee as his fists flew. Now this is fun. After he finally grew bored of beating Lee Sungmin, Hyoju turned his attention away. Hey, you little fox. Yana lit up instantly, like a servant awaiting orders. Yes, my lord, she chirped. But Hyoju's face twisted, veins bulging with rage as he roared at her. It was a reaction even Lee Sungmin didn't expect. You want me to enter this pathetic trash, this useless vessel, or are you trying to humiliate me? Yana flinched violently at the scolding, shrinking back into a corner, terrified by his wrath. Before she could explain, Hyoju continued his tyranny. You gave me a weak body so you could easily suppress me, didn't you? Is that your plot? What do you think you are doing? Hide that tail immediately. Trembling, Yana could only bow her head in submission. Yes. Understood, sir. Hyoju finally stopped his assault, though his mouth kept moving. I will handle the recovery of my own body. Do not dare interfere again. Yanam obediently lowered her head. Understood. Freed from the tension, Lee Sungmin approached the spirit and asked, Did you save that fox in the past? A memory flashed in Hyoju's mind, an image from centuries ago where he slaughtered a beast to protect a small, injured golden fox. Yet, the Void King merely furrowed his brows and replied coldly to Lee Sungmin's question. I don't know. I remember nothing. Hearing Hyoju's denial, Lee Sungmin simply smiled, knowing better than to press for the truth. To the side, Hyoju and Yana continued bickering. Hyoju's voice grated on the ears as he snapped. You ask what I'm doing. Obviously, I am taking over this brat's body. Yana's expression soured instantly at his words, clearly displeased. Hyoju looked at her sulking face and scoffed. Fine, fine, but fix that expression. You look absolutely ghastly like that. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a group of people froze, sensing a familiar energy. Tears streamed down one man's face as he whispered, "That power." Looking at Lee Sung-min, they didn't see a boy. They felt the overwhelming presence of the Tyrant of the Void standing before them. A roar of jubilation erupted. "It is our God has returned to us." Confused, Lee Sung-min turned to Yana for an explanation. "Who are these people?" Before he could finish, she nodded solemnly. "They are the survivors, the remnants of the tribe that served the Void King, before being massacred by the demon Juseocheon." The survivors' eyes lit up as they recognized the duo, our guardians, and wait. Is that Lord Baek Museon with them? Yana guided him forward, continuing the story. Regrettably, the monster Juseocheon escaped. The name struck a chord in Lee Sung-min's mind. Juseocheon. That name. Does Baek Museon know that demon? Suddenly, Baek Museon stepped forward, blocking Yana's path. His voice was demanding, "Tell me everything about this Juseocheon." Yana was stunned that the legendary warrior was asking about him. She looked up and froze. Baek Museon's eyes were overflowing with unquenchable rage and resentment. She instantly understood. It was a vendetta. "I see. Follow me." Seeing them step aside for a private conversation, Lee Sung-min decided not to intrude. Instead, he approached the remaining members of the tribe that once served Hyoju to seek answers. "Excuse me, I have questions." After hearing Lee Sung-min explain his situation, a tribal woman realized the anomaly. "You are a messenger who cannot control the divine power. I will grant you a secret manual describing how to manipulate the god's energy." Hyoju, eavesdropping on the exchange, let out a mocking sneer at Lee Sung-min. "Messenger of divine power, ha! They truly see you as a god." "Not entirely wrong, I suppose. They worshipped me for hundreds of years, twisting my terror into divinity. In the end, the principle is just like demonic possession. It helps them control the chaotic energy. If you were not a descendant of the bloodline that followed this creed for centuries, the energy would swallow you whole. You would go mad. But since you are connected to me and are no longer fully human, you will survive." Lee Sung-min listened to the spirit's explanation in silence, offering no rebuttal. The woman returned, placing a thick, ancient tome into Lee Sung-min's hands. "This is the secret art of controlling the power." Lee Sung-min bowed his head. "My thanks." Just then, Baek Museon returned from his council. Yana glanced at the boy. "Have you finished what you came to do?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes, it is all thanks to you." Yana saw that Lee Sung-min had found what he needed. She spoke up, her voice tinged with urgency. "Excellent. I apologize for the sudden timing, but I must depart for half a month." Lee Sung-min was taken aback. "You are leaving?" Yana replied calmly. "I must return to the peak where I cultivate." Normally, it takes 2,000 years for a fox to ascend to a 9-tailed fox. I forced that evolution in mere 500 years. The side effects can no longer be ignored. As she finished speaking, Hyoju, standing beside the old man, stepped forward. He cut Yana off sharply. "This fool needs 2 weeks to master his spiritual energy control. I will remain here until you return, so cease your worrying. Though my memories are fragmented, I recognize your sincerity. Consider this repayment for the grace you once showed me." Hearing the void, King Hyoju speak such words, Yana's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Thank you, my lord." Lee Sung-min, seeing this rare side of the spirit, smirked playfully. "Since when did repaying favors become such a hassle for you?" Hyoju snapped his head around, barking, "Shut your mouth, brat." After Yana departed, Lee Sung-min approached Baek Wee. Seeing the elder standing there, he asked, "Did you manage to extract any information about Juseong from Yana?" Baek Wee gave a single, cold reply, "Yes." His eyes were flooded with bloodlust and hatred. "Juseong is a devil, and Aimuji a serpent who failed his ascension to become a dragon." The scene shifts to a dark, ominous location. Juseong sat deep within a cavern, listening to a report. He narrowed his eyes, demanding confirmation. "So, the fox has abandoned the forest of fog," the great demon Juseong grinned. The informant continued, "Yes, she will be gone for at least half a month. She requires 10 days and nights at the spirit demon altar to commune with the spirits. You must use this window of opportunity. While she is absent, execute my request. In exchange, I shall grant you entry into the fortress of the Mist Forest." Hearing this, Juxiang threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. "Without the red demon or Yana standing in my way, I am the god of this forest." From the shadows, his voice dripped with malice. "Just imagining the twisted agony on that vixen's face when I crush her under my boot. It makes me tremble with excitement." Yu Yisong stood up, his presence suffocating. "Good, we move out. It is time to slaughter every demon in the Forest of Fog." A terrifying energy exploded within the sealed chamber. Lee Sung-min sat cross-legged in the center of his room, his body rigid as he cycled divine power through his meridians. He owed you watch for a long time before asking in a low, serious tone, "Is this truly possible?" Lee Sung-min nodded, sweat beading on his brow. "I am attempting to fuse the purple cloud art with this breathing technique," he muttered to himself. "It is agonizing. Without the genius talent of the minor heavenly demon, this is nearly impossible." He took a deep, shaky breath and steeled his resolve. "Even so, I must try." At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice cut through the air from behind him. "No, stop immediately." Kane stood in the doorway, his eyes deep abysses that seemed to see through everything. "Did my disciple not deliver my warning to you? Do not stray from the path of humanity. That is what she told you." Lee Sung-min whipped his head around, instantly on guard. "You are?" He observed the man before him, and a memory from years ago surfaced in his mind. "My master told me to warn you, do not lose your way as a human," Lee Sung-min asked, seeking confirmation. "Kane, the one twisted by causality." "Kane, the master of Lloyd and the lord of the Golden Tower." After a tense silence, Lee Sung-min spoke first. "We meet at last. I thought our paths would have crossed long ago." Kane replied coldly. "Naturally, I had no intention of ever meeting you." He leaned against the doorframe, his gaze sweeping the room before asking bluntly, "Where is Rubia?" At the mention of Rubia, Lee Sung-min recalled her cheerful departure. She went to the night market with a companion. Kane let out a small sigh. "She is certainly energetic." He paused. "And Yana?" Though confused by the interrogation, Lee Sung-min answered, "She left about half a month ago. But tell me, do you always hold conversations with yourself?" Kane seemed not to hear him. His body relaxed, and he gripped his own arm, the one covered in strange, glowing runes, and spoke with profound melancholy. "I did everything to defy destiny, but in the end, it was all meaningless. Like an ant struggling out of an antlion's pit, only to be swept away by a hurricane. Every effort, futile." Lee Sung-min felt a chill run down his spine and cut him off. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Kane looked him dead in the eye. "Just the self-pity of a pathetic man. The end of a fool who tried to fight fate. The moment I met you, I felt it. The force of my destiny is being drained away, flowing toward you." Lee Sung-min frowned deeply. "Destiny, causality. What are you talking about?" Kane explained slowly. "Denier, the god of time, spoke to me. He said you are like me, a being twisted by causality. He said only one who has transcended death, like you, can answer my question." He stared at Lee Sung-min, his gaze piercing through flesh and bone, as if reading the very script of his soul. "The force of destiny. It is an absolute power that compels all creation to follow a predetermined path. No matter what you do or how hard you struggle, the destination remains unchanged." He paused, letting the weight of the word hang in the air. "The apocalypse." The word struck Sung-min like a physical blow. He froze, staring at the man in total disbelief. Kay met that shocked gaze with cold seriousness. Finally, Sung-min managed to stammer out a single question. "What the hell is that?" But Kay had no patience for explanations. "Enough. That is enough. I did not come here to satisfy your curiosity," Kay snapped, cutting him off. "I told you, I have no desire to see you at all." Sung-min frowned, confused. "Then why are you here?" Sung-min demanded. The answer was blunt. "To request cooperation from Yana, the ruler of this city." Kay's expression darkened, his voice grave. "A catastrophic danger is approaching the city of mist. I am here to stop him." Sung-min furrowed his brow. "Someone of your level needs to ask for help." Kay's voice dropped an octave. "It is an ancient enemy of mine." He looked Sung-min dead in the eye, stating his purpose clearly. "So, lend me your strength. With you involved, we might stand a chance. If we do not stop him, disaster will be inevitable." Sung-min pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Then, I also have a request." Kay eyed him impatiently, checking his internal clock. What is it? Time is running out. Sungmin reached into his cloak and revealed a glowing, pulsating orb. Kay recoiled as if burned, his eyes widening in pure terror. A dragon heart. I want to eat it and absorb its power, Sungmin stated casually, as if discussing lunch. The elder looked at him like he was insane. Have you lost your mind? Kay shouted. Swallowing that massive block of mana will make your body explode instantly. But Sungmin's face remained expressionless, confident. I will handle that part. I've searched everywhere, but I haven't found anyone capable of refining a dragon heart into an elixir. Kay hesitated. I mean, I can do it, but... Sungmin cut him off, a harmless yet threatening smile playing on his lips. If you can't guarantee that you'll help me absorb the dragon heart, then I'm just gonna lie down and scratch my belly. Good luck. Didn't you say you needed my help for your job? Sungmin added. Kay's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the night market. Wee and Rubia scanned the crowd in panic as blood-curdling screams tore through the air. What the hell is going on? She cried out. It's total anarchy out here. Suddenly, Cycler sprinted toward them from the distance, screaming in sheer terror. Help! Help me! Please! Someone save me! His voice cracked with fear, but he forced out a warning. Chu Sung-hye has returned. Wai stood frozen, too shocked to speak, but before Cycler could reach safety, a torrent of hellfire crashed down from the sky, incinerating him right before Wai's eyes. Through the thick smoke, a voice dripping with contempt echoed. I knew it. Chu Sung emerged, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his eyes dancing with sadistic pleasure. How interesting, burning everything to ash without a reason. He glanced at where Wai was standing, grinning like a predator finding fresh meat. There's a big, flammable-looking one over there. Come here. Let me burn you to death gently. Wai fought to suppress his rising fury. You are Chu Sung, aren't you? The villain looked slightly surprised. Who are you to call my great name so affectionately? Wai didn't bother to answer. He calmly reached up and removed his hair tie, the sudden shift in his aura silencing his opponent instantly. Then, his voice boomed like thunder. The mad demon Wai. He walked slowly toward the fire user, his face a mask of icy indifference. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. That is the name of the man who is going to tear you into pieces. The scene shifted to the lair of Arbeth, one of the 5 great dark stars and the usurper of the Lich's throne. Centuries ago, he was renowned as a great mage, but when he transformed into a lich, the entire world trembled in horror and rage at the cruel magical scars he left behind. The extent of Arbeth's power could be measured by a single fact. He was still alive, despite the entire world hunting him down. The predator of the stars, Arbeth chuckled, admiring his own achievements. Truly astonishing, he mused. Brescan, how could someone with your mediocre skills create such a masterpiece? Brescan rubbed his hands together, fawning over his master. It is an honor, my lord. Arbeth continued, his voice dripping with mockery. What's even more amazing is that treating these materials this way is mere child's play for you. You really are a twisted pervert. Suddenly, Arbeth's gaze turned cold, sensing a disturbance. Rats, he hissed. Filthy rats have breached the barrier and infiltrated our sanctum. Brescan gasped in shock. Impossible. Is it that flame user again? Arbeth shook his head firmly. No, Yana's transcendental power comes from her contract with the evil spirits. She still needs a long time to complete the possession ritual, so it cannot be her. He snapped an order. Brescan, go and buy me some time. The underling pointed at himself, trembling. Me, my lord. But one look from Arbeth's murderous eyes silenced him. Brescan stammered immediately. Yes, I will go at once. Meanwhile, in another part of the fortress, Sungmin sighed, sounding bored. I have faced you way too many times. He looked straight at the enemy, his voice indifferent. How have you been? The casual attitude sent Brescan into a blind rage. You accursed heart thief, so you are the intruder. He narrowed his eyes. I heard there were 2 of you. Sungmin recalled the instructions he was given. There is one coming. Keep him occupied. Sungbin answered coldly. Someone is already at the core. Brescan burst into maniacal laughter. Looks like I get to dispose of you then. You weakling? Sungbin calmly drew the spear from his hip. Is that so? Brescan exploded with terrifying energy. I'm taking back my heart from you today. Sungbin watched closely, analyzing every micro-movement. In the past, this man was a nightmare, an invincible existence that no one could touch. Sungbin charged, But it wasn't a normal attack. A flash of steel struck a critical blow before Breskin could even blink. What the? I saw this guy just a few months ago. How did he become a monster in such a short time? Sungbin knocked him sky high. He lowered his stance immediately, locking on, preparing the flash step technique, a high-tier spell allowing instantaneous teleportation over short distances. Mid-air, Breskin reacted fast. He conjured a massive sphere of destruction. Die, you heart-stealing rat. He fired it straight down. Sungbin faced the energy beam without flinching. Perfect chance to fuse mana and cultivation energy. He channeled both currents into a spear. Let's test this out. Power surged like a tsunami. He pulled the spear back for the kill. Based on the technique, I'll cloak myself in mana and condense every ounce of power into the spear tip. The energy vortex on the weapon screamed Holy Blood Demon Art, my third form. Killing intent flooded his eyes. A massive shockwave blasted forward. Breskin panicked at the sheer scale. Shields up. He frantically cast a barrier. Wait. I only meant to tap him lightly. The power was off the charts. The barrier shattered like glass in less than a second. Breskin's eyes bulged in terror. Down below, Sungbin held his follow-through. Even Sungbin was shocked by the devastation. I sent him flying, when I only meant to hit him with a love tap. This power is beyond calculation. He stood there, stunned. Nearby, the mighty Breskin was flattened into the dirt like a pancake. He lay motionless. Shell-shocked, tears welled up in his eyes like a bullied child. Breskin sobbed helplessly. Annie. If my Annie was here, a punk like this would be nothing. Sungbin frowned. Where did that chimera go anyway? Breskin wailed. Stolen. She was taken from me. He screamed into the void. My precious daughter was stolen by that damnable King Algal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Abet gazed at his creation in awe. Unexpectedly perfect. He stared at the masterpiece. It devours every drop of energy I feed it, a bottomless abyss of power. This body can withstand the ancient magic stored in Oromori. Once the ritual circle is complete, this chimera will drain the entire city dry. Abet clenched his fist, trembling with dark ambition. He whispered to himself, Then I will use the forbidden art to transplant my soul into this vessel. His laughter bordered on madness. Victory was assured. I will become the World Eater, an entity found only in legends. I will be the ultimate predator. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the madness. That won't be happening. Ken stepped out from the shadows. You haven't changed a bit, even as a lich. You wear those skins and crave power you can't control. Even when you were alive, you were just a monster wearing a human mask. Abet froze. He turned slowly. Who are you? Ken rolled up his sleeve, revealing glowing, arcane script. True. This is the first time we've met with this face, but you'll recognize me soon enough. Abet. Ken raised his arm. The ancient runes pulsed with light. Take a good look. Does this ring a bell? Abet's eyes widened. He knew those markings. Terror gripped his soul. He screamed, Impossible! It's you! You vanished hundreds of years ago. His voice trembled to a whisper. Lap. The man standing there was Ken, but the shadow behind him was Lap. La materialized, casually lighting a cigarette. You summoned me to take back what you gave to Iris. Didn't you? La took a drag. Smoke swirled. There's no turning back now. Ken nodded sharply. Do it! La stepped forward, offering a swirling orb of magic. Understood. No more questions asked. Ken's eyes burned with ferocious light. I had a destiny of annihilation. The magical pressure forced Abet back in fear. To escape it, I forsook my power, my face, my very existence. I tried to rewrite cause and effect. I wandered like a ghost for 100 years. Magic coiled around Ken like a living storm. But the running ends today. The destiny I fought so hard to escape has found me again. His body erupted in blinding light. Perhaps this is my punishment for hiding, but since the water is already spilled, I might as well save the world. Abet stood paralyzed. You shouldn't possess that power. Ken stepped forward. Abet, I am taking back my fate and my magic. The transformation was complete. Ken looked down at the trembling lich. Now, do you know who I am? Abet gnashed his teeth, blue veins pulsing against his skin like snakes. Kane merely offered a cold, piercing reply. Correct. That man is the strongest mage in existence, Moments later, urgent footsteps echoed through the chaos. Having finished off press scan, Lee Sung-min rushed into the central square, witnessing the scene unfold. His breath came in ragged gasps, but he froze, muscles locking up in sheer shock at the nightmare before him. It was a vision of the apocalypse. Space itself twisted under the weight of magical bombardments, shaking the very earth. A blood-drenched clash of titans between the two archmages, Abet and Kane. Abet's jaw tightened the moment he spotted Lee Sung-min. Preskin. That useless trash actually let him through. That perverted incompetence. He surely isn't dead yet. His life vessel remains intact. Abet's eyes darted around, searching frantically. Where did that other one vanish to after inciting Ju-sung to riot in the misty forest? He just disappeared. Kane finally turned his gaze to the newcomer. You have arrived. Lee Sung-min gave a sharp nod. Right. You look like you are having a rough time. Kane shifted his focus back to his locked stalemate with Abet. With you here, the tides might finally turn, though, if only Rubia were here, it would be perfect. Lee Sung-min drew his spear, dropping into a combat stance. Rubia, you must be desperate to rely on her. He tightened his grip. Regardless, I am joining this fight. Anxiety flashed across Abet's face. He cursed internally. Damn it, we were already fighting for our lives, second by second. If that brat interferes, I have zero chance of victory. After a moment of hesitation, resolve hardened in his eyes. Abet roared into the sky. Come forth, Aina. A massive magic formation manifested instantly. Aina stood at its center, eyes wide but utterly devoid of life. A glowing seal pulsed ominously on her forehead. Without a microsecond of hesitation, Aina's arm morphed into a monstrous limb. She shot forward at light speed, phasing through every defensive spell. She aimed straight for Kane. The mage raised a hand to intercept, but Lee Sung-min flashed in front of him with a single swing of his spear. He shattered the incoming assault. Lee Sung-min shouted over the roar of magic, I will handle this side. Kane nodded, pivoting to face the other threat. Thank you. Lee Sung-min grinned, baring his teeth in confidence. Now, let's go. Aina retracted her claw, the wounds on her arm knitting together in seconds. Lee Sung-min observed her coldly. She was always emotionless, but now, she is truly a hollow shell. His eyes locked onto the forehead seal. He recalled Prescan's warning. Is that the mark of submission? Rage bubbled up. Abet. Did you really brand your own daughter like a slave? Aina unleashed a barrage of lethal strikes at Lee Sung-min. He gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white. She is far stronger than when we sparred months ago, but he did not flinch. He thrust his spear forward, unleashing waves of raw magical power. Lee Sung-min laughed wildly. Do you have the strength to handle this? Aina charged without fear, colliding head-on with his overwhelming force. A deafening boom shattered the air. The sheer impact of Lee Sung-min's strike reverberated through the battlefield. The noise was so catastrophic that even Abet was forced to look back. Aina lay crushed beneath a mountain of debris, unable to move a muscle. Kane stared at Lee Sung-min's back, jaw dropping in disbelief. Good heavens! I swore that mana oath far too hastily. A twisted smile crept onto Kane's face. The most dangerous one here isn't Abet. It is this boy. Suddenly, a whisper crawled through the air. Oh, rotting death. Kane whipped his head around. It's Abet. He is casting something forbidden. Kane's face went rigid. Did he give up on life just because he saw that boy's power? You lunatic, but it was too late. Where Abet stood, a chaotic mass of flesh erupted, giant eyes and writhing tentacles bursting forth in a grotesque display. Abet stood amidst the horror, clasping his hands in prayer. I offer this to you, grant your humble servant your power. Kane instantly recognized the ritual. He intends to manifest the authority of the Demon King directly into reality. Kane's nerves snapped tight as violin strings. This was Abet's final defense. A desperate gamble. He watched the twisted monster, realizing Abet was accepting the Demon King's power directly into his own flesh. Cold sweat drenched Kane's forehead. He knew the terrible price of such a pact. When a dark mage summons the Demon King's power, the cost is absolute. Upon death, their soul is seized, condemned to eternal torture. He screamed at his rival, have you lost your mind? But Abet's humanity had already melted away into madness. What a pity. I am perfectly sane right now. The monster's voice distorted. If the problem arises after death, then I simply must never die. He threw his head back, laughing manically. I shall become the predatory king, reborn through slaughter and gluttony. Lee Sung-min finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Slaughter. Devour. Abet raised both hands, and a vortex of catastrophic mana began to swirl. Cain roared a warning. Lee Sung-min's soul destruction magic. Before the words finished, a beam of force shot straight at the boy. Watch out. Lee Sung-min froze. If that hand touches you, your very soul will be erased from existence. At the last fraction of a second, he twisted his body, barely evading the strike. He stared in horror at the crater left behind, unaware of the shadow closing in. Aina slammed into him with a direct hit. Her tentacle lashed out, hurling Lee Sung-min backward. That power won't last long. Cain flashed to Lee Sung-min's side. Breaking one's limits always demands a price. He frowned, clicking his tongue in frustration. We have no choice. We must stall for time and keep him contained. But Abbott laughed, his voice booming with arrogance. Cain, I thought you were wise. Has your brain rotted after 100 years stalling for time? Is exactly what I want. Arbeth cast a cold, calculating glance toward the great formation birthing Aina. The array absorbing the spirit energy of the misty forest is nearly complete. Once this boundless power belongs to me, no soul under the heavens can stop me. Arbeth's thoughts seethed with dark ambition. If those two in Zhugong had arrived on time as planned, I wouldn't have to resort to borrowing the Demon King's power. His patience frayed, eyebrows twisting in irritation. Where are those useless wretches, and what in the hell are they doing elsewhere? The demonic fire Zhugong loomed like a nightmare. Wijihoya shielded Rubia, calmly tying back his hair as the enemy approached. He whispered his title, a warning to the void. The mad demon. They stood nose to nose, the air crackling between them. No one yielded an inch. Wijihoya's eyes burned crimson. His muscles coiled like steel springs ready to snap. He unleashed a low, bestial roar. I am the name of the monster that will tear you apart. Zhugong didn't flinch. Unfazed by the roar, he simply drove a heavy fist into Wijihoya's gut. What? But Wijihoya was faster than sight, instantly countering with a brutal smash to Zhugong's face. Zhugong crashed to the dirt. Wijihoya looked down, his voice cold. Do you remember the lives you've extinguished? In response, Zhugong bolted upright with a shriek, spewing a torrent of hellfire from his throat. The blaze engulfed Wijihoya instantly, swallowing his entire frame. Rubia screamed in terror. Wijihoya? Zhugong scoffed through the flames. You came for revenge. He grinned, a grotesque, savage expression. I have killed thousands. You think I remember every insect I step on, fool? Wijihoya's brow furrowed in fury. I figured as much. He stepped calmly out of the inferno, unharmed. Don't worry, I will make sure you never forget me. Wijihoya's aura shifted, the blood demon arts awakened. I will carve my name onto your heart while it still beats. Zhugong froze, shock rippling through him. He took my demonic flame head on and still stands. Before he could process the impossible, Wijihoya was already in his face. Wijihoya's eyes went pitch black. He pulled back his fist, now wreathed in a terrifying, blazing aura. Panic surged through Zhugong. I cannot take that hit. He leaped backward, barely evading Wijihoya's uppercut by a hair's breadth. He thought Wijihoya had missed, but the mad demon had calculated everything. Flames spiraled from the momentum of the missed strike, trapping him. Zhugong's eyes widened in horror. Wijihoya unleashed a second punch immediately. Zhugong crossed his arms to block. But this was different. The fist didn't stop, it plowed right through his defense with catastrophic force. Zhugong felt a terrifying magical pressure crush him. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. With a final surge of power, Wijihoya blasted him a mile away. Rubia watched the spectacle, her heart caught between terror and absolute awe. Zhugong lay in the crater as the dust settled, laughing maniacally. He stared at Wijihoya. I admit it. He grinned with twisted delight. Not bad. For a human. Zhugong pushed himself up from the debris. For that meager strength and your insane bravery, I will show you respect. He charged, but his form began to shift, no longer a mere demon, but a serpent of legend. Zhugong roared, I will honor you by burning your flesh until no bone remains. This was Zhugong's true form, an emoji that failed to ascend into a dragon. Wijihoya didn't flinch. He smiled, accepting the challenge. And so will I. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min's hand trembled on his spear. Cold sweat dripped onto the earth, a dark abyss of impending failure looming over him. Magic that erases souls with a single touch. A chimera that regenerates infinitely. The longer this battle drags on, the closer death creeps. Arbeth projected his spirit, sneering down at them. You throw yourself into a losing war just to steal a dragon heart? You are absolutely right. At that moment, Arbeth's lips curled, his face a mask of pure, unfiltered malice. The spiritual energy fluctuated violently. The runes glowed blindingly bright. The magic circle was finally complete. The chimera girl tilted her head and drifted toward the center of the array. Sensing the anomaly, Lee Sung-min snapped his head around. His eyes widened, face twisted in urgency. Whatever that is, we must stop it. He channeled every ounce of strength, launching himself after Aina. Arbeth didn't bother to stop him. He laughed in contempt. Moron! Arbeth's plan was simple. Use the circle to funnel the massive energy of the spirit vein into the center. Such catastrophic energy. An immortal body would disintegrate instantly upon contact. Even Arbeth would explode into a bloody mist if he tried to absorb it. But the Chimera girl? She was designed for this. Aina's heart is a treasure beyond comprehension. Hard to believe that pervert created such a masterpiece. Without that monster's heart acting as a vessel, even a greater demon or a dragon would detonate the moment they stepped into the center. It was death by overload. Arbeth watched from the outside, arrogance painted on his face. Young punk, you fought well, but it seems I will get what I want without lifting a finger. Go ahead. Explode and die. But Arbeth had made a fatal miscalculation. As Lee Sung-min stepped into the formation, the rune circles began to spin wildly. Simultaneously, torrents of spiritual energy surged up, wrapping around the boy's body. The array activated, because Lee Sung-min also possessed a heart just like hers. The spirit within him gasped in shock. These lunatics, are they trying to swallow the city's entire mana supply? Hey, destroy the magic circle now. The energy is flooding into you. That is a power a human soul cannot withstand. Aves sneered, reading the boy's intentions like an open book. You plan to destroy the circle. Too bad. The moment you stepped into the center, your fate was sealed. You are about to explode. His voice dripped with sadistic glee. Now, let me enjoy this magnificent fireworks display. 3, 2, 1. But suddenly, Lee Sung-min's eyes blazed with light. Torrential waves of golden spiritual power erupted from his body. The very space trembled as the formation detonated. Ave stood frozen, his jaw hanging open, unable to believe the impossible sight before him. Even Kane was paralyzed by the shock of the moment. His voice trembled with disbelief. Did he actually break it? The magic circle crumbled. From the ruins of the formation, streams of spiritual power escaped. Kane looked up, stunned to see the energy dispersing into the void. Avis's face turned ashen. He could not accept that his grand plan had collapsed. The arrogant confidence he once held vanished instantly. Impossible. My life's wish. Ruined by a brat like that. But suddenly, a blood-red eye opened in the darkness behind him, freezing his blood. Aves roared in desperation. No, it is not over yet. His body stiffened as terror took hold. The Demon King. He is trying to seize my soul. Avis's eyes darted frantically, his mind racing for a solution. He had to swap souls. It was his only chance. He turned and screamed, Chimera, I command you by the seal of obedience. A beam of spirit power shot from Avi's. Oh, accept my soul now. He muttered feverishly to himself. As long as that vessel exists, I still have a chance. I can still win. But from the shadows, a chilling voice answered, a soul, very well. I will take it, though I am not Chimera. Aves screamed internally in pure panic. It was Kim Jong-hyun. The man who had vanished after recruiting Jusong suddenly materialized, reaching out to snatch Aves' soul. Aves glared, his eyes burning with fury. What is the meaning of this? What are you plotting? Jong-hyun merely scratched his head and smiled. Plotting? I only cooperated with you from the start for this very moment. And Virus was nowhere to be seen. Only Kane stood there, watching helplessly. In a split second, Aves' soulless body turned to dust. The dark mage tore the escaping soul apart. It trembled violently before dissolving into nothingness. Aves, the spirit king who once shook an entire era, had fallen. But in his place, a demon far more terrifying had been born. Kane knew it instantly. His instincts screamed that a catastrophe had just occurred. The reason Kane had not interfered, despite witnessing everything, was simple. Kim Jong-hyun had already drained every drop of magic and knowledge from Avis's soul. Jong-hyun smirked, unable to hide his arrogance. He never expected his plan to execute so flawlessly. His eyes turned cold, his expression twisting into something sinister. And now, it seems your destiny has also begun to turn. He looked toward Lee Sung-min, a terrifying great demon, far worse than the Spirit King, was beginning to awaken within the boy. The rampage was short, but the demonic energy absorbed through the magic circle was mutating Lee Sung-min into something entirely different. Witnessing this, Kim Jong-hyun laughed maniacally. Ominous energy leaked from the boy's body. Oh my, how gloomy. This exceeds even my wildest imagination. He floated into the air, his voice turning icy. Let us see how twisted and vicious your body can become. Cain frowned and exhaled a heavy breath. What will become of your fate now? The tension in the air was suffocating. Even if I do not want to admit it, I can feel it clearly. That is an existence that should never have been released into this world. Most of my mana is depleted, and my body is tearing apart from the backlash of the reverse soul summoning. Aves is dead, but the dark mage who absorbed both Chimera and Aves remains. Cain let out a cold laugh, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He sighed deeply. What a damn destiny. Suddenly, Cain screamed, his eyes widening as he looked at Kim Jong-hyun. Oh, great mana. He raised his hands. Runes ignited with light, and the surrounding space began to quake violently. I offer this body. Spiritual power surged, converging to swallow Cain's hands. His face darkened as he whispered, I am sorry. Cain swung his arm. Launching a desperate strike forward, energy collided and blasted outward. His eyes burned with an intense, dangerous battle will. It was the last fortress of a mage. Cain glared at Kim Jong-hyun with absolute resolve. None of you will be allowed to leave this place. It was a trade-off between magic and life itself. Yet, the dark mage spread his arms and laughed, as if Cain was nothing more than a bug. How terrifying. A great mage like you, throwing away your life to rush into the enemy. I have neither the purpose nor the will to fight anymore. But even so, spiritual power exploded from Cain. Kim Jong-hyun's form shifted. Can you really do it? Cain spun around, eyes flashing. The enemy was unscathed after the explosion. His endurance was monstrous. Cain gritted his teeth, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. The weight of the situation crushed down on him. I do not have much time left. Meanwhile, in a different dimension, Sung-min drifted through a void, his senses on high alert. After searching with no results, he muttered to himself, Where is this? This place feels like Danya's trial. I was definitely fighting in virus. But as the magic circle's demonic energy flared in his memory, a sudden agony assaulted him. Sung-min clutched his head, desperate to recall something amidst the pain. Images flooded his mind, his body mutating. A face twisted with malice. Sung-min panicked, eyes filled with anxiety. And then his eyes abruptly began to glow. What is that? A chilling sound made him jump. You, the bastard, Sung-min roared in frustration. Void King, what the hell are you doing? Explain yourself. Now, the entity opened its mouth, its voice dripping with indifference. 1. This is your inner world. 2. Out there. Your body is rampaging like a rabid dog. And yet, you look like you couldn't care less. The evil spirit scowled. Damn it, you are dense. Listen closely, because we don't have time to waste. That thing behind the wall, it is your demonic consciousness, your inhuman nature, and right now, it is the one driving your physical body. Honestly, after devouring that much demonic energy, the fact that your humanity remains intact, it is nothing short of a miracle. But here is the simple truth. Beat it to a pulp, and you might just reclaim your body. A good punch to the face usually does the trick. You crave power, but you refuse to become a monster. Is that it? Then listen well, fight, and win. Sung-min lowered his head, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I see. My thanks, Void King. The evil spirit crossed its arms. I cannot interfere directly. You are on your own. God at that wall. Only you can cross it. He turned his back without hesitation. Don't worry. Sung-min gripped his blade, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy exploded from his body. Drawing his sword, he faced the manifestation of Dong-hyun. If it is a solo battle you want, I have lived through hell and back for this. The evil spirit sighed in relief, but suddenly froze. Its eyes widened in pure terror. Lurking behind the demonic consciousness was something else. Fate itself. Knowing it was seen, it flashed a sinister grin. The spirit stared in horror as the entity raised a finger to its lips. Hush. Cold sweat drenched the spirit, his voice trembling. What is that monstrosity? How can these fools not see it? It is standing right beside them, desperate, he screamed out, trying to warn Sung Min. But silence answered him. Dread washed over the spirit. He launched himself into the air, but the entity remained impossibly out of reach. Panic seized his very soul. He screamed into the void. Just what the hell are you? Why root yourself in the inner world of a mere child? The entity of fate slowly raised a hand, pointing forward. Its voice was a dangerous whisper. You are only one step away. Its form blurred, shifting like smoke. I stand at the very end of all things. Suddenly, a wicked laughter echoed. A deep, commanding voice shook the space. Do you wish to cross over to this side? The overwhelming pressure forced the spirit to his knees. What am I? Kneeling to myself. In a blink, the entity vanished. An instant later, it reappeared in the distance, leaving only a fading trail of terrifying energy. The evil spirit watched, guarded and fearful, far away. The mysterious entity once again raised a finger to its lips. Silence. Sung Min focused, analyzing the demonic consciousness. With a feral roar, the beast charged straight at him. It moved with the savagery of a wild beast. Sung Min dodged and analyzed, looking for a pattern. Then, in a flash, he unleashed a lethal, unpredictable strike. The blow staggered the demon. Sung Min's eyes narrowed. Too simple. Its movements are an open book. In this mental world, I cannot rely on internal energy or demonic chi. He unleashed a barrage of vicious strikes. But that does not mean I am weak. Seizing the opening, he soared into the air. With brutal precision, he slammed the hilt of his sword down, pinning the beast to the floor. Sung Min read every twitch of muscle. I will not lose to a beast that has lost its mind. The demon roared, exploding with power, but Sung Min met it with icy calm. Decades of martial arts flow through me. He trapped its limbs, his blade flashing as he severed its head from its body. You won't vanish that easily. The beast collapsed. Victory. As the demonic form began to dissolve into mist, a whisper echoed. Until we meet again. Sung Min examined his blade, the echo lingering in his mind. Next time. It seems the next battle won't be resolved so simply. He turned back to the observer. It is over. Now, Void King. How do I leave this place? But the evil spirit stood there, his expression dark and haunted. Void King. Fear still lingered in his eyes. Is something wrong? It is nothing. Outside, the demonic body was subdued, but the man holding him back was on the brink of collapse. Fortune smiled upon us before my life force ran dry. We managed to chain the beast. Such unbelievable power, a twisted, monstrous destiny. That entity possesses infinite potential, a danger that threatens the entire world. I can only thank the gods that I decided to destroy it before it could evolve further. Cain raised his hand, gathering the last of his strength for the killing blow. Forgive me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. There is no need for apologies. With a surge of raw power, Sung Min shattered the bindings. He descended slowly, landing before the stunned warrior. Cain stared, unable to process the boy's return. I only helped you because of our deal. Cain's inner thoughts raced. Very well. I, Xenaviss, swear upon my mana, I will grant the reward we agreed upon helping Lee Sung Min absorb the dragon heart. Sung Min's eyes were cold, staring daggers of determination. Keep your word, old man. Cain's voice dropped to a gravelly whisper. Look at you. Both of your eyes. They now bear the mark of the demon. He slowly rose to his feet, the gravity of the situation heavy in the air. Moments ago, you were lost in a complete frenzy. Do you understand what that implies? Sung Min clenched his fist, the power humming beneath his skin. It doesn't matter. Everything has been taken care of. Cain's expression turned to ice, his brow furrowing in deep frustration. Even for him, once hailed as the greatest archmage in history, the situation had spiraled into a nightmare. We may have stopped the calamity this time, he warned, his voice grave. But when your power grows again, who will be left to stand in your way? It is a miracle you retain your humanity. even with both eyes fully transformed into the demon god's pupils. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Possessing those eyes means you are a walking apocalypse. You could become the destroyer of this world at any given second. Suddenly, the old mage spun around, his aura flaring. No, I cannot allow you to inherit any more power. Horrific visions of a ruined past flashed through Kane's mind, but he crushed the memories with a clenched fist. No! He roared. Sungmin's eyes, however, burned with unwavering confidence. I will claim the dragon heart. The protagonist stepped forward, his killing intent spiking. If you don't want to die for breaking the mana oath, then get out of my way. Kane lowered his head, a shadow casting over his face. My life lost its value long ago. Suddenly, his gaze snapped up, razor sharp and cold. I have burned everything I have just to stop you. My body is already crumbling to dust, Kane declared. Breaking the oath changes nothing, but at least, on this final journey, I can drag the monster threatening this world down to hell with me. Sungmin stumbled back, eyes widening in shock. You've gone completely insane. Suddenly, a pillar of colossal spiritual energy crashed down from the heavens. No, you shall not die today. Kane looked up, his face twisted in sheer terror. No. Why are you here? Kane gasped. Meanwhile, Donghyun let out a sinister, amused laugh. I never expected to witness a spectacle of this magnitude. Hovering in the air, Donghyun spread his arms wide, basking in the chaos. The arrival of a transcendent being. Kane stood frozen, his mind reeling from the words echoing across the battlefield. Who gave you permission to die, Kane? From the dust and debris of the war-torn ground, a radiant silhouette emerged. Hear me, human, the voice commanded. It was to the Spirit Queen herself. I shall fulfill the covenant on his behalf. Donghyun trembled with excitement. That is the absolute ruler of the spirit realm. Kane, however, was shaking with pure rage. That bastard really does have connections with high-tier spirits, Donghyun mused. Is the reason for all this simply because he is beloved by their queen? She turned her piercing gaze to them. Tell me, what is the nature of your pact? Seungmin answered without hesitation, and Varys agreed to help me absorb the dragon heart. Kane screamed, his voice cracking. Stop, you cannot do this. But before he could finish, the queen roared. Silence. The spirit queen trembled, her voice laced with obsession. When I accepted our covenant, I told you plainly, from that moment on, you belong to me, whether the world collapses or your body shatters from the mana burden. Her eyes glowed with terrifying intensity. I do not care. Sungmin's heart hammered against his ribs. The queen continued, the only thing I will not tolerate is your death. Watching from the shadows, Donghyun decided it was time to vanish. I've swallowed a bet, and it looks like I can take the Chimera too. Donghyun thought, satisfied. A result far exceeding my expectations, truly. A magnificent scene. I think this is the perfect moment for my exit. Ugh. He glanced back at the group one last time, a treacherous smile curling his lips. Donghyun looked at Seungmin with dark curiosity. When we meet again, I wonder, what kind of creature will you have become? He chuckled softly to himself. And what face shall I be wearing then? In a blink, Donghyun dissolved into the air, moving so fast that not even his shadow remained behind. Silence descended as the two remained, focused entirely on Seungmin's terrifying transformation. The atmosphere of this dimension is wrong. The Spirit Queen grimaced in pain. Kane screamed. Stop this at once. For you, the air of the human world is like deadly poison, Kane cried out. You need to return to the spirit realm immediately. Yet, her voice remained gentle. We will return to the spirit realm. Together. Kane screamed, his voice filled with resentment and grief. Why? Why would you do this? For you. The queen's fragile state, right before his eyes, tore Kane's heart to shreds. You could die, Kane pleaded. The spirit queen turned back, a faint, beautiful smile gracing her lips, even as fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She looked past him, her inner thoughts echoing loudly. As long as I have you by my side, I do not fear death. With those final words, the spirit queen shattered into light, dispersing into countless tiny spirits that melted into the void. Seungmin lay motionless on the scorched earth after the chaotic battle. There was no one left beside him now. The thought replayed in Kane's mind like a broken record. As long as I have you by my side, I do not fear death. Kane's eyes fluttered open, the memory refusing to fade. That That is what she said to me, isn't it? Seungmin walked closer, looking down at the defeated mage. Is that really all you can show me, huh? Seungmin interrogated him coldly. You screamed that I was your enemy, that I was a threat. But what have I actually done to you? Did I kill someone important to you? Seungmin pressed on. Perhaps your parents, your siblings, your wife. Kane remained paralyzed on the ground, silenced by Seungmin's resentment. Suddenly, a buried memory from the past surfaced. Back then, when I left the tribe, she came with me. Kane recalled that horrific nightmare. Not long after, I began to lose my mind. Guilt consumed him. I told her that in my madness, I might kill her with my own hands. I used that fear to convince her to return to the tribe. Rubia. Listening to the story covered her mouth in shock, tears welling in her eyes. But Seungmin threw his head back and laughed maniacally. So, just because you told her to go back, your lover died at my hands? How wonderful, I'll send you to hell to join her then. Kane hesitated for a moment before whispering the heartbreaking truth. But that was a lie. Just as Seungmin lunged forward to deliver the killing blow, a mysterious force blasted him backward. Suddenly, an explosion of power Elder Wee rose from the ashes, repelling his enemy with a single, casual hand. Jusong stared in disbelief, thinking, what the hell just happened? A man who was at death's door had suddenly become a monster. Elder Wee spoke calmly, as if clarifying a misunderstanding. I only needed a reason to push her away from me. I believed that, to surpass my limits, I had to forsake everything in this world, everything except for my martial arts. Ever since that humiliating defeat, ever since I felt the ceiling of my potential, I have fought desperately to reach the realm of the transcendental. Jusong scrambled to his feet, roaring in anger. And why should I care about your pathetic life story? Jusong lunged forward for the kill, but Elder Wee sidestepped with ghostly speed. It seemed the old master had more to say and refused to engage just yet. True enough, Wai continued his monologue. I know these are just the meaningless delusions of an old man. However, he paused, his voice heavy with emotion. After all this time, I feel I can finally let go of this obsession. As long as I defeat you right here and now. Wai made his move. A catastrophic eruption of true chi blasted through the area. In that instant, the crazy demon's blood. Demon art flared more violently than ever before. It was an overwhelming force, completely dominating Jusong, the enemy who had been untouchable just moments ago, but the fuel for this godlike power was his very life force. Like a candle burning at both ends, he would shine brighter than anyone for a fleeting moment. And the inevitable conclusion of such power was death. Elder Wee begged silently in his mind. Please, let this life hold on just a little longer. Do not extinguish until I have sent him to hell. Sometimes, this world grants sweet miracles to those who cling to hope. However, fate is a cruel mistress. When it comes to the grand scheme of things, the world often delivers ruthless endings. We suddenly laughed, a manic, liberated sound. For a second, even the air itself trembled in fear. Jusong's expression shifted to excitement. Excellent. It seems the effects of that strange power have finally worn off, haven't they? You struggled well. You even wasted such precious power unnecessarily. Now, die. Elder Wai closed his eyes tight, bracing for the lethal blow, but his eyes snapped open when the pain he imagined never arrived. It was Rubia, the tiny girl, showing zero fear in the face of overwhelming power, had thrown herself in front of him as a human shield. Although her small face was pale and trembling, her eyes burned with unwavering determination. Wee was thunderstruck. Rubia. The enemy looked confused. What is wrong with this brat? Even Elder Wee could not comprehend the situation. Rubia, what are you doing? Rubia's body shook uncontrollably, yet her voice remained firm. Hurry up and run. Don't you know who you are dealing with? At first, I thought I was just dragged into a troublesome mess, but somewhere along the way, I started to have fun. I got to experience adventures I never would have had with my master, with Seungmin, and with you, old man. That is why you are not allowed to die. The old man stared in absolute horror, his mouth agape. No, Rubia, Jusong lost all patience. His breath turned scorching hot as demonic red fire gathered in his mouth. He had had enough of this drama. A second later, he unleashed a devastating breath attack, shaking the very atmosphere. But when the dust settled, Jusong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Rubia was no ordinary girl. She was an artificial spirit created by the legendary Enverus. When Enverus discarded his old name and reincarnated, she was crafted with the aid of the Spirit Queen. While she could use simple magic, she was never a combatant by nature. However, the Spirit Queen had bestowed upon Rubia a final protective measure reserved solely for Enverus. It was an absolute failsafe, designed for the worst possible scenario. Her entire body was now encased in a sphere of pure, divine energy. Jusong's attack crashed against it uselessly, unable to leave even a scratch on Rubia. Seizing the opening, Elder Wei moved like a streak of lightning. He channeled every ounce of strength into a fist and smashed it directly into Jusong. A miracle had occurred. The villain stood frozen in shock as Wei delivered another brutal strike, driving his fist deep into Jusong's gut. The enemy screamed in agony. From a body that should have been completely drained, one last spark of vitality ignited. It blazed like a supernova, the final light before eternal darkness. Elder Wei's entire being erupted with a terrifying aura, raw energy coating his skin like armor. Jusong panicked, cold sweat drenching his back. He frantically stabilized his stance and launched himself at the old master for a final clash. He flew in aggressively, grabbing Wei's arm. Jusong squeezed with crushing force, twisting the old man's limb until it warped. But Wei simply spun with the momentum, his other hand clamping onto the villain's throat like a vice. Wei smirked. This body was destined to collapse anyway. Jusong's eyes widened in pure terror, his breath coming in ragged gasps. What kind of monster are you? Wei gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. I am the crazy heavenly demon. With that, Wei poured his remaining life force into his grip, crushing the enemy instantly. Jusong's body went limp. Rubia gasped, unable to speak. The old man stood there silently, his chest heaving. Slowly, Elder Wei's body began to disintegrate, dissolving into the void. It was finally over. Tears welled up in Rubia's eyes as she screamed, "Old man, are you okay?" He looked at her with eyes full of warmth, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rubia began to panic. "Old man, don't die. The medicine. We need the medicine. Just wait a second." But as she reached out, the hand holding the potion bottle began to fade away into dust. Rubia is consumed by despair, her body turning translucent as she dissolves into pure light. "No, master, wait just a little longer." She sobs uncontrollably, her voice cracking. "Just a moment more." Piece by piece, her form scatters into the air, leaving nothing behind but a shimmering void. Rubia cries out in heartbreak, "Old man!" Meanwhile, in a distant place, a cold, clear voice cuts through the silence. "You finally arrived. My thanks for protecting the city." Hyoju lowers his voice, solemn and grave. "Surviving this long must have been hell, but even a legend deserves a proper farewell." After the cataclysmic battle at the Demon City, Lee Sung-min rushes forward, his lungs burning with exhaustion. "So, you really came." Master Beck lies on a wooden plank, his eyes hauntingly peaceful. "Don't make that face," he rasps. "I have no regrets." Hyoju stands beside him, radiating pure respect for the fallen warrior. This man defeated Juseong. It is a feat that defies logic. Juseong was one of the strongest demons in existence, second only to Yana. Hyoju continues, awe coloring his tone. "He actually did it." Master Beck smirks, reliving the moment of life and death he just survived. "I tore that bastard's throat out with my bare hands." The air grows heavy as the adrenaline fades, and Master Beck's gaze turns somber. "As for Rubia," he pauses, a shadow crossing his face. Worry clouds his expression. "That beastkin girl, for some reason, she was forcibly summoned back to the spirit realm. It implies something catastrophic has befallen the master her soul is bound to." Master Beck slowly turns his head to Lee Sung-min, his breathing growing ragged. "Let me go." Lee Sung-min freezes, his steps faltering as he refuses to accept the words. What are you saying?" The old man raises a trembling hand to stop him. "Respect the life I lived." Master Beck exhales softly, as if closing the final chapter of his own journey. "It was a good life. I committed many sins, but I was lucky. In these final years, I met true friends." He looks up at the pitch-black sky hanging over the demon city. "My only regret is that I never reached the realm of transcendence." Master Beck's voice fades, fragile as smoke about to vanish. I thought if I detonated my internal core and risked everything, I might glimpse what lies beyond the wall, but it was too much for me. In the heavy silence that follows, he whispers. Master Big tilts his head toward Lee Sung-min, his eyes burning with unfinished business. What do you think of the Nine Heavens Blood Demon Spear? A divine art, Lee Sung-min answers without hesitation. It is a martial art peerless under the heavens. The old man relaxes, a satisfied laugh bubbling up from his chest. Is that so? Master Beck pauses, then speaks as if entrusting his very soul. You will surely reach the realm I could not. Satisfaction glows in his fading aura. With my Nine Heavens Blood Demon Spear technique, you will achieve transcendence. Lee Sung-min bites his lip until it bleeds, unable to speak. Sensing his resolve, Master Beck exhales in relief, his greatest wish fulfilled. Good. He speaks slowly, every word lighter than the last. That is all I needed. Master Beck furrows his brow. Ancient memories pull him back to a distant past. If only I hadn't abandoned her. He whispers to the void. Could I have reached her then? He stares into the blur before him, a final, gentle smile gracing his lips. In the end, the face that appears in my mind is hers. A woman's name slips from his lips, a quiet apology. Decades too late. The moment the name leaves his mouth, Master Beck's body goes limp. The last pillar of his strength finally collapses. Lee Sung-min stands frozen, watching helplessly as a legend extinguishes before his eyes. He realizes the crushing weight of loneliness has returned. There is no one left to answer him. The road ahead is shrouded in a heavy, suffocating silence. The stillness becomes unbearable, almost choking him. Only Hyeoju remains, watching Lee Sung-min from a distance. Hyeoju grinds his teeth, fury masking his grief. That damn old man. Acting so selfishly till the end. I wanted to tear apart the one who killed him with my own hands. Lee Sung-min bows his head, drowning in a flood of self-blame. If I hadn't followed in Virus. He clenches his fists. If I was stronger. If I had returned sooner. Maybe the old man would still be. Hyeoju watches him for a long time, calculating. Dangerous, he thinks. Hyeoju speaks up, snapping the boy out of his spiral before he breaks. You take the lead now. Lee Sung-min raises his head, eyes burning with absolute determination, to the elf forest. His voice is steel. No hesitation remains. There, I will kill the Fist King, and I will break the curse on the minor heavenly demon, Ouija Hoyan. Lee Sung-min inhales sharply, carving this vow into his very soul. I refuse to lose another comrade. The scene shifts to the eerie silence of the elf forest. A voice drips with disdain. How unsightly. Sword Saint. The Hidden King looks down on the Sword Saint, masking none of his contempt. The Sword Saint. One of the 6 kings of beyond the heavens. Startled by the sudden appearance, the Sword Saint demands, Why are you here? The Hidden King does not answer immediately. He steps forward, malice radiating from his presence. A spirit medium has prophesied your death. The Sword Saint's face drains of color. Who dares kill me? The Fist King. The Hidden King laughs a hollow, chilling sound. I don't know the details, but they say the Demon Spear is coming to the Elf Forest. The Demon Spear. That brat. He makes no effort to hide his mockery, but the cruel reality has already begun to unfold. Do you truly still believe you stand at the pinnacle of martial arts as a transcendent warrior? You have wasted away in this bed, consumed by your curse on the little heavenly demon for so long that even a worthless street thug could take your head. These cruel words plunged the Sword Sovereign into an abyss of despair. He gritted his teeth, fury warring with fear. Damn it all, is my end truly near? The figure opposite him replied with chilling calm, That is not a prophecy carved in stone just yet. The Hidden King continued, his voice smooth. I have come to prevent that wretched fate. Incidentally, word has reached me that the mad heavenly demon is traveling alongside the Demon Spear. As if a thought just crossed his mind, he added casually, According to my intelligence, the mad heavenly demon has yet to breach the wall of the transcendent realm. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as a glint of absolute frost entered the Hidden King's eyes when he spoke of his target. I saw a spark of potential in him a decade ago, so I spared his miserable life, but in the end, he failed to break through. He is nothing more than another disappointment. If he dares to show his face here with the Demon Spear, I will slaughter them both in a single stroke. Hearing this, The Sword Sovereign pressed for the real answer. What of the capture of the little heavenly demon? How much longer must I endure this curse? How much longer must I rot in this broken body? The Hidden King hesitated for a mere heartbeat before revealing the obstacle. The little heavenly demon is currently under the protection of the Alliance leader of the demonic path, the Demon Emperor Yan. You know as well as I do. That man is a monster not even we can easily defeat. Capturing her is impossible for the moment. But in that instant, a terrifying pressure crashed down like invisible shackles, suffocating the room. However, you are absolutely forbidden from ceasing the curse. The Sword Sovereign's voice trembled, low and submissive under the weight. I know. Resistance is not an option. The killing intent radiating from the Hidden King was no longer concealed. It was a blade at his throat. The little heavenly demon. He paused, emphasizing every syllable of the revelation. She is the singular key required to fulfill the grand ambition of the heaven beyond heavens. His tone turned into absolute ice. We must secure her, no matter the cost in blood. In the dim light, their eyes flashed with a dangerous resolve, united by a dark and terrifying purpose.